I was originally a powerful heavenly elephant mirror lion king. Only because I was long unable to break through to the earthly immortal realm, so I sealed away my cultivation in memories, choosing to become an ordinary university professor, experience an ordinary life. But in the student council evaluation, just because I fairly gave the school bell a bad review, I was immediately targeted for revenge by the school beauty using her wealthy family's influence. Not only did they drag me to my death, but even after I died, even my family has been subjected to endless slander and abuse. When I saw my mother vomiting blood because of this, I completely fell into a state of madness. The seals on my memories all shattered. A dark, mysterious force descended from the sky, merged with my soul. I awaken once again as the celestial mirror lion king. Gu Yuan, the evidence is conclusive. Do not persist in your delusion any longer. Mom, I won't be able to take care of you in your old age and see you to your final rest. If there is a next life, I still want to be your son. Please forgive your unfilial son. Son, what are you going to do? Don't do anything foolish. If it's not something you did, the police won't wrongfully accuse you. Never take your own life. Mom, I'm sorry. I'm so exhausted, I can barely hold on anymore. Everyone calls me a beast, constantly attacking me online. Even offline, they won't let me go. Curse me with all the words you have. I just gave Liu Ruyue a negative review based on the facts. Why does she have to slander and wrong me like this? Must you insist on killing me? Why? Mom, I'm really scared. Why has this nightmare befallen me? At this moment, Gu Yuan was weeping bitterly. It was the helplessness and despair of being cyberbullied by countless people and ruthlessly pursued by the police. All because, a few days ago, at the annual student council evaluation, I gave the school beauty Liu Ruyue a negative review. This led Liu Ruyue to mobilize her family's influence, framing Gu Yuan as a criminal who uses drugs to harm minors. Not only were the witnesses, evidence, and victims all meticulously arranged, it even fabricated an overseas account with billions in deposits out of thin air. Amidst this overwhelming tide of slander and false accusations, Gu Yuan had countless reasons. There's no way to argue one's innocence. The children you trafficked for drug testing will be permanently disabled for life. A respectable people's teacher would actually do such a thing. Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. You have no right to judge me. I, Gu Yuan, did not engage in drug trafficking, drug production, or child trafficking. You should be investigating the Liu family. It's them. Gu Yuan, the evidence is irrefutable. Even if you jump from here today, nothing can wash away your guilt. Nonsense. Go to hell. Mom, I'm sorry. You endured hardships to raise me, yet I cannot fulfill my filial duties to care for you in your old age. That beast deserved to die, hiding his identity as a drug dealer under the guise of a teacher. They even abducted children to test drugs on them. You deserve to die 100 times over. Such inhumane beasts deserve to die like this. That's letting him off way too easy. Soon, the video of criminal Gu Yuan, who produced and sold drugs as well as trafficked children, committing suicide to evade punishment, sweeping across major online platforms like a tidal wave. Those children he trafficked and forced to test drugs were so pitiful. This demon is surely destined for hell. He died too easily for what he deserved. He should be severely punished. Capable of raising such a beast. His parents are also involved in this. I'm going to confront his parents in person to demand an explanation. Anyone want to join? Count me in. Could raise such a son. Their parents aren't much better either. Let's go, let's gather some people. May that beast never rest in peace. Gu Yuan, as the gold medal teacher of Manhwa University, could have had a bright future. Humph, but why did you have to offend me? Some people are not to be trifled with. Like smoke, I'll only help you this once. It's not appropriate to bully someone like this. Moreover, this could potentially expose some things our Liu family cannot afford to reveal. Hee brother, sorry for the trouble. There won't be a next time. At this moment, the deceased Gu Yuan woke up again. He found himself in a dark, narrow space. He wanted to instinctively get up, but found that his soul had detached from his dilapidated body. In a daze, bursts of harsh curses reached his ears. The mother who gave birth to such a son. Trash like your son. Just throw it into the wilderness, why bother with a burial? Exactly. How exactly did you teach your son? Was this demonic behavior taught by you? Humph, burying such a beast of a son. I suspect you, this old hag, might have been involved in his filthy schemes too. The constable should take you back for a thorough interrogation. Every word is like a sharp dagger, piercing Gu Yuan's heart fiercely. Why won't you let me go even after I'm dead? Must you torture my mother so cruelly? At this moment, Gu Yuan pierced through that layer of the coffin. Before the coffin, I saw my haggard old mother squatting on the ground, burning joss paper. The area was already surrounded by a dense crowd, making it impossible to pass through. There are fellow villagers from the countryside. There were also outsiders who came specifically to cause trouble. What kind of funeral does such a beast deserve? If it were my son, thrown deep into the mountains and forests long ago, don't blame me for not letting him into the ancestral hall. Someone like him entering the ancestral hall. Even the ancestors wouldn't allow it. Exactly, his remains should just be thrown away. Mother who gave birth to this beast, did you hear that? Even the people in your village can't stand it anymore. Who do you think would be willing to carry your son's coffin? Village chief, if this old woman won't listen to reason, might as well revoke her village membership too. My son is already dead, what more do you want from me? Must I, an old woman, have to die before your very eyes? Are you all satisfied now? Trash, if you want to die, just die. We won't stop you. Might as well go keep your beast of a son company in the grave. That is, do you dare to die? Your son is an animal, and you're probably not much better. To raise a son like that. This old lady definitely isn't a good person either. The sound of cold laughter and mockery swamped Huang Guiying like a tidal wave. She could no longer bear the immense pressure weighing down on her. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and he immediately fell unconscious. Mom! Seeing this, Gu Yuan rushed in front of his mother, yet his hands could only pass right through his mother's body, unable to do anything. Why? Why are you doing this to me? I have never done a single bad thing in my life. Heavens, why are you so cruel? Why treat me and my mother this way? Whoosh! 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 As Gu Yuan roared to the heavens, the malevolence and resentment within him surged wildly. A sudden, chilling wind swept through the already oppressive courtyard, its icy breath sending shivers down the spines of many present. The magnetic field of his soul now seemed to resonate eerily with some malevolent entity beyond this realm. Whoosh! At that instant, a sliver of pitch-black light shot into Gu Yuan's soul at a speed no one could perceive. Gu Yuan's body convulsed violently. A startled gasp escaped his lips before he instantly lost consciousness. Subsequently, his soul involuntarily returned to the broken, decaying body within the coffin. Immediately, strands of black mist began seeping from his body, a mist of utter wickedness and evil, cold as death. This eerie scene was concealed by the coffin, unknown to the outside world. Outside, as Huang Guiying coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious, the village chief realized the situation had escalated. He hastily dismissed the crowd and ordered the village youths to rush Huang Guiying to the hospital. Village chief, should we still handle that bastard Gu Yuan's funeral? Once everyone had left, a villager asked. Why bother? Let's go, let's go. This matter is settled. When Huang Guiying wakes up, let her figure out how to bury that bastard herself. The village chief curled his lip, waving everyone away as if the Gu family's fate had nothing to do with them. The video of Huang Guiying vomiting blood and collapsing went viral online that very day. Yet this world seemed saturated with indifference and malice. Not a single soul offered sympathy. People acted like puppets on strings, following the rhythm of paid trolls to spew abuse recklessly, as if only through such actions could they prove their righteousness. Anyone who dared speak a word in Huang Guiying's defense was instantly drowned in a deluge of abuse. Some even had their real-life addresses tracked down by malicious individuals, facing brutal exposure. This was the power of capital. Before it, ordinary people were like ants, utterly powerless to fight back. The Liu family held absolute sway in H city. Framing an ordinary person like Gu Yuan, who possessed neither money nor influence, was child's play for them. They could even incite the masses to join in the persecution. Under the Liu family's influence, even those with modest assets, let alone Gu Yuan, could scarcely escape punishment. This incident caused a huge stir online, but perhaps within a week or two, it would be forgotten in the corners of people's memories. The online bullies would carry on with their lives as if nothing had ever happened, while the pain endured by Gu Yuan and his mother would remain forever etched into their souls, an indelible wound. Chapter 3: The Corpse Awakens. Time flew by, and the year's end crept closer. Over a month had passed since Gu Yuan's tragic ordeal. In the online world, buzz fades like fleeting bubbles. Discussions about Gu Yuan's case had long vanished without a trace. Those who had once freely vented their malice online, and those who had ruthlessly destroyed others' lives in reality, now seemed to have forgotten it all, casting the incident aside as if they had amnesia. To them, it was merely a fleeting moment of verbal satisfaction, a trivial interlude in life. But for Gu Yuan's family, it was an irreparable catastrophe that had plunged them into utter ruin. Huang Guiying, this elderly woman whose life had been marked by misfortune, had lost her husband in her youth and now mourned the loss of her beloved son. Barely past 50, she seemed crushed by the wheel of fate, her face gaunt, her frame hunched, appearing more like someone in their 70s or 80s. Day after day, she would sit in a daze in the courtyard where her son was buried, her gaze vacant, remaining there for hours on end. She seemed to have lost her soul, consumed by endless pain and despair. If this state continued, her life would soon reach its end. Especially as the year drew to a close, the laughter and family reunions of others only highlighted her utter loneliness. Watching the children of every household in the village return home with their families for the new year, Huang Guiying's heart felt as though it were being pierced by countless sharp blades, bleeding profusely. Even as New Year's Eve drew near, she felt no inclination to go out and buy holiday provisions. Now, she was alone. With her son gone, her home was gone too. For her, the new year was nothing more than another painful reminder of everything she had lost. In years past, she had always looked forward to her son coming home for the new year, the happiest time of her year. But now, all that had vanished like a bubble. She was like a walking corpse, the light of life extinguished, leaving only a shell riddled with pain, its life flame flickering on the verge of extinction. Finally, New Year's Eve arrived, and the entire village was immersed in a scene of extraordinary bustle. Every household echoed with laughter and cheer, firecrackers crackled in succession, and dazzling fireworks bloomed across the night sky, illuminating the village in a sea of lights, everywhere filled with festive joy. Yet, Huang Guiying's home stood in stark contrast, dead silent, dimly lit, and utterly desolate. Not a single visitor came calling. As if by mutual agreement, the neighbors chose to ignore this household. Even those passing by the door would only glance briefly before hurrying away, as if the place were cursed and unlucky. Tonight, Huang Guiying forced her frail body to stir a few of her son's favorite dishes. She carried them to his grave, sat down quietly, and ate in silence. She murmured softly at times, as if sharing her innermost thoughts with her son. Gradually, her cloudy eyes turned red, and tears streamed down uncontrollably, falling onto the cold earth and merging into the endless sorrow. At that moment, if Huang Guiying had opened the coffin, she would have witnessed a startling sight. Her son's once mutilated body showed no sign of decay whatsoever. Instead, it had miraculously returned to its original state. Within the cramped coffin, an eerie, malevolent black mist swirled. Gu Yuan's flesh was as pale as paper, devoid of color, appearing at first glance indistinguishable from a true corpse. His hair had grown waist-length at some point, turning snow-white and glowing with an eerie sheen in the darkness. Between his eyebrows, a faint black mark flickered with a mysterious, eerie glow. This corpse showed no signs of life, yet it radiated an unusual vitality, as if undergoing some unimaginable transformation, a legendary corpse mutation, and an utterly absurd one at that. All of this was clearly inextricably linked to that mysterious black light that had descended from beyond the heavens. During his prolonged slumber, Gu Yuan's consciousness was trapped within an endless realm of darkness. He felt as if he were in the primordial chaos of the universe, surrounded by utter blackness. No matter how desperately he ran or screamed, he could not escape this dark prison. He found no direction, saw no glimmer of light. Time held no meaning here. Sound was absent. Only endless loneliness and despair accompanied him as he wandered aimlessly through the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, a faint glimmer of light suddenly flickered ahead. Gu Yuan, like a drowning man clutching at a lifeline, sprinted toward the light without hesitation. The instant he plunged into the light, a pair of blood-red eyes, radiating pure malevolence, suddenly lit up within the coffin. In that instant, Gu Yuan felt an unprecedented surge of power, like a raging tide flooding every inch of his being. He sensed that every movement he made now contained the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. His gaze pierced through the coffin and layers of earth, reaching directly into the night sky outside, as if nothing in the world could obstruct his vision. Have I become undead? What was that dark light that descended from the heavens? What could have transformed me into this invincible state? Gu Yuan stared at his own pallid hands, at the black nails sharp as blades, feeling the ceaseless power surging within him like raging rivers and mighty streams. His heart was both shaken and exhilarated. Though filled with confusion and curiosity about that mysterious, celestial black light, the raging flames of vengeance burning within him left no room for distraction. Gu Yuan slowly extended his hand, pressing it against the coffin lid before giving it a gentle push. With a thunderous crash, the lid along with the thick layer of earth covering it was effortlessly pushed aside. Just as the adjacent earth was about to cascade in, the malevolent black mist swirling around Gu Yuan surged violently. All the falling soil was instantly repelled, scattering wildly in every direction. In the next instant, Gu Yuan flickered like a ghostly apparition, appearing on the ground. Surveying his surroundings beneath the night sky, the entire world seemed to lie within his grasp. A faint crimson glow flickered in his eyes as countless faint red threads of causality appeared before him. These threads crisscrossed, connecting people across the nation. Each thread represented someone who had once participated in cyberbullying him. One stood out, thicker than the rest undoubtedly, it belonged to Liu Ruyue. At that moment, Gu Yuan wore only a pair of black trousers, his pale upper body bare. Black tattoos, resembling veins, crisscrossed his skin, extending all the way up to his neck, emanating a chilling aura. His snow-white hair fell to his shoulders, whipping wildly in the night wind. His bloodless face was etched with an unparalleled arc of malevolence. Especially those crimson pupils and the black mark between his brows seemed capable of seizing souls, sending shivers down the spine. Some deeds demand payment. Cherish your remaining moments of bliss. I shall devour each of you alive. No one can save you, you wretched fools. Gu Yuan murmured to himself, his voice low and icy, like a judgment from hell. Settling accounts was inevitable. Even those who merely typed insults at him online, those who merely clicked their fingers to hurl abuse, Gu Yuan would spare none. In his eyes, they all deserved to pay for their wickedness with their lives. It was now past 3 in the morning. The crackling of firecrackers and fireworks had long since ceased, though the occasional sharp pop still pierced the night's silence. Gu Yuan's gaze pierced through layers of barriers like a sharp sword, reaching his mother's room. When he sought his mother lying on the bed, her face haggard and aged beyond her years, the resentment and rage that had been festering within him for so long erupted like a burst dam, unstoppable. Death. You all deserve death. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with boundless murderous intent. In this moment, Gu Yuan felt a rage unlike any he had ever known. Not even on the day of his funeral, when he had been spat upon by the crowd, had his fury burned so fiercely. For he could feel it clearly. His mother's body and spirit had deteriorated to the absolute worst, her life hanging by a thread, with only days left to live. Ha 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 ha. All this is because of you bastards. Since that's the case, I'll use your bastard lives to prolong my mother's. Heaven's justice is cyclical. Who can escape the heaven's judgment? Let this all begin with this village. Gu Yuan was consumed by fury. A roar erupted from his heart. Black mist domain, activate. In an instant, a deep, rumbling hum echoed through the void. Unseen and unheard, a mysterious domain shrouded in thick, black mist enveloped the entire village, sealing it off completely. At that moment, every soul in the village connected to Gu Yuan by a thread of causality, whether fast asleep or gathered around a card game, was instantly transported into this realm of black mist, thick with malevolence. Within this eerie, terrifying space, the surrounding black mist surged, permeating the air with a bone-chilling aura. Above, a malevolent throne woven from white bones and black mist stood towering and imposing. Gu Yuan sat motionless atop the platform, his gaze sweeping down upon the 100 or so people below who stood bewildered and helpless. His eyes burned with icy coldness and murderous intent, as if they were merely a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Where is this place? How did I end up here? Third uncle, sixth uncle, village chief, how did you all end up here? The people below had yet to notice Gu Yuan on the throne. Seeing the familiar faces of fellow villagers around them, their expressions twisted with terror and confusion as they asked these bewildered questions. 87 souls were gathered here, old and young alike, the youngest barely a teenager. What awaited them was a hellish judgment of vengeance. Chapter 4, Only slaughter can quench my vengeful rage. Ah! Look! Look up there! Is that Gu Yuan? A blood-curdling scream suddenly pierced the eerie, deathly silence. Hearing the cry, everyone instinctively looked up. Upon the 18th step, atop a throne fashioned from stark white bones, sat a man radiating bone-chilling coldness and malevolence. His gaze was eerily cold, like two icy beams from the depths of hell, piercing straight into the crowd. Gu Yuan, you, how are you here? The eldest among them, Uncle Liu, his aged frame trembling uncontrollably, pointed at Gu Yuan with a quivering hand, his face etched with terror and unease. How is this possible? The others turned ashen, fear washing over them like a tidal wave. Their bodies shook violently beyond their control, as if they had beheld the most terrifying demon in existence. I've come to collect my due. Gu Yuan's voice was low and icy, as if wrapped in 1,000 years of frost. Some things, once done, demand a price. I bear no grudge against you. We share the same village, belong to the same clan. Why conspire with outsiders to slander me? Why insult my mother? Ha! His voice echoed like a funeral bell from hell, striking each heart with brutal force. Thud! 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 At the final, furious growl from Gu Yuan, everyone's legs gave way, and they all fell to their knees. Gu Yuan, spare me! Spare me! I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Please give me a chance. I'll make it up to Aunt Liu. One of Gu Yuan's cousins, already terrified beyond control, had wet himself, his trousers soaked through. He babbled incoherently while repeatedly banging his forehead against the ground, the impact producing dull thuds. I know I was wrong too, Gu Yuan. If you spare me, I swear I'll take care of your mother for the rest of her life. Please, I beg you. Gu Yuan, please give us a chance. We'll take good care of your mother from now on. Gazing at Gu Yuan, his face as pale as a ghost, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with savagery, everyone including Uncle Liu was desperately kowtowing, their voices choked with sobs. Wails and pleas for mercy intertwined, rising and falling in waves. Some might have genuinely realized their mistakes, filled with regret. Others, however, were merely driven by instinctive fear under the threat of death, not genuine remorse. But none of that mattered anymore. Not a trace of pity flashed across Gu Yuan's face. His voice remained as cold as ice, from the same village, the same clan, yet you treated my mother this way. You are the ones most deserving of death. So, die. Buzz. As Gu Yuan's words fell, an invisible, malevolent force erupted instantly. Those present felt as if they were being tightly bound by a malevolent force, their bodies oozing thick, black mist. They writhed in agony, their voices tearing from the depths of their souls in hysterical screams. Then, their bodies rapidly withered at a visible pace, transforming into lifeless, desiccated corpses. Gazing at Gu Yuan's palm, a single drop of blood glowed with an uncanny radiance, pulsing with vibrant life force as it floated there silently. This single drop of essence blood should extend Mother's life for several more months. Gu Yuan gazed at the essence blood in his palm. A faint, almost imperceptible softening finally appeared on his icy face. With a sweeping gesture, he dismissed the black mist domain enveloping the entire space. The withered corpses, as if guided by an invisible hand, returned to their original positions. Ah! In an instant, the village erupted with shrieks of terror, the screams piercing the silent night sky. Gu Yuan paid no heed to the screams, heading straight for his mother's room. Gazing at his mother lying on the bed, emaciated and on the brink of death, he hesitated not a moment. He gently injected that single drop of essence blood into her body, then channeled his inner power to aid her in refining and absorbing it. Son! Huang Guiying jolted awake with a start, her cry piercing the dreamlike haze. Her gaze swept toward the bedside, where a familiar figure sat quietly. The moment she recognized who it was, tears welled up in her cloudy eyes. Throwing caution to the wind, she threw herself forward, clutching Gu Yuan tightly as she sobbed, "Son, have you come to take me down? I've waited so long for you." Huang Guiying knew deep down that her life was nearing its end. All these days, she had been longing to reunite with her son. "Mom, I won't let you die, and I'm not quite dead yet myself." Gu Yuan gently embraced his mother's frail, aged body. His face, usually twisted with cruelty and brutality, softened as he murmured comforting words. "Son, your body is completely cold. Don't try to comfort me. Your father is gone, and now you're leaving too. What's the point of me living anymore? Take me down to meet your father." Huang Guiying clung tighter, as if letting go would make Gu Yuan vanish forever. "Mom, I've become a zombie. Those who brought our family to this ruin, I won't spare a single one. I'll slaughter them all." Gu Yuan pulled his mother's hand into the courtyard, pointing at the broken tomb. "Mom, look. I crawled out of the coffin." "Ah." Huang Guiying stared at the open grave, her eyes brimming with surprise, shock, and disbelief. "Son, you really turned? Is it like in the movies? Do you need to drink blood?" "Not exactly." Gu Yuan wasn't entirely sure either, forcing a faint smile. "Mom, I just killed everyone in the village who ever cursed or insulted us. Listen, there are screams everywhere outside. Out of over 300 people in the village, I've already killed nearly a third. This is only the beginning. The reckoning I seek will start with at least 10 million souls. No one can stop my vengeance, not even legendary Taoist priests or cultivators. Those who stand in my way will die." His smile radiated boundless evil and madness. Against the backdrop of the night, he resembled a demon god returned from hell, chilling the soul. But in Huang Guiying's eyes, that smile was like the warm sun in winter, bringing her endless warmth. "They all deserve to die. Whatever you do, son, I support you." In that moment, everything her son had done felt right to her, even if it meant standing against the entire world. That night, Gu Yuan remained by his mother's side. In the village, cries and screams wove into a cacophony, like a living hell. The crackling of firecrackers echoed everywhere, yet these were not the celebratory sounds of the Lunar New Year's Day. Instead, they were mournful notes bidding farewell to the departed. Amidst the wails of grief, one emaciated corpse after another was carried into the village's ancestral hall. Nearly the entire village had gathered there, fear and sorrow etched upon every face. As night deepened, the clanging of bells and the pounding of drums from the shrine echoed through the silent night, sounding eerily ominous. Gu Yuan listened to these sounds without the slightest flicker of emotion. He even felt that sparing the entire village from utter annihilation was the last shred of mercy he could muster. "Son, what are your plans now?" Huang Guiying served Gu Yuan a bowl of noodles and asked with concern. "Naturally, I'll unleash a bloody massacre. I'll make those people regret ever being born, especially the Liu Ruyue family." Gu Yuan spoke as he lifted the bowl and took a bite, only to find the noodles utterly tasteless, like swallowing plain water. A chill ran through him. What was happening? Had he truly ceased to be human? But he quickly regained his composure, showing no sign of distress in front of his mother. Huang Guiying looked at him with deep concern. "But, son, if even you can become a zombie, what about those real Taoist priests and cultivators back home?" She hadn't taken Gu Yuan's words seriously before, but now that she'd calmed down, she was terrified of losing her son again. "Mom, you can rest assured about my strength. I don't believe Great Xia possesses Taoists capable of suppressing me. This reckoning must happen, and it must be done spectacularly. I intend to make this a major scandal, forcing those people to die one by one in utter despair and terror. Only then will my hatred be truly appeased." Gu Yuan never considered a covert revenge. If he was going to do this, it had to be earth-shattering so the entire world would know his fury and brutality. Chapter 5: Buddha, Demons, and Zombies. Gu Yuan possessed absolute confidence in his own power. Deep within his heart, he firmly believed that cultivators must exist in this world. After all, if even he could undergo such an unimaginable corpse transformation, the existence of cultivators in the world was hardly surprising. But even if the legendary cultivators emerged to obstruct his vengeance, he felt no fear. He would slay any god who stood in his way, and kill any Buddha who blocked his path. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Gu Yuan stayed by his mother's side. Yet, the village of Gu, which should have been filled with festive cheer, was instead shrouded in the gloom of a funeral. Around 9 o'clock that evening, Gu Yuan bid farewell to his mother and rushed to City H. His target, Liu Ruyue's family. He couldn't bear to wait another moment. Moreover, a fierce, bloodthirsty urge burned within him like a raging inferno, making him acutely aware that he was no longer the human he once was. That night, Gu Yuan moved like a sinister black mist, darting swiftly through the clouds. His speed was terrifying, leaving any fighter jet in the dust. He spanned the vast land, his target clear, H-City, 400 kilometers away. Ha! Just as Gu Yuan was about to cross a dense, ancient forest, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura stirring deep within its heart. A rampant demonic energy surged there, as if some terrifyingly ominous entity lurked within. An ordinary person would never have been able to detect such a colossal aura, likely belonging to a cultivator, nor such thick demonic energy. Gu Yuan hovered above the night sky, his savage blood-red eyes flickering. He stared down into the depths of the ancient forest, a faint, sinister smile curling his lips. Interesting. Could it be that I've encountered the legendary cultivators so soon? But what kind of beast is that other demonic aura emanating from? Could it be a legendary monster? No sooner had the words left his lips than he shot forward like an arrow released from its string, racing toward the source of those two auras. This remote mountain range was rarely visited by humans, its forests dense and lush, branches and leaves shrouding the sky and blocking out the sun. Gu Yuan descended from the sky like a rapidly approaching black mist. As he drew nearer, deafening explosions echoed through the air. He flickered and landed atop a giant tree, his gaze sweeping toward the mountain forest hundreds of meters away, now devastated by overwhelming force. The scene before him was unlike anything he had ever witnessed in his life. 6 monks clad in saffron robes, their bodies radiating surging golden light, had formed a battle formation. Together, they were besieging a fox demon and a zombie whose aura was thick with malevolent and sinister energy. Buddha, demon, zombie, these beings, existing only in legend, now appeared simultaneously within Gu Yuan's field of vision. Their battle was terrifying, sweeping away all trees and vegetation within miles. The violent collision of their aura, demonic energy, and corpse chi left the ground pitted and scarred, while thunderous, deafening booms echoed without end. It must be said, the fox demon transformed from a white fox was indeed as enchanting as legend described, possessing a beauty capable of bewitching nations and bringing ruin to people. The corpse zombie appeared to be her captive, obeying her every command. Gu Yuan never imagined that within a single day of his transformation into a corpse, he would encounter 3 legendary entities, a Buddha, a demon, and a zombie. Individually, the 6 monks were no match for the fox demon or the zombie. Yet when they formed their battle array, the 6 seemed to merge into one. Buddha's light shone brightly, and their aura flowed endlessly, relentlessly suppressing and surrounding the fox demon and zombie with continuous attacks. If this continued without incident, the fox demon and zombie would undoubtedly meet their end. Watching the fox demon's shoulder and waist struck repeatedly by swords, Gu Yuan murmured to himself, "The deeds I must undertake are too sensational, too brutal, and bloody cooperation with cultivators is utterly impossible. In that case..." This black mist carried a bloodthirsty, brutal, evil, and overbearing pressure, instantly enveloping the entire mountain forest. Who? The overwhelming, surging pressure sent a chill through the hearts of the 6 monks and the fox demon in the distance. They knew instantly that an unparalleled calamity had descended. After exchanging a single strike, they all halted their battle and looked up toward the sky. The once clear night sky had, unbeknownst to them, been completely engulfed by an eerily dense, bone-chilling black fog. The oppressive pressure surging toward them caused their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Then, within their sight, a man emerged step by step from the air, descending from a great tree. His white hair cascaded down to his waist, his upper body bare and grotesque, his entire form pale and bloodless, radiating an aura of utter malevolence from within. His eyes, gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, fixed upon them coldly, as if surveying a pack of prey. Each step he took felt like a crushing blow to their hearts, making breathing difficult and nearly suffocating them. Walking on air. This was the hallmark of the Amaterasu realm, where one refines the heavenly light within. This sight caused the pupils of the 6 monks to contract sharply, their faces etched with sheer terror. With their mere early-stage innate cultivation, they stood no chance against such a terrifying being, undoubtedly at least at the sunlight illumination realm. Esteemed predecessor, we hail from Thunder Sound Mountain, dispatched to subdue demons. What guidance might you offer us? The lead monk among the 6 forced himself to steady his nerves, bowing respectfully toward Gu Yuan, who stood suspended in the sky. Ha! Since when did the monks of Lian Mountain show such respect to the monsters in your eyes? The fox demon smirked, then bowed to Gu Yuan as well. Elder, you should know that the monks of Lian Mountain have always sought to exterminate us outsiders without mercy. Their current deference is merely to save their own skins. Should they return alive, Mount Lian will undoubtedly dispatch even more formidable cultivators to deal with you. The leading monk retorted, "Nonsense. It is common knowledge that our mountain's guardian beast is a dragon. As long as you harbor good intentions and do not harm the people, Lian Mountain welcomes you all." Ha! What hypocrisy! Everyone knows the dragon was sealed away by your own Buddha. The fox demon snorted derisively, her eyes narrowing seductively as she turned to Gu Yuan. "Elder," she said respectfully, "you've lived far longer than I. You surely understand how cruel the monks of Lian Mountain treat us. Once captured, we're almost always refined into potent elixirs." Gu Yuan listened silently to their argument, saying nothing. He merely raised his hand slowly and clenched it downward with force. Boom! A colossal palm, formed from swirling black mist, abruptly engulfed the 6 monks, crushing them directly within its palm. Amidst the monks' horrified screams, Gu Yuan didn't even grant them a chance to beg for mercy. With a sudden, powerful inhale, they instantly all turned into shriveled, desiccated corpses. Huff! Seeing this, the fox demon exhaled a long sigh of relief. She bowed to Gu Yuan and said, "Thank you, senior, for saving my life. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, she prepared to depart with the zombies behind her. The instant they turned, Gu Yuan's cold, eerie voice cut through the air. "Did I say you could leave?" The fox demon stiffened slightly at his words, slowly turning back to ask respectfully, "What are your instructions, senior? I need a maid to handle menial tasks." "You'll do." Gu Yuan spoke in a hollow tone. "As for this disgusting zombie, put." With a flick of his finger, Gu Yuan instantly reduced the zombie to a cloud of blood mist. With that, regardless of the fox demon's consent, Gu Yuan enveloped her in a swirling black mist before soaring into the night sky, vanishing into the vast darkness. Chapter 6, Those I Seek to Slay, None in This World Can Stand in My Way. H City. Tonight's sky seemed meticulously sketched by a divine brush. A pure, full moon hung high, like a dazzling night pearl radiating a cool, mesmerizing glow. Beyond the city limits, in the boundless depths of the vast night sky, Gu Yuan was enveloped in eerie black mist, resembling a demon god descended from the heavens. The thick, swirling darkness seemed to possess an all-consuming aura. Each step he took seemed to make the very fabric of space tremble. Following closely behind him was a fox demon, ethereal as a night elf, breathtakingly beautiful. She wore a white, fitted short dress, her tall figure gracefully curved and enchantingly slender. Every movement radiated endless allure. Her skin was as white as snow, glowing softly in the moonlight, as if carved from the finest jade. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, gently swaying with the breeze. The 2 fluffy ears atop her head stood up playfully, unable to be fully concealed, adding a touch of liveliness and charm to her appearance. Her features were flawlessly exquisite, each line a masterpiece meticulously carved by the heavens. Her beauty was beyond compare. Those alluring eyes and sensual lips captivated anyone who met her gaze, making it impossible to look away. "Master, you intend to enter a human city?" The fox demon hesitated slightly, her soft voice trembling as she whispered, "Beneath every human city lies a mystical formation meticulously laid by the Bureau 749 spellcasters. These formations are profound and powerful. Should any of us outsiders step inside, they can instantly pinpoint our location through the formation's power and launch a coordinated attack." Bureau 749? Arrays? Gu Yuan heard the fox demon's words. Though shocked inwardly, his expression remained unruffled, his gaze indifferent. His voice was low and calm. "It matters not. Those I wish to kill, no one in this world can stop me. Besides, what kind of organization is this Bureau 749? Asking questions when uncertain held no shame for him. The fox demon faltered slightly. Could this unfathomable elder truly be unaware of Bureau 749, the very institution that controlled all cultivators in the Great Xia Kingdom? This astonished her greatly, yet she dared not press further. Instead, she explained in detail. "To my knowledge, Bureau 749 is the supreme authority overseeing all human cultivators. Every cultivator must register with Bureau 749 and submit their identity information. Every major cultivator sect, without exception, operates under Bureau 749's oversight. Whenever major tasks arise exterminating demons, exorcising evil spirits, or eliminating zombies, Bureau 749 swiftly contacts the major sects to dispatch cultivators." Major sects? Are there actually different sects among cultivators? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly and continued questioning. "Yes, master. Within the Great Xia Kingdom, there are 6 major cultivator sects: Dragon Tiger Mountain, Thunder Sound Mountain, Xingcheng Mountain, Purple Gold Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, and Ame Mountain. And this Bureau 749 is the highest authority among cultivators, established and overseen by the founding patriarchs of these sections. It is said that some of these patriarchs were terrifying beings from the pre-Qin era. Their power is unfathomable. With a mere gesture, they could reshape the heavens and transform the earth." The fox demon relayed the information truthfully, her words brimming with reverence. "We outsiders, demons and the like, dare not set foot in human cities to run amok. The moment we set foot inside, we'd be detected by the cultivators of Bureau 749 within moments, then ruthlessly suppressed. In the eyes of those cultivators, we monsters are nothing more than precious ingredients for refining elixirs. Even if we live quietly and cautiously, if we're unlucky enough to be spotted, we'll still face the tragic fate of becoming medicinal ingredients." As the fox demon uttered these final words, her eyes brimmed with pleading. Her meaning was crystal clear. She was urging Gu Yuan not to risk entering. Gu Yuan listened, his expression unchanged, coldly replying, "Have you never considered resistance?" "Resist?" The fox demon smiled bitterly, her expression heavy with resignation and sorrow. "From the moment I attained spirit essence, I've spent every day hiding and fleeing, living in perpetual darkness. The power of human cultivators surpasses imagination. Before them, we demons are no different from ants. I don't know if there are any powerful beings lurking in the shadows among our demon kind, or among other non-human races. To my knowledge, in recent times, the only one who dared to lead a rebellion against human cultivators was that subdued dragon on Mount Lain. Is that so? I'd truly like to meet these human cultivators. Gu Yuan's lips curled into a faint, wicked smile, a grin brimming with defiance and self-assurance. No sooner had the words left his lips than the black mist at his feet surged violently. Like a raging black tide, it swept toward H-City with unstoppable momentum, its target fixed squarely on the Liu family villa. Gu Yuan possessed absolute confidence in himself, a confidence born from his own invincible power. Tonight, no one could stop him from slaughtering the entire Liu family. It's over, the fox demon lamented inwardly. After enduring countless hardships and seizing every opportunity to cultivate to the level of a shape-shifting minor demon, it seems my life will end here today. Her heart was filled with despair and hopelessness, yet she dared not defy this unfathomable man. She could only silently pray within her heart, hoping this man truly possessed terrifying power capable of suppressing everything. As Gu Yuan stepped into City H, the once clear sky seemed to be instantly shrouded by an invisible giant hand. Thick, rolling black clouds swept in, swiftly engulfing the entire city. The sky hung low and gloomy, threatening to crush down at any moment, creating an oppressive atmosphere that felt like a terrible storm was imminent. In every city of the Great Xia Kingdom, cultivators from the 6 great sects were stationed to guard and protect. The moment Gu Yuan entered H-City with the fox demon, a mysterious purple steel within an ancient, elegant courtyard suddenly erupted with dazzling light so blinding it was nearly impossible to look directly at it. This steel was the very core of the sensing formation enveloping H-City. As its radiance surged, an ethereal light screen instantly materialized in the air. Upon it played a crystal clear, real-time feed of Gu Yuan and the fox demon traversing the city's night sky, their feet treading upon black mist as they moved with blinding speed. Who else could these two be but Gu Yuan and the fox demon? Swish! 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 In an instant, shadows shifted within the 6 courtyards as figures materialized. A group of cultivators appeared before the purple stone tablet. These 6 groups of cultivators hailed respectively from Layin Mountain, Longhu Mountain, Qingcheng Mountain, Amei Mountain, Zijin Mountain, and Kunlun Mountain. The monks from Layin Mountain wore monastic robes, their countenances solemn and dignified. The Taoists from Dragon Tiger Mountain wore Taoist robes, radiating an ethereal, otherworldly aura. The sword cultivators from Qingcheng Mountain bore long blades upon their backs, their sword chi overwhelming. The spellcasters from Mount Amei were all beautiful women, dressed in ancient attire, radiating heroic spirit. The soul cultivators from Purple Gold Mountain wore mysterious expressions, their bodies radiating an eerie aura. The physical cultivators of Kunlun Mountain were towering figures, pulsing with surging vitality. Leading them were venerable elders with snow-white hair, their cultivation depths unfathomable at the very least, cultivators of the heavenly illumination realm, surpassing the stage. Amitabha Buddha, this is an unparalleled omen of great calamity. The old monk of Layin Mountain pressed his palms together, gazing up at the oppressive dark clouds overhead. His expression grew grave as he chanted the Buddha's name, his voice heavy with foreboding. He has stirred the celestial phenomena. This fellow is undoubtedly at the celestial phenomena realm. His cultivation far surpasses ours. We must not act rashly. The elderly woman from Mount Amei wore a stern expression, her eyes betraying profound apprehension as her voice trembled slightly. The towering elder from Kunlun Mountain, whose vital energy surged like a raging river, spoke in a deep voice. What are your thoughts? Should we first observe this aberration's purpose in entering H-City, or immediately report to Bureau 749 and request reinforcements? The terrifying cultivation level of this outsider, in my opinion, the urgent priority is to request reinforcements immediately, declared an elder from Mount Qingcheng, his expression grave as he stood with a long sword slung across his back. I suggest we first ascertain his true intentions. Perhaps he's merely passing through, murmured the elder from Purple Forbidden City, his voice low and measured. Such a formidable outsider is exceedingly difficult to subdue. If he's only passing through, we might turn a blind eye. The others exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Agreed. Let's observe whether he's merely passing through. Faced with such a terrifying presence, they genuinely wished to avoid antagonizing him. Only a heavenly phenomenon realm powerhouse possessed such terrifying ability to reshape the heavens and earth. However, there were also exceptional anomalies in the world who could trigger celestial phenomena even at the heavenly illumination realm. But regardless of the type, they were far beyond anything these cultivators could afford to provoke. Gu Yuan remained utterly unaware that his every move was being watched by a large group of cultivators. The fox demon nervously scanned her surroundings, her eyes brimming with fear and unease. She silently prayed, Master, you must hold your ground and intimidate the cultivators of H-City. Otherwise, we'll be left with nowhere to bury our bodies today. Observing her cautious demeanor, Gu Yuan remained calm as he remarked indifferently, there's no need for such anxiety. My cultivation level is not necessarily weaker than that of the dragon serpent on Layin Mountain. Ah? Really? The fox demon's eyes lit up at his words. Gu Yuan said no more. The black mist beneath his feet accelerated, and the Liu family villa was nearly within reach. Their exchange struck the cultivators of the Liuha courtyard like a thunderclap. Not weaker than the dragon of Lane Mountain? The pinnacle of heavenly phenomenon? At this thought, the cultivators shuddered involuntarily, swallowing hard. This matter was of the utmost gravity. It must be reported to Bureau 749 headquarters. The first step in cultivation was refining qi into the body, commonly known as qi cultivation. The second step is to condense qi into true essence, known as the acquired stage. The third step involves transforming true essence into gale energy, known as the pre-heaven stage. The fourth step involves refining celestial light within, known as heavenly illumination. The fifth step unites heaven and earth, known as celestial manifestation, where every gesture can move mountains and fill seas. The sixth step is becoming a terrestrial immortal, the strongest known existence, with lifespans reaching 5,000 years. Such beings rarely intervene, so few cultivators have witnessed their terror. Rumors speak of their power to reshape heaven and earth. Chapter 7, Overwhelming Malevolence. Descending upon the Liu clan. H City. Dark clouds hung over the city like a towering demonic mountain, weighing heavily overhead as if poised to crush this bustling metropolis into dust. Ordinary folk felt an inexplicable restlessness swelling within them, unable to sit or stand still, as if thousands of ants were crawling wildly through their hearts. Yet any cultivator, even a novice qi cultivator, could keenly sense an utterly terrifying aura descending upon H City, a crushing pressure that made souls tremble. In an instant, countless figures materialized upon rooftops. Gazing up at the dark clouds bearing down upon the city, their expressions were solemn and grave, as if witnessing the dawn of the apocalypse. Within H City, the number of cultivators was indeed substantial. Most were qi cultivation or posthuman realm practitioners, typically maintained by the wealthy and powerful in their homes. The Liu family, as the wealthiest clan in H City, supported an especially large number of cultivators. The strongest among them had already reached the half-step heavenly illumination realm, with most of the gale energy within his body condensed into terrifying celestial light. Moreover, the Liu family possessed an elder ancestor who was also a half-step heavenly illumination powerhouse, a figure revered as a towering authority within H City's cultivation circles. At this moment, within the sprawling family villa complex, a vast crowd stood densely packed upon the magnificent stargazing platform. At the forefront stood two venerable elders with snow-white hair. Time had etched deep lines upon their faces, yet their eyes radiated a profound depth and steadiness born of centuries of experience. The rest were all cultivators, their gazes fixed intently upon the oppressive black clouds overhead. Their expressions were grave, as if foreseeing the imminent arrival of a colossal storm. Honored elders, could this be a sign of a celestial sage descending upon H City? A middle-aged cultivator at the 9th level of the posthuman realm, standing behind them, asked with obvious curiosity, his voice hushed as if afraid to disturb the mysterious celestial phenomenon. Others pricked up their ears, listening furtively, their hearts filled with awe and curiosity toward the celestial phenomenon master. In their minds, a celestial phenomenon master was an existence comparable to a deity capable of summoning storms with a mere gesture, possessing world-shattering power like a walking nuclear weapon. Such beings rarely revealed themselves. It's undoubtedly a celestial phenomenon master. But what could possibly be happening in H City to draw such a being here? It's truly baffling. The Liu family patriarch mused thoughtfully. His aged head was nearly bald, with only a few strands of hair clinging to his scalp like withered grass. Yet no one dared to underestimate him. If we could receive just one enlightening teaching from a celestial phenomenon master, we would surely ascend to the heavenly illumination realm, extending our lifespans by another 500 years. The old man beside him spoke with palpable yearning. Both were now frail and aged, their lifespans dwindling, with only a few years left to live. The celestial light was too intense. Attempting to refine the remaining gale energy within their bodies into celestial light through their own strength was tantamount to playing with fire. One misstep would reduce them to ashes. But with the aid of a celestial phenomenon grandmaster, one could ascend to the heavens in a single step, achieving a qualitative leap. Alas! Celestial masters, how could we ever hope to approach such beings, sighed the Liu family patriarch, his voice heavy with resignation and regret. Little did he know that this mysterious celestial phenomenon master was already speeding toward them, nearing their location at this very moment. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the Liu family villa complex was ablaze with lights, as bright as day. Both the main and collateral branches were gathered together. Some sat around playing cards, laughter and cheer filling the air. Others chatted in groups, sharing amusing stories from the past year. Still others raised their cups in toast, the atmosphere lively and boisterous. Unholy, a catastrophe was silently descending upon them. Liu Ruyue had thrown a lavish party tonight, inviting numerous wealthy young masters and ladies to gather. The party hall buzzed with extraordinary energy, gathering nearly all of H City's wealthy second generation. Some sang passionately on stage, their voices resonating beautifully. Others danced gracefully on the dance floor, their movements elegant, while still others clinked glasses and chatted animatedly nearby. This was the revelry feast of the young elite. Meanwhile, in the night sky 2 or 3 kilometers away from the Liu family's villa complex, a sinister black mist was rapidly approaching at an alarming speed. The black mist resembled a demonic dragon from hell, distorting space wherever it passed. In mere moments, the terrifying cloud descended upon the Liu family villas, enveloping the entire estate as if draping it in a shroud of death. That is... Perched atop the observatory, the Liu family patriarch and his old friend Zhang Juanxiang both felt their pupils contract sharply, their faces contorted with terror. The two figures atop the black mist were clearly visible to their eyes. The fox demon held no particular significance to them, but the white-haired man standing before it instilled an unprecedented dread within them. An aura of malevolence radiated from him, as if he were a demon god risen from the depths of hell itself. He made them feel as insignificant as ants gazing up at a colossal dragon. Watching him slowly approach, stepping through the black mist, and connecting this to the eerie spectacle of the dark clouds pressing down upon the city, the Liu family patriarch and Zhang Juanxiang instantly broke out in cold sweat. A thought instinctively crossed their minds: could he have come for the Liu family? Gu Yuan stood atop the black mist, his cold gaze sweeping over the villa complex below a sea of dazzling lights and opulence. His gaze, like a sea of blood, settled upon the group of cultivators at the observatory, led by the Liu family patriarch and Zhang Juanxiang. Old Shun, is that one human? He looks more like a zombie? And he seems to be heading straight for us. Zhang Juanxiang's heart pounded with alarm as he urgently transmitted his voice to the Liu family patriarch. I don't know either. It certainly looks like it's coming for us. The Liu family patriarch frowned deeply and replied, I can't sense any life force emanating from him, yet he doesn't carry the decaying stench of a zombie either. What kind of aberration is this creature? What could possibly be here to attract a celestial phenomenon powerhouse? Zhang Juanxiang swallowed hard, a sense of foreboding rising within him, warning that things were terribly wrong. The Liu family patriarch remained silent, instead bowing respectfully toward Gu Yuan in the sky and calling out, Honored predecessor, what instructions might you have for our Liu family? Gu Yuan's blood-red pupils flickered faintly, like two burning crimson stars radiating a bone-chilling glow. His cold gaze swept over the Li family's villa complex as a hint of amusement touched his lips. So, Li family, he remarked, I've long wondered how you manage to traffic drugs, manufacture narcotics, and even engage in the heinous crime of child trafficking without facing consequences. It seems you have a cultivator protecting you. Senior, what exactly do you mean by that? This junior truly doesn't understand. Please enlighten us. The Liu family patriarch felt a wave of foreboding wash over him, yet he steeled himself to ask. Explain? Gu Yuan's face turned as cold as a millennia-old glacier. His voice was icy and detached. You don't recognize me? Months ago, your Liu family drove me to my death. You orchestrated a nationwide smear campaign, even targeting my mother. And now, when I come to settle the score, you claim not to know who I am? Ha! Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the Liu family patriarch was utterly bewildered. He forced a bitter smile. Senior, with your abilities, who could possibly force you to your death? Senior Liu, this is undeniable. I thought he looked familiar. It was him. Ah, yes, it's him. I almost didn't recognize him. What on earth happened? How did this man, who should be dead, suddenly become so powerful? At that moment, one of the cultivators present struggled to recognize Gu Yuan, his face instantly turning pale with shock as he sucked in a sharp breath. The incident a month ago had caused such a huge stir they'd seen plenty of related posts online. Hearing the younger generation's words behind him, the Liu family patriarch grew even more perplexed. Are you saying this elder was framed and driven to death by our Liu family a month ago, only to transform into a celestial corpse king after his death? That's ridiculous. A celestial corpse king? Even if he did transform, without centuries of cultivation and sufficient opportunities, he couldn't possibly reach that level. Senior Liu, it's true. He does bear a striking resemblance to Gu Yuan. The younger cultivators couldn't believe it either, yet the evidence was right before their eyes. Truth be told, they were all deeply perplexed. Zhang Juanxiang felt a chill run through his body as he stammered, Old Chen, if this is true, the only plausible explanation is that Gu Yuan was always this powerful. He deliberately sealed his cultivation and memories to live as an ordinary mortal, experiencing the world's myriad forms. After death, he revived and has now come seeking revenge. He spoke thus because he knew of a legendary celestial being who had once done exactly that, sealing away his cultivation and memories to experience an ordinary life, all to break through to the realm of a terrestrial immortal. Whoosh! Hearing this, the Liu family patriarch felt his heart and courage freeze. He sucked in a sharp breath, his aged body shaking uncontrollably. Such an act was tantamount to destroying another's path to becoming a terrestrial immortal, a crime more unforgivable than killing one's own parents. The Liu family patriarch's face twisted with terror as he pleaded, Elder, I knew nothing of this matter and played no part in it. I will personally root out every single person involved and hand them over to you for punishment. I beg you to show mercy. Spare them? Ha! A month ago, when those who cyberbullied me, framed me, and captured me, why didn't they spare me? Why didn't they spare my mother? Gu Yuan's icy smile felt like a chill wind from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Not only will the Liu family, the masterminds behind this, die, but every single person who participated in the online harassment and framing of me, not a single one will be spared. Chapter 8, 3000 Shadow Soldiers. Not one shall be spared. Within the Liuha courtyard, cultivators from the 6 major sects watched the Liu family's situation through the erased projection screen. Even their conversations were crystal clear to all present. The name Gu Yuan and his story were indeed familiar to many present. The uproar he caused months ago was simply too immense. Though they were cultivators, they still relied on the internet, and many present had come across it. Yet none could have imagined that this Gu Yuan was a celestial corpse king who, to break through to the land immortal realm, had sealed his cultivation in memories to experience an ordinary human life. Just how unlucky must the Liu family be to encounter such a calamity? No one believed Gu Yuan had been an ordinary person before. That simply didn't add up. To transform into a celestial corpse just 1 month after death? Unheard of throughout history. Only the above explanation could make sense of it. Everyone, should we intervene? The elder from Kunlun Mountain frowned. The Liu family, however third-rate they may be in our great Xia, is still a family. If we just stand by and watch them perish, the higher-ups might hold us accountable. The matriarch from Mount Amei shook her head. Intervene? How? At most, we can report this to headquarters and let them decide. Exactly. We're powerless. Best not to get involved at all. Report it directly to headquarters. If they wish to handle it, let them send someone. The elder from Purple Mountain nodded in agreement. In the end, after deliberation among the 6 elders, they reached a consensus. They would only report the matter to headquarters for their decision, and they themselves would absolutely not intervene to mediate. Are you kidding me? Facing a corpse king at the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm, their 6 modest late-stage Amaterasu cultivators would be annihilated with a mere flick of its finger. Only a celestial phenomenon peak-level powerhouse could restrain such an existence. Sending more of their kind would be nothing but suicide. Seeing Gu Yuan poised to slaughter the Liu family, they hesitated no longer and immediately reported the matter. The Liu family. Hearing Gu Yuan's bone-chilling words, the cultivators led by the Liu family's patriarch felt a chill run from head to toe. Pleading for mercy was futile, and fighting was impossible. Like lambs awaiting slaughter, this utter helplessness left them trembling in despair and terror. Elder, if you would spare the lives of us innocent ones, the Liu family pledges to serve you henceforth. Desperate for survival, the Liu family patriarch cast aside all scruples, even considering allegiance to an outsider. Kneeling on the ground, he repeatedly called out in supplication. Elder, we all pledge to follow your lead. We beg you to show mercy. Seeing this, the others swiftly knelt as well, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Before a celestial corpse king, let alone the Liu family, even the top clans of the Great Xia Kingdom would kneel and beg for mercy if Bureau 749 didn't intervene. Gu Yuan, his snow-white hair cascading to his waist, stood atop the clouds, gazing down coldly upon them. The murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished. Without another word, black mist surged violently from the void behind him. As a skeletal throne took shape, a towering, malevolent portal formed from the dark mist abruptly rose into existence. Gu Yuan slowly seated himself upon the skeletal throne behind him, then spoke in a detached tone, Black Mist Legion. Boom! As Gu Yuan's commanding, icy voice fell, a violent rumbling erupted from within the portal looming behind the skeletal throne. Then, a scene beyond imagination unfolded. From the 100-meter-tall portal of black mist, the clanging of weapons and the stomping of footsteps echoed like the tolling of a dark apocalyptic bell. Then, wave after wave of legions clad in black mist armor, wearing sinister helmets, and possessing blood-red eyes resembling shadowy soldiers emerged in a vast, unbroken procession. These shadowy soldiers bore no signs of life, their bodies shrouded in swirling black mist and radiating an overwhelming aura of darkness, like an army from the underworld descending upon the mortal realm. Under the horrified stares of the fox demon standing beside the bone throne, the Liu family cultivators, and the 6 sects of the Liuha Academy, a full 3,000 black mist soldiers descended upon the mortal realm. They stood in perfect formation, their feet planted upon the black mist, suspended in midair. Before the skeletal throne, they arranged themselves into ranks. Then, led by their commander, they knelt in unison on one knee. We greet our king. Whoosh! Under the overwhelming aura of this legion of shadow soldiers, the fox demon beside the throne trembled. Armed with spears, swords at their waists, and clad in armor, they resembled a battle-hardened army. Each possessed at least the strength of the Amaterasu realm. And the leader of these 3,000 shadow soldiers was a terrifying celestial being. Holy, what is that? Within the Liu family villa complex, someone happened to emerge just then, catching sight of the spectacle unfolding amidst the clouds. A startled exclamation burst from their lips. Leaning against the bone throne, Gu Yuan gazed at the dark mist legion below and spoke in a calm voice, Bring forth every soul from the villas below. If even one is missing, you will bear the consequences. Your Majesty's command is obeyed. The leader of the black mist responded with a deep, gravelly voice, his tone brimming with reverence. He then signaled to the 3,000 soldiers behind him, who scattered like demons, charging straight toward the villa complex below. It's over. Witnessing this scene, the Liu family patriarch felt no will to resist. Utter despair consumed him as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, awaiting death's arrival. Elder Corpse King, we are not of the Liu family. We beg you, spare our lives. Behind them, dozens of junior cultivators watched the overwhelmingly sinister aura and the descending black mist of the Yin soldiers. They screamed and cowed out in supplication, many of them scared out of their wits. How could this happen? Damn it! How did your Liu family provoke someone who can even summon Yin soldiers? You've ruined me! Zhang Juanxiang roared, his heart as cold as ashes. Refusing to surrender and await death, he channeled his heavenly light to flee at top speed. Thud! Suddenly, a spear sliced through the sky like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight through his body. Any who flee shall die. The commander of the shadowy soldiers' cruel, tyrannical voice echoed across the heavens. This thunderous roar sent shockwaves through the hundreds of Liu family members within the villa complex and the dozens of wealthy second-generation partygoers at Liu Ruyue's gathering. What's going on? Who's yelling like that? Who's got such a loud voice? Scared the hell out of me. Let's go check it out. The roar was so savage that the startled crowd stopped what they were doing and began streaming out of the villas in small groups. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. A horde of malevolent, armor-clad black mist creatures charged toward them. Without a word, they struck the villagers unconscious with a single blow. Liu Ruyue suffered the same fate. She had just led 2 or 3 dozen rich kids out of the villa when they collided head-on with a large group of shadow soldiers. Before anyone could utter a word, they were all struck unconscious with a single blow. No one escaped unscathed. Even their pet dogs were not spared. Chapter 9, whether 1 million or 10 million, they all deserve to die. The night was as dark as ink, heavy clouds pressing down overhead. It was just past 11 o'clock. Before long, 300 to 400 members of the Liu family, including the patriarch himself, were pinned down by the shadowy soldiers in the central plaza of the villa complex. Those who had been knocked unconscious began to stir one by one. 3,000 shadow soldiers surrounded them in layers upon layers, leaving no room to move. What's going on? What's happening? Ah! Ancestor, why are you here too? Ancestor, what's going on here? Why are these people suppressing us? The Liu family members, dazed and disoriented, looked around to see every one of their kin subdued here, their faces blank with bewilderment. When they saw their own ancestor, too, pinned down here, his face etched with despair, the Liu family members rushed forward, each asking questions in a flurry of voices. The Liu family patriarch, already in the deepest despair, roared at the incessant chatter around him. Damn it! All of you die! Thud! 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 Driven by utter despair and rage, he smashed several more heads in, snarling, "You've ruined me! You bastards who betray your ancestors deserve to die out!" In his fury, he smashed several more to death. Seeing the patriarch raging like a furious lion, the entire Liu clan shivered in terror, retreating backward. Even Liu Zhangnan, the current head of the Liu family and Liu Ruyue's father, instinctively moved away. The patriarch paid them no mind. Crawling on the ground, he bowed his head toward the dark cloud in the sky and pleaded, "Elder, I will personally slaughter every last one of these bastards. I beg you to spare my life. From this day forward, I will serve you faithfully." Hundreds of Liu family members looked up at the sight, but could only see a sinister, gloomy black cloud. Among them stood Liu Ruyue. Dressed in a snow-white evening gown, she possessed a tall, graceful figure, skin as pure and luminous as crystal, and a face as beautiful as jade. She murmured softly, "Why is the patriarch kneeling before a dark cloud? What on earth happened? What could make him show such fear? And now he wants to slaughter us all to atone? What is going on? Who knows? Our Liu family must have provoked some formidable entity. Damn it! What do we do? What do we do? If even our cultivator ancestor is like this, who can save us? Damn it! I'm not even part of the Liu family. We've been screwed over." The Liu family members were filled with terror and confusion, while the invited rich kids cursed and shouted repeatedly that they weren't part of the Liu family. But the shadowy soldiers surrounding them remained utterly unmoved, their murderous aura thick and their stares chillingly menacing. It felt as though a single command would send their heads rolling. Under the gaze of the Liu family and others, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. Then, a bone throne of extreme wickedness descended from the heavens, hovering in the air 20 or 30 meters above them in the blink of an eye. Seated upon it, towering and aloof, was a man with hair cascading to his waist, blood-red eyes like bottomless pits, his upper body bare and grotesque, radiating utter malevolence from within. Beside him stood a fox demon of devastating beauty, a harbinger of ruin and calamity. You're Gu Yuan?" Amidst the crowd, Liu Ruyue screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Though Gu Yuan had changed significantly since she last saw him, Liu Ruyue recognized him instantly. Staring at the demon-like figure, her beautiful eyes widened in utter disbelief. Then, an endless wave of terror washed over her. "What? That's Gu Yuan? Ah! It really seems to be him. How could this be?" The other Liu family members stared in horror, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. They shook their heads in disbelief, unwilling to accept that the man before them was the very Gu Yuan they had killed. Seated upon the bone throne, Gu Yuan's gaze was icy cold as he offered a wicked smile. Classmate Ruyue, it seems you remember me quite well. You recognized this king at a glance. These words struck like a heavy hammer, smashing into the hearts of Liu Ruyue and every member of the Liu family. This was an indirect admission that he was Gu Yuan. So tonight, they're Liu family. The thought plunged them into an icy abyss, despair reaching its zenith. You. Liu Ruyue's crystal clear, fair face turned deathly pale. Her delicate frame trembled, unable to utter a single word. Teacher Gu, I'm not part of the Liu family. Please let me go. I beg you, Teacher Gu. Her close friend, the beautiful Zhang Mengmeng, looked at Gu Yuan with pitiful, hopeful eyes, her voice trembling with tears. This senior, and all of us, were invited by the Liu family. We have absolutely no connection to them. Yes, sir. Please, just let us go. Seeing this, the other rich kids began pleading for mercy. Though you are not members of the Liu family, you fanned the flames online to attack me in order to curry favor with them. Therefore, you deserve every bit of this. Gu Yuan smiled coldly, the ones I intend to kill aren't just you lot. It's everyone who ever participated in online bullying, whether 1 million or 10 million of you all deserve to die. Whoa! The words hung heavy in the air. Not only did the Liu family members present suck in their breath in horror, but the cultivators from the 6 sects gathered at the Liuhua courtyard also gasped in shock. The Kunlun elder gasped in horror, he's going to unleash a bloodbath. Terrifying. I just checked a month ago, the number of views on topics related to Gu Yuan reached a staggering 100 million. More than half of them likely participated in cyberbullying him. The amay-old crone was even more horrified. What? That many? The crowd shuddered, sucking in their breath sharply, as if they could already see rivers of blood flowing. They harbored not a shred of doubt that Gu Yuan's words were mere empty threats. A being of his caliber always follows through on his words. Unless someone could stop him, the great Xia would surely be drenched in blood. Damn it! Is Gu Yuan planning to unleash a bloody carnage upon our great Xia? The elder from Purple Gold Mountain swallowed hard. The elder from Qingcheng Mountain nodded solemnly. With his power, combined with those 3,000 shadow soldiers, if our 6 major sects were to confront him, we would pay an unimaginably heavy price. Ba. Master Wang, has headquarters responded yet? The old monk from Thunder Sound Mountain turned to the elder from Kunlun Mountain. Not yet. The Kunlun Mountain elder shook his head solemnly. This is grave. This celestial corpse king has no intention of hiding. He's preparing to unleash a bloody storm. If he summons Maureen soldiers, both the cultivation world and the mortal realm will be overturned by him. Gu Yuan remained unaware that his every move was under intense scrutiny, though he cared little. Leaning back against the throne, he looked down at the terrified and despairing members of the Liu family below, laughing cruelly. Spare Liu Ruyue. The rest imprison them all within the Black Mist prison. Next, bring every person in City H with a red dot on their head into the Black Mist prison. I shall gather them all together and broadcast their executions live. Ha. As his command fell, the shadow soldiers present sprang into action. They seized one Liu family member after another, casually tossing them into the Black Mist vortex they had conjured. Within mere breaths, only Liu Ruyue remained at the scene. The shadow soldiers present left 100 to guard the perimeter of the Liu family villa complex, while the rest dispersed, rising into dark clouds to capture those marked with red dots. You, what do you want? Liu Ruyue's face drained of color as she stared at Gu Yuan with terror and despair. You are the root of all this evil. Naturally, this prince shall repay you with both affection and torment. Ha. Gu Yuan flickered forward, appearing before Liu Ruyue. He then grabbed her by the throat and dragged her into the villa, his sinister laughter echoing through the night, lingering long after. Brother, what kind of being is the master? After Gu Yuan departed, the fox demon, brimming with curiosity, approached a shadow soldier for answers. However, the shadowy soldier didn't even glance at her, ignoring her completely. Damn it! The fox demon cursed under her breath but dared not leave just yet. She glanced around before slipping into one of the villas to bathe and soak in the luxury of a top-tier human mansion. The reckoning for the corpse king has begun. What now? Should we intervene? Even during the holiday season, there must be tens or even hundreds of thousands in H City who've cyberbullied the corpse king. Intervene? If you want to die, don't drag me along. Exactly. The weakest of those Zine soldiers are at mid-Amaterasu cultivation. What are we, going to throw ourselves into a suicide mission? No response from headquarters yet? Report this immediately. Let them deal with the headache. Exactly. I'm not going to provoke those Zine soldiers or that corpse king. Let whoever wants to go. Exactly. They're seeking revenge, and they have the moral high ground. We shouldn't go causing them trouble. The elders of the 6 great sects present, all at the Amaterasu realm, were in near unanimous agreement, stand by and watch. None were willing to risk their lives for ordinary people, especially those with such ugly faces. Does cyberbullying come without consequences? No. That's only because you haven't encountered someone truly ruthless. Certain actions demand corresponding consequences. But they believed that the saintly woman at headquarters would never allow Gu Yuan to slaughter tens of millions of ordinary people. She would inevitably mobilize the cultivators of the six great sects on a massive scale to confront Gu Yuan. A life-and-death bloodbath seemed inevitable. Chapter 10, The Army of the Dead runs rampant, shocking the nation. Tonight, H City was engulfed in a storm of blood and carnage. 2,900 shadow soldiers scattered across H City, searching for those marked with red dots on their foreheads. Their methods were brutally savage. They smashed through doors, ignored everyone else, and charged straight at the marked individual. With a single slap, they knocked them unconscious, tossed them into the black mist prison within the vortex, and then moved on to their next target. Chaos erupted across H City. That night, countless families whose homes had been invaded by the shadowy soldiers called the police. Patrol cars deployed one after another onto the streets, their sirens piercing the stillness of the night. Are you certain it was shadow soldiers who broke into your home and took your daughter? When the patrol officers arrived at the scene and heard the victim's family describe what happened, they were utterly dumbfounded. Yes, like soldiers crawling up from hell clad in black armor, radiating a sinister aura of darkness. It was utterly terrifying. Every victim's family member was utterly terrified, and to this day, they still haven't recovered. The constable refused to believe such nonsense, took down the report, and promptly left for the next incident. However, as similar incidents multiplied and more officers were dispatched, some finally encountered the ghost soldiers in the act of forcibly entering homes. The constables broke out in cold sweat upon seeing the shadowy soldiers. They immediately drew their pistols to intervene, but the soldiers didn't even glance at them, continuing to knock out those marked with red dots. Some officers fired their guns, but the bullets did not even scratch the ghost soldiers. Instead, the officers were killed instantly by the ghost soldiers. The ghost soldiers would not harm the innocent. As long as you did not launch even the slightest lethal attack against them, you could approach and curse them, they would not even glance your way. That night, City H descended into complete chaos. The patrol officers were so terrified they refused to respond to any further incidents. Damn it, those are ghost soldiers. Screw this. I'm out. Anyone else can handle it. Officers who'd witnessed the Spectre soldiers' terror firsthand refused to respond to calls under any circumstances. Especially those who'd seen the ghost soldiers in action, their courage was utterly shattered. A wall that thick, split clean in two with a single blow. Holy. If that had hit me, wouldn't I have exploded on the spot? With the police forces in action. The wails of countless victims' families grew incessant as they gathered in droves, surrounding the police station. As time passed, the police station became completely surrounded by layers upon layers of grieving relatives. My husband was snatched by ghost soldiers. Why aren't you responding? As the people's police, you cowards cower in fear? Hurry and rescue my son. You bullies. You only dare to bully ordinary people like us. Now that you've met your match, why won't you step up and do your job? A torrent of curses rained down upon the six-story police station building, completely engulfed by the crowd. Meanwhile, the appearance of the ghost soldiers in H City caused a massive stir online. Numerous eyewitnesses who had seen the ghostly soldiers filmed videos and uploaded them to major online platforms. Even though it was already midnight, the topic surged to the top of the trending charts within just half an hour. Comments sections across platforms erupted. Holy crap, ghost soldiers rounding people up? What the hell? This footage looks legit, no AI effects here. Whoa. Listen to those terrified screams in the video, no actor could fake that. And look at that ghost soldier lifting someone with one hand and tossing them into a black mist vortex. Holy, if legendary ghost soldiers are appearing, could the revival of spiritual energy be near? The entire internet is abuzz, with videos flooding every platform. Even several influencers in H City started live streams, driving out to hunt for the ghost soldiers. A few streamers actually spotted traces of the ghost soldiers. On camera, these ghost soldiers clad in black armor, wielding spears, and with swords at their waists soared through the black mist, darting across H City. These live-streamed scenes sent shockwaves through the internet. Overnight, countless people were buzzing online about why these suddenly appearing ghost soldiers were capturing those individuals. City Hall officials, witnessing these events, were at a loss for how to issue an official statement. With so many eyewitnesses to the ghost soldiers' appearances, the matter could no longer be dismissed. They could only report it up the chain, leaving the headache for higher-ups to deal with. At the police station, the crowd of victims' families continued to swell. Were it not for the sturdy iron gates, they would have stormed the building long ago. Boom! Just as the victims' families were hurling curses at the police, a wave of vicious, malevolent energy suddenly surged from the distance. Then, a squad of 10 ghost soldiers descended, riding on a wave of black mist. Ah! The ghost soldiers are here. Witnessing this, the gathered relatives instantly descended into chaos. Terrified they might be taken too, they bolted without a second thought, immediately sparking a bloody stampede as people trampled over one another. The arriving Spectre soldiers paid no heed to the crowd. Descending from the sky, they landed before the iron gates of the police station, kicked them open with a single blow, and surged inside. They seized over a dozen police officers marked with red dots. Shortly after entering, a series of gunshots echoed from within. But it lasted only a few dozen seconds before silence returned. Soon after, the squad of shadowy soldiers vanished into the distance, trailing a cloud of black mist. With even the police headquarters overrun, the families of nearby victims were left utterly bewildered. The ghost soldiers ran rampant, wreaking havoc across H-City. Half an hour earlier, the elders of the 6 sects residing in H-City's Liuhua courtyard received a response from headquarters. Take immediate action to stop those shadow soldiers. Headquarters experts are on their way. Damn it! Those ghost soldiers are all Amaterasu level. You want me to go on a suicide mission, the Kunlun elder cursed. I'm not going. Whoever wants to go, go ahead. That, I'm not going either. Sending us to die against such overwhelming odds is pure cruelty, the Amei elder retorted. Stop them? Like we can. Knowing full well their cultivation levels, they still want us to stop them? Don't they value our lives at all? Whatever. I'm not going out there. The 6 elders remained unmoved. But they still sent a message back, our cultivation is too low to stop them. We'll wait for the headquarters experts to arrive before acting together. Headquarters never replied. Perhaps they knew this was a suicide mission. After a long silence with no further word, the cultivators from the 6 sects present all breathed a sigh of relief. They genuinely feared being forced by headquarters to walk into certain death. At midnight, the Supreme Command Hall of Xanadu issued a network-wide proclamation. Gu Yuan, settle your grievances with the rightful parties. The Liu family is yours to deal with as you see fit, we shall not interfere. Immediately release all innocent captives, or else do not blame us for suppressing you. This announcement clearly originated from the high-ranking officials of Bureau 749. As the announcement went live, netizens were left puzzled. Who was Gu Yuan? Was he the monster who trafficked drugs, manufactured narcotics, and abducted children a month ago? What connection does this have to Gu Yuan? Upon seeing the Bureau 749 announcement, Gu Yuan responded via the Liu family's official account, to the 6 major sects in Bureau 749, I advise you to stay out of this. Every single person who ever cyberbullied me, Gu, deserves to die. Not a single one will live to see tomorrow. The Liu family is just the beginning. If you want to start a war with me, I'll see it through to the end. He went straight for the jugular. Chapter 11, The 6 Sects Assemble. Gu Yuan's brazen counterattack under the Liu family's official account instantly sent shockwaves rippling across the entire internet. In an instant, shock and confusion intertwined as all eyes were riveted. Soon, a chilling realization dawned on countless observers. Could it be that Gu Yuan, whom we mercilessly attacked online, has summoned an army of the dead to exact his revenge? But he's already dead. I attended his funeral myself, he was clearly dead as a doornail. What on earth is going on? Whoa! Could there truly be mysterious forces beyond science's grasp? Even the legendary ghost army has appeared in this world. What earth-shattering event could have befallen Gu Yuan to resurrect him and grant him control over the shadowy army? Brothers, what should I do? I'm currently in H-City. Those ghost soldiers haven't found me yet. Waiting online, urgent. The ghost soldiers have emerged. Is there not a single cultivator in our great Xia who can step forward? Come save us. Those who had once viciously slandered and mercilessly cyberbullied Gu Yuan online now trembled like frightened birds, plunged into endless terror. Especially those cyberbullies in H-City, they were like ants on a hot pan, pacing frantically. Under the official announcement, desperate pleas flooded in like a raging tide. Fear and despair gripped them as they watched videos online showing shadowy forces sweeping through the internet, arresting cyberbullies. Their bodies grew cold, and they could not sit still. Who could have imagined that merely joining the online mob to hurl insults would invite such a deadly reckoning? H-City now lay shrouded in a thick, oppressive cloud of despair. What unfolded here had already sent shockwaves across the nation. 3,000 Grim Reapers, fierce and unrestrained, roamed the streets with impunity. Wherever they went, pedestrians scattered in terror, none daring to step forward to stop them from capturing the online bullies. People dared only to film from afar, then shockingly upload the footage online, hoping to gain a little traffic and satisfy their own insignificant vanity. After a month of silence online, Gu Yuan's name once again swept across the internet with thunderous force. Topics about his resurrection and return to settle scores sprouted like mushrooms after rain, one after another hitting the trending charts. Within the Grand Xia's Supreme Command Hall, high-ranking officials gathered, each with furrowed brows, utterly helpless. Facing those terrifying shadowy soldiers, even deploying troops would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly futile. They had already sent a distress signal to Bureau 749, whose operatives were now racing to City H. Senior officials, through satellite projections, were intently monitoring every development in H-City. They witnessed in real time as the shadowy forces ravaged H-City, capturing wave after wave of those who had cyberbullied Gu Yuan. Yet these shadowy forces harmed no innocent bystanders provided the victims did not strike first. They operated with extreme discipline. Through Bureau 749, they gradually learned of Gu Yuan's situation. That damned Liu family has brought us such colossal trouble. Why provoke anyone but a self-proclaimed non-human with sealed cultivation and memories? Seated at the head of the conference hall's long table, Xian Yuan Mo's face was so dark it seemed it could drip with water. He was the supreme leader of Great Xia. I can't help but doubt whether the crimes attributed to him are even true. Nangong Luotian, the second in command of Great Xia, seated to his left, frowned deeply, his voice filled with doubt. Is there any need for doubt? A venerable celestial corpse king, even if he sealed his memories in cultivation, would never commit such an act. This is undoubtedly the Liu family's malicious frame-up. Lin Zhengtang, the third in command of the Great Xia Empire, seated to his right, shook his head with a bitter smile. Had we only intervened and thoroughly investigated back then, we wouldn't have ended up in this predicament today. Who is the top official in each city? Prepare to arrest him. Without his approval, this disaster could never have escalated to such proportions. The top official, Xian Yuan Mo, declared gravely, this affair will shake the heavens and earth. The cultivators of Bureau 749 and the 6 great sects can no longer conceal their involvement after today. We must give Bureau 749 a proper explanation. The Bureau 749 has just issued an urgent directive. The calamity you have unleashed will ignite the ultimate confrontation between cultivators and the otherworldly. Immediately conduct a thorough investigation and self-examination. Such incidents must never occur again. While the crowd here anxiously watched, Bureau 749 headquarters was already in a state of frantic activity. Headquarters of Bureau 749, built beneath the dragon vein of the Yellow River, was a vast underground complex spanning 100,000 square meters. A colossal magical array sustained this space, ceaselessly drawing spiritual energy from the dragon vein to nourish this mysterious domain. This place resembled an ancient underground city, with layers upon layers of antique-style architecture stretching endlessly into the distance. The concentration of spiritual energy here rivaled that of the Shang and Zhou dynasties during the era. In the vast plaza of this ancient city, 6 teleportation arrays stood, each corresponding to one of the 6 sects. During this period, the 6 teleportation arrays would occasionally flash with light, followed by the sudden appearance of groups of people. Those who materialized were all cultivators from the 6 sects, clad in ancient attire and rushing with urgency toward the ancient hall atop the plaza's steps. Facing a celestial corpse king capable of summoning an army of the dead, neither Bureau 749 nor the 6 major sects dared to relax their vigilance. They prepared for battle, for no one wished to rush in recklessly and meet their end in vain. That night, numerous cultivators exploring the ancient secret realm were urgently recalled. Qin Hao, the sacred son of the Kunlun sect and a body cultivator, was among them. He had been on the verge of subduing a third-tier demon beast in an ancient secret realm when he suddenly received a transmission from his sect, ordering him to immediately lead Kunlun sect cultivators back. As the teleportation array's light flared, Qin Hao, clad in ethereal white robes and possessing a graceful, jade-like demeanor, appeared here, leading over 600 Kunlun sect cultivators at the heavenly light realm. By this time, 5 of the 6 major sects had already arrived, with only the Kunlun sect's physical cultivators still missing. Brother Qin, what major incident has occurred to warrant such a massive mobilization? As the Kunlun disciples materialized, a plump figure beside Qin Hao asked with obvious confusion. The gathering had been too hasty earlier for anyone to ask detailed questions. Hearing this, the others pricked up their ears, their faces brimming with curiosity. Qin Hao's expression turned grave as he declared in a solemn voice, a celestial corpse king, accompanied by 3,000 soldiers, is rampaging across the mortal realm. A bloody battle awaits us. With that, he led the Kunlun sect cultivators up the steps and into the ancient hall. The hall's interior was exceptionally spacious, easily accommodating 4,000 to 5,000 people. At this moment, over 3,000 cultivators from 5 sects had gathered here, all at the heavenly illumination cultivation level. Led by their respective sects' holy sons and holy daughters, each sect had brought 600 followers. Qin Hao arrived at that moment with the Kunlun cultivators. Zhou Wan'er, the holy daughter of a Mei sect, and Xiaohua, the holy son of Purple Gold Mountain, both familiar faces to him, approached with smiles to catch up. Both had reached the half-step celestial phenomenon realm. With a few more years of cultivation, they would ascend to become true celestial phenomenon powerhouses. Xiaohua immediately slung an arm around Qin Hao's shoulder with familiar ease, laughing heartily. Qin Hao, long time no see. It's been over a decade since we fought side by side last. With no word from you all these years, I thought you'd already broken through to heavenly phenomenon. Breaking through to the heavenly phenomenon realm isn't that easy. It requires dedicated cultivation. Qin Hao sighed softly before turning to Zhou Wan'er. It's been over a decade, Sister Wan'er, and you've grown even more radiant than before. I heard you and Brother Jian are getting married. When can we drink at your wedding banquet? Zhou Wan'er's eyes shimmered like water, her figure graceful and tall. A purple gown draped over her like the evening glow at the horizon's edge. She pursed her lips and smiled. You'd better prepare a generous gift first. If it's too meager, I won't accept it. Qin Hao chuckled, no problem at all. Whether you prefer mortal treasures or cultivator artifacts, I'll find them for you. Chapter 12, Descent. To cultivators, the world where ordinary people lived was known as the mortal realm. On their long, arduous path of cultivation, when boredom and monotony set in, they would occasionally step into the mortal realm to experience ordinary human life. By the way, where's Sword Brother? Xin Hao scanned the area where the Qingqing sect cultivators were gathered, asking curiously, could it be that Sword Brother is already breaking through the heavenly phenomenon realm? Zhou Wan'er's lips curved into a smile as bright as spring blossoms. Yes, he's been in seclusion for over half a year. He should be nearing that breakthrough soon. Double good fortune. Xin Hao exclaimed, his voice tinged with envy. He silently calculated that he himself would need at least another decade of cultivation before he might break through the heavenly phenomenon realm. Zhou Wan'er sensed his thoughts and softly reassured him, silly little brother, you're only 60. What's the rush? Achieving celestial phenomenon before 80 is a feat fewer than 10 people have accomplished in the past 2 or 3,000 years. Your Sword Brother is already over 130. What is there to envy? In the cultivation world, 100 years was hardly considered old age. Upon cultivating chi into the body, one gains 120 years of lifespan. After cultivating the true essence, one gains 300 years of life. At the pre-heaven stage, transforming true essence into Gale grants 500 years of life. At the heavenly illumination stage, condensing celestial light grants a 1,000-year lifespan. Reaching the celestial phenomenon realm grants a sudden increase to 2,000 years. Land immortals possess at least 5,000 years. Xin Hao shook his head gently, his expression earnest. Before breaking through, no one dares claim they can overcome this barrier in their lifetime. Throughout history, countless prodigiously gifted individuals have halted at the threshold of heavenly phenomenon, unable to advance a single step. This was not mere modesty, such cases were legion in the cultivation world. Those once hailed as prodigies destined to shatter the heavenly phenomenon barrier ultimately faded into obscurity, vanishing into the annals of history. As they chatted idly, 6 middle-aged cultivators dressed in distinct robes emerged slowly from the backstage. 4 men and 2 women, each representing one of the 6 great sects. Their presence carried an intangible sense of pressure, silencing the entire space. The assembled cultivators immediately ceased their conversations, bowing in unison toward the 6 figures emerging from the upper stage. With profound respect, they declared, "Greetings, esteemed seniors." These 6 figures commanded immense prestige within the cultivation world. Their names were renowned far and wide, revered by countless practitioners. Among them, none were stronger than the ancient monk of the 6 paths from the Great Thunder Sound Temple and Xianyazi from the Kunlun sect, both peak heavenly phenomenon cultivators. Joining them were Abbess Extinction from the Amei sect, Yun Xiaolan from Purple Gold Mountain, Yuan Xiaozi from the Qingqing sect, and Zhang Jinyan from Dragon Tiger Mountain, each possessing late-stage celestial phenomenon cultivation. Their power was equally formidable and should not be underestimated. Amit Ba. I gather you all here tonight, and I trust you are aware of what has transpired, spoke the ancient monk of the 6 paths from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, his benevolent countenance radiating solemn dignity. His voice carried a soothing power, yet it also conveyed the gravity of the situation. Senior Lu Dao, it's merely a celestial phenomenon corpse king and 3,000 soldiers. Do we truly need to mobilize such a large force? Zhang Junbao, the Taoist heir of Dragon Tiger Mountain, looked perplexed and asked in confusion. Exactly. I think just the 4 of you elders going over would be enough to subdue them all. Others chimed in, their attitudes largely mirroring his. Their words brimmed with confidence, bordering on arrogance, convinced that a mere celestial corpse king and 3,000 soldiers scarcely warranted such an uproar. Underestimating an enemy is the most fatal mistake. Have you forgotten the chaos that Dragon caused back then? How many lives did we lose because of complacency? Kunlun sect's 6th Supreme Elder, Xianyazi, spoke sternly, do not underestimate a corpse king capable of summoning legendary soldiers. This bad habit must be corrected. His voice boomed like a great bell, sending a chill through the hearts of all present. Yes. The assembly, recalling the bitter losses of the Eastern Sea battle, bowed their heads in shame. Enough. Further words are useless. Let us depart. Master Extinction of the Amei sect spoke coldly with an impassive expression, if we fail to subdue that corpse king tonight, many lives will be lost. We cannot be certain it cannot summon more soldiers. None of you dare be careless or underestimate the enemy. With that, they led the elite cultivators from various sects present onto the teleportation array bound for City H. Wave after wave of cultivators vanished into the array, heading toward the unknown battlefield. Their fate was uncertain. How many would return alive? No one knew. Your Liu family loves dealing drugs and manufacturing them, right? Eat. Eat them all. Within the main villa of the Liu family compound, Gu Yuan's face twisted into a hideous grimace, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. He relentlessly forced white powder into Liu Ruyue's mouth. The slightest resistance earned her a brutal shove to the floor, or he ground her body against the hard surface. Within a mere hour, Liu Ruyue was reduced to a shadow of her former self. Her once beautiful face was now etched with agony and despair. Gu Yuan would never grant her a quick death. He intended to torment her until she begged for death, yet found no release, forced to repent in endless agony. After forcing another large dose of the white powder down her throat, Gu Yuan casually tossed her into a corner. He plopped down on the sofa, gazing at the shadowy figure across from him and asked indifferently, "How many cyberbullies have you apprehended? Have you reached 10,000 yet?" His voice carried an icy chill that seemed to lower the temperature in the room. "Reporting to the master, we have apprehended approximately 86,000 cyberbullies thus far," the summoned shadow soldier replied respectfully. Gu Yuan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and nodded slightly. Once you reach the 100,000 mark, gather them all in H City's largest stadium. Tonight, I will execute every last one of them there." "Understood." The shadowy soldier saluted and departed. At that moment, the fox demon tiptoed in from outside. She glanced first at Liu Ruyue, who was twitching in the corner, before turning to Gu Yuan. "Master, with all that commotion you caused, the six great sects won't stand idly by. Their strongest warriors are likely already on their way." Her voice carried a hint of worry, and her flawlessly charming face was clouded with distress. Though she recognized her master as the Celestial Corpse King, she did not believe he could stand against the six great sects. Gu Yuan took a deep drag on his cigarette, a brutal expression spreading across his pale, sinister face. "If they dare come, I'll make sure they never return. Anyone who stands in the way of my vengeance must die." He sought only to settle his revenge, never harming the innocent. But if the six great sects intervened, Gu Yuan wouldn't hesitate to summon his remaining 7,000 ghost soldiers to annihilate them. With his current power, he could summon no more than 10,000 shadow soldiers. The strongest batch, the 3,000 he had summoned, now ranged from mid-Tian Zhao to mid-Tian Xian cultivation levels. Subsequent summons would primarily yield soldiers at the pre-heaven realm, with the potential to summon 3 heavenly phenomenon-level shadow soldiers. After these shadow soldiers perish, they would return to the world beyond the Black Mist Gate. The higher their cultivation, the longer it would take for them to be resurrected. "All right. Let me give you a shoulder massage." Seeing the man's unwavering confidence, the fox demon ceased her persuasion. She moved behind Gu Yuan, her slender, fair hands resting on his shoulders as she began a gentle kneading. From this physical form, she sensed not a shred of warmth. Yet she could faintly perceive the terrifying power lurking within, evil, domineering, brutal, bloodthirsty. It sent shockwaves through her demonic energy, making it tremble violently. Unable to withstand the shock, the fox demon let out a soft gasp before hastily withdrawing her hands. Blushing, she stammered, "Master, your body is simply too... I'm too lowly to touch you." At the late stage of shape-shifting latinate stage, she felt as insignificant as an ant before an existence like Gu Yuan. "Aren't you curious about human cities? Go play by yourself." Gu Yuan stretched lazily, rising slowly to his feet. His voice was calm as he said, "I sense the aura of heavenly phenomenon realm cultivators descending upon this city. The powerful figures from the 6 great sects have arrived." "Ah! How many?" The fox demon gasped, terror filling her eyes. 2 at the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm, 4 at the mid-stage. "If they're so eager to come and die, then I'll grant them their wish." A savage grin spread across Gu Yuan's face, twisted with utter malevolence. Chapter 13, The 3 Great Zombie Kings. The night was as dark as ink, and the commotion Gu Yuan had stirred up tonight was nothing short of earth-shattering. In this age of rapid information dissemination, many hidden and dormant aberrations such as demons and zombies possessing human electronic devices learned of this shocking event in H City through the network. The news spread rapidly, soon reaching the ears of the 3 great demon kings lurking in the depths of the sea and the 4 great zombie kings hidden in the remote mountains and ancient forests. Luofu Mountain, a mysterious and secluded spatial node, was perpetually shrouded in a cold, eerie aura. Tonight, it was swarming with zombies. At this moment, 3 hideous, terrifying figures clad in black robes and radiating a putrid stench emerged from this spatial node, leading a vast horde of zombies in a mighty procession. Learning that their kin had declared war on human cultivators, their blood boiled with fervor. They thought, when our own kind challenges the human cultivators, how could we not lend our support? After stepping out of the spatial node, the 3 zombie kings radiated surging energy like a raging black tide. They swept along with over 1,000 flying zombies Tian Zhao realm behind them, streaking across the night sky at incredible speed toward City H. In their minds, Gu Yuan belonged to their kind. When their own kind fought against human cultivators, they had to lend a hand no matter what. Just as in the past, when the Eastern Sea Dragon King declared war on the human cultivators, countless demonic cultivators rushed to support him, creating a truly grand spectacle. Yet back then, the zombie clan had remained uninvolved. Though both the zombie clan and the demon clan regarded human cultivators as enemies, they rarely interacted in everyday life, maintaining a subtle distance between them. Similarly, with Gu Yuan causing such a commotion this time, the demonic race would likely not offer assistance either. Yet as fellow creatures, the zombie clan felt compelled to lend Gu Yuan some face. Thus, 3 of the 4 great zombie kings personally mobilized. Compared to the scene when the Dragon King declared war on human cultivators years ago, this current affair seemed rather trivial. Back then, when the Dragon King challenged the human cultivators, that was a truly grand spectacle. At least 10 demon kings had mobilized, with factions from all corners gathering for an exceptionally fierce battle. After that battle, the demon race suffered severe losses, plunging into a state of utter decline. Now, only 3 demon kings survive precariously in the shattered secret realms of the deep sea, occasionally collaborating with foreign entities to cause minor troubles for Eastern cultivators. The zombie clan, however, differs from those creatures. Even as zombies, they retain the emotions and sense of belonging characteristic of Easterners. Unlike the demonic tribes, who lack any true allegiance and align themselves with whoever treats them favorably, the zombie clan rarely harms the common folk of Great Xia. When hunger strikes, they venture overseas to feed, returning only after sating themselves. Yet even so, Eastern cultivators relentlessly pursued them, refusing to let them be. The zombie clan's hatred is directed solely at the Eastern cultivators. They steadfastly uphold their principles, refusing to unjustly involve the ordinary citizens of Great Xia in their enmity. Over H City, dark clouds hung low, threatening to crush the city beneath them, while ghost soldiers roamed freely through its streets. At that moment, all the Spectre soldiers seemed to receive some mysterious command, converging en masse toward H City's largest bird's nest. On the stargazing platform of the Liu family villa, Gu Yuan stood silently, his white hair cascading to his waist. His gaze fixed on the direction of the Liuha courtyard, his eyes revealing an unfathomable depth. A shadow soldier approached and reported respectfully, "Master, all 100,000 cyberbullies have been apprehended." A flash of savagery flickered through Gu Yuan's demonic blood-red eyes as he nodded slightly. "Good. The bloodbath I'd been anticipating will officially commence tonight." No sooner had the words left his lips than a black mist surged upward like a colossal dark beast, engulfing all the shadow soldiers present and swiftly carrying them toward H City's largest bird's nest stadium. The fox demon had long since gone out to enjoy the city. Gu Yuan had not kept her by his side. Besides, with her innate cultivation, the fox demon would be of little practical use in the impending battle. Liuha Courtyard. Thousands of cultivators from the 6X gathered here, packed tightly like a dense, dark mass, filling the already spacious Liuha Courtyard to capacity. All eyes were fixed upon the virtual light screen projected from the purple stone steel. Through the screen, they saw Gu Yuan within the Liu family compound, enveloped in a towering black fog, advancing toward H City's largest bird's nest stadium. Ahmed Ba. The ancient monk of the 6 paths chanted the Buddha's name, his expression grave as he declared, "Fellow cultivators, this battle will be a brutal, bloody conflict. The power of this corpse king far surpasses that of the ancient dragon king. It seems he has already taken one step into the realm of a terrestrial immortal." "What? Near-Earth immortal?" The ancient monk's words sent shockwaves through the assembly. Their once fierce battle spirit instantly evaporated. "Calm yourselves. I have already sent word to the Dragon King. Through the cultivation of Buddhist teachings, it has now reached the threshold of Dragon Emperor status and is currently on its way here." The ancient monk of the 6 paths remained solemn as he continued, "Until its arrival, we shall bide our time." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If an equal-level being could hold Gu Yuan in check, this battle seemed far less daunting. Everyone present had witnessed the Jiao King's power firsthand. Back in the celestial phenomena realm, it had been unmatched. Even when quasi-Earth immortals intervened, they struggled to subdue it. Only when the Buddha happened to be passing by did he casually suppress it. Otherwise, they would have had to summon the Earth immortals of the 6 great sects. Before the Buddha, it was utterly powerless, pinned down by a single hand, unable to move. The crowd thought, with that Dragon King overseeing the battle, the outcome would be decided without much suspense. With this thought, their gazes returned to the virtual projection screen on the stone steel. Yet what they witnessed next sent chills down their spines. Within the vast space of the bird's nest, as the towering black mist surged and dissipated, over 100,000 people were tightly bound by iron chains. A dense, dark mass, they were pinned down and suppressed. 10,000 soldiers, emotionless killing machines, spread out to encircle the panicked, desperate, and helpless netizens who cried out for help and mercy. Their chaotic voices echoed throughout the entire space. The remaining 7,000 were summoned by Gu Yuan not long ago. This is over 100,000 lives. Is he really going to kill them all? The crowd couldn't help but gasp in horror. I think they deserve it. They all thought cyberbullying came without consequences. After this, let's see who dares to run wild online anymore. Indeed. Since the internet became widespread, who knows how many innocent people have chosen suicide, unable to bear the crushing weight of online abuse. The idea of risking my life to save these scum makes me feel utterly repulsed. Some dismissed this, believing the cyberbullies had brought it upon themselves and deserved no pity. Hearing these remarks, the ancient monk of the 6 paths silently chanted a Buddhist mantra. The other 5 celestial phenomenon masters also fell silent, refraining from rebuking them for their twisted worldview. For their words held a grain of truth, especially to the ancient monk of the 6 paths, who deeply understood the law of cause and effect. These cyberbullies had sown seeds of evil and now reaped their bitter harvest, though the weight of that harvest was likely beyond their wildest imaginings. That said, they could not stand idly by and watch so many lives be lost. However reluctant they might feel inside, they had to act when the time came. For the entity behind Bureau 749 was one the 6 great sects dared not provoke. Were it not for that revered being holding them back, the six great sects would never risk their lives for mere commoners. That woman was a saint, a living embodiment of saintliness. Back then, with just one person and one sword, she had the six major sects cowering in submission. Bureau 749 was founded by her hand, solely to protect humanity. Within the Great Xia, there were originally not just 6 major sects, but 12. The remaining 6 were annihilated simply for refusing to submit to her authority. Before she rose to dominate the world, the lofty cultivators cared not a whit for the lives of ordinary people. Even when they slaughtered indiscriminately, it caused not the slightest ripple. But since her rise, the status of cultivators has undergone a profound shift. They have become guardians serving the common people. Nowadays, not only is harming commoners unthinkable, but even failing to rescue them when they face dangers like ghostly threats would result in Bureau 749 holding the cultivators accountable. To these cultivators, this was utterly absurd. Chapter 14, The Reckoning begins. Meanwhile, roughly 700 or 800 kilometers from City H, a dragon serpent coiled like a winding river. Its scales glowed with a cold, azure light in the dark night sky, each seemingly etched with ancient runes. It raced towards City H at a terrifying speed. Its eyes resembled two eerie lamps in the abyss, radiating a soul-chilling coldness that froze the very air wherever its gaze fell. Sharp bone spines protruded from its spine, resembling a weapon forged on ancient battlefields, radiating a primal ferocity and majesty. At its current speed, it would reach City H within minutes. Once the ruler of the seas, now reduced to a mere enforcer for human cultivators, how utterly tragic. Implanted with the Buddha's soul imprint, it was no longer its own master. Death or enslavement until death was its only fate. Roar! The Dragon King's unwillingness erupted in a thunderous roar that shook the night sky. City H, the largest bird's nest. Over 100,000 former online bullies were chained together by a black mist-emitting iron chain, pinned down and unable to move an inch. Despair, terror, and helplessness gripped them. Many had even wet themselves in fear, all desperately begging for mercy and help. The specter soldiers patrolling around them felt like grim reapers from hell, sending chills down their spines. When did cyberbullying someone become a matter of life and death? And this person was a scumbag, a complete piece of trash. Wasn't I right to curse him? These thoughts churned within each of them: regret, terror, resentment, 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 resentment. Among them stood the female patrol officer who had led the arrest of Gu Yuan, along with her team members. How could this happen? Was it wrong to arrest a demon? Why aren't any human cultivators coming to save us? Female patrol officer Bai Jingyi's face darkened as she roared. Even soldiers have appeared. Are there no cultivators among us humans? Why didn't you come to save us? Her words were met with loud echoes from the crowd. Exactly. What did we do wrong by cyberbullying a demon? Now the demon is out of his mind trying to kill us. Where are the human cultivators? Why aren't they stepping in? Ha! If there really were cultivators among humans, why would they care about us ordinary folk? Just accept your deaths calmly. That. What's wrong with me shaming a heartless bastard online? Why the hell aren't they saving us? With great power comes great responsibility. Are they really going to stand by and watch so many of us get executed by that demon? They're bastards too. I curse them to have children born without assholes. Some accepted their fate calmly, while others refused to submit, cursing the cultivators who failed to come to their rescue. The cultivators of the six sects, gathered in the Liuha courtyard, watched the scene unfold before them. Hearing the curses, their expressions darkened. Damn it, are these bastards really worth risking our lives to save? Damn it, if they don't die, who will? I refuse to sacrifice my life to save these bastards. Some couldn't hold back their curses, desperate to turn and leave, abandoning these bastards to their fate. Truth be told, I don't want to get involved either. But we can't resist that woman. Abbess extinction of the Amay sect couldn't help but voice her inner thoughts. These words echoed not only her own thoughts but the truest feelings of every cultivator present. You bunch of mindless trash, spewing filth even as death approaches. To let you die painlessly would be too easy on you. At that moment, a towering black mist engulfed the bird's nest, accompanied by a bone-chillingly cold voice. Boom! Instantly, a brutal, bloodthirsty, domineering, and utterly evil pressure engulfed the entire scene. It crushed the tens of thousands present, leaving them unable to breathe, nearly suffocating to death. Eyes wide, they gasped for air that wouldn't come. In the endless suffocation, they saw a skeletal throne slowly descending through the night sky. Seated upon it was a figure they knew all too well, radiating utter malevolence from within. A pair of cold, bloodthirsty eyes gazed down upon them as if surveying a pile of corpses. The 100,000 cyberbullies, choking on their own terror, were utterly speechless at the sight of this man. Eyes rolled back, some were on the verge of suffocating to death. Gu Yuan held his oppressive aura steady, a look of relish spreading across his pale, wicked face. Watching the figures below, one by one, nearing death by suffocation, he grinned. Despair? Fear? I was just like you back then. What are you waiting for? Set up your streaming equipment. Broadcast this intoxicating spectacle to your viewers. Gu Yuan spoke, glancing at the woman and several staff members he'd grabbed from the roadside. Her name was Lin Xian, a prominent figure in journalism with her own exclusive live interview channel. Standing on the tangible black mist, her petite frame trembled violently. Hearing Gu Yuan's sinister voice, she immediately summoned 3 staff members, ordering them to activate the live streaming equipment at top speed. The camera focused on the tens of thousands of cyberbullies below. As the live feed went live, Lin Xian picked up the microphone, forcing down her inner terror, and announced, "Welcome to my live stream. I'm currently at H City's largest stadium. The sea of people before me are part of the mob that cyberbullied Gu Yuan. They're about to pay a heavy price for their actions. Moreover, I have inside information. Gu Yuan was completely framed by the Liu family, who pulled every string they had. He never committed those fabricated crimes. It all started when Gu Yuan gave Liu Ruyue a poor evaluation during the student council's annual assessment. From that moment, Liu Ruyue harbored resentment and used her family's connections to bribe numerous people into framing him, driving him to jump to his death. Though I don't know how Senior Gu transformed himself to evolve to the point of summoning shadowy soldiers, something science can't explain. He never intended to harm the innocent. Those he now seeks to kill are all deserving of death. Why do I know Gu Yuan was framed by the Liu family? Because over these past 2 months, I visited the families of those trafficked children who identified Gu Yuan. Several of them confided in me privately. They were all threatened. The choice was clear: either face the destruction of their families or step forward to accuse Gu Yuan. These words weren't taught to her by Gu Yuan, she spoke them of her own accord. This surprised even Gu Yuan himself. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that after his death, someone would strive to clear his name. Over 100,000 people were already waiting in Lin Xian's livestream. Not only was she beautiful with a sweet voice, but her skills as a journalist were also exceptional. She had helped clear the names of many wrongfully accused individuals. Now, as the live feed went live, the tens of thousands watching heard Lin Xian's words and witnessed the bodies collapsing, suffocated to death. The chat exploded in an instant. "Senior Liu, I was wrong. Truly wrong. I was just following the crowd. I didn't know the truth. Please spare my life." "Ha, you know you're wrong now? That's hilarious." "Exactly. Did you really think cyberbullying comes without consequences? These people deserve to die. I support Senior Gu's reckoning." Countless comments flooded the screen, some cyberbullies apologizing, others mocking, and overwhelming support for Gu Yuan. Truth or not, it matters little to me. What matters is that not a single cyberbully will escape my reckoning. Gu Yuan spoke calmly. "I only kill those who deserve it. I won't harm a single innocent soul. Anyone who stands in the way of my vengeance becomes my enemy." Chapter 15, A suppressed worm dares to be arrogant before me. Within the bird's nest, swaths of people suffocated to death under Gu Yuan's oppressive aura, the most agonizing manner of death. When roughly 1/3 had suffocated to death, Gu Yuan withdrew his pressure. Some 60 to 70,000 survivors gasped for air like drowning men as the pressure dissipated. "Demon! Monster! You will die a horrible death. Spare me, Senior Liu. I know I was wrong. Please, out of pity for my ignorance, let me off. Senior Liu, please forgive a petty offender. I beg you." After regaining their voices and gasping for breath, some survivors cursed defiantly, while the majority bowed their heads in terror and despair, begging for mercy. "Cease your pleas. There is no path to survival for you." Gu Yuan's voice was icy, utterly unmoved. With a flick of his wrist, black mist surged from his palm, sucking the dead bodies dry into desiccated husks. Only then did he speak. "When you cyberbullied me, when you cyberbullied my mother, did you ever think to spare us? Let me tell you this: those who detonated the explosives first, I will make your deaths gruesome. Guards, drag out the surviving members of the Liu family. Chop them to pieces, starting from the feet up." "Yes, sir." Instantly, over 100 Spectre soldiers stepped forward. With heavy, deliberate strides, they approached the 100 or so surviving members of the Liu family. Seizing them by hair or neck, they brutally dragged them up onto the performance platform amidst the victims' hysterical pleas for mercy. One by one, the shadow soldiers trampled the Liu family members underfoot. Drawing the iron-cutting swords from their waists, they began hacking them to pieces from the feet upward, amidst a chorus of agonized screams. In an instant, heart-wrenching screams echoed relentlessly throughout the space. The online bullies imprisoned here were nearly scared out of their wits by this bloody, brutal spectacle. Hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream felt sick to their stomachs, screaming in horror at the brutality. Gu Yuan listened to the screams, leaning lazily against the bone throne, his face etched with a look of pure delight. Once the Liu family members were all chopped to pieces, Gu Yuan commanded the shadow soldiers to begin executing the others. One after another, desperate cries of terror rose as cyberbullies were dragged onto the platform and beheaded. After executing 4,000 or 5,000, the bodies piled up like mountains inside the bird's nest. Roar! At that very moment, a roar like that of a dragon or a dragon-like serpent swept violently in from outside the bird's nest. "You vile beast, stop! A thunderous roar, brimming with overwhelming killing intent, swept through the air. Then, outside the bird's nest, high above, a massive green dragon hundreds of zhang in length descended majestically, accompanied by thousands of cultivators. Are they here to save us? They're here. The legendary cultivators have finally arrived. We're saved. Woo woo woo. Quick, kill that bastard Gu Yuan. The remaining 30,000 netizens who had not yet been executed gazed upon the terrifying dragon above the bird's nest and the thousands of cultivators suspended in the air. They saw their salvation, overcome with joy and weeping. Continue. Don't stop. Yet Gu Yuan's single, cold sentence plunged them back into an icy abyss. The shadow soldiers carried on with their mission. Seeing Gu Yuan still unwilling to relent, the ancient monk of the Six Paths frowned and spoke, "Amatba, layman Liu. As a quasi-earthly immortal of your stature, why stoop to engaging with such trash? Help us, holy monk." The new batch of cyberbullies dragged onto the platform cried out in terror, their hearts frozen with fear. But with a series of thuds, 1,000 heads rolled to the ground. Executing 1,000 per wave, Gu Yuan intended for them to die in utter despair and agony. The skeletal throne beneath Gu Yuan slowly rose into the air, carrying the mightiest 3,000 soldiers. Alongside 4 generals at the celestial phenomenon realm, they ascended to confront the 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators gathered behind the dragon above the bird's nest stadium. Focus the camera on them. Lin Xian, standing atop the black mist, signaled the cameraman to pull the lens away from the bloody scene below. Such gory scenes had made her vomit several times, bringing up everything she'd eaten that night. The cameraman nodded. He too wanted no part of that gore and swiftly redirected the live feed to the 2 non-human factions locked in standoff against the night sky. Abyss extinction of the eyebrow sect watched as the shadow soldiers within the bird's nest prepared to execute another batch of online bullies. Her voice was solemn as she spoke, "Fellow Taoist Liu, if you choose to stop now, we will not hold past transgressions against you." Gu Yuan leaned back against the bone throne, his blood-red eyes like a deep abyss, cold and indifferent. "Ceasing is impossible. Those I kill deserve it. I advise you not to make a mistake. Leave now, and I'll spare your lives." Arrogant brat. Do I need you to spare my life? The ferocious green dragon now spoke human words. Its massive form shifted, transforming into a handsome man clad in green robes. Gu Yuan's icy gaze suddenly fixed upon him. His eyes lowered slightly. "A suppressed beast dares to be insolent before me? I happen to need a mount. Your arrival is most timely. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I've met such an arrogant brat." The green dragon smiled, but his laughter was icy cold, radiating bone-chilling murderous intent. He turned to the ancient monk of the Six Paths. "So, are we fighting or not? Don't waste my time." The ancient monk of the Six Paths uttered a Buddhist chant, gazing at Gu Yuan with a look of profound pity. "Layman Liu, this monk offers you one final chance. Cease this now." Hearing this, Gu Yuan slowly rose. His form resembled a demonic mountain rising from the abyss, his slender figure appearing eerily sinister in the dim light. The black patterns on his skin seemed to come alive, like countless venomous snakes slithering across his flesh, creeping up his neck and radiating an aura of utter depravity. It felt as though the very air itself was being corroded, emitting a faint hissing sound. As he moved, the world abruptly shifted. Black mist surged like a raging tide from all directions, instantly engulfing the entire sky. It felt as though an endless sea of stars had collapsed from above, crushing the air until it became impossible to breathe. Within the darkness, countless skulls rolled and roared, their hollow eye sockets burning with eerie green flames. Their deafening howls echoed like the collective wails of a million demons from the depths of hell. The entire city of H was enveloped by this overwhelming demonic might, its streets, buildings, and even the sky trembling under its force. Wherever the black mist passed, vegetation withered, living creatures trembled, and even the wind seemed frozen. An immense, overwhelming pressure swept forth from Gu Yuan, crushing everything like the collapse of heaven and earth, sending chills down spines and shattering minds. He stood there like a demon god descended from ancient times, his gaze cold and contemptuous, as if all creation were mere ants beneath his eyes. His voice was low and icy, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Old monk, drop your hypocritical facade. If any of you dare strike today, I, Gu, guarantee that not more than 10 of you will leave this place alive." As his words fell, the world seemed to shrink to his presence alone. Black mist churned, skeletons roared, and demonic might descended like a prison, shaking all beings to their core. Under this crushing pressure, countless ordinary citizens of H City felt as if doom had descended upon them, as if the apocalypse itself was imminent. While ordinary folk merely sensed this impending doom, cultivators felt as though crushed beneath an immovable mountain of demonic might. Cold sweat drenched their bodies, their hearts pounding so fiercely they nearly succumbed to demonic possession. What terrifying power! The 6 sect cultivators facing off against Gu Yuan, even the 6 heavenly phenomenon-level powerhouses felt an inexplicable tremor run through them. Gu Yuan's slender figure loomed infinitely larger in their eyes, truly resembling an unshakable demonic mountain piercing the heavens. His icy words echoed in their ears, amplified by that overwhelming demonic might and world-shaking malevolence. No one dared doubt the gravity of his declaration. Xingjiao's eyes narrowed repeatedly. Even he felt immense pressure under this overwhelming might, standing before the man across from him. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I seem to have hit a brick wall. Has my luck ever been this bad? 50 years ago, I tried to secure better living conditions for the demon race, only to be crushed by the Buddha's strike. Now I've stumbled upon another impenetrable barrier? Ugh. Ha 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 ha. Your demonic might is truly unmatched under heaven, venerable elder. We, the of Luofu Mountain, have come to aid you." At that moment, a booming laugh echoed from the distance, followed by the grand descent of over 1,000 zombies, their putrid aura piercing the heavens. Chapter 16, The Might of a Single Sword. At this very moment, millions of ordinary citizens in H City, enveloped by the boundless black mist and ravaged by its malevolent aura, felt like a fragile boat adrift in a storm-tossed ocean. They could be swallowed at any moment by the skeletal figures lurking within the endless, sinister black fog. Across the nation, at this very moment, tens of millions of people were watching the standoff at H City's Bird's Nest through Lin Xian's livestream. Gu Yuan's white hair whipped wildly, his blood-red eyes like bottomless abysses. His towering, sinister aura dominated the world, his demonic presence overwhelming. To the people watching, he stood like an immovable mountain of darkness, majestic, domineering, and utterly supreme, radiating an oppressive force that was truly staggering. Dominant. So damn dominant. Damn, damn, damn. This is exactly like the protagonist in those dark novels I read. He looks like he stepped right out of the pages. Impressive, utterly impressive. His presence dominates the world. Heaven and earth seem to change color before him. Idol. From this day forward, Senior Gu is my idol. Lin Xian's livestream was buzzing with excitement, the screen nearly overflowing with comments. Countless viewers before their screens wore expressions of fervent adoration, overcome with excitement as if they themselves were the protagonist. Those who had cyberbullied Gu Yuan clenched their fists until their knuckles turned white, hearts filled with dread and despair. Endless regret welled up within them as they silently prayed and vowed, "If I survive this, I'll never cyberbully anyone again." What overwhelming power! The entire city of H is enveloped by his might. Whoa! In the Supreme Council Hall of the capital, Xian Yuan Mo watched the satellite feed of the scene and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. May Bureau 749 suppress this beast. Otherwise, tens of millions will perish at his hands, Lin Zhengtang said bitterly. Over recent days, they had tallied the number of accounts involved in cyberbullying a staggering tens of millions. They were baffled how could Gu Yuan pinpoint these individuals so precisely. Was this the power of a cultivator? It was terrifying, to say the least. Just then, the three great zombie kings of Luofu Mountain arrived, leading 1,000 flying zombies. Their booming laughter shook the heavens. Ha! When the cultivators of the six great sects saw the three zombie kings descending with over 1,000 flying zombies, their expressions grew grim to the extreme. Ignoring them, the three zombie kings descended directly upon Gu Yuan. Bowing with raised hands, they declared, "The zombie clan of Luofu Mountain has come to aid our senior in battle." These three zombie kings wore black robes, their disheveled hair cascading over their shoulders, appearing almost indistinguishable from humans. Yet, they emanated a putrid stench detectable only to cultivators. Only those who had attained the level of earth immortal could completely wash away this stench of decay. This scent was not the stench of decaying flesh, nor was it particularly foul. It was even less offensive than body odor. Gu Yuan lowered his gaze slightly, appraising the three zombie kings before him. He truly hadn't expected zombies to come to his aid tonight. Under Gu Yuan's savage gaze, the skeleton king of the underworld, the wasteland zombie king, and the flaming zombie king all felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Though Gu Yuan harbored no affection for zombies, they had come to lend their strength. He naturally wouldn't give them the cold shoulder. Speaking in a calm tone, he said, "Welcome. Today, let us join forces and meet these so-called human cultivators head-on." Ha! To be honest, Senior, we've had our eyes on them for quite some time, the nether skeleton king roared with laughter. The Sha Huang zombie king added with a sinister sneer, "Who says otherwise? We've always hunted overseas when hungry, never once feeding on the blood of great Xia's people. Yet they relentlessly pursue us, seeking to exterminate us entirely. They're nothing but a bunch of hypocritical pretenders. Senior, once we eliminate these hypocritical human cultivators, we must flee. Should their ancestral master intervene, our fate would be dire. Let's not waste time, finish them swiftly," declared Yanhuang zombie king, his voice thick with murderous intent. Their journey here had already subjected them to immense pressure. Should the patriarchs of the six great sects descend, their fate would be utter annihilation. Yet they had come anyway. Immortals of the land, huh? I may not be unworthy of a fight. Gu Yuan's white hair whipped wildly as he stepped through the void. Surrounded by surging black mist, he soared past the three zombie kings before him. Fixing his gaze on the cultivators of the six sects in the distance, he declared in a deep voice, "It's time to finish them off. Kill." Behind him, 3,000 soldiers roared in unison, their shouts shaking the night sky. Their spears pointed menacingly toward the opposing cultivators. The four celestial shadow generals soared into the air, black mist and energy swirling around them, awaiting Gu Yuan's command. "No, no, no. Let's talk this out. Why fight to the death over some trash? Qingjiao, drenched in sweat, waved his hands frantically. Brother, I admit my tone was arrogant earlier. I'm truly sorry. I'm bowing to apologize. As he spoke, Qingjiao bowed repeatedly to Gu Yuan, his forehead glistening with sweat. He continued, to be honest, brother, I was forced into this. The Buddha planted a soul imprint within me. I truly dare not defy them. Gu Yuan gave him the impression that, while not as powerful as the Buddha, he could still easily suppress him. Cowardice wasn't scary, death was. Gu Yuan gave a slight nod. Then manifest your true form and serve as my mount. You are forbidden to change shape without my permission. But, the Buddha's soul imprint is still within me. I truly have no choice, brother. Qingjiao wailed, his face twisted in despair. No big deal. Gu Yuan said, then flicked his finger, sending a wisp of black mist essence into the azure dragon's body. Ha! Wahahaha! I'm free at last. As the dark mist essence entered its body, the azure dragon paused in surprise before bursting into a wild, ecstatic laugh. Then, obediently and docilely, it manifested its true form, though only about 10 zhang in length, crawling at Gu Yuan's feet. From this day forward, I willingly become your mount, big brother. How is this possible? The ancient monk of the Six Paths gasped in shock, realizing his connection to the azure dragon had been severed completely. He could no longer control it. Ha ha ha, big brother. No need for you to lift a finger, this little brother will handle these trash. The green dragon cackled eerily, its body swelling to monstrous proportions as it lunged ferociously at the ancient monk of the Six Paths. You wretched beast, you're asking for death. Whoosh! In that very instant, a dazzling sword light erupted from the distant sky. It shone like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, radiant as the sun, illuminating the entire world. The sword light was ruthlessly sharp, carrying an unparalleled edge that seemed to sever time and space itself. The sword intense soared skyward, piercing the heavens, tearing through the boundless black mist, and even dimming the stars. Its speed was so extreme it was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Only a dazzling streak of light could be seen slicing through the sky, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it charged toward the azure dragon to strike it down. This strike seemed to condense all the killing intent and sharpness in the heavens and earth. Before the sword light even reached, the scales covering the azure dragon began to crack, as if even its very soul trembled under the overwhelming pressure of this single blow. Ah! The land immortal! It's the land immortal! Brother, save me! Save me! Under the impact of that sliver of sword light and intent, the azure dragon, on the verge of disintegrating, screamed in despair and terror. If struck squarely, wouldn't it be reduced to ashes in an instant? Swish! Just as the sword light was about to touch the azure dragon, Gu Yuan's imposing figure appeared before it as if teleporting. He blocked the terrifying sword intense impact while simultaneously extending a finger to meet the arrogant sword light. Then, with a loud bang, Gu Yuan's fingertip, swirling with black mist, collided with the sword light. The sword light shattered. Gu Yuan's body trembled slightly as he took a step back. To block my strike so effortlessly, you possess some skill. The night breeze caressed the air as the sky hung low. Suddenly, a figure of icy grace pierced through the shrouding black mist, descending slowly from the clouds. She wore a flowing blue robe, its sleeves billowing like rippling green waves or mountain mist, exuding an elegant yet unyielding majesty. In her hand, she held a long sword. Its blade was as clear as autumn water, its edge gleaming with a cold, piercing light, as if it could sever all the world's turmoil. Her steps were light and composed, each landing as if the very heavens and earth fell silent in her presence. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, dancing lightly in the breeze. Her features were like a painting, yet her expression was as cold as ice. Her eyes seemed to hold twinkling stars, deep and unfathomable. Her aura flowed like mountain streams, both icy and solitary, yet carrying an intangible pressure that seemed to freeze the very air around her. In that moment, heaven and earth seemed to fall silent for her, all creation stilled in her presence. Please vote for monthly tickets and recommendation votes. The book has reached 100,000 words. Expect explosive updates upon release. Chapter 17, Battling the Earth Immortal. To force me back even a single step shows you have some skill. Yet it is a pity today you shall meet your end here. Gu Yuan remained utterly composed, his expression unflinching as he gazed upon the green-robed woman who descended like a proud, icy lotus blossoming from the snow-capped mountains. Huff! Huff! The blue dragon, narrowly escaping death, had scales shattered across its body, blood trickling down in streams. Ignoring its own injuries, it cried out in terror, "Brother! This woman, she might be immortal. You must be careful." As it spoke, its body retreated steadily backward. We humbly welcome the director's arrival. When the cultivators of the six great sects beheld the green-robed woman before them, their spirits stirred. They bowed in unison. Before them stood one of the Holy Mother's three direct disciples, the current director of Bureau 749. Her mastery of the Azure Lotus Sword intent had attained 6 or 7 parts of the Holy Mother's true teachings, and 3 centuries ago, she had ascended to the realm of a terrestrial immortal. They truly never imagined the director would personally arrive. Each kept their heads bowed, not daring to look upon the green-robed woman. Director? What director? Could it be, this woman is the legendary Bureau 749 director? Holy crap, what's her power level? She looks pretty badass. Lin Xian's livestream was erupting with chaos. Countless cyberbullies witnessing this scene were praying fervently that the woman in green would slay Gu Yuan, ensuring their own safety. Bunch of useless trash, get lost. The woman in green swept her icy gaze across the cultivators of the six great sects and spoke coldly. Yes. Rebuked so harshly, the six celestial phenomenon-level powerhouses dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. They swiftly led the 3,000 to 4,000 cultivators behind them away from the area, watching from a distance. You two, withdraw. Gu Yuan commanded. As you command. The 4 celestial phenomenon generals and 3 zombie kings immediately retreated to a distant vantage point to observe the battle. The expressions of the 3 zombie kings grew grave. A true Earth immortal had personally arrived. This matter had escalated. If Gu Yuan was defeated, they feared their entire force might be annihilated here tonight. The green-robed woman stood utterly detached, gazing at Gu Yuan as if he were a corpse. Her voice was cool and detached. Considering the hardship you endured in your cultivation, I might grant you a chance. Stay behind and serve me as a servant. You dare? Gu Yuan sneered with wicked arrogance. I can offer you a chance to stay and serve as my maid, and I'll spare your life tonight. The blue-robed woman's gaze was as icy as frost, her voice cold and sharp, freezing the very air around her. Fools always fail to seize their opportunities. I hope you won't regret this. Before her words faded, boundless sword intent erupted from her body. It surged like a raging tide, engulfing heaven and earth. Within the void, lotus blossoms of the Tao suddenly bloomed, each one crystalline and translucent. Each lotus was crystalline and translucent, its petals inscribed with profound runes that seemed to embody the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. They radiated a terrifying power that pierced through everything. The lotuses slowly rotated, slicing the surrounding air into countless shards with a faint hum. Space itself trembled before this single strike. Whoosh! The green-robed woman twisted her wrist lightly. The long sword, like a dragon, struck out with a single slash. In an instant, all the blue lotuses seemed summoned, coalescing upon the sword's edge to form a blazing, searing beam of light. That sword light blazed like the sun at its zenith, radiant and brilliant, instantly illuminating the pitch-black night sky as bright as day. Where the sword light passed, cracks appeared in the void. The heavens and earth paled, as if even time itself had frozen beneath this strike. The sword light's speed was the ultimate expression not merely of power, but of the way itself. Even the laws of heaven and earth bowed before this strike. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Gu Yuan, carrying an unmatched aura that would make anyone pale in comparison. Is this the power of a land immortal? Gu Yuan felt the pressure building, thread by thread. A crimson mist surged from his palm, and in that instant, a blood spear encircled by black thunder appeared. Boom! A spear tip blazed across the night sky, as dazzling as a blood-red sun. It collided with the arrogant sword beam, sending shockwaves rippling through the night. Black mist surged wildly, threatening to overturn the entire world. Immediately after, 2 whistling sounds pierced the air as their figures darted out from the explosive ripples, soaring straight into the heavens to clash in mid-air. Boom! Boom! Above, black clouds churned and thunder roared. The very heavens trembled at this clash, sending faint tremors rippling through the entire city of H. 2 figures illuminated the night sky, one like a crimson sun, the other like a sapphire sun, their paths intertwining. The clash of the blood spear and the long sword sent countless sparks flying, each strike tearing at the heavens. Gu Yuan wielded his blood spear, its shaft coiled with black lightning. Each swing unleashed a torrent of crimson mist, staining the night sky red. His assault was savage and relentless, the blood spear like a rampaging dragon tearing through the heavens, closing in on the green-robed woman. Where the spear tip passed, the void shattered. Black mist and crimson fog churned violently, even the very laws of this realm warping under his power. Not bad. The green-robed woman remained impassive, her long sword as clear as autumn water, yet its blade gleamed with extreme sharpness. Her swordplay transcended the mundane, each strike embodying the profound truths of the Tao. The sword's light arced like a rainbow, annihilating all in its path. Her form was as elusive as a phantom, effortlessly evading Gu Yuan's frenzied onslaught. Wherever her blade touched, blue lotuses bloomed, as if the very heavens themselves bowed to her sword. Boom! The blood spear and the long sword clashed once more, erupting in a deafening roar. Black thunder and azure sword light intertwined, forming a colossal vortex of energy that tore through the surrounding clouds. Their figures crisscrossed within the vortex at blinding speeds, as if time itself had frozen in their clash. Were such a battle fought upon the earth, half of H City would have been obliterated already. From any corner of H City, one could witness the 2 furious figures locked in combat. Brilliant! Gu Yuan's white hair whipped wildly. The intricate black tattoos crisscrossing his torso now blazed crimson in battle mode. With a piercing roar, his hands flashed through seals. A blood mist coalesced around him, forming countless crimson skulls that flickered and coalesced into a colossal blood dragon. It roared as it charged toward the blue-clad woman. Where the dragon passed, the void shattered, revealing terrifying gaping holes. The green-robed woman's eyes narrowed. With a light flick of her sword, a rainbow-like blade light instantly transformed into countless green sword energies. Like a torrential rain, the sword energies surged skyward, overwhelmingly confronting the blood dragon. Where the sword energies collided with the blood dragon, blinding light erupted, illuminating the entire night sky. Is this all the power a mortal deity possesses? Gu Yuan roared with maniacal laughter, his form abruptly towering like an unparalleled demon god. His hands snapped together, and the blood spear shattered into countless crimson bolts of lightning. They spread like a vast net obscuring the sky and sun, instantly enveloping the green-robed woman within its grasp. Each bolt carried the destructive power of utter ruin, piercing through everything in its path. Don't get too cocky, it'll only hasten your demise. The green-robed woman remained unflinching, her expression as aloof and cold as ever. With a light flick of her sword, a torrent of sword light formed from countless blue lotuses surged upward, cleaving through the thunderous net. In the next instant, her figure flickered like a phantom, teleporting behind Gu Yuan to deliver a slash. Gu Yuan reacted with blinding speed, sweeping his blood spear back to meet the slashing light. The collision erupted in a deafening roar. Chapter 18, It seems my divine talent still outshines yours. At an altitude of 20 to 30,000 meters above H City, it seemed as though two colossal suns collided. The deafening roar, accompanied by shockwaves more terrifying than a nuclear explosion, illuminated the entire city as bright as day. Is this what they call a cultivator? It's terrifying. Whoa! Each strike is like a nuclear blast. If they were fighting on the ground, our entire city would be obliterated by now. Exactly. If Gu Yuan truly intended to exterminate humanity, why would he battle the Bureau 749 director in the sky? He only seeks vengeance, I support him. Exactly. Gu Yuan has no ill will toward us humans otherwise, why would he be battling the Bureau 749 chief in the sky? This terrifying spectacle left countless ordinary people both exhilarated and utterly horrified. The overwhelming majority expressed support for Gu Yuan's bloody rampage tonight. Does cyberbullying come without consequences? It's just that you haven't bullied someone as formidable as Gu Yuan. Low-tier cultivators gazed up at the two figures locked in combat across the sky, their faces filled with awe. As fellow cultivators, they were mere fireflies, utterly incomparable to these two blazing suns. Holy crap! Big Brother actually fought a land immortal to this extent? That's insane. Xing Jiao swallowed repeatedly as he gazed upward at the battle, feeling immensely fortunate. Thank goodness I had the foresight to side with Big Brother. Otherwise, I'd be dead meat by now. Whoa! That elder is just too fierce. The three zombie kings from Luofu Mountain and the flying zombies behind them were all stunned into silence, their mouths dry. The clash between earth immortals unleashed such colossal power that even a single ripple could obliterate them. That guy actually fought the chief to this extent? Senior Lu Dao, is he really a quasi-earth immortal? Yeah. It doesn't make sense. Cultivators from the six great sects were equally stunned by the scene unfolding before them. They knew better than anyone just how powerful the bureau chief was. Though he might not match the founders of the six great sects among earth immortals, he stood as one of the foremost. Perhaps my perception was mistaken. The ancient monk Lu Dao was perplexed. Earlier, through the magical array in H City, Gu Yuan had clearly been a quasi-earth immortal. How could he possibly be evenly matched with the director to this extent? Is this the might of a terrestrial immortal? Xinhao gazed with yearning, silently wondering, I wonder if I could ever reach this level in the future. He wasn't alone. The sacred maidens, sacred sons, and Taoist disciples from the other 5 sects present all felt a surge of longing within their hearts. As the elite of their respective sects, their innate talent and potential were beyond question. Achieving the heavenly phenomenon was a certainty, merely a matter of time. Yet, the realm of a land immortal seemed distant and unattainable to them. The master I encountered by chance is so powerful. No wonder he was so confident back then. The fox demon sat eating grilled skewers at a night market, watching the celestial battle alongside ordinary passers-by. Her exquisite, alluring face was etched with utter disbelief. The gasps along this snack street never ceased, wave after wave. Many pulled out their phones to record videos, some even launching live streams. The internet was exploding. Especially in Lin Xian's livestream, where the online viewership had already surpassed the 10 million mark. Holy! Am I watching a fantasy blockbuster or what? Holy crap, this is insane. Those two are like two suns colliding. Unbelievably epic, even movies can't capture visuals this explosive. A relentless stream of utterly stunned comments flooded Lin Xian's livestream. Boom! The fierce battle raged on. Though the green-robed woman maintained her aloof, serene demeanor, her inner world was churning with turmoil. She couldn't accept that she couldn't subdue this strange being before resorting to the unique spiritual power of a land immortal. With a flick of her sword, thousands of blue lotus sword intents erupted, surging toward Gu Yuan like a torrential river of blade energy. Each blade intent possessed the power to instantly slay a newly ascended earth immortal. Yet Gu Yuan, resembling a demon god from the 9 netherworlds, manifested a blood-red, utterly malevolent giant hand that annihilated them all in the vast sky. Boom! In the next instant, their attacks collided, and both figures swiftly retreated. Against the night sky, they stood like a blood-red sun and a pure, azure sun suspended high above, locked in a distant standoff. Gu Yuan stood tall and slender, shrouded in a thick, malevolent blood mist. His white hair whipped wildly, while the crimson tattoos intertwined across his body emitted a savage glow. Swinging his blood spear, he grinned wickedly. What? Still unable to suppress me? Are you preparing to unleash the unique intent-based divine power of a land immortal? The green-robed woman stood aloof and cold, surrounded by blooming blue lotuses that illuminated the night sky. Her voice was calm as she spoke. I truly did not expect a mere peak heavenly phenomenon cultivator to fight me to this extent. I admit that without resorting to my divine intent abilities, I cannot subdue you. From here on, I hope you remain standing before me. What? He's only at the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm? This can't be possible. Whoa, what kind of monster is this? The director isn't just a newcomer to the land immortal realm. He's cultivated for 300 years. While he may not match the patriarch, he's still unrivaled beneath the patriarch. The moment the green-robed woman spoke, the Six Paths ancient monk, Xian Yazi, Abbess Extinction, and others stared in disbelief. They simply couldn't accept that Gu Yuan was only at the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm. It was utterly absurd. Damn it, what kind of freak is this guy? Xing Jiao shook his head in disbelief, utterly astounded. Boom! Before they could ponder further, the heavens trembled violently. The green-robed woman's icy voice cut through the air. Green Lotus Nirvana. Rumble. As her words fell, the boundless void above her head abruptly shattered. Countless Tao green lotus blossomed from the fissures, instantly covering the entire sky. Each lotus stood as majestic as a mountain, its petals engraved with golden runes that swirled, releasing a sword intent piercing through the cosmos. Countless lotuses swirled, coalescing into a colossal blue lotus that obscured the sky and moon. From its heart, dazzling sword beams erupted like an inverted starry river, transforming the night into a vast emerald ocean. Monstrous beast, meet your end. Blue Lotus, annihilation of all realms. The green-robed woman's expression was icy cold, her killing intent overwhelming. Where her sword pointed, the colossal blue lotus instantly transformed into 9 great sword formations. Sword light surged like a torrent, obliterating the void in its path, causing stars to plummet. It seemed as though even the Tao of heaven itself would be severed by this single strike. Ha 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 ha. How amusing. How amusing. I may lack artistic conception, but I possess innate divine abilities. Gu Yuan's eyes blazed with terrifying intensity as his white hair whipped wildly. He let out a piercing howl. Blood prison, eternal night's abyss. Boom. In an instant, the boundless void behind him churned into a seething sea of blood. From its towering crimson waves emerged countless colossal cities of skeletal bones, each forged from the concentrated resentment of countless souls. From the depths of the blood sea, a 10,000 zhang tall blood-red demon god slowly rose. Enveloped in black thunder, it wielded a colossal bone spear, its eyes like blood moons suspended in the void. Come forth. Let us see whether your cultivated divine power surpasses mine, or if my innate divine power proves superior. Gu Yuan, divine yet demonic, let out a piercing howl. The towering demon god in the blood sea thrust his spear toward the heavens, merging the crimson waves with black thunder to form a torrent of destruction that ripped through the cosmos. Wherever the torrent swept, all things rotted away, even light itself devoured. Countless pitch-black fissures tore across the entire sky, as if the apocalypse had descended. Boom! The azure lotus sword array collided violently with the blood prison torrent. In that instant, the world fell silent. Half the sky was dyed emerald green by the sword light of the blue lotus, its energy coiling like dragons, shredding the void. The other half was drenched crimson by the blood sea, the demon god roaring as bones shattered. At the boundary where the two forces met, space collapsed inch by inch, and even time seemed crushed into fragments. Each city trembled violently, mountains and rivers shattered. Mortals knelt trembling, as if witnessing a battle of the gods. Whoosh! 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 The green-robed woman unleashed the 9 green lotus sword array. Layers upon layers of green lotuses blanketed the night sky, slowly purifying the blood sea and grinding the demon god into oblivion. Witnessing this, Gu Yuan let out a savage laugh, violently ripping open his chest. A single drop of pitch-black essence blood plummeted into the blood sea phenomenon. With my corrupted body, I consecrate the eternal night. In the next instant, the blood sea erupted violently, transforming into a vast black prison. The demon god's form swelled explosively, its skeletal spear morphing into a black hole that devoured the heavens and earth, violently shredding the blue lotus swordlight. Boom! Gu Yuan stood atop the black sea, the shadow of the demon god gazing down upon all beings. The entire sky was utterly swallowed by the black prison, as if eternal night had descended. The blue lotus withered, the emerald sky collapsed, and the green-robed woman spat a mouthful of blood as the 9 great sword formations shattered inch by inch. No! How is this possible? The green-robed woman cried out in horror, her voice quickly swallowed by the encroaching black prison. Within the black prison, Gu Yuan's hair was stained crimson, his malevolent aura piercing the heavens. Beneath his feet lay the withered remains of the blue lotus. He looked down upon the gravely wounded woman in green robes, his voice as cold as the winds of the underworld. It seems my innate divine power still holds the upper hand. Chapter 19, Nationwide Sensation. Pursuit of the Remnants. Defeated? The director was defeated? As the terrifying celestial phenomenon dissipated, the cultivators of the six great sects were shaken to their core, rising in disarray. If even the bureau chief had fallen, how many of them would survive to leave? Unless a founding patriarch descended, their doom was certain. As the green-robed woman was subdued, a thick atmosphere of fear and oppression spread among the six great sects cultivators. Run! Xin Hao barked, then without another word, he dashed off in a random direction at top speed. Zhou Wan'er and Xiao Wu saw this and followed almost simultaneously. The three of them fled frantically as a group. Damn it, retreat! The others, seeing this, didn't hesitate for a moment. Those who knew each other scattered in small groups. This included figures like the ancient monk of the Six Paths and Abbess Extinction. In an instant, the cultivators of the six great sects scattered like startled birds. Pursue them! Kill without mercy! The foreign generals roared in unison, each charging after the fleeing monks and others. Men, the time for vengeance has come. Follow me and slaughter every last one of these six sect cultivators. Witnessing this, the three great zombie kings immediately issued their own commands before pursuing Abbess Extinction and the others. In an instant, the two opposing forces transformed from a standoff into one fleeing and the other pursuing. Streaks of light accompanied the roar of battle, quickly vanishing near the bird's nest. The azure dragon was gravely wounded and could not pursue. Though the sword of the green-robed woman had not struck him, its terrifying sword intent had still inflicted grievous wounds. Meanwhile, within the bird's nest, 100,000 netizens had all been executed. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses piled like mountains, a truly horrifying sight. In Lin Xian's livestream, bullet comments surged like a tidal wave, nearly drowning the entire screen. The online viewership had long surpassed the 30 million mark, pushing the servers to the brink of collapse multiple times. Yet the platform's technical team fought tooth and nail to keep the stream running smoothly. Holy! 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 Boss Gu is insane. He's like the main character straight out of a dark fantasy novel. Holy, he took down the legendary land god. This is insane. I hereby declare, from this day forward, Master Gu is my sole faith. That demon god Gu de Lao conjured just now was so majestic and cool. The black prison devouring the blue lotus, I'll never forget that scene. That woman lost. 749 Bureau must be humiliated beyond belief. Ha 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 ha. Big Boss Gu just wanted revenge, why did they have to interfere? The livestream wasn't just flooded with viewers' adoring comments, for Gu Yuan gift effects never stopped. Rockets, super rockets, and spaceships kept flying in, and someone even dropped over 100 supreme fireworks, gifts worth millions, turning the screen entirely gold. Sis Lin, this is my kneeling tribute to Big Boss Gu Yuan. Big Boss Gu, please accept my wallet. Many wealthy viewers spent tens of millions, utterly captivated by Gu Yuan's commanding presence and unmatched prowess. Lin Xian stood before the camera, her entire being frozen in shock. The microphone in her hand had long since fallen onto the black mist, but she remained oblivious, staring blankly at the dark prison phenomenon gradually dissipating in the sky. Viewers? I don't know what to say. Moments later, her voice trembled, her eyes filled with awe and reverence. Senior Gu, he's truly too powerful, so powerful it defies description. The viewers in the livestream didn't diminish because of Lin Xian's disarray, instead, they grew even more fervent. Stop spacing out, host. Quickly analyze Senior Gu's power for us. Yeah. What exactly is Master Gu's innate divine ability? How could it crush the realm of a terrestrial immortal? Host, if Gu Senior invited you to stream, you must know him personally, right? Just then, the live stream screen suddenly darkened, the black prison in the sky completely dissipated, revealing Gu Yuan's imposing figure standing at the very edge. His hair was as white as snow, and the terrifying power radiating from him was gradually receding. In his hand, he held a woman with disheveled hair. This scene sent the live stream audience into another frenzy. Big Boss Gu is unstoppable. From today onward, H City will be ruled by Big Boss Gu, right? You bet. Who dares defy him? He even took down the land god. In Lin Xian's livestream, bullet comments continued to scroll wildly, gift effects flashing incessantly. This battle had not only stunned H City, but the entire online world. From this moment on, Gu Yuan's name became a legend in countless hearts. And Lin Xian's livestream channel, thanks to this broadcast, became the hottest sensation across the entire internet. Dear viewers, that's all for tonight's stream. Lin Xian gazed at Gu Yuan, who stood before her like a god or a demon, her voice trembling slightly as she signaled the cameraman to shut down the stream. Before the stream ended, the final comment drifted across the screen. Big Boss Gu, you're unstoppable. Bro, you're incredible. The Azure Dragon, now 3 or 4 zhang in size, flew over, its gaze toward Gu Yuan brimming with nothing but admiration. I still prefer your rebellious spirit from the beginning, Gu Yuan remarked indifferently, glancing at it. Not at all, not at all. The green dragon broke out in a cold sweat under his gaze, shrinking its head and replying. Take this healing pill and consume it. Gu Yuan retrieved a healing pill from the green-robed woman's spatial ring and tossed it to the azure dragon. Got it, thanks big bro. The green dragon excitedly swallowed the flying pill whole before landing on the bird's nest to refine it. Gazing at the mountain of blood-soaked corpses piled within the nest, Gu Yuan swirled black mist from his palm. It enveloped the bodies, draining them dry and refining their essence into vital blood to sustain his mother's life. Gu. Senior Gu, if there's nothing else, could you please let me down? Lin Xian's anxious voice reached him. Quite a few viewers tipped you earlier. Could you give me your card number? I'll withdraw the money from this livestream and transfer it to you right away. She and her two friends now hovered high above the bird's nest, with a pool of malevolent black mist churning beneath their feet. His two companions, a cameraman and a lighting technician, were drenched in cold sweat, barely daring to breathe in Gu Yuan's presence. Gu Yuan stored the half-dead woman in green robes into his dark mist space. Turning to Lin Xian, he said calmly, I have no interest in money. Keep it for yourself. Starting today, you'll stay by my side as my exclusive livestream reporter. Any objections? His decision not to kill the green-clad woman was not an act of mercy. Rather, he intended to slowly refine and consume her later to enhance himself. As a mortal god, instantaneous refinement was beyond his current capabilities. This. Lin Xian froze. What? Unwilling? Gu Yuan lowered his gaze upon her. What if I could set you upon the path of cultivation? Really? Lin Xian was utterly bewildered, stammering, Senior, I could become a cultivator? Gu Yuan nodded. You possess the four orifice spirit core, allowing you to cultivate chi within your body and become a cultivator. Unfortunately, your two friends cannot. Only those with a spirit core can become cultivators, ranging from 1 to 9 orifices. 1 orifice is the weakest, 9 orifices the strongest. So, does that mean I really can become a cultivator? Lin Xian nearly danced with joy at the news. Her two friends, however, sank into gloom, their hearts sighing heavily. Gu Yuan spoke calmly, had you not once sought to clear my name, I would not have helped awaken your spiritual pivot. Good deeds, my child, perhaps this is your reward. But I still must thank you, Senior, for guiding me onto the path of cultivation. Lin Xian clenched her fists, her heart brimming with anticipation. Come find me tomorrow at the Liu family villa. I'll awaken your spirit core. With that, Gu Yuan transported the three of them back to the ground before vanishing in a flash. Sis Xian, congratulations. After landing, Lin Xian's two friends offered their heartfelt congratulations. Lin Xian sighed, too bad for you too. Everyone has their own destiny. I suppose we just weren't meant for this. But thinking about being able to follow Senior Gu and stream for him in the future, we're quite satisfied. They said with wry smiles, some things just can't be forced. Lin Xian didn't know what to say either. It's getting late. We should head back and rest. If I need you, I'll contact you. Chapter 20, Look Back? What's there to look back at? The night was as dark as ink, deep enough to swallow everything. A grim, murderous aura hung over H City's night sky, the air thick with the scent of blood and death. Cultivators from the 6 great sects retreated step by step under the relentless assault of 3,000 Yin soldiers and 1,000 flying zombies. Their screams and howls mingled into a cacophony, echoing through countless corners of the city. Xin Hao, Zhou Waner, and Xiaohua had long since lost themselves in the frenzy of battle. At their feet lay over a dozen late-stage Amaterasu-level Spectre Squad leaders. Yet, just as they were about to break through the city's borders, fate twisted its cruel smile upon them. 10 minutes earlier, the aura they had left behind while slaying the Shadow Soldiers had drawn 6 peak Amaterasu-level Shadow Soldiers. These Shadow Soldiers descended like grim reapers, instantly cornering them in a desperate situation. Boom! Xin Hao unleashed a punch, its golden aura blazing like the scorching sun as it collided violently with the 3 Spectre Soldiers. Mountains trembled, the earth cracked open, and violent energy ripples swept through the surroundings, threatening to level the entire mountain forest. Xin Hao's physical form was as formidable as a primordial beast, each punch carrying the might to shatter mountains and split peaks. Yet, the 3 Yin soldiers clung to him like a flesh-eating ulcer, deadlocking him and preventing his escape. Damn it! How can these Shadow Soldiers be this powerful? Xin Hao gritted his teeth as golden light surged around him, his skin taut with bulging veins like coiled dragons poised to unleash world-shattering power. His fists blazed like golden suns, each strike sending a deep, thunderous crack through the air like the beating of war drums, shaking the very soul. On the other side, Zhou Waner wielded her long sword, its blade gleaming like frost, radiating a piercing cold light. Her sword technique, named Clear Wind and Bright Moon Sword, appeared as gentle as the breeze yet concealed deadly intent. Her form glided like a pure moon, pinning down the 2 shadowy soldiers. Wherever her blade flashed, they were forced to keep their distance. Bright Moon illuminates the 9 provinces. Zhou Waner's clear shout echoed as her blade erupted with dazzling moonlight, cascading like the Milky Way from the heavens. Instantly, it enveloped the surrounding Shadow Soldiers. Under this moonlight, the Shadow Soldiers' movement slowed, as if frozen in time. Yet her own face paled from the exertion of this strike, clearly draining her reserves. Xiaohua stood behind her, his brow furrowed. His soul attacks proved utterly ineffective against the Shadow Soldiers, yet he refused to relent. With a sudden roar, he commanded, "Yang fire!" With a fierce sweep of his hands, a raging sea of flames instantly engulfed the shadow soldier nearby. The supremely fierce flames burned wildly at the shadow soldier's body, yet they were quickly neutralized by the terrifying yin energy emanating from the shadow soldier itself. Body of 100 battles. At that moment, Xin Hao, who had cornered 3 shadow soldiers, roared in fury. Golden light surged over his entire body, as if he had donned a layer of golden armor. He pushed his physical strength to its peak, as if clad in golden armor. The 3 yin soldiers' fierce attacks struck his body, producing only dull thuds, unable to harm him in the slightest. Unleashing his ultimate technique, Xin Hao raged like a ferocious beast. His punches thundered like rolling waves, driving the 3 shadow soldiers back relentlessly. Die! After hundreds of exchanges, Xin Hao unleashed a ferocious punch that shattered one specter's skull, sending black smoke dissipating into the air. He repeated the tactic, trading his own blood for the shadowy soldiers' lives, his body drenched in blood as he shattered the remaining 2. Put! Seizing the moment, Zhou Wan'er's sword flashed like the moon. Sacrificing her shoulder to the piercing spear of one specter soldier, she severed the head of another. Pure Yang Heaven scorching flame. Xiaohua threw caution to the wind, ignoring the backlash pain as he unleashed his life-bound flame. It erupted violently, not only engulfing the shadow soldiers before him but also rescuing Zhou Waner by devouring the shadow soldier whose spear was about to pierce her heart. Put! After unleashing this technique, Xiaohua's face turned ashen. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Who would have thought that we, a half-step celestial phenomenon, would be wounded so badly by just 6 peak Amaterasu-level shadow soldiers? Xin Hao, covered in blood with wounds deep enough to expose bone, sucked in several sharp breaths. His invincible body of 100 battles was indeed formidable, but its cost was terrifying. His body swayed precariously, barely able to stand. They're truly formidable. In a one-on-one battle at the same realm, we might not even win. Zhou Waner's clothes were drenched in blood. Her left shoulder had been pierced clean through, her face drained of all color. Damn it! These things have no souls. Could they really be from the 9 hells? My signature soul attacks are useless against them. Xiaohua lay on the ground like a pile of mud, cursing and utterly frustrated. We can't linger here. Let's get out of here fast. Xin Hao gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand. He helped Zhou Waner and Xiaohua to their feet, and they swiftly vanished deep into the mountain forest. Not long after their departure, another squad of peak-level yin soldiers descended upon the spot. After searching fruitlessly, they too withdrew. Across H City at that very moment, fierce battles raged continuously beneath the night sky. Yet as time passed, H City gradually returned to calm. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Footage captured the fate of 6 celestial phenomenon realm cultivators from the 6 great sects. 3 were slain, 2 captured, and 1 ultimately escaped. The upheaval caused by Gu Yuan swept across the nation and even reached overseas, sparking considerable sensation. Shadow soldiers, cultivators, and zombies had all emerged, witnessed by countless people. In the days to come, online discussions would likely revolve around these very events. Xanadu, Supreme Council Chamber. The top 3 leaders of the Great Xia Empire sat with grim expressions. How do we resolve this? Xian Yuan Mo massaged his temples, his face etched with frustration. Even the director of Bureau 749 has been suppressed. If Gu Yuan harbors ambitions. Nangon Luotian shook his head. I don't think we need to worry. A powerhouse like Gu Yuan wouldn't be obsessed with mortal power. He just couldn't accept ordinary people ruining his path to becoming a land immortal, hence his extreme actions. He only killed those who deserved it. We have absolutely nothing to fear. Lin Zhengtang agreed, I concur with Luotian. This isn't our concern. Gu Yuan harbors no ill will toward us humans. Otherwise, he would have slaughtered H City long ago. But he hasn't. He hasn't harmed ordinary people either. Xian Yuan Mo frowned. So you two think we should just let him kill and be done with it? What else could we do? Is there a better solution? Lin Zhengtang replied. We should focus on our own development. Matters concerning non-humans are best left to Bureau 749 to handle. They likely possess even greater forces capable of stopping Gu Yuan. Fine. Whatever. Besides, it's not our place to interfere. Xian Yuan Mo sighed. Issue an announcement immediately. Reassure the public there's no need for panic. Senior Gu won't harm ordinary citizens. Shortly after 3 a.m. that night, at the Liu family villa complex, the yin soldiers who had pursued the 6 great sects gradually returned, stationing themselves like robots outside the Liu family villa complex. Gu Yuan had dispatched the remaining shadow soldiers to apprehend other online bullies across H City. Around 3:30 a.m., the 4 shadow generals and the 3 great zombies, Wan Yi, returned simultaneously and immediately went to see Gu Yuan. Abyss Extinction and the ancient monk of the 6 paths had been captured alive. The main villa's grand hall glowed with brilliant light. Freshly bathed, Gu Yuan sat in a plush sofa wearing a black robe, his cascading white hair falling to his waist. Opposite him stood the 4 shadow generals and the 3 zombie kings. On the floor, Master Extinction and the ancient monk of the Six Paths knelt, their clothes torn and bloodstained. Cough. Mr. Gu, there's no turning back now. Ancient monk of the Six Paths, deathly pale, a deep gash on his chest exposing bone, spat out a mouthful of blood. Though your power is formidable enough to suppress Qingyi, against a patriarch-level figure, you stand no chance whatsoever. Turn back? What am I supposed to turn back from? Gu Yuan regarded him with puzzlement, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. Your Buddhist doctrine emphasizes cause and effect. Those online bullies reaped what they sowed. Do you really think they'll escape without paying the price? We truly wish to stay out of such matters. We were forced into this. The woman who founded Bureau 749, even our own patriarch dares not provoke her. Yet you killed her disciple. Your death is inevitable. Master Extinction's lips curled as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Closing her eyes, she spoke calmly, if you wish to kill or torture me, then do it. My life or death is none of your concern, Gu Yuan said with a faint smile. With a flick of his wrist, he sealed them within the black mist space, intending to refine them along with the green-robed woman later. The Skeleton King spoke solemnly, Senior, Abyss Extinction is correct. That woman from Bureau 749 is terrifying. The Great Xia originally had 12 sects, and she single-handedly destroyed 6 of them. Gu Yuan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said indifferently, you may return. If I cannot prevail, I have means to escape, but I cannot take you with me. Should you ever need assistance, come to me anytime. I'll repay tonight's favor. Ahem, we wouldn't dare accept such a favor, we didn't do much to help. Sha Huan, the zombie king, shook his head. In that case, we'll take our leave. Our Luofu mountain base has been exposed. It's time to pack up and move. Gu Yuan nodded. Same as before, if you need help, come find me anytime. Very well. We take our leave. The ghostly Skeleton King, the Wasteland Skeleton King, and the Flaming Skeleton King bowed to Gu Yuan in unison before turning to depart. After they departed, Gu Yuan dismissed the 4 generals. He then entered the black mist space, preparing to refine the green-robed woman, Abyss Extinction, and the ancient monk of the Six Paths. Chapter 21, The Great Wall Seal. The World of Eternal Night. Within the mysterious black mist space, boundless darkness surged like raging tides, churning wildly. Every wisp of mist carried an endless aura of evil and gloom, as if connected to the 9 hells. Upon the bone throne, Gu Yuan's figure slowly materialized. His figure was tall and slender, his sinister aura intensifying within the black mist. Below the steps, the green-robed woman, Abyss Extinction, and the ancient monk of the Six Paths were pinned to the spot by an invisible force, unable to move an inch. The green-robed woman had regained consciousness and was now engaged in hushed conversation with Abyss Extinction and the ancient monk of the Six Paths, their expressions grave. The moment Gu Yuan materialized upon the bone throne, they snapped their heads up, sensing the terrifying aura radiating from him. Leaning casually against the bone throne, Gu Yuan gazed down at them with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Welcome to my world. The woman in green robes stared at the man before her, whose entire being radiated an aura of utter depravity and evil. Her expression remained impassive as she spoke. You come from the world of eternal night, don't you? The eternal night world? Gu Yuan paused slightly, a flicker of confusion stirring within him, though his expression remained utterly unreadable. He spoke calmly. Why do you say that? His calm tone made his true thoughts impossible to discern. Your innate divine ability has revealed your identity. The green-robed woman took a deep breath, her face bearing a hint of indifference as she spoke slowly. Only beings from the world of eternal night possess innate divine abilities. Yours are so powerful and terrifying that you must undoubtedly be a high-ranking being there. I'm curious, how exactly did you break through the Great Wall Seal and enter our world? Each word was clear and forceful, as if stating an established fact. The world of eternal night? Higher beings? Breaking the Great Wall Seal? These words tumbled from the green-robed woman's lips, each one like a heavy bomb detonating within Gu Yuan's mind, sending shockwaves through his thoughts. Yet outwardly, he betrayed not a trace. After a long silence, Gu Yuan spoke slowly. Interesting. Is this the dying message you wish to impart to me? He did not press further, but his mind had already begun to speculate. That mysterious black light he had fused with long ago was highly likely to have originated from the eternal night world mentioned by the woman in green. But what kind of world was this eternal night world? The Great Wall, constructed during the pre-Qin period, had always been regarded as a defense against the Xiongnu. How could it now serve as the barrier sealing the eternal night world? Though countless questions swirled within Gu Yuan's mind, he understood that if the green-robed woman chose not to speak, asking would be futile. Seeing his silence, the woman in green murmured, Before I die, I desperately want to know how you broke through the seal of the Qin dynasty Great Wall to come here. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Gu Yuan's lips. Just because I possess innate divine abilities, you're so certain I come from this eternal night world you speak of? Then what? The woman's eyes turned cold as she fixed her gaze on Gu Yuan. Of course not. The beings from your so-called eternal night world are hardly friendly toward humans. Have you ever seen me kill a single ordinary person? If I truly came from the eternal night world, why would I cause such a commotion and expose myself so easily? Gu Yuan stretched lazily, his tone calm yet compelling. Use your brain and think it through. At these words, the woman in green fell silent. Gu Yuan's words held undeniable logic. Most beings from the Eternal Night Realm were malevolent and savage. If he truly was a high-ranking entity from there, his cruelty would undoubtedly be even more extreme. Moreover, with his power, he would never have fought her in the sky tonight, risking the lives of H City's ordinary citizens. This thought filled the green-clad woman with confusion. If Gu Yuan wasn't from the Eternal Night World, then how could he possess innate divine abilities? Her gaze brimmed with doubt as she silently observed Gu Yuan, as if silently asking, if you are not a being of the Eternal Night, how can you possess innate divine abilities? Gu Yuan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and finally spoke. Let's be blunt. I know nothing about the Eternal Night World. If you can tell me something about it, I'll let you die with clarity. It seems you truly aren't from the Eternal Night World. Hearing his question, the green-robed woman finally believed him. She nodded gently. Alright, I'll tell you. Our world wasn't always as it is now. The Battle of Zhuolu, the final clash between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu, shattered our world. Then, a savage Eternal Night World collided with ours. To halt the Eternal Night World's invasion, the Yellow Emperor led his remaining forces into that realm. From that time onward, more and more cultivators ventured into the Eternal Night World, one after another. Yet they never returned. Later, the Yellow Emperor's foremost disciple, Haotian, established the Celestial Court. After the deification of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, he mobilized the full might of the Celestial Court to enter the Eternal Night World. From the Shang and Zhou dynasties through the pre-Qin period, the world of perpetual night remained dormant, with no signs of any beings emerging to attack. But during the Qin dynasty, the gateway connecting the Eternal Night Realm to our world suddenly became unstable. Countless evil, ferocious, and powerful creatures burst forth from it. Fortunately, the collective strength of the pre-Qin era matched that of the Heavenly Court in its prime. Under the leadership of the first emperor, the human race successfully repelled the invading creatures from the world of eternal night. Yet the cost was devastating. Casualties reached a staggering 70%. To safeguard this world, the first emperor used the bones of the eternal night creatures to build the Great Wall. A few years after its near completion, he led all the pre-Qin Shi cultivators into the eternal night world and vanished without a trace. Ever since that battle in the pre-Qin era, when the first emperor entered the eternal night world, our cultivation realm began its gradual decline. Now, who knows how much longer the Great Wall seal can hold? One day, it will inevitably fail. Fortunately, our venerable master emerged in this age. Even if the Great Wall collapses and the eternal night world invades, we may still have a chance to prevail. As she spoke of her master, the green-robed woman's exquisitely fair face brimmed with pride and reverence. The ancient monk of the Six Paths, who had remained silent until now, spoke slowly. Layperson Gu, to be honest, there is no deep-seated enmity between us. Moreover, with the unknown threat of the eternal night world looming, killing us would only weaken the human race's fighting strength. Consider. What should I consider? Those who seek my life, none of you shall live. Gu Yuan snorted derisively, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. You sought my death at all costs, yet now you expect me to spare you for the greater good? How utterly laughable. I've already told you what you wish to know. But why do you possess divine abilities? Surely you can reveal that before you die? The woman in green did not beg for mercy. Her expression remained aloof and icy. He who kills shall be killed. She had harbored genuine intent to kill Gu Yuan, and now that her power was suppressed, she found no justification to beg for mercy. Moreover, her pride would never allow her to beg any enemy for mercy. She refused to tarnish her master's reputation. Gu Yuan regarded her with a faint, ambiguous smile. You must possess some special means of communication that will relay messages after your death, correct? You sought to uncover my true nature so the six great sects and your master could eliminate me at minimal cost, is that it? You? The green-robed woman stiffened, surprise flickering in her eyes. She hadn't expected this man to see through her. Therefore, I have nothing to say. Gu Yuan smiled faintly. Now, please become the nourishment for my breakthrough to the land immortal realm. As Gu Yuan's words fell, endless black mist surged like a raging tide, swiftly enveloping the three from all directions. Gu Yuan began to fully refine them. Once completely assimilated, even if he couldn't fully ascend to the land immortal realm, he would at least have one foot firmly planted on the threshold of that level. Moreover, the green-robed woman's spatial ring contained ample cultivation resources, which were equally precious to him. Tonight, he must ascend to the land immortal realm at all costs. Otherwise, he feared he would be unable to withstand the ancestral masters of the six great sects and the mysterious master of the green-robed woman. Chapter 22, Senior, a major incident has occurred. Your disciple in green robes was suppressed last night. As dawn broke and the first light of morning appeared, the series of breathtaking events that had unfolded in H City the previous night spread like a raging tide across the nation. They even crossed national borders, reaching countries overseas. Overnight, H City became the focal point of global attention. Under the orderly arrest operation of the 7,000 shadow soldiers, every single person involved in the online mob attack in H City was successfully apprehended without exception throughout the night. As people gradually realized that Gu Yuan only punished the guilty and harmed no innocents, their fear began to dissipate. Even when encountering the shadow soldiers making arrests, people no longer reacted with the same paralyzing terror as before. Some even found the courage to step forward and boldly film videos. Consequently, the internet was instantly flooded with videos documenting the ghost soldiers' appearances. Among them, the footage of Gu Yuan's fierce battle with the green-clad woman last night became an internet sensation. In just one night, the cumulative views across major online video platforms reached a staggering 700 to 800 million. Lin Xian's account rode this wave of popularity, her follower count skyrocketing like a rocket to over 100 million and continuing to climb. Overnight, she transformed from a minor online celebrity reporter with just 1 million followers into a nationally renowned heavyweight online celebrity reporter. Her name and reports were widely circulated and discussed online. Across the nation, countless citizens passionately debated online, hoping the big boss would visit their cities to apprehend cyberbullies. Many yearned to witness firsthand the formidable presence of the shadow soldier. Meanwhile, those who had once acted with impunity were now as restless as grasshoppers on a hot pan. They live in constant dread, repeatedly posting videos online begging Gu Yuan for mercy on bended knee, hoping to cling to a sliver of hope. Yet, the comments sections of these videos are flooded with schadenfreude. Yet, everyone still felt a lingering fear, no longer daring to engage in online bullying as recklessly as before. They only occasionally made sarcastic remarks. Gu Yuan's series of actions directly purged the long-standing toxic atmosphere online. From now on, cyberbullying is likely to decrease significantly. After all, no one could guarantee that their online target wouldn't be someone as ruthless as Gu Yuan. If confronted, they might not even know how they died. This morning, a heartrending scene unfolded in Gu Yuan's village. Early in the morning, villagers knelt outside Gu Yuan's doorstep, their faces etched with guilt and dread as they begged Huang Guiying for forgiveness. They knew full well that Gu Yuan was responsible for the death of their loved one the night before. Yet now, their fear had completely overwhelmed any lingering resentment. They could only kneel obediently and respectfully before Gu Yuan's door. Go now. My son has already killed those who deserved it. Huang Guiying, her eyes weary and weathered, gazed at the villagers kneeling before her doorway. After slowly uttering these words, she turned and retreated back inside. Upon waking that morning, Huang Guiying saw the earth-shattering commotion her son had caused the night before on the television. For a moment, she stood frozen, her face frozen in disbelief. Had she not witnessed her son crawl out of his grave with her own eyes, and confirmed his body had vanished from the coffin, she would never have believed that the person causing such an uproar online and on television was her own son. Beneath the Yellow River, the ancient city housing the mysterious Bureau 749 headquarters. After a night of harrowing escape, the surviving cultivators from the 6X trickled back, numbering just over a dozen. They had set out with over 3,600 men, yet only 13 returned. For the 6 great sects, the losses from this battle were significant. Tonight, Gu Yuan had slain so many mid-tier combatants from the 6 major sects that the enmity between the two sides had surely reached a point of no return. Even if Gu Yuan returned the green-robed woman, the ancient monk of the 6 paths, and abbess extinction unharmed, it would not suffice to appease this blood feud. Within the main hall, the 13 survivors lay severely wounded, their vital energy faint. They all took healing pills, sat cross-legged, and concentrated on channeling their energy to mend their wounds. Among the returnees, only Xian Yazi of the Kunlun sect remained at the heavenly phenomenon realm. His survival was solely due to his extraordinary combat prowess, having carved a bloody path through the encirclement of the 4 generals and the 3 zombie kings. The heavenly phenomenon realm cultivators of Kunlun sect could wield heaven and earth manifestations, whose power was unmatched among the 6 sects. Once their patriarch unleashed the heaven and earth dharma form, even the mysterious woman who founded the 749 Bureau would feel a measure of apprehension toward him. Among the younger generation who returned alive were the sacred sons and sacred daughters of the 6 sects, along with the Tao Sun. The remaining 5 were also outstanding figures among the young generation of their respective sects. Before long, the heads of the 6 major sects arrived one after another. When they saw that only these 13 had returned from the vast army that had marched out the night before, their faces darkened instantly, like the sky before a storm, heavy enough to drip water. Zhang Tianming, the venerable, white-bearded patriarch of Dragon Tiger Mountain, whose very presence exuded an otherworldly aura, gazed upon his Tao Sun, the sole survivor from his sect. His heart was filled with grief and fury, his expression darkening to a terrifying intensity as he declared, "My old friends, even the bureau chief has been subdued, and his fate remains unknown. To confront Gu Yuan, we may have no choice but to request the patriarch to emerge from seclusion." The matronly head of Mountamay, clad in ancient robes, furrowed her brows into a deep E shape. She murmured, "I intend to wash my hands of this matter. We've done our utmost by dispatching 600 Amay disciples to subdue the demon. I came today solely to take Wanner away. The rest is for whoever cares to handle. Amay sect has nothing to reproach itself for." The head of Purple Gold Mountain, also an elderly woman clad in purple robes, looked perplexed. "But sister, how can you just let such a blood feud go? Disciples can be trained again, but facing an entity who could slay the bureau chief at the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm, our Amei sect simply cannot afford to provoke such a power. The Amei leader's expression turned grave as she analyzed the situation with clear-headed logic. If he lies dormant and ascends to the rank of Earth Immortal, even our founding patriarch might not stand a chance against him. I refuse to bring utter ruin upon the Amei sect. The towering Kunlun sect leader listened intently, nodding in deep agreement. Your words ring true. Last night, we did not stand idly by. Over 600 inner sect disciples perished in the fray. Even if she learns of this, she cannot blame us, can she? Ba. The great Thundersound Temple will never let this rest. The elderly abbot of the temple spoke with a grim expression and an icy tone. To slaughter 600 elite disciples of our Buddhist order, this is an unforgivable offense. As you wish. Wanner, let's go. The Amei sect leader offered no further explanation. Taking Zhou Wanner by the hand, he turned and departed without hesitation. Qinhao, we're leaving too. Farewell, everyone. The Kunlun sect leader called out to Qinhao, offering a brief farewell before leading him away without a backward glance. Their departure made the atmosphere in the hall even heavier. I'm leaving too. The elderly matriarch of the Purple Mountain sect hurriedly departed, taking with her Xiaohua, who had returned with them, and another elite disciple. Ahem, fellow Taoist Zhang, Master Yushin, our Qingqing sect has always been the weakest among the 6 sects. We simply can't endure this turmoil any longer. We'll take our leave now. The Qingqing sect leader cleared his throat, breaking the brief silence, and departed with his sect's only 2 surviving members. They think they can save themselves? How delusional. The Dragon Tiger Mountain leader sneered coldly, a trace of contempt flitting across his face. Master Yushing, let's go. We'll head to the Tianyi secret realm to find that woman. With her disciple imprisoned and her fate unknown, she won't let this rest. Ba, let's go. Master Yushing chanted the Buddha's name, his voice tinged with urgency. He and the Dragon Tiger Mountain sect leader hurriedly stepped onto the teleportation array bound for the Tianyi secret realm. Bureau 749, originally a central agency responsible for coordinating cultivators from the 6 great sects, had always been overseen by the woman in green. Now, with the Qingyi woman suppressed by Gu Yuan, the entire Bureau 749 instantly descended into leaderless chaos. Within the borders of Great Xiao lay many mysterious realms rich in spiritual energy and abundant with magical herbs. The Tianyi secret realm was one such peerless sanctuary, forged by the extraordinary techniques of ancient pre-Qin cultivators. Only those transcending the land immortal realm possessed the power to forge such a hidden realm. The patriarchs of various sects would seclude themselves in the Tianyi secret realm for years at a time, emerging only for major events. The true Xianyang city of the pre-Qin era lay concealed within this Tianyi secret realm. The cultivation caves within the city were meticulously carved out by the most elite practitioners of the pre-Qin era, making it a sacred sanctuary coveted by all cultivators. Xianyang City stood with majestic grandeur, its imposing scale seemingly touching the heavens. Yet the vicissitudes of time have stripped it of its former splendor from the pre-Qin era. Endless layers of ancient structures stretch as far as the eye can see, their dense spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. Yet the city lay silent as a ghost town, utterly devoid of life. For the activation of these cultivation chambers required immense expenditures of spirit stones as sustenance. Such colossal costs could only be afforded by figures of the level of a founding patriarch. Master Yushing and the Patriarch of Dragon Tiger Mountain now stood before the entrance of the largest cultivation cave within Xianyang Palace. Gazing upon this cave dwelling, once the exclusive domain of the first emperor, their hearts were filled with reverence and trepidation. Exchanging a glance, Master Yushing gently pressed a raised button beside the gate. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Senior, a grave matter has occurred. Your disciple, Qingyi, was subdued last night. His fate remains unknown. After Master Yushin finished speaking, he and Zhang Tianming, the head of the Dragon Tiger Mountain sect, waited in silence, their hearts filled with unease. Monday release, explosive update with 22 chapters. Please vote for monthly tickets. Recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 23, Better My Foe Die Than I. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. A magnetic, mature female voice drifted slowly from within the gate. Qingyi is dead. The words sent Master Yushin and Zhang Tianming reeling. That bastard actually killed Qingyi? This was nothing short of a cataclysmic act. Even their own founding patriarch dared not kill the disciple of this woman. Beads of sweat formed on both their foreheads. Master Yushin steeled himself and said, Senior, the enemy is too powerful and utterly brutal. Last night alone, he slaughtered over 100,000 ordinary people. To suppress him, we may need to mobilize a patriarch-level expert. We truly don't know what to do. As his words trailed off, the woman within the cave residence did not respond immediately. Another incense stick's worth of time passed before the voice echoed again. Why slaughter over 100,000 ordinary people? Elder, it happened like this. Grandmaster Yushin recounted the events without omission, careful not to exaggerate or sensationalize. After a long pause, the voice finally responded, sealing his cultivation and memories, then cyberbullying him to death? A mere peak celestial phenomenon realm cultivator capable of slaying my disciple Qingyi? Master Yushin respectfully replied, he was indeed at the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm, but he possessed innate divine abilities. Director Qingyi fell precisely because of those innate divine abilities. Go summon your founder from seclusion to subdue him and bring him before me. Leave him with a single breath. The magnetic female voice held no trace of emotion, as still as stagnant water. One more thing. Master Yushin pressed on, his voice strained. The Amei, Zijing, Kunlun, and Qingqing sects suffered losses last night. They say they won't intervene in this matter and wish to remain neutral. To subdue a peak celestial phenomenon cultivator, do you truly require all 6 sects patriarchs to intervene? The magnetic voice grew slightly colder. When did your patriarchs become so useless? If they refuse to handle this matter, have them wash their necks and await their deaths. Yes, yes, yes. Master Yushin's entire body instantly drenched in cold sweat as he frantically nodded in agreement. This woman absolutely meant what she said. She never made empty threats. While she might be a saint to ordinary folk, when it came to cultivators like them, she was ruthless to the extreme. Get out! The magnetic voice's tone was as dismissive as if scolding 2 insignificant ants. Master Yushin and Zhang Tianming left with grim expressions, standing atop an ancient structure, their faces dark with displeasure. That still looks down on us like always. Damn it, Zhang Tianming muttered telepathically. To her, our 6 great sects are nothing but a bunch of hired hands. Damn it! That! Master Yushin retorted telepathically, showing not a shred of the dignified demeanor expected of an enlightened monk. Zhang Tianming sighed helplessly. What do you say? Should we invite your Buddha or my Taoist patriarch? As half-step earthy mortals, they hadn't endured such humiliation in countless years. It was unbearably humiliating. Truth be told, we shouldn't have come. We should have left with Amei and the others, letting that Gu Yuan run wild. Damn it, I regret this, Master Yushin said, his face ashen. Regrets won't help now. Come on, draw lots. Whoever gets the short one goes to invite the patriarch. Zhang Tianming forced a bitter smile, taking out 2 sticks and holding them in his palm. Master Yushin glanced at them and casually selected one. Ugh. Zhang Tianming sighed at the sight and declared, I'll go summon the patriarch now. With that, he soared away, swiftly landing before the towering gates of a cave dwelling. Pressing the protruding button beside the door, he explained the situation. Ancestor Zhang Tianming, the 36th generation disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain, requests your emergence from seclusion to suppress the evil specter. The matter is as follows. Moments later. Get lost. A thunderous get lost echoed out. Ah, this. The patriarch's fierce retort, utterly dismissive of the woman, left Zhang Tianming frozen in place. He then stammered timidly, Patriarch, she said if you don't handle this, you'd better wash your neck. You think I'm afraid of her? Get the hell out of here and stop disturbing my cultivation. His voice boomed with domineering authority, tinged with the brashness of a street thug. Zhang Tianming was dumbfounded. When had the patriarch ever been so unyielding in front of that woman? What was going on today? He couldn't figure it out, couldn't make heads or tails of it. Zhang Tianming slunk away, finding Master Yushin still waiting at the original spot. He recounted the entire incident. What? The patriarch actually said that? Master Yushin was stunned, then frowned and stared at Zhang Tianming. You're not lying to me because you don't want to go ask the patriarch, are you? Bull. It's the absolute truth. The patriarch said exactly that, Zhang Tianming retorted, exasperated. What now? Why don't you go invite the Buddha instead? Master Yushin gave Zhang Tianming a piercing look. I hope you're not lying to me. If you are, I won't let it go. With that, he soared away. But he returned almost immediately. Before Zhang Tianming could ask, Master Yushin said, looking somewhat bewildered, the Buddha told me to get lost. How could this happen? Why is our patriarch being so stubborn? Both of them were utterly bewildered. They racked their brains but couldn't figure it out. The 2 exchanged glances, both feeling a headache coming on. If they told the woman about this, they'd be condemning their own master to death. If they concealed it and she discovered the truth later, they would surely meet a gruesome end. Either the master would die, or they would. What choice could they make? Zhang Tianming gritted his teeth fiercely. Better the master die than the disciple. Forgive me for betraying my master and ancestors this once. Master Yushin's expression shifted unsteadily for several breaths before he decisively declared, then go. Expose them. With that, they returned to the cave dwelling where the woman was in seclusion. Pressing the communication button, they reported, Senior, our patriarch told us to get lost. After a long pause, a cold laugh echoed out, ha! The sound sent cold sweat pouring down their backs, terrified the woman might burst through the door and crush them. Just as their hearts pounded in terror, the voice continued, It seems your patriarch is quite certain I cannot emerge from seclusion anytime soon. Do you truly believe I cannot accomplish anything without your 6 great sects? Do you really think the Bureau 749 I established is merely an empty shell? You 6 great sects be warned. Boom! As her voice faded, a terrifying force erupted, hurling Zhang Tianming and Master Yushin hundreds of miles before they finally came to a halt. Coughing up blood, their faces etched with horror, they frantically retrieved healing pills and began channeling energy to mend their wounds. Moments later, their injuries slightly healed, they slowly opened their eyes, both wearing solemn expressions. Zhang Tianming's face darkened. That still has 2 disciples, right? We've never seen them pass by. Combined with what she just said, could they have secretly cultivated a force capable of utterly sweeping away our 6 great sects? It can't be ruled out. Master Yushin pondered. Our founder likely discovered that woman's clandestine activities. That's why he ordered us to leave. It seems he intends to sever ties with that completely. If that's the case, Gu Yuan is absolutely a huge asset to us. Zhang Tianming's eyes flashed. Exactly. We shouldn't be enemies with him. We must win him over and ally with him to deal with that. Kill her, damn it. Master Yushin cursed repeatedly. Let's go. We must inform the other 4 major sects of this immediately. Zhang Tianming said solemnly. The founding masters surely know the forces behind that. The 6 sects must unite. The stakes were too high. They hurried off, preparing to unite the 6 major sects against that unfathomable woman. Chapter 24, Breakthrough. H City, Lu Family Villa Complex, now Gu Yuan's temporary base. Today, fine snowflakes drifted down from the sky, falling in a gentle flurry. Outside the Liu family villas, a crowd had gathered. Curiosity and awe filled their gazes as they scanned the surroundings. Cameras flashed incessantly, their lenses mostly focused on the grim-faced, shadow soldiers standing guard. Around 8 in the morning, Lin Xian drove her small car slowly into the compound. The shadow soldiers recognized her and made no attempt to stop her, instinctively parting to let her pass. Shortly after Lin Xian entered the villa, the fox demon also concluded her outing, returning in high spirits. The 2 women happened to meet outside the main villa gate. The fox demon spoke first, her voice clear and pleasant. Are you Lin Xian, the one who streamed for the master last night? Yes, I am. May I ask who you are, sister? Lin Xian responded humbly, her eyes glinting with curiosity as she inquired softly. Me? A demon, as you humans call it. The fox demon smiled, her lips pressed together, a mischievous and enigmatic expression on her face. She stepped into the villa first. Lin Xian murmured a soft "oh" and followed closely behind, unable to resist scrutinizing the fox demon from head to toe. Her gaze lingered on the 2 ears perched atop her head. At that moment, Gu Yuan was not in the villa's main hall. He sat cross-legged upon the white bone throne within the black mist realm, radiating an aura of extreme malevolence and brutality. He was now immersed in frenzied cultivation, devouring, refining, and absorbing every ounce of cultivation resources within the green-robed spatial ring. These resources were rich and varied, spirit stones radiating divine essence, pills containing immense medicinal power, and rare treasures shimmering with strange light, holding vast innate spiritual energy. The ground was strewn with fragments of top-grade spirit stones. Observe Gu Yuan. Black mist surged and churned around him, blood mist swirled and enveloped him, while crimson and black malevolent runes danced like countless stars, swirling and whirling around his body. Within his body, it felt as though 1,000 armies were charging, restless and turbulent like thunder. Each of his 1.8 billion cells seemed to possess its own consciousness, pulsing with extraordinary vitality as they traversed gateways constructed from black and blood mists. Within Gu Yuan's body, he could distinctly sense countless unopened portals of black and blood mist. With each gate opened, the immense power surging forth washed over his physical form like relentless waves, repeatedly cleansing and evolving his cells. His entire power lay dormant within these 1.08 billion cells. Each cell resembled an independent microcosm, some a profound realm of black mist, others an endless expanse of blood mist. Every drop of his blood was devoid of warmth, emanating an aura of utter depravity and malevolence, as if a curse from the depths of hell. Gu Yuan felt no presence of a spirit or soul within himself. In his understanding, this physical body seemed to be his entirety, the sole proof of his existence in this world. His heart was shrouded in that mysterious black light, making the entire organ appear filled with an extremely bizarre phenomenon. With each beat, strands of this black light would drift and spread to every corner of his body, though its purpose remained unknown. Gu Yuan couldn't fathom the origin of this strand of black light clinging to his heart. Yet he knew deep down that without it, his very soul might have long since scattered into oblivion. Even if it might one day turn against him, Gu Yuan felt not a shred of regret, for he was already a man deserving of death. Boom! When Gu Yuan activated 30 million portals of black mist and 30 million portals of blood mist within himself, the combined power of 60 million portals instantly resonated intensely with the 1.08 billion cells within his body. In that instant, it felt as though some shackle had been shattered. With a crisp bang, Gu Yuan's body underwent a qualitative leap, achieving an ultimate transformation. Under the rampage of his power, the entire black mist space surged like a lit powder keg, beginning an uncontrollable expansion. As for Gu Yuan, he found himself in an indescribably wondrous state. It was as if he had completely shed his mortal flesh, his life level achieving a leap across into another dimension. All the laws of heaven and earth seemed to lose their power to bind him. Gu Yuan understood in his heart that he had successfully ascended to the realm of a terrestrial immortal, a level countless cultivators dreamt of reaching. The resources within Qingyi's spatial ring were nearly depleted overnight. The sheer abundance of cultivation resources contained within the spatial ring of an earth immortal was unimaginable, yet it had sustained Gu Yuan's cultivation for only one night before being completely depleted. Moments later, Gu Yuan slowly reined in the power radiating outward. He clenched his fist lightly, sensing the surging power within his body and his current state. A satisfied smile spread across his devilishly handsome face as he murmured to himself, "Doesn't breaking through to the land immortal realm require comprehending the realm's essence? Why didn't I need to? Moreover, I didn't need to comprehend the essence to break through, I simply awakened an innate divine ability." The fact that he could ascend to the land immortal tier without comprehending the realm of intent left Gu Yuan deeply puzzled. He pondered, could it be that my cultivation system differs from that of the human cultivators? After a moment, he shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. In a flash, he located Liu Ruyue, imprisoned in a corner of this black mist-filled space. After thoroughly tormenting her, he finally departed this realm steeped in darkness and evil. Returning to his room, Gu Yuan indulged in a relaxing bath before selecting a well-fitted black suit. The crisp suit draped perfectly over his tall, slender frame, complemented by his shoulder-length white hair cascading to his waist, lending him an air of mysterious, commanding authority, the very essence of a mafia boss. Opening the door and descending the stairs, he entered the hall to find the Fox Demon and Lin Xian seated across from each other, engaged in an animated conversation. Spotting Gu Yuan descend, the two women rose simultaneously in perfect unison, addressing him respectfully. "Master." "Elder." Gu Yuan gave a slight nod, then sat down leisurely on the nearby sofa. Lighting a cigarette, he puffed smoke as he turned to the Fox Demon and asked, "Did you enjoy yourself last night?" The Fox Demon smiled and nodded. "It was fine. This is my first time in such a large human city. Everything is quite novel." At that moment, Shadow General Number 1 strode into the hall with a respectful expression and reported, "Your Majesty, we just discovered that Liu Ruyue has an older brother. We've searched all over H City but couldn't find him." With Gu Yuan's breakthrough to Earth Immortal, Shadow General Number 1's cultivation had also surged dramatically, reaching the threshold of Earth Immortal. Gu Yuan's expression darkened. "Not found? Could he be outside H City?" Shadow General 1 respectfully replied, "Likely not. I just visited H City's largest media conglomerate and ordered them to immediately mobilize their resources to track him down. Rest assured, Your Majesty, he won't escape. Additionally, overnight, we've imprisoned every online abuser in City H within the Black Mist prison. Over 63,000 in total. Execute them wherever convenient. If any news surfaces about Liu Ruyue's biological brother, apprehend him immediately. I intend to execute him before Liu Ruyue's eyes." Gu Yuan replied calmly, "You may withdraw." This subordinate takes his leave. The first Shadow General bowed to Gu Yuan before turning away. "Senior, what must I do to awaken the spirit core?" Lin Xian's timid voice sounded at that moment. Gu Yuan tossed a spirit stone to the Fox Demon and said, "Go awaken her." "Got it, Master." The Fox Demon cheerfully caught the spirit stone and turned to Lin Xian. "Come on, little sister. I'll awaken it for you." With that, she led Lin Xian upstairs. After they ascended, Gu Yuan summoned the seconding general and solemnly instructed him to return to his hometown to secretly protect his mother. Afterward, he called his mother. The mother-son conversation lasted nearly half an hour before ending. At that moment, Lin Xian's agonized moans echoed from upstairs. Awakening the spirit core was no simple task. It required pure spiritual energy to shock the core, and the 4 talents each needed for such shocks. Each impact felt like enduring excruciating pain that shattered one's very being. Those with weak willpower often couldn't withstand such agony during the awakening process and chose to give up. Especially for those bearing the 9-talented spirit core, though their innate talents are extraordinary, the agony endured during awakening is nothing short of unbearable. Gu Yuan finished his cigarette, stepped outside the gate, then soared into the air, vanishing into the distance in an instant. This journey, he was going to see the Great Wall. It was the very place sealing the entrance to the eternal night world. Gu Yuan intended to see for himself what made the Great Wall so extraordinary. Moreover, a lingering suspicion gnawed at Gu Yuan. The faint black light coiled around his heart might very well originate from the eternal night world. If given the chance, Gu Yuan was determined to venture into the eternal night realm. Ancient sages, including the first emperor, had ventured there. Gu Yuan wondered if they had truly perished. Chapter 25, A Terrifying Conjecture. Kunlun, its peaks like a dragon, stretched across the heavens and earth. Like a slumbering colossal dragon, it wound for thousands of miles, sprawling across the northwest land. Its peaks and ridges undulated and interlaced, as if nature had carved this masterpiece with a giant axe. The main peak pierced the heavens, standing majestically like a colossal sword supporting the sky, piercing the azure dome and rivaling the sun and moon in brilliance. Midway up the slopes, swirling mists shroud Kunlun's true form. At the summit of Kunlun lies a gateway visible only to cultivators. Beyond this gateway lies the Kunlun secret realm, home to the Kunlun sect. Within this realm, spiritual energy permeates the air. Immortal cranes soar through the skies, sacred springs gurgle softly, and rare flowers and exotic plants bloom everywhere, creating a scene reminiscent of a paradise on earth. The Kunlun sect stands as one of the most ancient sects in the cultivation world, boasting a long-standing legacy and profound heritage. Disciples are generally forbidden from leaving the secret realm for the mortal world without orders or missions, as cultivators maintain their own social circles. The largest such sphere within the cultivation world was the central secret realm the world shattered during the ancient Battle of Zhulu. Last night, Kunlun dispatched 600 heavenly light realm disciples. For the entire sect, this loss was insignificant. After thousands of years of development, Kunlun boasted tens of thousands of outer door disciples and 5,000 to 6,000 inner door disciples. Losing 600 inner door disciples was a toll they could bear. Deep within the secret realm, a majestic palace stood towering among the mountains, resplendent in gold and splendor, its grandeur overwhelming. This was the main hall of the Kunlun sect. Now, the heads of the 6 sects gathered within this hall, weathered by centuries of time. Tianshuzi, the head of the Kunlun sect, sat upright upon his throne, digesting the news brought by Zheng Tianming and Master Yuxing. His brow furrowed slightly. He was not alone. The expressions of the 3 others, Abbess Qinghui of the Amei sect, Master Yunqiu of the Qingqing sect, and Immortal Xianxiao of the Purple Mountain sect were also noticeably grave. The news brought by Master Yuxin and Zheng Tianming was simply too shocking. Seeing their prolonged silence, Zheng Tianming spoke in a solemn tone. What? You don't believe it? Then why not test your founding master's stance? If your founding masters are willing to intervene and suppress Gu Yuan, then consider our suspicions mistaken. Quite right. Master Yuxin nodded solemnly and added, doesn't that woman's background seem rather mysterious to you? She appeared out of nowhere, and we can find no trace of her prior history. I strongly suspect she is not of our human race. Xianxiao Zhenren, head of Purple Mountain sect, shook his head. To say she isn't human is going too far. Don't forget the original purpose behind her founding Bureau 749. Zheng Tianming replied coldly. Her purpose was to treat our lives as worthless while treasuring the lives of ordinary people. Knowing the Great Wall Seal could collapse at any moment, she disregarded the consequences and slaughtered us indiscriminately. The 6 major sects she annihilated hundreds of thousands of cultivators. All fell beneath her slaughtering blade. Do you truly believe she acted for the good of our human race? If the Great Wall Seal ever breaks, do you think those ordinary people could repel the invading creatures of the Eternal Night? I not only doubt that woman is human, but suspect she's a being from the Eternal Night realm. Her purpose is to weaken our collective strength. As for why she didn't annihilate our 6 sects as well, I suspect there must be reasons she dares not act so. Why wouldn't she dare? I suspect 2 reasons. First, she cannot gauge the true power of the Kunlun Patriarch. Second, she fears the contingency left by the first emperor, that latent energy lurking within the Lishan Imperial Mausoleum. Surely you've all sensed it? Her delay in acting against us stems from her lack of confidence in overcoming both the Kunlun Patriarch and the first emperor's final measure. Our Patriarch must have discerned some clues as well. The Patriarchs have surely discussed this in secret. They're preparing to test their strength against that woman. All they need is the right opportunity. Gu Yuan's sudden emergence, I suspect that's precisely the opportunity our ancestors have been waiting for. Zheng Tianming laid out his entire theory without reservation. This chain of reasoning was logically sound except for one glaring inconsistency. Why would she go to such lengths to protect ordinary people? What was the real deal here? After a long pause, Tianshuzi, the head of Kunlun, pondered, we should consult the Patriarch about this matter. One misstep could mean the annihilation of our entire sect. Zheng Tianming nodded. Go ahead. I'll await your news with Master Yuxing. We must take our leave. With that, the 4 sect leaders Amei, Zijin, Xingcheng, and Kunlun floated out of the hall and headed straight for the teleportation array leading to the Tiani secret realm. Ba. I can already picture their humiliated faces. Ha ha ha. Master Yuxing roared with laughter. Thinking of how they would each be scolded by their own patriarchs soon, Zheng Tianming also smiled. They brought this upon themselves. Sure enough. In less than half an hour, they all returned with grim expressions. Zheng Tianming feigned ignorance. What's wrong? Why the long faces? Seeing Zheng Tianming's gloating expression, the 4 men sat down in silence. They had indeed been thoroughly scolded. Kunlun Patriarch, in particular, had hurled the most vile insults. Among the 4, Tianshuzi bore the darkest expression. Master Yuxing, struggling to maintain his dignified demeanor as an enlightened monk, solemnly declared, Ba Buddha. Fellow practitioners, how much truth do you now believe lies in Brother Sang's earlier analysis? 8 or 9 out of 10. They answered almost in unison. With the Patriarch scolding so blatantly, they simply couldn't help but believe it. The Patriarch of Amei even instructed Abbess Huishan to make contact with Gu Yuan. Such bluntness! Even a dog could understand the meaning behind the Patriarch's words. The Patriarch just subtly warned me that the S2 disciples have secretly cultivated a force rivaling the combined strength of our 6 major sections. Moreover, that herself has likely made a major breakthrough in her cultivation. Tian Shuzi took a deep breath. She's about to strike against us to annihilate the 6 great sects and seize control of humanity. Zhang Tianming demanded, why would she want to control humanity? For alchemy. Tian Shuzi said gravely, though the Patriarch spoke in veiled terms, that was essentially his meaning. Human blood seems to possess some special effect when used in alchemy. No wonder she forbids us from harming ordinary people, even going so far as to make it a sin to refuse aid when encountering a commoner in distress. She wants to enslave humanity, turning us into ingredients for their grand elixir? Her disciples, they've all been completely deceived by her. The group understood, their faces darkening as a chill ran down their spines. After a long silence, Tian Shuzi inquired, the Patriarch has instructed me to approach Gu Yuan. Is there anyone here who wishes to accompany me? Let's go together. Had we known of that woman's schemes, we shouldn't have offended him last night. Let's hope he won't hold it against us. Chapter 26, Xian Qin, Wang Jian's message. The Great Wall, the spine of the Eastern Dragon winding 10,000 miles, the edge of bronze arrowheads piercing millennia of frost and wind, and the epic carved into the heavens and earth by the flesh and will of the great Xia civilization. Who could have imagined this Great Wall wasn't built to repel Xiongnu invasions, but as a colossal project sealing the entrance to a mysterious world? Numerous scenic spots along the Great Wall attract throngs of tourists daily. Gu Yuan descended upon the Great Wall's terminus, standing above the clouds. He unleashed his black mist soul essence, extending it infinitely beneath the wall's foundations. Soon, approximately 3,000 meters beneath the Great Wall, he sensed the energy fluctuations of some grand formation in operation. Moreover, hidden beneath the Great Wall lay a dragon vein. The Great Wall itself was built upon this dragon vein. Moreover, this dragon vein was fortified by an immensely powerful magical formation, seemingly suppressing a void fissure somewhere. Evidently, this dragon vein had been diverted here through some earth-shaking, heaven-altering feat of power. Gu Yuan traced the dragon vein from its tail toward its head, seeking any signs of damage in its sealing. As he continued his investigation, Gu Yuan discovered that the dragon vein's power had dwindled to less than 30% of its peak strength, leaving it severely weakened. The formation was laid upon the dragon vein, constantly drawing upon its power to seal the mysterious void rift. The dragon vein's energy would eventually be exhausted. When Gu Yuan probed 2/5 of the dragon vein, the sweeping black mist of his soul consciousness suddenly halted. It then swept back. His gaze sharpened slightly. Here, a nearly imperceptible crack had opened in the dragon scale of this vein, and a corner of the formation array embedded within it was missing. Has this dragon vein seal been broken before? Seeing this, Gu Yuan flickered and vanished beneath the earth, emerging near the crack. This tiny crack seemed utterly insignificant against the colossal dragon vein stretching for 10,000 zhang. Had it not been for Gu Yuan's exceptionally potent black mist soul perception, it would have been impossible to detect. Who did this? Creatures from the eternal night world, or cultivators from this realm? Could this fissure lead to the eternal night realm? Gu Yuan scrutinized the fissure before him. His form shifted, shrinking to a mere 3 or 4 centimeters tall. He slowly squeezed through the tiny opening. As if entering the very body of the dragon vein, a vast and solemn power washed over him in waves. Even Gu Yuan felt insignificant in the presence of this force. Truly the power of a dragon vein, a force capable of sealing the entrance to an entire world. What kind of being could possibly have transferred it here from another place? Gu Yuan was profoundly shaken within. He was now a terrestrial immortal and not just any ordinary one. Yet even someone as formidable as him felt a sense of powerlessness before this dragon vein, now reduced to only 30 or 40% of its original might. Gu Yuan navigated the fissures of the dragon vein, moving with great difficulty even when exerting his full strength. Some force restrained him, as if he were trapped in a swamp. After more than 10 minutes, Gu Yuan felt the restraining force ease, and then he entered a space radiant with golden light. This place felt like the very body of the dragon vein, filled with an overwhelming dragon's might that suppressed everything. Within this place, Gu Yuan's soul consciousness could not extend to explore. Yet, he immediately noticed a small crack in the dragon wall at the far end. Yet that crack had been forcibly sealed by an overbearing force. Approaching to investigate, Gu Yuan discovered that the power sealing this crack seemed to originate from the eternal night world across the void. Could it be that some ancient sages are still fighting a bloody war in the eternal night world, blocking the invasion of beings from that realm? Gu Yuan murmured, could passing through this crack lead directly to the eternal night world? Whoosh! Suddenly, a crimson beam shot out from within the force within the crack. Its speed was so swift that Gu Yuan hadn't even had time to react before it pierced into his forehead. Boom! A thunderous roar instantly echoed within Gu Yuan's head. Then, a voice of immense grandeur and authority resounded. King Jian of Xianxin, leading 500,000 Qi cultivators, has fought the eternal night for 1800 years. To protect the world behind us, the sons of Xianxin have stained the battlefield with blood, 70% fallen. Yet reinforcements have not arrived. Heaven and earth are desolate, leaving only us to fight alone. Who could have foreseen the heavenly court's fall, the divine court's betrayal? The first emperor fought alone across the 8 desolate realms, his fate still unknown. As heaven and earth crumbled, the cosmos trembled. Only the sons of immortal Qin erected the final great wall with their very flesh and blood. Should any future generation find this soul-light message, know this: I and the sons of Xian Qin may have perished to the last man. The creatures of the eternal night are about to sweep across the land. You must prepare yourselves without delay. We have fought to our last breath, giving everything we had. May future generations inherit our will and swear to defend this realm with their lives. Xian Qin shall endure, its heroic spirits eternal. Gu Yuan listened to the majestic, reverberating voice echoing in his mind, his eyes unconsciously welling up with tears. For he could almost see it. On that turbulent battlefield, the sons of immortal Qin raised their battle banners high, charging into the darkness of the eternal night. Their figures stood as towering as mountains, their battle cries thundered like the heavens. Beneath blood-stained armor lay unyielding spines. Beside the shattered banners stood an unwavering resolve to fight to the death. Their heroic spirits became stars, illuminating the eternal night sky. Their blood was spilled across the land, all to protect the world behind them from invasion. The voice in his mind faded, yet Gu Yuan's heart remained unsettled for a long time. After an unknown span of time, Gu Yuan slowly raised his head, his gaze deep and heavy. He drew a deep breath, as if to inhale the millennia-spanning grandeur and glory into his very soul. Then, with solemn steps, he advanced toward the profound void rift before him. He bowed deeply, his back arching like a fully drawn bow, as if pouring every ounce of reverence and gratitude into that gesture. Junior disciple Gu Yuan, with this gesture, sincerely thanks the predecessors of the immortal Qin. His voice was deep and powerful, each word like a hammer striking the silent void. Thank you for sacrificing your lives, building a great wall with your flesh and blood, and illuminating the eternal night with the light of your heroic souls. Thank you for fighting to secure over 2,200 years of peace for future generations. His voice trembled slightly, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 years. From the rift in the void, it seemed as though countless heroic spirits responded, battle banners fluttering fiercely, swords and blades ringing out. A glimmer of moisture welled in Gu Yuan's eyes, yet he stood tall and unwavering. Your guardianship shall forever be etched in our hearts. Your will, we shall carry forward. As his words fell, the void seemed to tremble, as if the heroic spirits of the immortal Qin dynasty were silently echoing his call. Gu Yuan slowly straightened his back, lost in deep thought. This seal fisher undoubtedly originated from the eternal night world. Wang Jian's soul light message stated it had been over 1,900 years, meaning this seal had been breached over 3 centuries ago. 300 years ago, beings from the eternal night must have sneaked through. Gu Yuan's mood grew somber. He did not continue his investigation, instead turning to leave with a heavy heart. Chapter 27, The 6 Sect Leaders Pay a Visit. As Gu Yuan made his way back, the heads of the 6 great sects arrived at the Liu family villa. After confirming they posed no threat, the little white fox escorted them into the main villa. The master is out. We don't know when he'll return. Since you insist on waiting, then wait. After ushering them inside, the little white fox offered no further hospitality, no tea, no refreshments, and simply ascended the stairs. The little white fox harbored no affection whatsoever for the human cultivators who had relentlessly hunted their demonic kind, treating them as mere alchemical ingredients. What about the elder? My master is Gu Yuan, a being capable of suppressing even earthly mortals. I'll show no deference. Dare you lay a finger on me? The 6 sect leaders showed no displeasure at the little white fox's rudeness. As if, setting aside Gu Yuan and his kind, who they couldn't afford to offend, the 3 half-step earth immortals lurking within this villa complex were likely not foes they could provoke either. The 6 sat on the sofa, each taking out their own tea sets to brew tea while they waited. Taiyan Shuzi sipped his tea and marveled. I'm truly curious about those Yin soldiers outside. How did he summon them, and how can they remain in the mortal realm? It's utterly mysterious. Do you think the patriarch sent us to contact Gu Yuan because he suspects both him and that woman come from the eternal night, or does he genuinely want us to collaborate with Gu Yuan? Abbess Huishin murmured. Master Yunshu of Qingcheng sect shook his head. If Gu Yuan came from the eternal night, he wouldn't expose himself so openly. And that woman wouldn't have instructed us to spare only a breath to suppress him. Precisely. Setting aside that his cultivation could easily subdue us, we're here seeking cooperation. Everyone must avoid acting above their station, cautioned Xianxiao Zhenren, head of the Purple Mountain sect. Of course, the others nodded in agreement. They chatted idly while sipping tea. After waiting about 10 minutes, suddenly, a chill gripped their hearts as an overwhelming sense of dread descended upon the space. Instinctively, everyone rose to their feet, eyes fixed on the doorway. Sure enough, the man had returned. His waist-length white hair fell over his shoulders, and the crisp black suit he wore gave him the aura of a sinister, evil gangster boss. Gu Yuan strode in slowly, gave them a sweeping glance, then sat down on the nearby sofa. The heads of the 6 great sects? Upon his arrival, a shadow soldier had informed him that the heads of the 6 major sects had come to pay their respects. Yes, last night's actions were our mistake. We humbly request an opportunity to make amends. All 6 bowed deeply, their demeanor as deferential as possible. Gu Yuan lit a cigarette and said indifferently, "What's on your minds? Sit down and speak." After gathering so much intelligence during his Great Wall expedition, Gu Yuan had no intention of antagonizing the 6 major sects provided they kept their noses clean. Now, with them coming to apologize voluntarily, it was a win-win situation. The enemies they would face in the future were overwhelmingly powerful. The Celestial Court had fallen, the Divine Court had turned against them, and nearly all of the immortal Qin had perished in battle. The first emperor now ruled the 8 desolations alone, his whereabouts unknown. Could they truly withstand a massive invasion by the creatures of the eternal night world? General Wang Jian's mention of the Divine Court left Gu Yuan deeply puzzled as to which era of the human race it belonged to. After the 6 had seated themselves, Taiyan Shuzi, the leader of the Kunlun sect, murmured, "Elder, it seems a great calamity is upon us." "What do you mean?" Gu Yuan's gaze fixed on him, curiosity stirring. Could he also know something about the Great Wall? Taiyan Shuzi sighed. "The world of eternal night, have you ever heard of it, senior?" Gu Yuan nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Taiyan Shuzi's expression grew grave as he said solemnly, "The woman who founded Bureau 749, the master of that green-robed woman you subdued last night. Our founding patriarch has confirmed she is a being from the world of eternal night. We do not know by what means she infiltrated our world." Taiyan Shuzi then relayed Zhang Tianming's suspicions to Gu Yuan in meticulous detail, leaving out not a single word. After listening quietly, Gu Yuan couldn't help but connect the woman who founded Bureau 749 with the fissure beneath the Great Wall. Did she emerge suddenly 300 years ago? Gu Yuan inquired. If the timeline matched, there could be no doubt it was her. Taiyan Shuzi nodded. Yes, around 300 years ago. She appeared out of nowhere, without any warning. Then it must be her. Gu Yuan stated flatly, then briefly recounted what had transpired during his recent trip to the Great Wall. Whoa! All 6 of them couldn't help but gasp in shock, their reactions lingering long after the words were spoken. Gu Yuan inquired, "Honestly, I'm curious which era of our human race does the Divine Court General Wang Jian spoke of belong to?" "The Western Divine Court, damned creatures. They've actually defected and surrendered to the beings of the eternal night world," the 6 nearly shouted in unison. Taiyan Shuzi continued, "Speaking of this Divine Court, we've long been suspicious. The forces that woman has been cultivating behind the scenes are precisely the Western Divine cultivators, prepared to be unleashed against us. Upon careful reflection, that possibility is indeed plausible." Abbess Wishan's face darkened. Back then, she mercilessly annihilated the 6 great sects of Great Xia, yet took no action against those Western traitors. This was a blatant attempt to weaken our collective strength. The faces of the 6 great sect leaders darkened. Previously, they had merely regarded her as domineering. But now, upon reflection, they realized she had planned this all along, first having their collective strength, then using the Western Divine cultivators to destroy the 6 great sects. Gu Yuan spoke coldly, "The Western Divine Court. Even if they aren't the forces behind that woman, their ancestors' collective surrender to the Eternal Night's creatures alone means I never intended to spare them." Hearing this, the 6 leaders fixed their gaze upon him and inquired, "What is your plan, senior?" Gu Yuan countered, "What realm is that woman at? Are your 6 ancestral masters confident they can suppress her?" "This, we don't know. The patriarch didn't tell us." They scratched their heads, their eyes darting away, faces flushed with embarrassment. Gu Yuan remarked coolly, "If you can't even ascertain the enemy's strength, what purpose did you come here for?" Taiyan Shuzi answered truthfully, "The patriarchs instructed us to make contact with you, senior, to gauge your stance. Now that we've made contact, my stance is clear, whatever the cost, that woman must be slain, and those Western demons must be eradicated. Then we prepare for war to face the invasion of the creatures from the eternal night world." Gu Yuan's voice was grave. "We may not be able to hold them back, but we have no retreat. We must fight to the bitter end." "Understood. If there is nothing further, we shall return immediately to report this to the patriarch." The 6 men wore solemn expressions, fully aware that humanity now stood at the edge of a cliff, with nowhere left to retreat. By the way, the first emperor may have left some sort of contingency within his imperial tomb. If the senior has time, he might explore it, Shen Xiaozhenren, the head of Purple Mountain sect, suggested. Gu Yuan replied indifferently, "Since you all know of this, has the patriarch not already investigated?" Shen Xiao sighed bitterly, "The patriarchs couldn't enter it sealed by a powerful magical barrier. But perhaps you could try, senior? You might just get in." Chapter 28, The Alliance of Gods, Liu Ruyue. While Gu Yuan was in secret discussions with the 6 sect leaders from the Western Empire's Alliance of Gods secret realm, Liu Ruyue, the elder brother of Liu Ruyue, emerged alongside a large group of fair-haired, blue-eyed men and women, all radiating noble bearing and exquisite grace. "Fellow seniors, I've been out for over half a month. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now." Dressed in a crisp white suit, Liu Ruyue, born into nobility and possessing an extraordinary bearing, bowed his fist toward the assembled seniors. A stunningly beautiful woman with seductive, thread-like eyes and an enchanting aura nodded. "Junior brother Liu, do not slack in your cultivation after returning. We will soon undertake a major operation, and it would be best if you break through to the heavenly god realm during that time. Rest assured, senior sister Ruyue, I shall not slack off. I take my leave now. With that, Liu Ruyue turned and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. This lad has remarkable luck. An eastern yellow fox can awaken our western divine physique, someone murmured. Refrain from such remarks. Should he survive and mature, his future potential is boundless. The stunning woman whom Liu Ruyue had just addressed as Sister Ruyue murmured softly, he holds the Alliance leader's profound trust. In the future, we may all come to rely on him. The Alliance of Gods gathered divine cultivators from across the western lands. Their heavenly god realm was equivalent to the eastern heavenly phenomenon realm. This meant that Liu Ruyue, barely 25 or 26 years old, was already a half-step celestial phenomenon. Such terrifying innate talent would surely shock the world if revealed. Even prodigies like Qin Hao and others pale in comparison to Liu Ruyue. Let's return. Xilan Ruyue watched Liu Ruye's receding figure, then turned to lead everyone back to the secret realm space. Ah! At that moment, Liu Ruyue's anguished screams echoed from the distance. Gu Yuan! Gu Yuan! Gu Yuan! I'll flay your skin and tear your tendons. I'll make you wish you were dead. Senior sister, what's that brat raving about? Hearing the commotion, the group about to follow Xilan Ruyue back all turned their gaze toward the distance. You all go back first. I'll go check. Xilan Ruyue motioned for them to depart first, then vanished from her spot in a flash. When she reappeared, she was already beside Liu Ruyue. Junior brother, what's gotten into you? Xilan Ruyue looked at Liu Ruyue, who was staring down at his phone, overcome with grief, and asked with concern. Senior sister. I'm the only one left in my family now. Liu Ruyue handed his phone to Xilan Ruyue, his eyes bloodshot and bulging, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Gu Yuan, I want him dead. I want him to suffer worse than death. Xilan Ruyue studied the contents on the screen, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She murmured, Junior brother, don't let hatred cloud your judgment. This man is beyond your reach. We must plan carefully. Her heart was filled with dread. Even the Alliance leader's junior sister had been suppressed by Gu Yuan, her current fate unknown. If Liu Ruyue lost his reason and foolishly charged in, it would be nothing short of courting death. Even if I can't defeat him, I'll make him pay a heavy price. Liu Ruyue's face twisted into a grimace. He's staying in my Liu family now, and his mother has no one to care for her. I'll go kill his mother first to ease the hatred in my heart. Whoosh! With that, he channeled his divine power and raced back to the country at full speed. Seeing this, Xilan Ruyue sighed softly and quietly followed behind. As the beloved disciple of the Alliance leader and the eldest sister of the Divine Alliance, she could not allow him to come to harm. Liu family villa. Upon hearing that even the founding patriarchs of the six sects couldn't enter the first emperor's tomb, Gu Yuan shook his head. If even your own ancestors were barred, I likely won't be able to enter either. If the first emperor truly left a contingency, he would have intervened decisively in times of crisis. Hearing this, the sect leaders nodded. Our founder held the same belief. Since the first emperor forbade our entry, he must have had his reasons. Gu Yuan stretched lazily and said calmly, you return and procure a batch of cultivation resources for me. Then ask your founder if the six of you combined have the strength to suppress that woman. As for the others, leave them to me. He truly hadn't expected that in just one night since his rebirth as a corpse, the secrets he'd uncovered felt like he'd lived through 1,000 years. Was his ordeal predestined? Was it meant to draw forth that sliver of black light within him, fusing with his being, only for humanity's impending doom to follow? Gu Yuan couldn't help but entertain such thoughts. Everything felt too coincidental. Truthfully, he was overthinking it. Even without his ordeal, the Great Wall would eventually crumble. The creatures of the eternal night would inevitably invade. He was merely an accident. The true protagonist was the one summoned by the first emperor's tomb. Elder, do you require cultivation resources? The sect masters asked in astonishment. Resources should be of little use to him now. At this level, breakthroughs came through inside a flash of inspiration, followed by consuming a few elixirs, and the realm would open effortlessly. If cultivation resources could compensate for innate talent, the six old masters wouldn't have been stuck at the threshold of Earth Immortal for over 1,000 years. Gu Yuan could easily discern their thoughts. My situation differs from yours, he stated calmly. My cultivation system is distinct. After refining the resources from that green-robed woman and her spatial ring last night, I've reached the land immortal tier. For now, I haven't encountered a bottleneck, but it should come soon. Ha! Senior, you've already broken through to the land immortal realm? Hearing this, all six sect masters revealed expressions of shock and delight. If he could suppress Qingyi, an Earth Immortal, at the peak of celestial phenomenon, could he now challenge the Patriarch after ascending to Earth Immortal? My current strength still falls short of the patriarch's, but even if I cannot defeat him, I can escape safely. I've obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Gu Yuan had indeed not encountered a bottleneck yet, but as he said, that bottleneck should not be far off. The 10,800,000,000 blood and black mist portals within his body served as watershed marks, each 100 million marking a threshold. Gu Yuan had now activated 63 million gateways within his physical body. He sensed that reaching 1 billion would likely bring him to his bottleneck. Excellent. If the senior cultivator can significantly enhance their cultivation through spirit stones and various cultivation pills, that would be a truly delightful surprise. Very well. We'll return immediately to prepare ample cultivation resources for you, senior. We'll also inquire about the cultivation levels of the patriarch and the others, as well as that woman. Senior, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. The sect leaders were overjoyed, eager to return and prepare the cultivation resources for him. If Gu Yuan could elevate his combat strength to the level of the founding patriarch, their chances of dealing with that woman would improve significantly. Gu Yuan nodded. No need to see us off. Very well, we take our leave. The sect leaders rose and hurriedly departed. Upon returning, they would not only inquire about the Grandmaster's cultivation realm but also share the earth-shattering news Gu Yuan had brought back from the Great Wall. Chapter 29, Zhao Su, Fusu. Zhao Su had a very, very long dream. He dreamt of the imperial mausoleum of Mount Li, where a voice beckoned him to come. This morning, upon waking, he set out to verify this dream. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, he bid farewell to his family and drove to the imperial mausoleum of Mount Li. Gazing at the towering imperial tomb before him, Zhao Su muttered under his breath, "Just one dream, and I drove 200 or 300 kilometers to get here. I'm such a fool." Despite his words, he didn't regret coming. After all, he had once been Gu Yuan's student. Now 19 years old, he still couldn't believe his teacher would do such a thing. Whoosh! At that very moment, a streak of light descended directly above the imperial mausoleum of Mount Li. The arrival was none other than Gu Yuan. He dispersed his dark mist soul sense, enveloping the entire Lishan imperial mausoleum. Yet he discovered his soul sense could not penetrate it no matter what, blocked by a formidable force. Even my soul perception can't penetrate, Gu Yuan sighed in disappointment. Just as he prepared to leave, his soul perception suddenly detected a familiar presence. Zhao Su. There he was, sneaking up the mountain, looking as though he feared being seen. The second day of the new year, what's this kid doing here? A flicker of curiosity crossed Gu Yuan's eyes. Instantly, he flickered forward, materializing directly before Zhao Su. Gu Yuan's sudden appearance startled Zhao Su, who was already on edge. Teacher Gu? Realizing who it was, Zhao Su froze in place. He never imagined he'd run into his teacher, the very same one who'd gone on a killing spree the night before right here. What are you doing here? Gu Yuan's gaze swept over Zhao Su as he voiced his confusion. I. Zhao Su stammered, repeating I several times, but the words stuck in his throat. He couldn't very well say, I had a dream last night, so I came here, could he? Teacher Gu, what brings you here? Zhao Su scratched his head and asked. Me? Gu Yuan smiled faintly. This imperial tomb is no ordinary place. It holds secrets unknown to the world. The first emperor may have left some kind of legacy within. But I am not the chosen one. I cannot enter. Even you, Teacher Gu, can't enter? Zhao Su's heart trembled. He hesitated, unsure whether to tell his teacher about the voice calling to him from within the imperial tomb. Gu Yuan lit a cigarette and smiled faintly. The first emperor isn't as simple as the history books portray. He didn't die, and his body definitely isn't in the tomb. Is that so? Zhao Su's expression twisted with conflict, his words caught in his throat. Gu Yuan seemed to read his thoughts and chuckled. What's the matter? Could it be that something within the first emperor's tomb is calling to you? Yes. Last night I had a dream, and since arriving here, that feeling has grown stronger. Zhao Su's expression turned slightly bashful. Gu Yuan smiled faintly. There's no need to be embarrassed. Did that calling sensation lead you to climb the mountain? Zhao Su nodded emphatically. Yes. It gave me a location and told me to go up. I'll take you there. Gu Yuan grabbed his shoulders and soared into the air, instantly appearing above the mountain peak. Flying for the first time, Zhao Su's face flushed crimson with excitement. Gazing down at the imperial tomb below, before Gu Yuan could speak, Zhao Su pointed to a barren patch and said, Master, over there. That voice summoning me, it told me to go there. All right. Gu Yuan nodded. With a flash, Zhao Su felt a blur before his eyes and landed on the barren patch. Such speed filled him with awe and longing. His heart remained unsettled for a long time. Anything? Gu Yuan asked, patting his shoulder. That voice told you to leave, teacher, Zhao Su scratched his head. Gu Yuan smiled faintly before departing the area. Buzz. The moment he stepped away, Zhao Su was engulfed in a blinding light. In the next instant, he vanished from the spot. Interesting. It seems this lad is the destined recipient of what the first emperor left behind. Gu Yuan was quite surprised, though he regretted not being able to enter himself. Moments later, Zhao Su's voice carried out, "Teacher, please leave first." I won't be able to get out that quickly. That person told me. I'm actually the reincarnation of the eldest prince, Fusu. Fusu reincarnated? Gu Yuan was taken aback. Very well. I'll depart first. Take care of yourself. With that, he soared into the distance, vanishing from sight in an instant. Gu Yuan's return journey wasn't headed for City H, but back to the village to prepare to bring his mother away. As he neared Gu village, less than 50 kilometers away, a massive karmic thread suddenly appeared before his eyes. Second only to Liu Ruyue's, it was rapidly heading toward Gu village. Who could possess such a massive karmic thread, and be a cultivator at that? Could it be Liu Ruyue's brother? A thought flashed through Gu Yuan's mind as his black mist soul consciousness swept out like a tidal wave. Sure enough. Over 100 kilometers away, he spotted a man bearing a faint resemblance to Liu Ruyue. He was racing across the clouds, his face twisted in fury as he charged toward Gu village. And trailing behind him was a Western woman who had nearly reached the level of a landing mortal. Seeing this, Gu Yuan temporarily ignored the insignificant threat of Liu Ruyue. With a flash, he materialized behind Liu Ruyue, who was secretly following Liu Ruyue. She remained utterly unaware. Gu Yuan followed the woman silently before speaking in a low voice, "Are you heading to Gu village?" "Who?" The sudden voice sent a chill down Liu Ruyue's spine, causing her to break out in a cold sweat as she spun around in a defensive stance. Behind her stood a man with shoulder-length white hair, radiating a brutal, malevolent aura from within. He stared at her like she was a corpse. "You're Gu Yuan?" Liu Ruyue's spirit trembled violently, a chill spreading through her entire body. "Indeed, it is I. Are you going to kill my mother?" Gu Yuan stared at her with a faint, mocking smile. I'm not," Liu Ruyue stammered, backing away while shaking her head in denial. Gu Yuan's voice was calm and amused. "If not, then you're pursuing the man ahead. Go and bring him back to me." Yes, I'll go immediately." Liu Ruyue dared not refuse. After agreeing, her speed surged as she caught up to Liu Ruyue. Sis Liu Ruyue cried out in surprise upon seeing Liu Ruyue, but before he could finish, Liu Ruyue struck him unconscious with a backhand. She then dragged him by the collar back to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's lips curved into an amused smile. "I thought I heard him call you senior sister just now." "Senior, you must have misheard." Liu Ruyue flashed an exquisitely seductive smile, her voice sweet and coquettish. "This young man killed an important member of our Divine Alliance. I was sent to apprehend him. Please, senior, grant our Divine Alliance this favor. I implore you to allow me to take him back to report." Chapter 30, Huang Guiying's disappearance. Liu Ruyue's heart was filled with bitterness. How could such a coincidence occur encountering this man here? To save Liu Ruyue's life now, she had no choice but to invoke the Alliance of Gods. Crucially, Gu Yuan must never learn of Liu Ruyue's connection to the Alliance. Any fool could see that Liu Ruyue was going to kill this man's mother. If Gu Yuan discovered Liu Ruyue's connection to the Alliance of Gods, Liu Ruyue was certain her own life would end right here. Gu Yuan watched her performance, a playful smile curling his lips. "Finished?" Yes. I beg you, senior, to grant me this chance. This boy's crimes are heinous. Rest assured, he will not survive." Liu Ruyue bit her crimson lips lightly, her eyes brimming with allure as she gazed at Gu Yuan with every charm she possessed. "In that case, you may die." Put. As Gu Yuan's words fell, unnoticed by Liu Ruyue, a black mist tentacle pierced through her front and back. "Ah!" Liu Ruyue's eyes widened in shock. Blood spurted from her mouth as she stared at Gu Yuan, her face filled with bewilderment. Gu Yuan remained impassive, snatching Liu Ruyue from afar and tossing him into the black mist space. With a flick of his thoughts, Liu Ruyue's entire body was drained dry, reduced to a desiccated corpse. Gu Yuan hadn't expected such a windfall from this trip. He'd originally thought his mother might be bored alone at home, so he planned to bring her to the Liu family villa where Lin Xian and the fox demon could keep her company. Little did he expect to land such a big fish as Liu Ruyue. To have a demigod secretly guarding him, this youth must hold a significant position within the Alliance of Gods. Moreover, the fact that he intended to kill his own mother provided him with the perfect justification to declare war on the Alliance of Gods. Gu Yuan vanished from his spot and reappeared within the black mist space. In the corner, Liu Ruyue, reduced to skin and bones by Gu Yuan's torment and now barely clinging to life, was held by her brother, her face etched with grief and despair. "Did you ever imagine this would be your fate?" Gu Yuan's cold voice echoed behind them. Hearing this, Liu Ruyue roared furiously, "You beast! I'll kill you!" Furious, he dropped his sister and lunged at Gu Yuan with a savage expression. Thud! Gu Yuan struck him down with a palm strike from across the room, his voice cold. "I have no grudge against you. Yet because of a single negative review, you nearly destroyed my family. If I were a beast, you wouldn't even be fit to be called beasts. You beast! I'm the beloved disciple of the Alliance of God's leader. How dare you kill me?" Liu Ruye's eyes bulged as he glared up, fixating on Gu Yuan like a wounded beast. Oh? Never expected you to have such status. Well. Gu Yuan lowered his gaze, genuinely surprised. In that case, you still hold some value. As for your sister, I've vented my rage sufficiently. Let her join your family in the afterlife. Put. As Gu Yuan's words fell, Liu Ruyue's barely living body was instantly pierced by several black mist tentacles. They sucked dry every drop of her blood, and she breathed her last. Ah! Beast! I won't let you off. Witnessing his sister's death, Liu Ruye's face contorted with fury as he roared hysterically. Gu Yuan spoke coldly. Back then, I roared just like you now. Yet it changed nothing. I was as powerless and hopeless as you are. You worthless piece of trash, dare you compare yourself to the Liu family? That we framed you as an honor bestowed upon you, you garbage. Liu Ruyue, bereft of family and home, was consumed by rage. Yes. You, this superior being, are now in the hands of this lowly creature. Gu Yuan refused to engage in further argument and departed without another word. After last night's rampage and uncovering so many hidden truths, Gu Yuan now felt a sense of calm. Exiting the black mist space, Gu Yuan headed straight home. Yet upon returning to Gu village, his mother was nowhere to be found. Even after spreading his soul perception to cover the entire village and fields, he found no trace of her. Gu Yuan frowned. It was the second day of the new year. Where could his mother possibly be? And why was the second in general nowhere to be found either? After searching every inch of Gu village and its surrounding hundreds of miles, he still found no trace of his mother. Gu Yuan's face darkened to a terrifying shade, a terrible foreboding settling in his heart. Could it be that the second in general has taken mother back? Gu Yuan muttered under his breath, immediately racing back to City H at top speed. The moment he stepped into the villa's grand hall, he saw the second shadow general waiting there, his heart filled with unease. Seeing Gu Yuan return, he sprang to his feet. Your Highness, your mother was abducted by a group of black-clad figures. When I arrived at Gu village, she was already gone. After questioning the villagers one by one, someone claimed to have seen a group of black-clad figures descend from the sky and enter your family compound. Boom! Hearing this, it felt like thunderclaps exploded within Gu Yuan's mind. His body staggered, his face darkening so much it seemed as if water could drip from it. Who could it be? Gu Yuan's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. The murderous intent in his eyes nearly solidified. The entire world seemed to resonate with his aura. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning flashed violently, enveloping the entire city of H. In that moment, people felt a palpable sense of dread. Gu Yuan sat silently on the sofa, lighting one cigarette after another. His emotions were wildly unstable, like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. No one dared disturb him. Under the influence of his rage, dark clouds rolled across the sky over H City, thunder roared, and lightning flashed like the harbinger of an apocalypse descending. Who could it be? Was it that woman from Bureau 749 who secretly sent people to abduct his mother? Or was it another faction? While Gu Yuan's emotions raged, his mind raced at breakneck speed. An entire pack of cigarettes was smoked in no time. The Fox Demon and Lin Xian watched from the side, both sensing the terrifying rage lurking beneath Gu Yuan's calm exterior. Lin Xian. After silent contemplation until noon, Gu Yuan spoke calmly. What are your orders, senior? Lin Xian hurried forward at his call. Using your account, post an announcement with the following content. My mother is not someone easily dealt with. Those who secretly abducted her, if a single hair on her head is harmed, I will make you wish you were dead. Though I know not your motives, you would be wise to return her safely and immediately. The consequences of taking my mother are consequences you cannot bear. Understood. Lin Shen nodded firmly, pulled out her phone, logged into the account platform, opened the text video feature, typed in Gu Yuan's words, and published it. Her account had already surpassed 200 million followers. The moment the text video went live, likes and comments surged at an alarming rate. Holy, you dared kidnap Big Shot Gu's mother? Who the hell is this? Damn it, Gu Yuan gang was way too careless. The comment section was ablaze with heated discussion. Many believed Gu Yuan had been far too careless, with all sorts of opinions flying around, yet not a single voice rejoiced in his misfortune or hurled insults. Though Gu Yuan hadn't yet pinpointed the location of the group that snatched Huang Guiying, once the causal thread solidified after midnight tonight, they would have nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. This thread of cause and effect would be thick and unmistakable. Therefore, Gu Yuan remained calm. Once today passed, it would be time for him to unleash his fury. The calmer he remained now, the more violent the storm would be later. Chapter 31, which one is it? Hope you can withstand my wrath. The text video Gu Yuan had Lin Xian post caused a huge stir online. A tyrant who casually slaughters millions dares to have his mother kidnapped? This was nothing short of utter contempt. Without a doubt, another wave of bloodshed was imminent. The top 3 leaders of Great Xiao watched with unease, yet matters among cultivators were beyond their control. They could only silently observe the unfolding events. Around 3 in the afternoon, The heads of the 6 great sects, upon learning of Gu Yuan's mother's abduction, rushed back in a flurry. Senior, we suspect the group that captured your mother is orchestrated by that woman. And it absolutely could not be the doing of our great Xia cultivators. Returning to find Gu Yuan with a dark, sullen expression, they could clearly sense the raging fury within him. Gu Yuan spoke coldly, whoever they are, after midnight, their time will be up. Senior, do you have a way to track them down? The sect leaders asked in astonishment. Gu Yuan did not answer, but instead asked, have you inquired about the cultivation levels of your founding patriarch and that woman? We have. Tianshuzi spoke up, apart from our Kunlun patriarch who has reached the mortal-immortal realm, the other 5 patriarchs have all set one foot into that realm. As for that woman, our Kunlun patriarch speculates she might be in the late to mid-stage of mortal-immortal. If it comes to a fight, our chances of victory are only about 30%. At this point, their expressions turned grave. Only a 30% chance of victory. And we have no choice but to fight. Gu Yuan spoke calmly, even with only a 30% chance, this battle is unavoidable. Have you all brought the cultivation resources I require? All here. Hearing this, the sect masters each produced a spatial ring and presented it, saying, the probability of our defeat in this battle is extremely high. Our founder instructed us to bring all usable resources to you, Senior. They are all contained within this spatial ring. Very well. In this battle, we stand together or fall together. Gu Yuan collected the spatial rings they offered and said solemnly, prepare yourselves mentally. Even if we prevail in this battle, we may still be unable to withstand the subsequent invasion of the Eternal Night's creatures. We need a retreat path to preserve the human race's civilization. Zhang Tianming replied, rest assured, Senior. Our patriarch has already made preparations. 6 spirit energy vessels have been secretly constructed, each capable of carrying approximately 100 million people. Should we prevail in this battle, a great migration will commence? In the vastness of the cosmos, there must be a place for us to call home. Indeed. The other 5 sect leaders sighed. Alas! Only by eliminating that woman can we organize our great Xia people to board the 6 great ships. Let's hope that woman moves slowly. Gu Yuan's eyes flickered as he revealed, today, I visited the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li. I witnessed a youth being summoned inside by something within the tomb. The first emperor may have left behind some great weapon. I hope he emerges soon. Hearing this, the masters all lit up with excitement, eagerly asking, Senior, who is this youth? What makes him extraordinary? Gu Yuan replied slowly, he was once my student. He claims a being within the tomb declared him the reincarnation of Fusu. Now, given your advanced years, have you lived through the pre-Qin era? Does Fusu match the accounts in the historical records? The reincarnation of Fusu? All 6 sect leaders paled at the revelation. Those are history books written for commoners. How could they possibly be true? Tianshuzi, the eldest among them, murmured, Senior Fusu perished in the battle against the Eternal Night creatures during the pre-Qin era. Back then, I was only in my 30s, my cultivation too low to participate in that war. I never imagined he would be reincarnated into this era. The lifespan in the celestial phenomena realm ranges from 2000 to 2500 years. For those at the half-step land immortal stage, lifespan can extend to 3000 years. Tianshuzi's lifespan likely extends for another 600 or 700 years. Master Yuxing exhaled slightly in relief. The first emperor must have known his son Fusu would be reincarnated in this era. The treasures left within the imperial tomb might truly help us weather this crisis. Tianshuzi, rumor has it the immortal Qin court possessed an ultimate killing weapon called the Great Annihilation Strike of Immortal Qin. Do you think the first emperor might have left several units within the imperial tomb? Abbas Huishan looked at Tianshuzi and inquired, rumor has it that thing originated from the Gongsun family. It can lock onto and instantly slay even immortals of the mortal realm with a single strike. Tianshuzi nodded. Indeed, but not many. During the battle between Immortal Qin and the Eternal Night beings, I saw only 9 deployed by the Immortal Qin court. That thing is terrifying once locked onto, there's nowhere to hide, not in heaven nor earth. But as far as I know, the first emperor took them all with him. What? All taken away? The sect masters' faces fell at this news. Tianshuzi chuckled. But it's possible more than 9 existed during the Immortal Qin era. We'll just have to wait and see. Indeed, we should hold out hope. With that thing, our odds against that woman would be at least 70 or 80%. Learning that Fusu's reincarnation existed in this era, the sect leaders instantly felt the weight on their shoulders lift. Gu Yuan spoke up, tonight I will launch a major operation. As you all said, those who captured my mother are definitely not Xia cultivators. Tonight, I may destroy an entire nation. Return and rally the cultivators of your 6 major sections. Tonight, prepare to follow me as we erase one nation from this planet. Whoa! Hearing this, all 6 sect leaders sucked in a cold breath inwardly. Still, this was far preferable to him slaughtering his own people, wasn't it? Judging by his attitude, he clearly had no intention of continuing to slaughter his own people. If that was the case, then going out tonight to destroy a nation if that was what he desired, then so be it. With that thought, the 6 sect leaders nodded in unison. Very well, senior. We shall return immediately and gather all our inner sect disciples. With that, they turned and departed. Why was Gu Yuan so certain it wasn't the work of great Xia cultivators? Because that woman no longer held sway over the 6 great sects. From overseas, she must have cultivated more than just the alliance of gods. Near Great Xia, the land of cherry blossoms, the land of imprint and void, the land of the great staff, and others. Which one is it, exactly? I hope you can withstand my wrath. Gu Yuan sneered coldly within. After organizing the resources obtained from the 6 major sect leaders, Gu Yuan turned to the fox demon and Lin Xian standing beside him. He tossed each a spatial ring and said, "Inside are ample cultivation resources. Take them and train diligently." With that, he vanished on the spot, entering the black mist space. This black mist space was deeply mysterious, even beyond Gu Yuan's comprehension. Had he lost his battle against that mysterious woman, he could have brought a large group here to seek refuge. However, this realm lacked spiritual energy and other vital substances. Moreover, it proved harmful to outsiders. Over time, this space would gradually erode their lifespan, vitality, and blood essence. Gu Yuan didn't dwell on such thoughts. He crossed his legs upon the white bone throne and began his journey of refinement. Within the black mist space, his refinement speed increased dramatically. 10 days outside might not even equal a single day here. Chapter 32, The Call. Sakura Nation. Upon returning to their respective sects, the 6 masters immediately began summoning all inner door disciples who had reached the Amaterasu realm. Along with numerous celestial phenomenon realm elders, they were all summoned to the sect's Grand Assembly Hall. The atmosphere within the Grand Hall was solemn. Under the elders' methodical arrangements, the 6 major sects ultimately decided to leave only 10% of their elite forces to guard their respective sections. The rest prepared to follow Gu Yuan on a campaign to destroy a certain nation. Once the personnel were assembled, the 6 sect leaders gathered at Kunlun sect. They exchanged theories, speculating which nation's cultivators had abducted Gu Yuan's mother. Based on clues and intelligence gathered from various sources, their judgments gradually converged. All agreed that the Cherry Blossom Nation bore the greatest suspicion, followed by the Infan Nation. Regardless of which nation was ultimately confirmed responsible, they were certain that after tonight, that nation would likely face utter annihilation. Judging by the ruthless and decisive actions of that man, such an extreme move was not beyond the realm of possibility. After finalizing their plans, the leaders maintained outward composure. They engaged in quiet conversation while leisurely sipping tea, calmly awaiting the arrival of dawn. According to the plan, at exactly 11:30 p.m., they would lead their elite forces to City H. They seemed indifferent to which nation would be destroyed tonight. In their minds, as long as the 6 great sects united and fought side by side, they could dominate the world and hold an unshakable position. Only that enigmatic woman remained a lingering concern in their hearts, a formidable presence they could not ignore. The 6 great sects possessed ancient lineages and profound foundations, each protected by a land immortal. These immortals of the land, serving as the supreme elders of their respective sects, lived reclusive lives, rarely appearing before the world. Their very existence was the bedrock of their sects. Back then, the Buddha had intervened to subdue that azure dragon precisely because he was away investigating a secret matter. Having weathered countless ages, the 6 great sects' lineages have never been severed. Beyond their founding patriarchs, how could they not possess earthly immortals? To claim otherwise would be utterly implausible. However, given the current situation, the circumstances remain within manageable limits. For now, there is no need to disturb the earthly immortals of the various sects. After all, with Gu Yuan present, his prowess alone could prevent either the 3 terrestrial immortals of Sakura Island or the 5 from the Infan Kingdom from causing significant disruption. The sect leaders secretly speculated that the forces of overseas nations had likely already been covertly brought under the mysterious woman's command, becoming pawns in her hands to counter the 6 great sects. By the end of their discussion, they sat together, deeply troubled, debating whether to reveal that the woman hailed from the eternal night realm. If this news could spread, it might sow doubt within the hearts of those subjugated overseas factions, prompting them to defect at the critical moment and join forces with the 6 great sects to confront that formidable enemy. Yet without concrete evidence to back their claims, how could they expect others to believe them so easily? This was precisely the most vexing dilemma plaguing the sect leaders at this moment. For now, they could only proceed cautiously, reacting to each situation as it arose. Deep within their hearts, each sect leader silently hoped that Gu Yuan could elevate his power to the level of a founding patriarch before the great battle commenced. Sakura Island, divine capital. This bustling city shone like a dazzling pearl set upon the map of Sakura Nation. Approximately 20 million Sakura Nation citizens resided within its walls, accounting for 1/10 of the nation's total population. The city was densely populated and bustling with commerce. Beneath the Imperial Shrine lay a hidden, independent space, the headquarters of the Sakura Nation Ninja Alliance's cultivators. Stepping inside, potent spiritual energy enveloped visitors. Looking up, ancient structures stand densely packed yet harmoniously arranged. Each building radiates the weight of history and an air of mystery, whispering tales of past glories and untold stories. At this moment, within the main hall of the Ninja Alliance headquarters, the elders gathered together, some whispering among themselves, others with solemn expressions, all eyes fixed upon the enchantingly beautiful woman seated at the head of the hall. This woman was the alliance leader of the Ninja Alliance. Her figure was graceful, her face exquisite, yet she exuded an aura of authority and presence that commanded respect. Leader, we've just received the latest intelligence. Gu Yuan has issued a proclamation. Should he learn we captured his mother, he will likely stop at nothing to attack immediately. Moreover, if he truly strikes, our nation's common people may not escape this calamity. Innocents will suffer. Leader, why did you make such a decision? Below, an elder rose to his feet, his face etched with confusion as he questioned. Indeed. That man easily subdued Qingyi, the head of Bureau 749. His formidable strength and ruthless methods speak for themselves. Should he learn we were behind this, his fury would ignite, and he would come to slaughter us all. Why provoke such a demonic force? Many elders nodded in agreement, their faces etched with confusion and unease. What are you all afraid of? The enchanting woman seated among them heard this and let a faint, disdainful sneer curl her lips. We've handled this with utmost secrecy. Every step was meticulously planned and executed. Even if Gu Yuan possessed divine abilities, he'd never easily guess it was our doing. Besides, are you unaware that the venerable figure backing us has already begun plotting? He intends to strike against the Great Xia Kingdom. Once we successfully eliminate the 6 great sects of Great Xia, the feast of dividing its lands will commence. Is that senior truly preparing to take action? This is wonderful. We've coveted the lands of Great Xia for so long, counting countless days and nights in anticipation of this day. Indeed. At last, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has arrived. They had witnessed firsthand the formidable power of the woman standing behind them. Hearing she was truly about to strike against the Great Xia Kingdom filled them with both excitement and nervousness. Finally, a perceptive elder rose and asked doubtfully, Alliance leader, that may be so, but how does this connect to capturing Gu Yuan's mother? His question echoed the doubts in many hearts present, and all eyes turned to the Alliance leader. Hearing this, the woman seated at the head of the table darkened her expression. How could we presume to fathom the intentions of that venerable elder? She instructs us to act, and we must obey without question. Why ask more? Remember this, obedience to orders is the very foundation of our survival. Exactly. Since it is the will of that being, we must comply without hesitation. There is no need to fear any consequences. With her backing us, what is there to dread? Learning that this matter had been orchestrated by that mysterious and powerful woman, the elder's worries instantly vanished. Issue the order, attend to that old woman with utmost care. Her body is now extremely frail, she cannot endure any disturbance. Under no circumstances must she be allowed to die. The woman seated there spoke solemnly, her expression grave. I suspect that elder intends to use Gu Yuan's mother to coerce him into allegiance. Therefore, she must be attended to with the utmost care, not a single hair on her head must be harmed. Is that understood? Rest assured, Alliance leader. I shall immediately prepare some restorative elixirs for her. With my alchemy skills, such a task is but child's play, a mere trifle. An old man with a handlebar mustache nodded emphatically, his words brimming with confidence. This man was the strongest alchemist in the Ninja Alliance, possessing profound expertise in the art of alchemy. Very well. If there is nothing further, you may all withdraw. The woman seated at the head of the table waved her hand dismissively. Yes, ma'am. The assembly rose in unison, bowed in respect, and departed the main hall in orderly fashion. Once everyone had departed, a figure shrouded entirely in black robes slowly emerged from the shadows at the rear of the main hall. The figure seemed to merge with the darkness, emanating an aura of mystery and eeriness. Elder. Queen Sakura's expression changed abruptly at the sight. She rose immediately and bowed respectfully. You are wise to grasp our intentions. Gu Yuan is a man we must win over. Ensure his mother suffers no harm whatsoever. Moreover, her mental state must be better than ever before. Only then can we possibly draw him to our side. The voice of the cloaked figure was low and gravelly, making it impossible to discern whether it belonged to a man or a woman. This junior understands. Queen Sakura remained exceedingly respectful as she asked in a low voice, forgive my boldness, but when does the senior plan to move against the 6 great sects of Great Xia? This junior would like to prepare in advance to avoid any last-minute chaos. Soon. Not long now. When the time comes, I shall find you myself. You need only wait patiently and focus on your own duties. With that, the cloaked figure dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing in an instant. Only the empty main hall remained, along with the Cherry Blossom Queen, her face etched with confusion. Gazing at the dissipating smoke, the Queen of Cherry Blossom's eyes flickered as she pondered silently, what is his true origin? Yet no matter how hard she racked her brain, she could never have imagined that he hailed from the Eternal Night Realm, a realm where even this mere avatar could effortlessly crush mortal gods. Chapter 33, Sakura Island, Time to Become History. Dawn, Black Mist Realm. Upon the bone throne, Gu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, the black mist and blood mist portals within his body had each opened to 36 million gates, totaling 72 million. The resources sent by the 6 great sects had been consumed by over 80%. It wasn't that Gu Yuan couldn't continue advancing, but rather that reaching this level was sufficient. As the black mist and blood mist portals within him opened, the power of causality became more intricate, and the causality threads naturally grew clearer. The thread representing his mother was now crystal clear. Thus, it was sufficient. When Gu Yuan descended from the upper floor, Lin Xian, who had been waiting in the hall, immediately rose and approached him. "Teacher, you've emerged from seclusion." "Teacher?" Seeing Gu Yuan look at her with a hint of confusion, Lin Xian quickly responded, "I've heard that cultivators place great importance on lineage. Since you brought me into the path, you are naturally my teacher." Gu Yuan remained non-committal. Lineage held little significance to him. He hadn't even fully grasped his own cultivation system, let alone serve as a model for others. As for the master-disciple relationship, he wasn't certain he could truly teach her anything substantial about cultivation. Seeing Gu Yuan's silence, Lin Xian showed no disappointment. Even if he hadn't acknowledged the master-disciple relationship, since he had once been a university professor, he surely wouldn't object to simply being called teacher. With this thought, Lin Xian spoke again. "The heads of the 6 great sects have already gathered in each city with their respective followers. Sister White Fox is currently hosting them. Everyone is now fully prepared and ready to go. We only await your command to set out." Gu Yuan listened, then nodded slightly. "Very well. I have more pressing matters to attend to now. Inform the heads of the 6 great sects that we will depart after I return." "Yes." Before Lin Xian could finish speaking, Gu Yuan had already vanished before her eyes. At that very moment, Gu Yuan had landed on Sakura Island. Previously, Gu Yuan had no clue who had abducted his mother. He could only rely on the 6 great sects to analyze the situation, narrowing the target down to either Sakura Island or the Infan Kingdom. But now it was different. The causal thread of his mother's disappearance had become crystal clear. Following this thread, he had immediately pinpointed Sakura Island. Gu Yuan's purpose in coming to Sakura Island was to rescue his mother first. No matter how powerful he might be, he currently lacked the ability to resurrect the dead. Any talk of revenge would have to wait until his mother was safely rescued. Following that causal thread, Gu Yuan swiftly arrived at the location of the Kyoba Shrine. According to the thread's guidance, his mother was trapped beneath this very shrine. So this is the so-called Kyagaku Shrine? It truly reeks to high heaven. Looks like what that Tenshu Ko mentioned. The headquarters of the Sakura Country Ninja Alliance must be right here. Who'd have thought it would save me the trouble of hunting down their lair? With a light chuckle, Gu Yuan vanished instantly, slipping into the Kyagaku Shrine. With 72 million gateways now activated within his body, Gu Yuan's power had reached the mid to late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. Concealing his presence and avoiding detection posed no difficulty whatsoever. Soon, following the causal thread, Gu Yuan found a portal within the Labyrinthine Ninja Alliance headquarters. Within this portal lay his mother. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuan pushed open the door only to freeze in place. It wasn't that he hadn't seen his mother, it was that he'd expected the Ninja Alliance to have tormented the old lady. Yet the Huang Guiying before him was not only completely unharmed, but looked far more spirited than before. Beside her stood a cherry blossom-clad maidservant in a kimono, feeding her soup. "Grandma, just stay here and rest. Lord Gu will come see you once he's finished his business." The attendant's words trailed off as she froze at Gu Yuan's sudden entrance. "Who are you?" Hearing this, Gu Yuan's expression turned cold. "Cut the nonsense. This place is no longer safe. The queen ordered us to evacuate immediately. Go pack your things." "Yes, ma'am." Without question, the maid rose and departed. Watching her depart, Gu Yuan finally removed his hood, revealing his true appearance once more, and turned to Huang Guiying. "Mom! Son!" Upon seeing Gu Yuan, Huang Guiying tremblingly stood up as well. "Son, have you finished all your work?" "Mom, I just heard you mention danger." "Is it?" All right, Mom. There's no danger. I was just teasing that little girl. Let's go to my place first." Having overheard the maid's earlier words, Gu Yuan had already pieced together most of the situation. They must have feared his mother's refusal to cooperate, so they resorted to flattery and deception, claiming she was one of his subordinates. Since that was the case, Gu Yuan saw no need to expose the truth, sparing his mother unnecessary worry. The real reason Gu Yuan hadn't taken action here was Huang Guiying's health. It truly wasn't good. The strain of burying him, compounded by all this turmoil, had left her health precariously fragile. Under normal circumstances, it might not show, but if he drew the Ninja Alliance's attention, even the aftershocks of battle could be too much for her to bear. At this moment, Gu Yuan felt fortunate for his restraint. Even infiltrating Sakura Island to rescue someone had left him hampered. If a fight broke out and the islanders used his mother as leverage, wouldn't that make him even more hesitant to act? Moreover, given her physical condition, there was no way he could bring her into the Black Mist space. Without further ado, Gu Yuan took Huang Guiying and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in City H, the heads of the 6 great sects gathered together. Listening to Lin Xian's words, they all smiled and nodded in agreement. Abbess Huishan, in particular, chuckled. Who would have thought that Senior Gu Yuan not only possesses extraordinary strength but also such sharp wit? Rescuing the old grandma first truly saves us considerable trouble. However, Master Yuxing stroked his beard thoughtfully. It's said the Ninja Alliance's inner sanctum is a natural labyrinth. Even their own members only know fixed routes. Senior Gu Yuan's round trip will likely consume considerable time. No sooner had Master Yuxin finished speaking than Gu Yuan, holding Huang Guiying's hand, materialized before the assembled crowd. The heads of the 6 great sects exchanged stunned glances at the sudden appearance of Gu Yuan. Senior Gu Yuan, have you rescued the hostages? So quickly. It's done. This is my mother. Gu Yuan made the introduction without further ado, then immediately ordered Shadow General No. 2 to remain at his mother's side at all times. The Yin generals had now fully attained the land immortal realm, making them more than sufficient to protect his mother. Even if an ancient ancestor-level being were to make a move, he would sense it immediately. Are all of you prepared? We are all ready, awaiting only the senior. Good. Gu Yuan nodded with a cold smile. Sakura Island. It's time for you to become history. Chapter 34, Storming Sakura Island. Dawn, Sakura Island, Divine Capital. The Sakura Queen crushed the maid's skull with a single blow, sending blood splattering across the room. The dozen or so high-ranking members of the Ninja Alliance present didn't even dare to dodge, allowing the blood and fragments to splatter onto their bodies. Please calm your anger, Alliance leader. The Alliance's foremost alchemist, sporting a distinctive handlebar mustache, stepped forward and bowed his head. That Gu Yuan is exceptionally skilled. Deceiving a young girl was no challenge for him. You must not let this matter harm your health. Damn it! Hearing the alchemist's words, the Cherry Blossom Queen nearly choked on her breath. She shot him a cold, piercing glare. Am I angry about losing Gu Yuan's mother? That Gu Yuan rescued his mother. What do you think he'll do next? Calm down, all you ever know is to calm down. As she spoke, the Cherry Blossom Queen steadied herself by gripping the armrests of her chair. He was, after all, a formidable ruler of his generation. How could his subordinates be such incompetents, utterly useless when it mattered most? The deputy leader of the Ninja Alliance, however, offered a faint smile and spoke up. Leader, I see no need for haste. While Gu Yuan is indeed unfathomable, he remains merely at the land immortal realm, after all. Our Ninja Alliance boasts 3 land immortal realm masters. True, the 3 of us combined might not be a match for that Gu Yuan fellow. But, Alliance leader, you've forgotten you still hold that ultimate weapon. Hearing this, the Cherry Blossom Queen waved her hand again. Once the thing is unleashed, the Ninja Alliance will likely cease to exist in name only. And even with it, I doubt we could defeat that Gu Yuan. And even if we somehow defeated that Gu Yuan, do you really think that Noble would keep us around once we've served no further purpose? Hearing this, the Alliance's vice leader, Kogen Haru, sighed helplessly. Leader, you're being foolish. Who said we need to defeat Gu Yuan? We only need to stall for a little while, buying you time to contact that lord. Once he arrives, what's the point of talking about Gu Yuan? That would be like walking into a trap. Hearing this, the Cherry Blossom Queen finally let a faint smile touch her lips. Yet, her heart was pounding secretly. She did have a way to contact that great lord, but it was only one-way communication. Telling that great lord now that Gu Yuan's mother was lost would be tantamount to courting death. But if she waited for Gu Yuan to arrive, what if that noble lord was delayed by 10 or 20 minutes? As she pondered, the Sakura Queen's brows suddenly furrowed. He's here. Sakura Island, as a neighboring nation of Great Xia, was surrounded by sea on all sides, making its coastal industries exceptionally developed. Yet at this very moment, the citizens of that coastal city were fleeing in a panic, as if their souls had been torn from them. What the hell is that thing? Could it be the legendary sea demon? Run! The sea demon is coming! Across the sea, a vast, endless black fog stretched for thousands of miles, like a natural disaster descending from the heavens. It spread relentlessly from the ocean, engulfing most of the coastal cities in mere moments. Within mere minutes, the boundless black fog had extended across the entire Sakura Island. Who dares invade my Sakura nation? Simultaneously, across Sakura Island, over a dozen heavenly phenomenon realm masters launched coordinated attacks to dispel the black fog, yet their efforts proved utterly futile. Worse still, within the fog, shadowy figures of serpentine creatures hundreds of meters thick flickered in and out of sight. Countless cultivators of the Cherry Blossom Nation launched attacks, yet they could scarcely touch these entities. Cities engulfed by the spreading darkness descended into senseless riots and brutal suppression. As if under the fog's influence, the true nature within people's hearts was being infinitely magnified. The righteous grew more righteous, the wicked more wicked. Yet the fog's advance halted abruptly at the Imperial Shrine, as if deliberately leaving a void. Queen Sakura, accompanied by thousands of cultivators from the Ninja Alliance, had already appeared outside the Imperial Shrine. Witnessing the sky-darkening fog, she instantly felt a chill run down her spine. Even someone as powerful as the Cherry Blossom Queen felt slightly affected by the black mist at that moment. This must be Gu Yuan's doing. Gritting her teeth, the Cherry Blossom Queen clenched the communication talisman in her hand. She absolutely could not use this communication talisman before the battle truly began. Otherwise, when that lord arrived, she would have no way to explain herself. Conversely, if she sent the message after the battle commenced, even if Gu Yuan's mother were lost, she could claim Gu Yuan had snatched her back. With their side suffering heavy casualties, she would never face retribution from the lord. As she pondered this, something dark and oppressive descended upon the divine capital from above. It was so vast it even obscured the sun, plunging the city already shrouded in black mist into deeper darkness. The cultivators of the Ninja Alliance squinted and realized that the dark mass was not mist at all. It was the cultivators of Great Xia. The sight of these Great Xia cultivators sent a chill through the bones of the Ninja Alliance's practitioners. At a glance, there were at least 30 to 50,000 of them, each suspended mid-air. To fly, one must reach the Amaterasu realm. With only a few thousand cultivators on Sakura Island, victory was utterly impossible. As they contemplated their situation, a dragon's roar pierced the heavens. In the next instant, a colossal azure dragon tens of thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters thick emerged from the black mist. Its immense form nearly enveloped the entire Sakura Island. A massive dragon head, connected to its enormous body, reared up from the fog, its icy eyes surveying every living thing on the island with judgment. In the next instant, a mass of black mist slowly coalesced atop the dragon's head. From within the fog emerged a pale figure, long hair disheveled, physique robust, radiating an overwhelming aura of deathly coldness. The figure resembled a demon risen from hell, pale skin, bare-chested, and emanating an overwhelming corpse-like aura that could be distinctly felt even from hundreds of meters away. The Sakura Queen knew instantly the figure atop the dragon's head could only be Gu Yuan. Yet she never imagined how Gu Yuan could have gathered such a vast force. At that moment, Gu Yuan atop the dragon's head received a telepathic message. "Big brother, can you count on me? My dragon clan can grow large or small, even bigger than this is no problem." Hearing this, Gu Yuan chuckled softly and nodded. He hadn't realized the Azure Dragon possessed such capabilities. Indeed, choosing it as his mount had been a wise decision. Beside him, the heads of the 6 great sects had gathered. For this battle, they had brought their absolute best. Each faction had mobilized 5,000 inner door disciples and elders. Celestial Phenomenon Realm cultivators alone made up 1/10 of their forces. This was no longer a matter of whether they could win or not. To stand shoulder to shoulder with Gu Yuan, this was the perfect opportunity to flex their muscles. Perched atop the dragon's head, Gu Yuan surveyed Sakura Island shrouded in mist and coiled with the Azure Dragon with profound satisfaction. This time, he sought not merely victory, but a declaration of stance. A stance that would completely sever ties with that mysterious woman. Chapter 35, Last Words? Is there anyone on Sakura Island who dares to breathe? Step forward. At Gu Yuan's cold command, the Sakura Queen below could only reluctantly ascend, accompanied by 2 deputy alliance masters at the land immortal realm and thousands of cultivators trailing behind. Gu Yuan. You descend upon my Sakura Island with such a force, do you intend to declare war? Hearing the Sakura Queen's words, Gu Yuan burst out laughing. Sakura Queen, spouting such platitudes at a time like this? That's just pathetic. When you captured my mother, you should have known I'd come knocking. You just didn't expect me to arrive so swiftly. Hearing this, the Sakura Queen licked her lips. The next moment, however, she lowered her tone and replied. Senior Gu Yuan, I invited your mother as a guest because I genuinely feared that villains from your Great Xia might harm her. The 6 great sects may appear noble and virtuous on the surface, but they're all engaged in unscrupulous schemes. They are the greatest danger lurking right beside you. Hearing this, Gu Yuan scoffed. A clumsy attempt at sowing discord. If that's your last words, then you may all go to your deaths. Within the Grand Xia's Supreme Council chamber, Xian Yuan Mo, the supreme leader of Great Xia, slammed his hand hard onto the table. You 2 old fools. Gu Yuan is leading the 6 great sects to Sakura Island, such monumental news, and neither of you informed me? If that Gu Yuan's murderous intent flares up again, we might have to forcibly reclaim Sakura province. Facing Xian Yuan Mo's interrogation, the second in command, Nangon Luotian, and the third in command, Lin Zhengtang, both wore in different expressions. Nangon Luotian sighed helplessly. Why should we tell you? What could you possibly do even if you knew? You'd be better off catching some more sleep before the battle ends. We've got the diplomacy and propaganda covered. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo's face flushed crimson with fury. He immediately snapped. At my age, how could I possibly sleep? What else would I do? Of course, I'd be on the front lines. Hearing this, Nangon Luotian and Lin Zhengtang both froze, while Xian Yuan Mo frowned and retorted. Don't you see? The 6 major sects have clearly sided with that corpse king Gu Yuan. This means they've completely severed ties with Bureau 749. If we don't rush to support Gu Yuan now, what are we waiting for? Exactly. Nangon Luotian slammed his fist on the table. Those Bureau 749 bastards treat the Great Xia Council like their own backyard, trying to manipulate our nation's future. I've tolerated them far too long. But Lin Jingtang voiced dissent. The three of us are united, but behind Bureau 749 lurks that mysterious woman. What if she decides to settle scores? Why are you still worrying about that woman? Shen Yuan Mo blared at Lin Zhengtang, his voice tinged with frustration. She's shadowy and elusive. Gu Yuan's been stirring up trouble for ages, and she hasn't shown her face once. Who knows where she is now? On the contrary, if we don't seize this chance to take the stage now, once the 6 major sects in Gu Yuan return, everything will be turned upside down. Ah! Lin Zhengtang shook his head. What good would that do? It'd just be swapping one puppet for another. Who cares about puppets or not? Nangong Luotian retorted sternly. At least the 6 great sects have their own territory and won't meddle in the affairs of the Great Xia Council. Hearing this, Lin Zhengtang clenched his teeth. The next moment, he slammed his fist on the table. You're right. Let's do it. With that, Lin Zhengtang waved his hand, and within moments, over a dozen fully armed soldiers stormed into the Great Xia Council. Mobilize all Great Xia forces. Arrest every non-special agent of Bureau 749. Shoot on sight any who resist. Exactly. Nangong Luotian chimed in. And redirect the satellites to broadcast live footage from Sakura Island. Announce that Gu Yuan is representing Great Xia in confronting the Ninja Alliance, settling the scores accumulated over centuries. Soon, every screen in the streets and alleys of Great Xia switched to live footage from Sakura Island's capital city. At that moment, countless Great Xia citizens were utterly bewildered. What's with all this commotion? Is this some kind of blockbuster movie? Good heavens! Tens of thousands of cultivators, that black mist, that giant dragon, the special effects are over the top. Is this some movie trailer? Why are they suddenly showing this? Why did my show get interrupted? Amidst the crowd's reactions, a voice suddenly shouted out. This isn't a movie. Look, it's God Gu. It's true. It really is God Gu. Where is he? It's Sakura Island. This is a live broadcast. As one voice emerged, countless others echoed in succession. Gradually, someone finally noticed the livestream's title. Gu Yuan representing Great Xia against the Ninja Alliance? Settling a century-old blood feud today? It really is God Gu. God Gu is amazing. Take down those little devils. Across the Great Xia, waves of cheers erupted from every direction like a tidal surge. Yet, the overwhelming majority of reactions were shock. They never imagined that Gu Yuan, the fearsome corpse king whose name struck terror across Great Xia, would actually step forward to represent the nation. And judging by the intensity, today would be a fight to the death. A complete annihilation of Sakura Island. In an instant, Gu Yuan's popularity within Great Xia reached its zenith. Standing atop the dragon's head, Gu Yuan felt a stir within him, as if sensing something extraordinary. Immediately afterward, he received news from within the nation via the second in general. Who would have thought the Great Xia Parliament was so efficient? They had already sided with them so swiftly. Was this what it felt like to be held aloft by the people? But Gu Yuan had no time to savor this peculiar sensation. His gaze fixed on the Sakura Queen as he spoke coldly. You must already know about my affairs in Great Xia. Dare to touch my family, and you'd better prepare to die. As he spoke, Gu Yuan slowly raised his hand, poised to strike. But the Cherry Blossom Queen bellowed. Hold on. Hearing this, Gu Yuan sneered coldly. Any last words? Gu Yuan, I serve that great lord. Even the founders of the 6 great sects pale before a single finger of that great lord. If you dare lay a finger on our Ninja Alliance, that master won't spare you. He'll settle accounts with the 6 great sects too. Gu Yuan, you'd better think carefully. Hearing this, Gu Yuan burst into loud laughter. That master? The Cherry Blossom Queen? If I'm not mistaken, you're referring to the master of the Bureau 749 director, right? You have the nerve to mention that? Do you think she founded Bureau 749 to protect the common people of Great Xia? What a joke! She merely raised us common folk like livestock, to be fed to him when disaster strikes. Queen Sakura, her thoughts laid bare, flushed crimson and erupted into a torrent of curses, all traces of her former composure gone. Bull! Chapter 36, Crushing. Seeing the Sakura Queen's unguarded outburst, Gu Yuan only smiled and shook his head repeatedly. Getting worked up? Then I haven't wronged you at all. You captured my mother. Since you've served me well, I'll let you die painlessly today. You of the Ninja Alliance, the Western Divine Alliance, and the Brahma sect of India, knowing his schemes, you still aid and abet him. Little do you know you'll merely become higher grade ingredients in the end. With that, Gu Yuan roared in fury, his tone turning stern. You're merely the first. Next, I'll settle accounts with these factions one by one, alongside the 6 great sects. If that has the guts, let her crawl over here herself. These words left all of China's populace utterly speechless. What had Gu Yuan just said? Was Bureau 749 planning to raise them as food? This was utterly outrageous. Although Bureau 749 had fallen into decline in China, it had genuinely protected civilians before. But seeing how the Cherry Blossom Queen had broken down her defenses, and with the 6th grade sex backing Gu Yuan, this didn't seem like a lie. Could it really be true, as Gu Yuan claimed, that Bureau 749 protected them solely to raise them as livestock? Indeed, that almost nanny-like protection, coupled with the brutal punishments meted out to cultivators who failed to safeguard civilians now that it's all laid bare, it's terrifying upon reflection. Doubts aren't just rising in Great Xia, they're echoing across the globe. Keep in mind, though this livestream was targeted at Great Xia, basic broadcasts were available worldwide. Even as ordinary channel content, its reach was vast. Compared to others, the situation at the Great Xia Parliament was even more dire. At this moment, the top 3 leaders of Great Xia Shen Yuan Mo, Nangon Luotian, and Lin Zhengtang were drenched in cold sweat, their souls nearly departed. This matter was genuinely unknown to the Great Xia Council. Though these top 3 leaders were little more than puppets, they still held the reins of power in Great Xia. Had they known of Bureau 749's conspiracy earlier, even if it meant mutual destruction, these 3 would never have cooperated with them. At this moment, a flicker of relief flickered in their hearts. Thankfully, they had already rounded up Bureau 749's ordinary operatives beforehand. Though they'd only gained a 10 to 80% head start, it was enough. The citizens of Great Xia could all testify on their behalf, allowing them to barely scrape through this crisis. Meanwhile, in the divine capital, Gu Yuan had long since lost patience with that Sakura Queen. Leave not a soul alive on Sakura Island. Hearing this, the Sakura Queen's eyes widened in fury. Gu Yuan, you really intend to? Before the Cherry Blossom Queen could finish, Gu Yuan gave a light wave of his hand. Kill. At his command, the dense swarm of cultivators from the 6th great sects in the sky swarmed down like bees, while the ninja cultivators from the Imperial Shrine charged head-on. 80% of the 6 major sect cultivators then split off, flying toward various regions of Sakura Island. Simultaneously, from within the mist shrouding Sakura Island, countless ghost soldiers and generals poured forth in endless waves. At that moment, endless screams of agony echoed from every corner of Sakura Island. Damn it! Those accursed Great Xia invaders, let's fight them to the death. Countless Sakura citizens across the island joined the fray, plunging the island into utter chaos. King Gu Yuan stood atop the dragon's head, receiving the mental transmission from the first Shadow General. The civilians of Sakura Island have joined the battle. How shall we handle this? Execute them without mercy. He uttered the 4 words calmly. Once they entered the fray, their fate was sealed regardless of status. Facing the 6 major sects and Gu Yuan's legions of soldiers, the people of Sakura Island possessed virtually no power to resist. It must be understood that the 6 great sects had deployed their elite forces, bringing cultivators who were at least at the Amaterasu realm. In the mortal world, the Sunlight realm was already a level ordinary cultivators could only look up to. Not to mention Gu Yuan's legions of ghost soldiers and generals. With the gate within Gu Yuan's body now open, these 50,000 ghost soldiers were all at least at the peak of the heavenly light realm. The 5 great ghost generals had even reached the true land immortal realm. Massacre. Who knew Gu Yuan and the 3 major sects were this terrifying? With power like this, they could easily wipe out not just Sakura Island, but the entire Blue Star. The citizens of Great Xia were now stirred to unprecedented fervor. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted like a tidal wave, sweeping across every corner of the nation. God Gu. Well done. Big Boss Gu is awesome. Wipe out these bastards. You little devils. It's time to settle the score for what you did back then. Big Boss Gu, kill them. Those little devils on Sakura Island who aided the tyrant deserve to die too. Stop shouting. Lord Gu is live streaming, hurry and send gifts. As for the Cherry Blossom Queen, seeing this one-sided situation, her eyes instantly turned red. She crushed the communication talisman in her hand. Fine, Gu Yuan, you've got guts. Let's fight him. As she spoke, the Sakura Queen and her 2 deputy alliance leaders launched their attacks simultaneously, closing in on Gu Yuan. Seeing this, Gu Yuan sneered. With a single palm strike, it was as if an invisible giant hand descended from the sky, slamming the 3 Earth Immortals of the Ninja Alliance to the ground. They spat out blood. The 6 sect masters standing by watched this unfold, smiles spreading across their faces. Gu Yuan had now reached the land immortal realm. Even an ancient ancestor could be challenged. Suppressing 3 mere land immortals with a flick of his wrist was entirely within his capabilities. At that moment, Gu Yuan shook his head slowly. Challenge me? Do you even have the strength? With that, Gu Yuan waved his hand lightly. The swirling black mist transformed into countless tentacles, reaching out toward the 3. Baga Yaru. The enraged deputy leader of the Ninja Alliance cursed furiously, utterly stunned that Gu Yuan had effortlessly subdued all 3 of them without even truly engaging. Damn it, why isn't that person here yet? Leader, stop hiding. If this keeps up, we won't even make it to see the Lord. With matters having reached this point, the Cherry Blossom Queen hesitated no longer. She yanked the necklace from around her neck, then drew a kunai from the deputy leader's body beside her. Slitting her own palm, she let the blood soak into the sun pendant hanging from the chain. Gu Yuan had laid all the cards on the table. With the truth exposed, even if that noble lord did arrive, the blame would inevitably fall on her. Better to take a gamble than face that fate eliminate Gu Yuan first, then deal with that woman afterward. Gu Yuan, you forced my hand. The 37th divine maiden of Sakura humbly invokes the great goddess to descend. As the queen of Sakura spoke, the sun pendant in her hand instantly transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the sky. The radiance grew ever brighter, even forcing back the dark mist shrouding the divine capital. In the next instant, within the interwoven radiance, the silhouette of a woman slowly materialized. Chapter 37, Amaterasu Amikami. Above the divine capital, in response to the Cherry Blossom Queen's invocation, a luminous female silhouette gradually coalesced. Seeing this, before the heads of the six great sects could react, Gu Yuan struck instantly. His fist, enveloped in a torrent of black mist, slammed toward the light projection. Though he knew not what this light and shadow entity was, Gu Yuan intended to crush it with thunderous force, leaving the enemy no chance whatsoever. Now was the crucial moment to unite the people and cultivators of Great Xia, indeed, the entire world against that mysterious woman. The slightest disruption could shatter the public's resolve. Yet as his fist struck out, the shadowy figure still not fully materialized countered with a fist of its own. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire divine capital. The shockwave from the collision of the two fists was so powerful that even the heads of the six great sects struggled to maintain their footing. Taiyan Shuzi sighed repeatedly, is this the true power of Senior Gu Yuan? Nearly the aftereffects of their battle nearly overwhelmed us. On Gu Yuan's side, the very first collision forced him to stumble back half a step. Though he had only exerted 30% of his strength, it was enough to prove that once this light projection solidified, its power would be truly formidable. However, Gu Yuan also gained some understanding of the light projection's strength. Even if it truly solidified, it would only be equivalent to a punch using 50% of his power, perhaps even less. As he pondered this, the light projection solidified completely. A goddess clad in white silk, radiating boundless brilliance, gazed at Gu Yuan and his companions with eyes devoid of any emotion. The heads of the six major sects all wore expressions of utter shock. Seeing this, Gu Yuan asked in puzzlement, why the expressions, everyone? Have you seen her before? Hearing this, Abba Sweeching nodded and declared, indeed. This is Amaterasu Amikami. Amaterasu? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Amaterasu was one of the supreme deities of the cherry blossoms. He had certainly heard of her. Master Yushin, however, stroked his beard and spoke. In my youth, I beheld the divine countenance of the God King in ancient texts. Never did I imagine I would have the fortune to witness it in person today. Blessed be, blessed be. Enough with the blessings. Gu Yuan laughed. That's the person across from us. With that, Gu Yuan unleashed another punch. This time, as the Amaterasu projection approached, it crumbled like rotten wood, retreating step by step until it was sent flying backward, crashing into a white-capped volcano. I overestimated her. Is such a trump card even worth showing? Gu Yuan. Hearing this, the Cherry Blossom Queen's face twisted in fury. The next moment, she erupted like a madwoman, cackling wildly as she declared. I know this won't defeat you, but what about now? As she spoke, the Cherry Blossom Queen formed a hand seal. In an instant, the entire sky over the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was dyed a blood red. In the next instant, blood surged from every corner of Sakura Island into the body of the sun god. Witnessing this, even the heads of the six great sects felt their scalps tingle with dread. Simultaneously, the island of Sakura erupted with a cacophony of wails and curses. They never imagined that the Cherry Blossom Queen they worshipped would now treat them as nourishment. At that moment, all the ordinary people on Sakura Island seemed to be under some kind of spell. Every drop of blood in their bodies was forcibly drained, channeled toward the illusory form of Amaterasu. This scene sent shockwaves through the Great Xia cultivators scattered across Sakura territory. In an instant, the entire island descended into a living hell. Worse still, the vast majority of Sakura Island's populace began slashing their own veins, willingly offering their blood to the celestial shadow. Not enough. Not enough. The Cherry Blossom Queen, eyes now bloodshot, continued to perform the hand seals. In the blink of an eye, every ordinary person on Sakura Island had been drained dry. Next came the ninjas below the innate realm. Soon, the Tencho illusion was drenched in crimson, slowly rising from the mountain's surface as its form expanded hundreds of times over. The bloodlust and oppressive aura emanating from that Tencho phantom now suppressed even some innate cultivators in the divine capital, rendering them nearly immobile. Gazing upon this scene from the skies above divine capital, Gu Yuan sneered inwardly. He had long exposed the true nature of this Cherry Blossom Queen, yet these Cherry Blossom citizens still chose to pledge their lives in loyalty. He saw it all clearly. At least 70% of them willingly sacrificed themselves, chanting "Long live the Cherry Blossom Queen." He hadn't killed them in vain. Master Yushin and Abba Sweeching, however, were both on the verge of tears. You bastard! You sacrificed every single person on Sakura Island. You're worse than a dog. Ha 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 ha. The Cherry Blossom Queen cackled wildly in response. Your Great Xia has an old saying, the victor writes history. Today, I'll leave you all here to see who dares speak ill of this queen. Even if I kill you, that noble lord won't blame me. You bastard. Master Yushin finally erupted in fury. Today, this old monk will take justice into his own hands and wipe out every last one of you bastards. Enough. As Master Yushin raged, Gu Yuan grabbed his arm. Why rage over these bastards' deaths? Besides, you're no match for this phantom. Let me handle it. Senior Gu Yuan, be cautious. Zhang Tianming also warned, this phantom of the great god Amaterasu has absorbed the blood of hundreds of millions of people. Its power now rivals that of an ancient ancestor. You must be careful. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. How could he fail to recognize the phantom's power? It absolutely surpassed that of a terrestrial immortal. And not merely approached it, it was truly above the level of a terrestrial immortal. Facing such an existence, even Gu Yuan had no certainty whatsoever. Of course, that was before. In truth, Gu Yuan had long since discovered that every corpse within the black mist would transform into his shadowy soldiers and generals. The Cherry Blossom Queen had been outsmarted by her own cleverness. Though she had sacrificed the blood of hundreds of millions of people, she had also left him with hundreds of millions of corpses. Though these shadow soldiers were currently weak, even weaker than ordinary humans, they could only gradually grow stronger within the soil of the black mist space. But that was more than enough. After breaking through the gate to reach the realm of a terrestrial immortal, Gu Yuan awakened another divine ability. This divine ability, named Penetrating the Nine Yin, temporarily drew upon the power of all his shadow soldiers and generals, channeling it into his own hands. Originally, Gu Yuan commanded only 50,000 shadow soldiers, but this single act expanded his forces to 300 million. Though these 300 million were the weakest of the Yin soldiers, the blood absorbed by the Amaterasu illusion across the battlefield was no different. Cherry Blossom Queen. The four emotionless words escaped Gu Yuan's lips as his body stepped down from the Azure Dragon. With that step, the corpse chi and Yin energy emanating from Gu Yuan surged upward like an exponential explosion. Today, I'll show you how I'll shatter you, you second-rate Amaterasu. As he spoke, Gu Yuan stepped through the void, advancing toward the Amaterasu illusion. With each stride, Gu Yuan's form grew 3 zhang taller. Chapter 38, Sinking Sakura Island. You traitorous bastards who betrayed humanity. Your destruction today is only fitting. As he spoke, a suffocating aura of darkness emanated from Gu Yuan, shrouding the entire divine capital in pitch-black gloom. Countless ancient patterns emerged upon his ever-growing form, its features now twisted into a demonic visage, green-faced and fanged, resembling a hellish fiend. The overwhelming corpse chi engulfed the entire divine capital, even causing a rain of corpse chi to fall from the heavens. You deserve to die. With a roar, Gu Yuan's penetrating nine-yin divine power reached its peak. With a single stride forward, Gu Yuan delivered a punch without any flourish, smashing directly into the heavenly light phantom. The heavenly light phantom let out a strange cry and thrust both fists forward. Boom! The deafening explosion sent shockwaves rippling across the entire Sakura Island. Seeing this, the heads of the 6 major sects were so alarmed they immediately recalled their disciples. If this battle continued, they feared Sakura Island itself might be shattered. The power Gu Yuan had just displayed was so immense that even the founding patriarchs of their sects might not match it. Boom! Before everyone could retreat, Gu Yuan unleashed another punch at the Tencho illusory form. The Amaterasu phantom, enveloped in a bloodthirsty force, charged head-on. The collision of their fists unleashed such immense force that it sliced countless dense cracks into the very fabric of space surrounding Sakura Island. Put! The Queen of Cherry Blossoms on the ground spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking up at the Amaterasu phantom in the sky, her entire body was now covered in cracks. On Sakura Island, all ninja below the land god immortal realm had long been shattered to death by the aftershocks of their battle. The 6 major sects fared little better. Had their leaders not jointly erected a defensive barrier, they too would have been caught in the crossfire. At that moment, Gu Yuan roared furiously. Where is that woman? I slaughter your disciples, and you just hide like this? Very well. You rat of the eternal night, watch closely. I will do exactly this to every faction under your command. The Alliance of Gods. The Brahma sect. Countless traitors. One by one. Crush them to dust. As the words fell, Gu Yuan summoned all his strength and unleashed a punch. Beneath that fist, time and space seemed to freeze for an instant, and the Amaterasu illusion it struck shattered instantly. Then, with indescribable ferocity, the fist slammed down upon the land of cherry blossoms. Retreat! Seeing this, the 6 sect leaders immediately withdrew their defenses. Leading tens of thousands of disciples, they turned and fled, vanishing from sight in an instant. Instead of the expected earth-shattering explosion, the sheer force of the impact exceeded the limits of what sound waves could carry. The entire Sakura Island instantly shattered into countless fragments, while the immortals of the 3 continents were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the entire blue star trembled as if struck by an earthquake, mountains shaking and earthquaking. Even nations on the opposite side of the equator could distinctly feel the aftershocks of this explosion. The rain of corpse energy that fell from the sky washed away the dust in mere minutes. Every single citizen of Great Xia stood with their mouths agape, utterly unable to believe the scene before them. Today's events were too bizarre. No one could have imagined that the seemingly pious cherry blossom queen would directly sacrifice all the people of Sakura Island. And the illusory form of Amaterasu, the deity embodying the blood and spirit of Sakura Island's billions, had been shattered with such ease. The three leaders of the council, in particular, seemed to have lost all strength and means. The adversary Bureau 749 had been confronting was none other than such a terrifying deity. Had the council not recognized the gravity of the situation earlier, Sakura Island might not have been the first to suffer calamity today. When the live feed returned, Sakura Island had vanished without a trace. What? Sakura Island, was it sunk by the great god Gu? Are you kidding me? Where is Sakura Island? Is this the power of the great Lord Gu? With strength like this, he could easily dominate the entire blue star. Master Gu is incredible. Those little devils deserved it. Who still says the Japanese are pitiful? Shut up, haters. The Great Xia populace, still reeling in shock, erupted into a deafening roar of cheers, led by a single voice. On Gu Yuan's side, however, sinking Sakura Island brought him not a shred of triumphant joy. In this world, not only did the creatures of eternal night seek to enslave humanity as food, but their accomplices cared not a whit for the lives of ordinary people. They sacrificed billions of lives without batting an eye. No wonder they could conspire with that mysterious woman, engaging in such despicable, petty schemes. Or perhaps it was those very people who actively fawned and curried favor with that mysterious woman. They deserved to die even more. With this realization, Gu Yuan snapped back to his senses. Instead of withdrawing his divine form, he sneered contemptuously and called out loudly. What? Still not planning to show yourself? That woman, if you don't come now, I'm leaving. As Gu Yuan's words faded, the space ahead rippled gently, and a woman slowly materialized. Had the heads of the six great sects been present, they would have recognized her immediately. This was the mysterious woman. Of course, at this moment, it could be no one else. Seeing the mysterious woman, Gu Yuan shook his head in disappointment. She was merely a Dao body at the landing mortal realm. Even if she came, there would be little to gain. So it really is a rat from the eternal night. You finally deigned to show yourself, yet it's merely a Dao body. Since you fear me so much, I suggest you scurry back to eternal night at once. I might spare your life. Hearing this, the mysterious woman smiled instead. Gu Yuan, you're quite unique and quite intriguing to me. Enough with the nonsense. Hold on, shouldn't I get a couple opening lines? The mysterious woman chuckled. You're incredibly powerful. How about we team up? Together, we could shatter the abyss's seal. Your constitution is unique. Even in the eternal night, you'd have a place. Why fight to the death for those who hurt you? Hearing this, Gu Yuan only gave a cold laugh, his expression growing even more mocking. All this bull just makes you look cheap. Why not send your true form over? Otherwise, your traitorous followers will all live in fear because of what happened on Sakura Island. Don't waste your breath trying to provoke me or lure me into action. The woman smiled faintly, instantly shifting into a wickedly alluring demeanor as she spoke with a sinister chuckle. I'm tied up right now, but don't worry, I'll come for you soon enough. I'll bring my human slaves to trample the lands of Great Xia. I'll have my human slaves tear open the Great Wall seal with their own hands. Rest assured, I'll spare you a breath. I'll let you witness just how beautiful and utterly hopeless the eternal night truly is. Ha ha ha. Please vote for me. Recommend me. Thank you. Chapter 39, Su Fu's Daughter. After speaking, the woman let out a hollow laugh. Seeing this, Gu Yuan's expression turned icy. With a single squeeze, he crushed her Dao body to pieces. Though this form was at the landing mortal realm, Gu Yuan had no intention of absorbing it. His goal was to shatter every trace of her image right before her eyes. After completing this, Gu Yuan sighed helplessly, shook his head, and vanished after returning to his normal size. Alas, he had failed to draw the woman's true form out. This wasn't due to Gu Yuan's overconfidence or some pre-arranged plan with the ancestral elders of various sections. It was pure coincidence. The Yin soldiers, formed from hundreds of millions of civilians carrying boundless resentment and malevolence, had forcibly elevated his power to a new tier. Gu Yuan estimated that even the realm above the landing mortal realm was essentially his limit. This surge had been a perfect convergence of timing and circumstances. For quite some time, Gu Yuan would be unable to wield the 9-yin penetration technique again. After all, the shadow soldiers formed from the masses were too weak after absorbing this wave of energy. Nearly all of them were on the verge of disintegrating. They could only be placed in the soil of the Black Mist realm for cultivation. Even if he were to use it again, the resentment and malevolence within those Yin soldiers would have long since dissipated, never again granting such terrifying amplification. Having missed this opportunity, Gu Yuan could only wait patiently for the next opening. When he reappeared, Gu Yuan was already at the Liu family villa. The heads of the 6 great sects and others had long since gathered here, while the disciples within their respective sects had already returned to their mountain gates. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, everyone rose to their feet, their gazes toward him now distinctly different. The Gu Yuan they had known before was merely comparable to an ancient ancestor. But the Gu Yuan they had just witnessed? They had no doubt that even if the ancestral patriarch himself appeared, he would be beaten. Master! Master! Senior Gu Yuan, you've returned. He's back. Gu Yuan nodded and lit a cigarette. What a pity. We still didn't lure that woman out in the end. What are the casualties across the factions? Gu Yuan inquired further. Yun Shuji smiled faintly and replied, there were virtually no casualties. The number who went out was the same as the number who returned. Even the injured disciples were few. Indeed. Taiyan Shuzi nodded in agreement. Sakura Island cultivators number less than 10,000, and most are low-tier practitioners. It's mainly because your ghost soldiers and generals were too formidable, Senior Gu. Especially those 5 ghost generals at the Earth Immortal Realm, they just kept catching and killing those at the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. Enough, enough. Gu Yuan waved his hand. Stop praising me. Lin Xian is fine, but what about those 2 photographers? They're both fine too, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Master Zhang grabbed us and ran off, not a hint of danger. Hearing this, Zhang Tianming's mouth twitched visibly. Running for your life is such an embarrassing thing, please don't broadcast it. Gu Yuan turned his gaze to Zhang Tianming and nodded slightly. Master Zhang, I'm indebted to you. Not at all, Zhang Tianming replied, clasping his fists. Senior Gu, we're all in this together now. We'll need to look out for each other. Quite right. Gu Yuan nodded with a smile. Just say you want me to look out for you, why beat around the bush? Oh. Gu Yuan suddenly inquired, where are your family's divine sons and daughters? Why haven't I seen them this time? They've all gone to the secret realm for training. After Senior Gu's lecture, they finally understood that there are always higher realms beyond. Now they're all training like madmen, don't even ask. I see. Gu Yuan was genuinely curious, why hadn't he seen the holy sons and daughters from each sect at such a prime training opportunity? Turns out they were off honing their skills in the secret realm. At the same time, Gu Yuan gleaned another piece of information. It seemed their sect's secret realms held quite a few secrets. Now was the time to expand the Great Xia's influence. These secrets might prove useful in the future. With that thought, Gu Yuan spoke up, you've all worked hard. I'm sure there's much to attend to within your respective sections, I shan't detain you further. Hearing Gu Yuan's polite dismissal, the sect leaders nodded in agreement, though none made any move to leave. What is it? Do you have other matters to discuss? Xian Xiaojinren spoke up, Senior Gu Yuan, we have no other business. We merely wish to ask, your strength today seems to stem from divine abilities. It cannot be replicated. Gu Yuan shook his head. I understand what you wish to ask. It is indeed a divine power that enhances strength, but it cannot be used again in the short term. Even if it were used next time, the enhancement would not be as terrifying as this time. Understood. The group nodded in unison. They had already sensed something amiss, but needed confirmation to report back to their patriarch. Ah. Noticing they hadn't departed, Gu Yuan inquired, Master Yushin, what did you mention earlier on Sakura Island about the Sun God King? Is this Divine King the name of the next realm beyond the land immortal realm? Master Yushin shook his head. Senior Gu Yuan, you misunderstand. The next realm beyond the Earth Immortal Realm is called the Mortal World Immortal Realm. Titles like Immortal King, Great Emperor, Divine King, or Immortal Emperor aren't names for realms, they're honorifics bestowed upon the sages of various nations. In legend, the great sun goddess Amaterasu is the supreme deity of Sakura Nation, something you should know, Senior Gu. Yet her true identity was Su Fu's daughter, the creator of Sakura Island. She was a prodigy of heaven, until the first emperor entered the eternal night and forcibly sealed her away. I see. Gu Yuan nodded slightly. The so-called Land of Cherry Blossoms was merely one of our provinces in that era. Master Mikami chuckled. Su Fu's daughter was ultimately purged by the first emperor because she failed to resist the eternal night. Gu Yuan nodded slightly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. He spoke calmly. Fellow sect leaders, though we've just destroyed Sakura Island, it's merely a slap on that woman's face. It's far from a victory. That woman will likely seek retribution soon. Upon returning, you must prepare thoroughly and strengthen your alliances. Understood, Senior Gu Yuan. We take our leave. Chapter 40, Corpse Nurturing Black Soil. After Lin Xian saw off the heads of the 6 major sects, Gu Yuan made his way over to Huang Guiying. At that moment, the White Fox was chatting and laughing with Huang Guiying. Huang Guiying's complexion looked much better than before their departure. It seemed the White Fox had done something again. Upon seeing Gu Yuan approach, Huang Guiying immediately sat up in bed. Seeing this, Gu Yuan hurried forward and said with a smile, Mother, please lie back down. After all that commotion, you really need to rest properly. I won't rest. Huang Guiying laughed in response. I'm feeling quite well now. With little Linger keeping me company, I'm much better. She even gave me an immortal pill earlier. Master. Hearing this, the White Fox bowed slightly in greeting. Seeing this, Gu Yuan chuckled. He didn't know the White Fox's name yet, but he guessed Xiao Linger was likely the old lady's affectionate nickname, probably because her name contained the character Ling. As Gu Yuan pondered this, Huang Guiying chimed in again with a smile. Son, I took an immortal pill over there too, but it didn't work nearly as well as Xiaoling's. Look how wonderful Xiaoling is. What if? Mom! Mom! Hearing this, Gu Yuan quickly interrupted. Mother, right now, you shouldn't be thinking about anything except resting well. What's a wife? Once your son finishes his work, I'll bring you back 1,000 or 800 of them, won't that do? Stop bragging. Just come visit me more often. Why do you need so many wives? Alright. Gu Yuan chuckled. Mom, I might be a bit busy lately, but once this period passes, your son will definitely spend more time with you. Rest for a while. I'll talk with your Xiaolinger. Arriving at Gu Yuan's secluded retreat, Xiaoling cut straight to the point. White Fox, what did you give my mother to eat? Hearing this, the White Fox immediately replied, it's merely a tonic our White Fox clan uses to nourish the body, master. The old lady is too frail now, her body can't handle such potent supplements. I suspect the pills she took at Sakura's place were of the same kind. Unfortunately, such pills offer little benefit when taken excessively. Proper recuperation is still essential. Hearing this, Gu Yuan frowned. Huang Guiying's physical issues were actually quite simple to resolve. A single session of energy transmission would suffice. However, as a corpse king, his energy was saturated with yin and corpse qi. Acting rashly would likely backfire. The White Fox in Lin Xian's cultivation was too low. It seemed he'd have to ask the heads of the 6 great sects for some pills the next time he met them. After all, Huang Guiying was merely physically weak. Saving an ordinary person would surely be effortless in their eyes. As he pondered, the White Fox spoke again. Master, during your time on Sakura Island, the Great Xia Council's live broadcasts covered all your actions. Now that you're in Great Xia, your approval ratings are exceptionally high. Moreover, shortly after your arrival on Sakura Island, the Great Xia Parliament apprehended remnants of Bureau 749. I believe this signals their intent to align with us. Listening, Gu Yuan nodded and replied, very good. You've also been monitoring the various factions within Great Xia. You're doing well. Notify the Great Xia Parliament to convene at the Liu family villa. Also, you needn't concern yourself with my mother's security, just arrange for professionals to handle it. Understood, Master. Should we continue pursuing those who previously exposed you online? That matter is none of your concern. You may withdraw. White Fox withdraws. With a nod, White Fox turned and departed, leaving Gu Yuan alone. He stepped into the black mist space. Compared to when he was still within the celestial phenomenon realm, the black mist space had undergone further transformations. The most obvious change was the layer of vast, black soil covering the ground. Grasping a handful, Gu Yuan found the soil remarkably soft and crumbly, with a distinct texture underfoot. Beneath this black soil lay buried the batch of Yin soldiers converted from Sakura Island. Having previously absorbed the power of the Yin soldiers and generals, Gu Yuan had managed the 5,000 Yin soldiers before without issue. However, this batch from Sakura Island was essentially useless now. They would likely need at least several months of cultivation within the black soil before they could move again. As for the other ghost soldiers and generals, their recovery was much swifter. A few hours were generally sufficient for them to return to full strength. This explained why Gu Yuan hadn't deployed troops to apprehend the online bullies. Seeing this black soil, however, sparked an unexpected idea in Gu Yuan. If this black soil could cultivate and enhance the power of the shadow soldiers, could it also boost his own strength? If so, it would save him a great deal of trouble. After all, the cost of breaking through gateways was simply too great for Gu Yuan now. Even with all the cultivation resources sent by the 6 great sects, he had only managed to open a few million gateways. He felt like a bottomless pit. The higher he ascended, the more resources he consumed. Though his bottlenecks were nearly non-existent, even if the 6 great sects possessed limitless reserves, they could never keep pace with his demands. With that thought, Gu Yuan lay down directly in the black soil, burying himself within it. Moments later, he rose to his feet. Utterly useless. But then again, it made sense. Gu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. The power of this black mist space must have originated from Gu Yuan himself. It was like using a power bank to charge himself, not very practical. Yet the black soil wasn't entirely useless to Gu Yuan. He discovered that within it, his injuries and exhaustion recovered remarkably quickly. Still, he wouldn't be able to use it anytime soon. Exiting the black mist space, Gu Yuan recalled the cultivation resources sent by the 6 great sects. With about 2 or 3 tenths remaining, he seized the opportunity to begin his cultivation. After nearly 2 hours, the resources from the 6 great sects were nearly depleted. Meanwhile, within Gu Yuan's body, the black mist and blood mist portals had opened another 4 million gates. Too slow. Gu Yuan sensed that his current strength was essentially at the late stage of the Earth Immortal realm. The next realm, the so-called Mortal Immortal, still lay a considerable distance ahead. It was a pity he had acted too hastily on Sakura Island, leaving no time to loot the spoils. Had he been able to consolidate the island's resources, breaking through would have been a breeze. Master. At the White Fox's soft call, Gu Yuan opened his eyes. The White Fox was no fool. She could tell whether Gu Yuan was in deep meditation or simply resting his eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to disturb his cultivation. What is it? Master, the 3 leaders of the Great Xia Council have arrived and are waiting in the reception hall. Very well. Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded. The journey from the imperial capital to H City had taken only 2 hours, evidence that the Great Xia Council meant business. Let's go. I'll meet with these 3 and see what their stance is. Chapter 41. Does the council also want to stop Gu Yuan? Lu family villa, living room. Xian Yuan Mo, Nangon Luotian, and Lin Zhengtang exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts pounding with apprehension. The fox demon had been gone for nearly 10 minutes, and not a single person had come to greet them. Only a fruit platter sat before them. How can there not even be a servant? Luotian, do you think that Gu Yuan is trying to put us on ice? Impossible, Nangon Luotian shook his head. Why would he ignore us? Do you think we're some big shot? Exactly. Xian Yuan Mo casually speared a small piece of fruit and chuckled. Gu Yuan probably won't show up until he has time. What are you two talking about? No sooner had Xian Yuan Mo finished speaking than the white fox emerged, rolling its eyes. This is already pretty good. When the heads of the 6 great sects came, I didn't even set out a fruit platter, and you still aren't satisfied. Hearing the voice, the 3 hurriedly stood up. They saw Gu Yuan and the fox demon approaching them, one in front and one behind. This is my master. After this brief introduction, the 3 immediately bowed and said, Mr. Gu. Gu Yuan smiled faintly in response. Please be seated, all 3 of you. White fox, prepare tea. Yes, master. At the mention of preparing tea, the 3 immediately struck an air of flattered surprise. They had heard that even the heads of the 6 great sects, when visiting here, only brewed their own tea. Gu Yuan, however, took it in stride. The Great Xia Council was different from the 6 great sects. He had no conflicts with the council. Since they had come to visit of their own accord, he should show them some courtesy. Moreover, the Great Xia Council's prestige within the Great Xia far surpassed that of Bureau 749, including the 6 great sects. There would naturally be more opportunities to utilize them in the future. With that in mind, Gu Yuan spoke first. Gentlemen, I've heard about your actions. Rest assured, I won't hold the deeds of that woman from Bureau 749 and her disciple against the Great Xia Council. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Xian Yuan Mo immediately responded, the council faces its own challenges. Bureau 749 has been attempting to interfere for quite some time. That woman seems to understand the principle of moderation, so we've managed to pay lip service while resisting behind the scenes. For now, we've held the line, but if this continues much longer, we may face complete collapse. Mr. Gu. As soon as Xian Yuan Mo finished speaking, Lin Zhengtang interjected, I wonder if you might have. Zhengtang. As Lin Zhengtang spoke, Nangon Luotian tugged at his sleeve, only to be brushed off. Lin continued. I wonder if you have any plans to infiltrate or manipulate the council from behind the scenes? We are merely ordinary people. Among the 3 of us, only I spent 2 years as a menial disciple at Kunlun 30 years ago, reaching the Qi cultivation realm. If you, Mr. Gu, harbor such intentions, you need only state them plainly. We're accustomed to it anyway. Hearing this, Nangon Luotian and Xian Yuan Mo both sighed. From their perspective, nothing else mattered. Cultivators were destined to stand above the council, whether through overt manipulation or covert command. Gu Yuan, however, shook his head and smiled. No. Hearing this, the 3 visibly relaxed. A figure of Gu Yuan's stature had no need for such concealment. With that matter settled, they had little else to worry about. Just as they pondered, Gu Yuan spoke up. I hear the Great Xia Council broadcasted my actions on Sakura Island. You must have heard what I said about the Eternal Night invasion. Yes, Xian Yuan Mo nodded. But we've only analyzed the broad picture. It seems the woman behind Bureau 749 intends to keep us as pets, waiting for the disaster to strike. Correct. Gu Yuan explained the impending invasion of the Eternal Night world and the mysterious woman's role in it. As Xian Yuan Mo and the other 2 listened, their expressions grew increasingly grave. By the end, they were utterly stunned. Mr. Gu, are you suggesting that beneath the Great Wall lies the sealed entrance to the Eternal Night world? That mysterious woman is a being from the Eternal Night, lurking on Blue Star, waiting to join forces with internal collaborators to wipe out the entire planet? Correct. Damn it. Nangon Luotian snorted coldly, rising to his feet. Who knew such secrets existed? Doesn't that mean Blue Star is in grave danger? And once the seal fails, Great Xia will be the first to fall. Mr. Gu, tell us what to do. Yes, we'll follow Mr. Gu's lead entirely. Seeing the 3 men so reasonable, Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly. No immediate action is needed. For now, just evacuate the people along the Great Wall. That seal won't be broken overnight. Also, I sank Sakura Island this morning. That mysterious woman will likely retaliate soon, bringing her henchmen for a full-scale assault. This fierce battle will likely unfold in Great Xia. When the time comes, mobilizing and evacuating personnel will keep you all quite busy. Mr. Gu needn't worry about that. We shall certainly step up to the plate. However, seeing Xian Yuan Mo hesitate, Gu Yuan inquired, "What is it? Is there some difficulty?" "Not exactly," Xian Yuan Mo replied. "It's just, Mr. Gu, consider this, the mob that cyberbullied you've already executed over 1 million of them. Doesn't that mean the remaining ones?" "Impossible." Gu Yuan scoffed coldly. "They knew the consequences when they committed those acts. Not a single one of them is innocent. None will escape justice. No, please will sway me." "But," Xian Yuan Mo pressed on, "Mr. Gu, you may not realize that after this morning's events, your prestige in Great Xia has reached unparalleled heights. At this juncture, continuing to pursue those individuals." "Oh?" At these words, Gu Yuan's expression instantly turned icy. A sinister aura emanated from his entire body as he shot a cold glare at the three men. "So you're suggesting I should play along to appease them, that I should call it quits now and play the hero? Then why don't you ask them when they slandered and attacked me online, even blocking my home's entrance, splashing filth at me, leaving my body exposed in the wilderness, and humiliating my mother? Why didn't they know when to stop? And besides, haven't you all misunderstood something? When did I ever claim to be a good person? A hero? When did I ever say I'd protect the people of Great Xia? Have you forgotten I'm a corpse king crawled out of hell, a demon?" Faced with Gu Yuan's icy words, sweat-drenched Xian Yuan Mo and his two companions. The invisible pressure weighed so heavily that even the slightest movement felt like an impossible luxury. Though Xian Yuan Mo was inwardly terrified, he steeled himself to speak under Gu Yuan's piercing gaze. "Mr. Gu, please don't misunderstand, that's not what I meant." Chapter 42, Xian Yuan Mo pleads for mercy, killing blow to the heart. The chill emanating from Gu Yuan made Xian Yuan Mo and his companions feel as if their bodies were turning to jelly. Were it not for his years of occupying high positions, Xian Yuan Mo might have even lost control of his bladder. He had no doubt that he had just crossed this corpse king's line. One more wrong word, and all three of them would be left here forever. "Mr. Gu, what I meant was..." "Speak." Gu Yuan's icy single syllable felt like Xian Yuan Mo had grasped a lifeline. "Mr. Gu, that woman behind Bureau 749 has been stirring up trouble all these years. Her goal is to incite us humans to slaughter each other, creating an opening for him to exploit. While the Liu family led this affair concerning you, Bureau 749's shadow may well lurk behind it. You know those people online are nothing but ignorant fools. After seeing your glorious image, many truly realized their past mistakes, sincerely repented, and switched to supporting you. How about this? We will immediately issue a proclamation in the name of the council, stating that you have completely forgiven this matter. However, we will also call upon those who exposed you online to voluntarily turn themselves into the police station within 3 days. This way, those who are genuinely repentant will certainly come forward. After 3 days, if anyone remains stubbornly unrepentant, it will prove they are truly beyond redemption. I can even issue an arrest warrant and sentence them to execution in the name of the council, formally restoring justice to you." Unnecessary. After Xian Yuan Mo spoke at length, Gu Yuan merely shook his head coldly. "My own affairs require no interference. I don't need justice, only revenge. Is that clear enough? What about your mother?" Xian Yuan Mo pressed on, steeled his resolve, and continued, "I believe as a mother, she would want to give her child a chance to clear his name." "What do you say?" After a moment's contemplation, Gu Yuan nodded slightly. 3 hours. After 7 o'clock tonight, anyone not present at the police station will be dealt with individually. And even if you make it to the station, if it's only to evade reckoning, I won't let you off either. You're dismissed. Seeing Gu Yuan relent yet issue his dismissal, the three rose as if granted a pardon. "Thank you, Mr. Gu. Should you require our assistance in any matter, we stand ready to cooperate." As the trio departed, the White Fox wore a look of puzzlement. "Humans are truly peculiar, Master. Do you truly believe anyone could sincerely repent?" "Poof." With a dismissive snort, Gu Yuan offered no response, merely turning toward his secluded retreat. Xian Yuan Mo's words held some truth, but when it came to human nature, especially that of those online pests, Gu Yuan had long seen through it completely. Even if he declared he wouldn't pursue the matter, those who had caused his death wouldn't feel gratitude. They'd only think he was weak, unable, or even afraid to find and punish them. His shadow soldiers still needed time to recuperate anyway. He might as well do them a favor while giving that know-it-all Xian Yuan Mo a reality check. Meanwhile, across the ocean at the headquarters of the Alliance of Gods, within the private chamber of the Lord of all Gods, the Lord of Falling Stars, a figure with sword-like brows, piercing eyes, and a hooked nose glared at the silent gods and divine sovereigns arrayed before him, his anger boiling over. Earlier that morning, Gu Yuan had sunk Sakura Island. The Sakura Queen, possessing power equivalent to a divine sovereign, had offered no resistance whatsoever. As for those heavenly phenomenon realm cultivators, equivalent to heavenly gods, they hadn't even known how they died. That alone would have been enough. But even his own master, that unfathomably profound being, had been crushed to death by that Gu Yuan, his avatar shattered in an instant. The 6 great sects had even publicly declared their complete severance from the Alliance of Gods, the Brahma sect, and other factions a feud to be fought to the death. Gu Yuan had even boasted he would destroy them one by one, with the Alliance of Gods likely being his next target. He knew Gu Yuan's strength all too well. Though the Alliance of Gods possessed nearly 10 divine sovereigns and he himself was on the verge of breaking through to divine emperor, he still had no confidence whatsoever. Even if 10, 20, or 30 more divine sovereigns joined the fight, they still wouldn't stand a chance against Gu Yuan. At this level of power, victory could no longer be achieved by sheer numbers. Suddenly, the falling star god king seemed to sense something and waved his hand lightly. Withdraw. The gods dispersed, and within the chamber, the mysterious woman who had met Gu Yuan that very morning slowly revealed herself. Master, you've arrived. MHM. The mysterious woman nodded in response. Is everything prepared? Everything is already in order, Master. Good. Go summon the leaders of the Brahmin sect and the other factions. Upon hearing this, the falling star god king immediately exclaimed with excitement. Master, are you emerging from seclusion? Are we preparing to attack the Great Xia Empire and the 6 great sects? Soon, the woman nodded. I'm in the critical phase of my seclusion. This time, you'll take the lead in notifications and planning. I don't want to waste time upon my emergence due to preparations and mobilizations by certain factions. Is that clear? Yes, Master. The divine King Luo bowed respectfully, while the mysterious woman had already vanished. Meanwhile, the falling star divine king's face was now radiant with excitement. With my master about to emerge, Great Xia, the 6 great sects, Gu Yuan, let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. Night fell. 6:50 p.m. Shen Yuan Mo sat in his chair at the council meeting, his expression almost perfectly summed up in 4 words. Hopelessness. Luo Tian, how many have turned themselves in? Nangong Luo Tian glanced at the data on his computer, his face equally grim as he replied, Brother, less than 10 million. Less than 10 million? Be more specific. Just over 7 million. Upon hearing this figure, Shen Yuan Mo slapped himself twice across the face. Over the past 2 days, Gu Yuan had slaughtered 3 to 4 million people, leaving over 60 million still unaccounted for. His announcement had been out for 3 hours, yet less than 1/10 of the people had surrendered. He knew many would cling to false hope, but never imagined it would be this many. 1/10? That was practically nothing. The problem was, he couldn't forcibly arrest them or take drastic measures that might only provoke Gu Yuan's displeasure and ruin everything. If he'd known this would happen, he never would have risked angering Gu Yuan by pleading for their mercy. At this thought, Shen Yuan Mo ran his fingers through his hair, leaned back in his chair, and sighed. Is this the caliber of citizens in our Great Xia? Not so fast, Lin Zhengtang interjected. Brother, with all the people in Great Xia, less than 1/10 participated in the online bullying. That shows our citizens are still rational, with kindness prevailing. You've done your best. True. Shen Yuan Mo nodded in agreement, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. He finally understood, Gu Yuan had only pretended to accept his suggestion, effectively granting those cyberbullies a false lifeline. Come reckoning day, they would be consumed by regret and despair. This was Gu Yuan's tactic, using his plea for mercy to strike at their very souls. Forget it. Destroy it. Hurry up. I'm tired. Chapter 43, you agreed to it yourself. Lu Family Villa. Seated upon the bone throne, Gu Yuan gazed at the countless threads of causality, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. Among the karmic threads binding him to online abuse, some had already begun to fade, nearly vanishing entirely. It seemed those represented by these threads had sincerely repented and turned themselves in. Since that was the case, with the threads of causality vanishing, Gu Yuan had no intention of truly pursuing these individuals. Another portion of the lines had only faded slightly, though not dramatically, their color had indeed lightened considerably. These likely belonged to those who, while not genuinely repentant, would never dare to repeat their actions. Yet even so, the vast majority of causal threads showed no change whatsoever. This meant that while Shen Yuan Mo's proposed method was indeed effective, its impact was negligible at best. As he pondered this, the white fox slowly entered the room. Master. What is it? Shen Yuan Mo has sent word. Glancing at Gu Yuan, the white fox turned its attention back to the tablet in its hands and spoke. Shen Yuan Mo reports that 7,361,322 individuals have surrendered themselves. He requests your mercy and asks that you spare these people. He also mentioned that this time, he's truly been humiliated. Whatever course you choose to take next, he won't only refrain from obstructing you, he'll fully cooperate. Listening, Gu Yuan chuckled softly and replied, Tell Shen Yuan Mo that for now, he doesn't need to do anything. But since he's offered his cooperation, I hope he won't come to regret it. You may leave. Yes, master. Watching the white fox withdraw, Gu Yuan leaned back, resting against the bone throne. Shen Yuan Mo's figure was more than triple the number of vanished causal threads. It wasn't that Shen Yuan Mo dared to deceive him, but rather it signified that at least 70% of those who turned themselves in had treated the police station as a safe house. Excellent. Those who walked into the trap themselves would find escape nearly impossible. It was now the agreed upon hour of 7, yet he felt no urgency to settle accounts. Since this was revenge, delaying it would only make it more satisfying. At this moment, the causal threads representing those cyberbullies had all faded slightly. Seeing this, Gu Yuan felt no surprise. When the hour struck, inevitably some fearless souls would assume the matter had passed. In F City, at a street food stall, several young people gathered around the grill, eating barbecue and sipping cheap liquor. One of them looked extremely flustered, as if he had no appetite at all. "Old Liu, look at you freaking out. That Gu Yuan guy? He's already let it go. What are you still scared of?" The young man called Old Liu shook his head repeatedly. "Old Zhang, don't say that. Who doesn't know that when Gu Yuan says he's not holding it against us, no one believes him? I heard someone say that what Gu Yuan really means is to kill everyone who didn't turn themselves in." "Kill them all?" Another young man scoffed, downed a large gulp of liquor, and roared with laughter. "So many people? How could he possibly kill them all? How's he gonna find us? What's he gonna do? I don't believe he can crawl through the internet cables." "Don't say that." Old Liu frowned. "Have you forgotten? Over the past few days, Gu Yuan has already settled scores with tens of millions of people. If he can't find us, then how did he kill so many people?" "You coward." A long-haired guy named Yitzi sneered coldly. "I don't buy it. How could he possibly kill everyone? Besides, you think we're wrong to be angry? Let me tell you, he's been killing all these people just to vent his rage to wipe out everyone who knows the truth." "Exactly," chimed in another. "What do you think that council notice was for? Do you really believe Gu Yuan has no one above him? The council has him cornered. He wouldn't dare make another move, so they gave him a way out. All that bluster, and in the end, he still had to back down. Do you really think our great Xia council is made of clay? What nonsense! Did you see the Sakura Queen in that livestream? You think she's dead? And the head of Bureau 749, that beauty, a goddess among mortals. Look at her now, after being suppressed. Any news?" "Exactly, this." As he spoke, the man struck a cocky pose, clenching his fists and pulling them back dramatically before him. "Come on, drink up." At the same time, across the Great Xia Empire, countless others wallowed in the complacent illusion of safety. Even online, mockery and slander targeting Gu Yuan had grown more prevalent. At the Great Xia Parliament, Xian Yuan Mo and the other two wore sour expressions, seemingly pondering how to clean up the mess after Gu Yuan's rampage tonight. Suddenly, Lin Zhengtang let out a curse. "Damn it!" Hearing this, the other two turned to Lin Zhengtang, puzzled. "Zhengtang, what's wrong now?" "I'm speechless. Just look for yourselves." Xian Yuan Mo took the phone and instantly gaped in shock. Nangon Luotian clicked his tongue in disbelief. How can anyone still be bashing Gu Yuan online? Is he brain dead or something? Xian Yuan Mo seemed to have all his pent-up emotions erupt at once. Find out who it is. Who is this person? Find them. Trace the internet connection to their home. Kill him. Hang him in the central square. Brother. Calm down. Get the hell out of my face. Kill him. Chairman Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan Mo was still roaring with rage when his secretary walked in, tablet in hand. Seeing the secretary, Xian Yuan Mo finally took a deep breath and sat down. What's wrong? Chairman Xian Yuan, Gu Yuan has sent over a list nearly 5 million people. These 5 million people are almost entirely those who turned themselves in. He demands that the Great Xia Parliament broadcast the executions of those on the list live tomorrow at 1 p.m. He also claims this was your own promise. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo's vision darkened, and he immediately lost consciousness. Meanwhile, on Gu Yuan's side, the karmic threads binding those online bullies had already grown thicker. It's about time. With a cold chuckle, Gu Yuan raised his hand slightly. A torrent of pitch-black mist then billowed out from the Liu family villa. Witnessing this overwhelming haze, the citizens of H City were nearly all terrified out of their wits. Despite Gu Yuan's godlike prowess during the Sakura Wars and his savior-like demeanor, everyone in H City knew this man had slaughtered for 2 full days and nights he was a demon lord. However, the fog did not linger in H City. Instead, it spread directly to other cities. Within mere minutes, the fog engulfed the entire nation of Daxia. Chapter 44, Complete Reckoning Part 22. Night fell as a towering fog engulfed the entire Great Xia, plunging its people into panic. Everyone knew that the appearance of this black fog meant the killing star had come to claim lives. The vast majority of people were relieved they hadn't participated in that online mob. Those who had participated but hadn't turned themselves in were now hiding at home, fleeing in panic, or even desperately trying to rush into the police station. But the police station had already received orders from above. Under no circumstances would they open the doors. At a barbecue stall in City F, a group of young people were still drinking beer and bragging. Look, isn't Gu Yuan out for revenge? Where is he? Why haven't I been targeted? I'm standing right here, let him come. Keep your voice down, you're drunk. One companion tugged at the earlier young man, only to be shoved away. I'm not drunk. Tell him to come. Just as the young man was boasting with a bottle of liquor in hand, he looked up to find his companions turning and running away. Seeing this, the young man sneered, Look how scared you are. Does he think he's right behind me? As he turned around, the bottle slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. Before him, a towering black mist surged toward him at breakneck speed. In the next instant, over a dozen specter soldiers emerged from the darkness like ghostly apparitions. With a single slash, they severed the young man's head. Then, the ghost soldiers gave chase after the fleeing figures. "No, don't kill me. I'm sorry, I won't ever do it again. Grandpa Gu, I'm sorry. The young man named Lao Lu was now cornered by a specter, kneeling on the ground and banging his head repeatedly. The specter soldier, however, moved with deliberate slowness, advancing toward him step by step. Only now did an endless wave of regret wash over old Lu. He had clearly had a chance to save his own life before. Why hadn't he turned himself in? Even if it meant rotting in prison for 3 or 5 years, it would have been better than losing his life. As the specter approached, old Lu's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. In the next instant, he sprang to his feet. You really intend to wipe me out completely? Gu Yuan, I only insulted you online a few times. I didn't storm your doorstep like others did. I'll fight you to the death. Ah! Old Lu screamed, his eyes bloodshot as he charged at the shadowy soldier. The next second, a sudden sense of weightlessness washed over him. The shadow soldier had already severed him cleanly at the waist. The remaining half of old Lu's body continued screaming and struggling desperately. Gu Yuan, even as a ghost isle. Before he could finish, the ghost soldier crushed his head underfoot. The shadowy soldier, expressionless, pursued its next target. In a small village in Z City, a young woman was frantically pounding on the police station door, screaming with near madness. Just moments ago, in this tiny village of only a few hundred people, the shadow soldiers had appeared. They had slaughtered dozens. If he hadn't fled swiftly, he too would have fallen victim to their blades. Inside the station, Gu Yuan watched the frantic woman pounding on the door, his mind in turmoil. Why did he have to be on night duty tonight of all nights? Even from this distance, he could hear the wails of grief echoing from the village. In the makeshift detention cell nearby, 2 young men exchanged glances, tears welling up in their eyes. Bro, thank God we admitted our mistake so quickly. Never again should we brag online. Yeah, how could I have lost my head like that? I couldn't even tell right from wrong. If I survive this, I'll serve whatever time they give me. Gu Yuan sat at the front desk, his mind growing increasingly chaotic. The next moment, he dashed toward the entrance, unlocked the door, and let the woman inside. The moment she stepped inside, Gu Yuan froze. Huan? What are you doing here? This woman was actually his girlfriend. Gu Yuan scratched his head in frustration. Thank goodness he'd opened the door, otherwise, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. Wait. His thoughts halted abruptly. Huan, you didn't go online to insult people too, did you? Those shadowy soldiers don't kill indiscriminately. Why are you saying this now? The woman named Huan cried out, what should I do? Huan, save me. I don't want to die. Hearing this, Gu Yuan sighed, what can I possibly do? Right. Hurry inside, maybe you can escape this disaster. As he spoke, Gu Yuan grabbed Huan and shoved her into the temporary holding cell. Inside the temporary detention room, the 2 brothers froze upon seeing Huan. Sis Huan, what are you doing here? Did you also post insults online? Being from the same village, they naturally knew each other. Huan could only nod helplessly. Seeing this, the slimmer of the 2 boys sighed helplessly, Sis Huan, you're being foolish. Why would a young girl like you get involved in something like this? Huan's expression instantly shifted. As if suddenly feeling secure, she sneered coldly. Who are you to tell me what to do? What's wrong with me cursing him? Who's as stupid as you guys, actually turning yourselves in? Once this is over tomorrow, I'm going home with Huan. You guys can just stay here. Bang! Before Huan could finish speaking, a thunderous crash erupted outside. In the police station lobby, a ghost soldier smashed the glass doors to pieces, pinning Gu Yuan, who had just gone to lock the door underneath. Then, he charged straight toward the detention cell. Seeing the intruding shadow soldier, the 3 were terrified out of their wits. The shadow soldier tore open the detention cell door with one hand, then grabbed Huan's thigh with the other. As if the brothers weren't even there, the shadow soldier dragged Huan out by her leg. Inside the detention room, the brothers nearly fainted from terror upon hearing the woman's wails echoing from outside. That night, cries of agony, curses, pleas for mercy, and apologies echoed throughout the entire Great Xia. It felt like the apocalypse had descended. Yet no organization, stepped forward to intervene. By the time the sun rose, the streets, neighborhoods, shopping malls, and restaurants of Great Xia had already been stained crimson. Countless demons, zombies, and ghosts took advantage of the chaos, scrambling to devour the corpses and blood, hoping to bask in Gu Yuan's glory. As for Gu Yuan's side, he made no attempt to stop them. Left to rot in the wilderness, devoured by wild dogs, it seemed the best fate for these people. After this night, the online bullies would likely be reduced to a handful. Master. As Gu Yuan observed the reckoning through the eyes of the ghost soldiers scattered across Great Xia, the White Fox entered once more. Master, the council has sent another message. 22 chapters released in one go. Please vote for monthly tickets. Recommendation votes. Thank you. Starting tomorrow, 3 updates daily. Chapter 45, Repairing the Seal. News from the council? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's expression instantly became quite something. He couldn't fathom what message the council could possibly send him at this moment. Surely not urging him not to kill someone? That would be far too late. Tell me about it. I'm genuinely curious what kind of message the council sent. Listen, the White Fox said with a solemn expression. Master, Xian Yuan Mo says there was just an earthquake near the Great Wall. What? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's brow furrowed. An earthquake near the Great Wall could only mean one thing. The seal had been breached. The realization struck Gu Yuan with sudden frustration. He hadn't expected it to happen so soon. If that mysterious woman and the eternal night creatures were working together, even the slimmest chance of victory on Gu Yuan's side would vanish. Master, there's no need to panic. Xian Yuan Mo mentioned that this is actually the third earthquake at the Great Wall this year. It's just that the previous ones went unnoticed. Hearing this, Gu Yuan finally exhaled in relief. It seemed the so-called earthquake was merely a warning from the seal. If something truly went wrong, he and the 6 great sects would undoubtedly be forced into action. Regardless, Gu Yuan must investigate. At the very least, he needed to study what this earthquake signified. With that thought, Gu Yuan spoke. White Fox, summon the heads of the 6 great sects for a meeting. Yes, Master. But Sister Lin Xian is nowhere to be found. She hasn't returned tonight either. She went out to stream. This time she used an account provided by the Great Xia Parliament, so it's no wonder you didn't see her. She worked through the night, so she should be back soon. Just take her straight to rest. With that, Gu Yuan vanished into the black mist, disappearing without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already near the Great Wall. Within the black mist, Gu Yuan could materialize anywhere at will, a highly convenient ability. Unfortunately, the mist's expansion speed lagged significantly behind his own flight speed. Moreover, the mist seemed to affect one's mental state, making it unsuitable for continuous diffusion across Great Xia for the time being. Soon, Gu Yuan arrived above the Great Wall region and found the tremors there had long since ceased. Following the same path as before, Gu Yuan returned to the seal location. This time, however, he sensed that the seal had weakened slightly. Though the change was minuscule, Gu Yuan could distinctly sense the weakening. This realization filled Gu Yuan with deep puzzlement. Why would the seal weaken for no apparent reason? He knew that by traversing the fissure formed 3 centuries ago, he could reach the eternal night world. This area appeared to be a significant blank zone, essentially occupied by Blue Star's pioneers. In other words, no eternal night creatures were actually assaulting the seal. Yet if the seal had weakened naturally, it wouldn't have happened instantaneously, it would have been a gradual process. Such a significant disturbance, powerful enough to trigger an earthquake, shouldn't have occurred. Could it be that the eternal night world possesses some peculiar method to attack the seal from afar? Pondering this, Gu Yuan could only shake his head. His understanding of both the seal and the eternal night world was still far too limited. As for delving deeper into the matter, Gu Yuan had no immediate plans to do so. After all, back in Great Xia, he had already summoned the 6 major sects, awaiting his call for a meeting. Moreover, according to the Divine Master Yu, the eternal night was a realm of utter darkness, no light, no direction. If he were to lose his way and couldn't find his path back, it would be a serious problem. Lost in thought, Gu Yuan returned to the other side of the seal, about to depart, when his gaze fell upon the crack in the barrier, causing him to pause in deep contemplation. Logically speaking, if the seal continued to dissipate at this rate, even after another 1,000 years, it wouldn't have lost much power. But then again, the creatures of the eternal night world wouldn't necessarily wait for the seal to vanish entirely to break through. Once its strength weakened to a certain point, they could simply launch a violent assault. At that moment, things would truly spiral out of control. If he could repair the breach in the seal, it might not strengthen it significantly, but it would be better than nothing. At the very least, it must hold until the decisive battle with that mysterious woman. Otherwise, if something were to slip through the cracks during this period, it would be disastrous. But Gu Yuan had no clue how to repair the seal. Must we rely solely on the 6 great sects to find a solution? Gu Yuan murmured to himself, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The director of Bureau 749 had stated that certain aspects of Gu Yuan bore similarities to the creatures of the eternal night. Based on this, they suspected Gu Yuan might be a creature of the eternal night, a suspicion the 6 great sects had initially shared. But Gu Yuan believed he wasn't just not a creature of the eternal night, he was born specifically to counter them. Of course, this was merely Gu Yuan's speculation after all, the timing of his resurrection was too coincidental. If he could indeed counter the eternal night creature, might his unique talents and divine abilities interact with this seal? After all, this seal was surely not set arbitrarily. It must have been constructed by the first emperor based on the characteristics of the eternal night creatures. He could certainly give it a try. Pondering this, Gu Yuan paused for a moment before scooping up a handful of black soil from the dark mist space. He pressed it firmly against the corner of the seal's breach. It wasn't that Gu Yuan believed the black soil could repair the seal, he simply had no idea what else to do. Infusing energy was clearly futile. Even if it drained him dry, it wouldn't suffice to mend the breach. Yet under Gu Yuan's watchful gaze, that small clump of black soil swiftly transformed into a flowing liquid, patching up a section of the seal. Though it was only the size of a fingernail, it truly worked. Witnessing this, Gu Yuan finally broke into a smile. He didn't understand why it worked, but it did, and that was all that mattered. As for the black soil, he possessed an inexhaustible supply. He extracted vast quantities of black soil from the black mist space. It took a full hour for Gu Yuan to completely mend the crack. The gap now appeared as if it had never existed. Surveying the restored seal, Gu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. At last, he could breathe easier. At the Liu family villa, the heads of the 6 great sects now carried a relaxed air. Well, young lady, you're finally willing to serve us tea? Though this tea leaves seem rather unworthy of Senior Gu's stature. Hearing Zhang Tianming's remark, the white fox rolled her eyes. You're not even grateful for the tea? Drink it or leave it. Why are you getting upset? Zhang Tianming chuckled as he produced a ring. Here, take this. Inside is Dragon Tiger Mountain's divine tea, less than half a pound produced each year. Don't underestimate this. Besides entertaining guests, Senior Gu's mother has poor health. Just drinking this tea daily cures all ailments and makes her immune to toxins. She'll easily live another 200 or 300 years. Chapter 46, The Secret of the Seal. This is the legendary immortal Dao tea? Seeing the ring Zhang Tianming offered and hearing his words, the white fox's eyes widened in astonishment. That's right, it's immortal tea. Zhang Tianming chuckled upon hearing this. Not just immortal tea, there's also a trace of the rare mother immortal tea. Even on our Dragon Tiger Mountain, it's exceedingly scarce. Hearing this, the white fox immediately sucked in a sharp breath. Immortal Dao tea from Dragon Tiger Mountain was a divine treasure unparalleled throughout the entire cultivation world. After drinking it, one would feel refreshed and invigorated for 12 hours, with all meridians unblocked, and cultivation speed would increase by more than double. With long-term consumption, it could even alter one's constitution and unlock sealed spiritual coffins. Though this possibility was minuscule and required years of heavy consumption to trigger such a transformation, the innate spiritual vessel essentially represented a cultivator's future potential, and there were almost no other means to enhance it. Even the slightest hint of effectiveness would send the entire cultivation world into a frenzy. As for Zhang Tianming's claims of curing all ailments and rendering one immune to all poisons, that's pure nonsense, akin to saying the 9-turn golden elixir can cure the common cold. What's more, this ring contained not only over 100 pounds of immortal Dao tea, but also over a pound of the rare immortal Dao Mother tea. If immortal Dao tea is the coveted treasure of all cultivators, then immortal Dao Mother tea is the very thing that makes every cultivator's eyes burn with envy. Even cultivators at the celestial phenomenon realm would fight fiercely over a single leaf. The reason is simple: legend holds that a single cup of immortal Mother tea can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. Consuming a single leaf is equivalent to 10 years of arduous cultivation. Though its veracity remains unknown, it is common knowledge that the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain produces but a single coin's worth of this divine Mother tea each year. The half-pound contained within this ring represents the entire century's output of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Having learned the value of the immortal tea and the Mother tea, the white fox now hesitated to accept it. Such a precious item would inevitably create an awkward obligation. If her lack of knowledge caused the owner trouble, that would be most unfortunate. Seeing the white fox's hesitation, Zhang Tianming laughed heartily. Young lady, you should accept it on behalf of Senior Gu. With his stature, how could he possibly entertain guests without some fine tea? As for that immortal Dao Mother tea, you'll serve it to the old lady. The rest of us? We're afraid we lack the fortune to partake. But, just as the white fox hesitated, a soft chuckle suddenly came from behind her. White fox, since Master Zhang is willing to part with it, you should accept it. I've been searching for methods to nourish my mother's health lately. I never imagined Master Zhang would come through like a timely rain, presenting this gift. Hearing this, the crowd turned toward the voice and saw Gu Yuan slowly descending the staircase. Master. Senior Gu. Seeing Gu Yuan nod, the white fox finally accepted the ring and acknowledged, "My thanks, Master Zhang." Seeing the white fox accept the gift, Gu Yuan approached and joined the 6 sect leaders seated around the table. Joking aside, he had no idea what that thing actually was, but if even the white fox dared not accept it, it must be something valuable. If someone offered it, he'd take it, especially since it was meant for his own mother. That Tianming also chuckled, "Senior Gu, I'm merely benefiting by association. This tea was sent by our Dragon Tiger Mountain Patriarch. He mentioned that no matter how precious the gift, you might not find it to your liking. It's better to offer something truly useful." Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. It seemed the Dragon Tiger Mountain Patriarch was indeed a generous soul. "Then I thank your sect greatly. I'm poor and have little to offer in return. How about I send you some mean soldiers? I'll summon 10 million shadow soldiers and send them to Longhu Mountain for you." "That's quite unnecessary." Zhang Tianming hastily waved his hands. "Senior Gu, you really have a way with jokes. Gu Yuan, however, frowned slightly at this remark. I'm afraid I can't afford to joke anymore. Everyone, what I'm about to say might make you lose your sense of humor. Oh? Master Yushin chimed in, is it about the seal? Seeing Gu Yuan nod, Shen Xiaozhenren sighed, Senior Gu, the matter of the seal our ancestor has already made it clear to us. The seal has been broken. At most, within 3 to 5 days, the creatures of the eternal night world will descend upon Blue Star. What? Hearing this, Gu Yuan expressed his confusion, surely not. I just returned from there, and the seal was still intact. Upon hearing this, Yun Shuji explained, Senior Gu, you are unaware that this seal actually consists of 2 layers. The place you visited was likely the seal on the Blue Star side, but there remains another layer of sealing on the eternal night world side. Today's earthquake was the shockwave from the outer seal being breached. Once the outer seal is breached, the seal on Blue Star will likely fall soon. Combined with the existing breach in that seal, it might only hold out for 3 to 5 days at most. Listening intently, Gu Yuan smiled. I see. No wonder I found nothing when I went to the eternal night world. Seems those eternal night creatures hadn't reached the seal yet when I was there. Good thing I reinforced it. What? Hearing Gu Yuan's words, the heads of the 6 great sects simultaneously rose to their feet, staring at him in shock. Senior Gu, you say you repaired the seal? Senior Gu, what exactly do you mean by repaired? Why the big reaction? Gu Yuan sighed helplessly. Anyway, you can't tell any difference from the surface. Ahmet Ba. Before Gu Yuan could finish, Master Yushin clasped his hands together and chanted the Buddha's name. Unexpected, truly unexpected. Our 6 venerable ancestors pondered for days without finding a way to repair the seal, yet Senior Gu resolved it with ease. How wonderful, how wonderful. Indeed, Senior Gu, Tianshuzi nodded. Our patriarch had planned to forcefully emerge from seclusion tomorrow, but it seems we have more time after all. Precisely. Gu Yuan concurred. Though the seal won't last long, it should hold for at least 10 days to a fortnight. As long as we can delay things until our decisive battle with that mysterious woman, it's sufficient. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The outcome of the battle against that mysterious woman was predictable, regardless of victory or defeat. If they lost, the 6 great sects would likely be wiped out completely, leaving humanity without any power to resist the eternal night. If they won, they could select a portion of their people to flee into the cosmos, while the rest remained to defend Blue Star. Regardless of the final outcome, as long as they could hold out long enough, the human race would still have a glimmer of hope. Senior Gu, now that this urgent crisis is resolved, we must return to our sects to discuss preparations for the decisive battle against that mysterious woman. Chapter 47, The Mysterious Dragon Qi. The 6 sect leaders exchanged glances, then rose once more to bid farewell to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan made no attempt to stop them. Since they already knew about the seal, he had no further information to share. However, before departing, Tianshuzi sought out Gu Yuan once more. Senior Gu, our venerable ancestor requests your presence at noon today for a meeting within the Kunlun secret realm. With the decisive battle approaching, our elders are truly unable to spare the time. We must trouble you, Senior Gu. Gu Yuan nodded in understanding. It seemed the Kunlun sect's elders were preparing for something significant. But Gu Yuan understood. Rumor had it these elders were all at critical junctures in their cultivation breakthroughs. If they succeeded, it would undoubtedly boost their chances of victory immensely. Facing that mysterious woman, no one, not even the 6 elders combined with Gu Yuan, could claim absolute certainty of victory. Agreed. After a moment's thought, Gu Yuan responded, I understand. Just send someone to fetch me when the time comes. After Tianshuzi departed, Gu Yuan returned to the secret chamber and sat upon the white bone throne. By now, the dense web of causal threads representing the online bullies had nearly vanished entirely. Only a few scattered threads remained, those connected to the few prisoners still clinging to false hope, and several hundred isolated threads. Most of these stragglers had already fled overseas. Gu Yuan could handle them with just a few dozen shadow soldiers. Another few dozen remained, their threads faint and elusive. These faint, almost imperceptible threads represented 2 possibilities. Either they had merely followed the trend casually without much concern, or they were cultivators who could evade worldly karma to some extent. Of course, the remaining few dozen possessed both traits. If it were up to Gu Yuan, he would have sent his shadow soldiers to storm the gates of the 6 great sects and execute them outright. However, the 6 great sects were now in the same boat as him, so naturally, he had to give them some face. With this in mind, Gu Yuan compiled another list and had the White Fox deliver it to the 6 great sects. As for how they would handle it, he trusted they would figure it out themselves. It was still early morning, with noon hours yet to come. Gu Yuan seized the opportunity while the black mist lingered and headed straight for the imperial mausoleum of Mount Li. Zhao Su was still within the imperial tomb. If he could truly bring out something valuable like that so-called Great Destruction cannon of the pre-Qin era, it would significantly boost their odds against both that woman and the impending Eternal Night invasion. Unfortunately, the imperial mausoleum of Mount Li was now shrouded in a strange energy. Previously, that energy had only enveloped the immediate vicinity of the tomb, but now it had completely sealed off the entire Mount Li. Gazing at the energy-sealed Mount Li, Gu Yuan sighed deeply. It seemed Zhao Su's quest to complete the inheritance would be delayed indefinitely. For this battle, they might have to prepare for the possibility of no reinforcements. Yet beyond this, Gu Yuan seemed to detect something else, something different. It wasn't so much an object as a sensation. The air within the confines of Mount Li seemed fundamentally different from elsewhere. Within this air, it felt as though something else existed. Inhaling the air within this imperial tomb's perimeter actually allowed me to break through my gate? Muttering to himself, Gu Yuan grew even more certain of the peculiarity here. Though each breath only shattered a layer of black mist and a layer of blood mist, it was undeniably effective. At this realization, a look of astonished delight slowly spread across Gu Yuan's face. Could this be the legendary dragon energy? Gu Yuan had only heard of dragon qi, never encountered it firsthand, and knew nothing of its true form. Yet he could affirm that even if this abstract force wasn't dragon qi, it was undeniably beneficial for his breakthrough. Gu Yuan recalled the divine master Yushin once mentioning that dragon energy could actually be extracted from dragon veins, endless, inexhaustible, and renewable. The reason it no longer existed on Blue Star was because the methods to harness it had vanished along with the immortal Qin dynasty into the eternal night world. As for the exact reason behind this, Gu Yuan remained unaware. Yet he understood that if this substance truly was dragon energy, the dragon veins on this planet would be a profoundly nourishing resource for him. Convinced himself, Gu Yuan relaxed, finding a corner to sit cross-legged on the ground. He began absorbing the energy-like substance permeating the air. After some experimentation, Gu Yuan discovered that this substance in the air actually aided his cultivation. The efficiency, however, was something else entirely. After nearly 10 minutes, Gu Yuan had only managed to open a total of 10,000 gates in his blood mist and black mist portals. Still, every little bit helped. With this opportunity available, Gu Yuan didn't want to waste it. He simply remained seated and began his cultivation. After a full 4 hours, Gu Yuan's blood mist and black mist gate had opened a staggering 300,000 more gates. At that moment, in General Number 1 relayed news, Tianshuzi had arrived. Using the remnants of black mist lingering on Mount Li, Gu Yuan immediately returned to the Liu family villa. Upon seeing Tianshuzi, Gu Yuan immediately spoke up, "Master Tianshuzi, why have you personally come? With a formidable enemy at hand, I see no need for such empty formalities and ceremonial niceties." Tianshuzi sighed wryly, his voice tinged with resignation. "Senior Gu, I'm swamped myself. I didn't want to come either. But with such a significant matter, I couldn't trust anyone else to handle it. So I decided to come and fetch you myself." Without further preamble, Tianshuzi retrieved a small black stone from his ring. The black stone was translucent and radiant, emitting a deep, glossy sheen as a surge of energy erupted from within. Soon, as the energy gathered, a Taoist gate slowly took shape. As the gate opened, Tianshuzi spoke. "Senior Gu, I lack the power to open a Tao gate myself. This magical artifact must serve as my aid. Please. Let's go." Following Tianshuzi through the gate, Gu Yuan was slightly taken aback by the scene on the other side. Beyond the gate lay what appeared to be the inner sanctum of Kunlun sect's mountain gates within the Kunlun secret realm. Within the Kunlun sect, incense burners and ritual altars were placed throughout the grounds, smoke curling gently from them. Above, unnamed birds soared freely through the sky, their occasional cries of cranes echoing through the air, lending the place an ethereal, otherworldly feel. Seeing this, Gu Yuan remarked with admiration. "Those soaring through the sky must be spirit beasts or the like. No wonder mortals yearn to seek immortality and enlightenment. This Kunlun paradise, the moment you step inside, a wave of tranquility washes over you. Even I feel a touch of serenity. Even doing nothing, living in such a divine realm could add another 30 or 50 years to one's life." Chapter 48, Secret Talks in Kunlun. Faced with Gu Yuan's praise, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Tianshuzi's face. Yet he had no heart to savor the compliment at this moment. "Senior Gu, the path of cultivating immortality is inherently a struggle against heaven, against others, and against fate itself. Though this Kunlun secret realm brims with spiritual energy, the competition within is fiercer than you can imagine, truly not something to be shared with outsiders." "That is indeed true." Gu Yuan nodded. Tianshuzi sighed softly, then led Gu Yuan to a hidden realm within the hidden realm. "Senior Gu, the patriarch awaits within. I shall take my leave." "As you wish." After exchanging polite farewells, Gu Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his heart filled with admiration. Within this secret realm, Gu Yuan sensed the same cosmic energy as he had at the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li. If that was the case, this energy was undoubtedly dragon qi. However, the spiritual energy here was considerably thinner than at the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li. It was undoubtedly being depleted with each use. Fellow Taoist Gu Yuan. As Gu Yuan pondered, a young man devoid of any cultivation aura emerged from somewhere. Upon seeing him, Gu Yuan returned the greeting with a clasped fist. "You must be the Kunlun Patriarch? Though I presume this is merely a projection of your Tao body." "Correct. I am indeed the so-called patriarch of the Kunlun sect Yuan Hao. And this is no true incarnation, merely a projection. I am currently in a critical phase of stabilizing my cultivation realm and cannot spare even a shred of extra divine consciousness. Gu Yuan nodded in understanding before inquiring, "May I ask what business brings you here, Taoist Yuan?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao studied Gu Yuan for a long moment before finally speaking. To be frank, I have successfully broken through to the mid-stage of the mortal-immortal realm. I shall emerge from seclusion tomorrow. Mid-stage mortal-immortal? Hearing this, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Though Gu Yuan wasn't deeply familiar with the red dust immortal realm, he understood its general nature. At this stage, the gap between each minor realm was as vast as the gap between major realms had been before. That Kunlun patriarch had reached the mid-stage of mortal-immortal with such power, he likely had no equal left on this blue star. Except, of course, for that woman. No one knew what level of power that woman possessed. Fellow Taoist, I invited you here today to confirm something in person. Before Gu Yuan could respond, Yuan Hao pressed on. Your current cultivation appears to be late-stage Earth Immortal. I wonder what level you could reach if we were to truly engage in combat. Also, is there any possibility of you breaking through to a higher realm in the near future? Most crucially, do you seek to protect your own race or merely wish to collaborate with us against that mysterious woman? I implore you to speak plainly. Gu Yuan, however, simply laughed aloud. Now, brother Yuan Hao, these questions you pose, it seems they don't require my answers, or rather, my answers hold little significance. As for my strength, I can only say that with sufficient resources, advancing to the mortal-immortal realm in the near future would pose no problem. If resources were truly abundant, I might even attempt to reach the mid-stage of mortal-immortal. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Given the current state of Great Xia, or rather, the entire Blue Star, it was imperative to unite every possible force. Race had become utterly irrelevant. With this in mind, Yuan Hao spoke. Very well, fellow Taoist. In that case, the 6 great sects will devote all available resources over the coming days to assist you in breaking through to mortal-immortal. To be honest, the elders of the other sects haven't actually reached the red dust immortal realm yet. They're intensifying their efforts to break through. Over the next few days, I'll do my utmost to help the others achieve breakthroughs. At the same time, keep a close watch on the seal. As for your situation, Taoist friend, I assume your shadow soldiers are fully attuned to your will? Indeed. Excellent. Then monitoring the forces under that woman's command must be entrusted to you. Yuan Hao sighed as he spoke. Fellow Taoist, you may not realize it, but the forces under that woman, the Brahma Heaven sect, the Alliance of Gods, and all those other miscellaneous factions are already on high alert, ready to strike at any moment. They're just waiting for her to emerge from seclusion. Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded. So what we're competing on now is who can break through the seclusion faster. Exactly. Yuan Hao's expression turned serious. But I can confirm this, that woman absolutely has not yet broken through the realm above mortal-immortal. Once she breaks through the realm above Earth Immortal, there will inevitably be celestial phenomena. My greatest fear is that she has no intention of truly breaking through that realm. If that's the case, we'll be forced into a passive defense. Gu Yuan fully agreed with Yuan Hao's assessment. If that woman truly broke through that realm, whether they could defeat her was another matter entirely. But the celestial phenomena accompanying such a breakthrough would at least give them a signal, rather than leaving them waiting blindly as they were now. In that case, I shall dispatch several generals immediately to monitor the Alliance of Gods and the Brahma sect. As for the lesser figures, they are likely merely following orders and need not concern us. Agreed. Yuan Hao smiled. Taoist Gu, with that settled, I shall not detain you further. The resources from the 6 great sects will be delivered today. Please. Farewell. After leaving the Kunlun secret realm, Gu Yuan returned to the Liu family villa. The white fox was there, watching her phone alongside Huang Guiying. Seeing this, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Well, who knew you even had a phone? Hearing this, the white fox gave a slight snort. Master, do you have some kind of stereotype about my kind? I'm just a demon, I'm not some caveman. What's wrong with having a phone? I can use a tablet, so why couldn't I use a phone? Oh, right. Gu Yuan nodded dismissively. What are you guys watching? Huang Guiying chimed in with a smile. Son, look. The Great Xia Parliament is live streaming a press conference to clear your name. Look, even Chairman Xian Yuan said you were framed. It was that creature from another world who stirred up the chaos all to tear our Great Xia apart. Who would have thought monsters truly exist in this world? After all these years, I've finally seen one with my own eyes. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's mouth twitched. What did she mean, monsters really exist? I've been resurrected for so long, and she's only now saying, so there really are monsters. But this was actually for the best. Gu Yuan had always struggled to explain the eternal night invasion to Huang Guiying. Now that she accepted it herself, it saved him a lot of trouble. Moreover, judging by Huang Guiying's current state, especially her mental state, she seemed remarkably well. That was what pleased Gu Yuan most. With that thought, Gu Yuan nodded. You two stay here. I'm heading back. Master, don't leave. The execution is about to begin. Chapter 49, The Wealth of the Six Great Sects. Master, the execution is about to begin. Won't you stay and watch? Hearing the fox demon's words, Gu Yuan shook his head. No need to watch. What's there to see? Does that Shen Yuan Mo really think he can pull any tricks on me? After the execution, if I have no further orders shortly afterward, inform Shen Yuan Mo that I truly won't pursue the remaining 2 million plus people. Let him handle them however he pleases. Hearing this, the white fox nodded in agreement. Huang Guiying, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly upon hearing Gu Yuan's words. Gu Yuan had vowed to settle all accounts, and now it seemed he had done so completely. In the end, less than 1% of those who had sincerely repented had escaped punishment. It seemed that despite becoming the corpse king, Gu Yuan still retained a shred of humanity within. Since Gu Yuan's resurrection, Huang Guiying had come to understand everything. Her greatest fear had been that her son would become a mindless monster, but that clearly wasn't the case now. Returning to the secret chamber, Gu Yuan entered the black mist space. He ordered the 15th general to pursue and eliminate the fleeing online bullies worldwide. He also selected several EN soldiers transformed from Sakura Island civilians, disguised them, and infiltrated the United States, India, and other regions to monitor the movements of major factions. This course of action was the result of Gu Yuan's careful deliberation. News of Gu Yuan's massacre in Great Xia had spread across the globe. At this juncture, dispatching shadow generals to hunt down fugitives globally would encounter minimal resistance. First, no one wished to provoke Gu Yuan. Second, few could stand against a shadow general at the land immortal realm. Moreover, even powerful factions like the Alliance of Gods understood that slaying a single shadow general would barely dent Gu Yuan's strength, making rash action unwise. Even if a shadow general were truly killed, they would be reborn within the Black Mist realm. Though it would require several months of recuperation, it would amount to little real loss. The situation was different for the EN soldiers sent to monitor the major factions. Talented individuals abound within these major factions. Once EN soldiers or EN generals entered their territories, they would inevitably be detected. But the EN soldiers on Sakura Island were different. They were still weak and not fully transformed. Essentially, they were little more than mobile corpses. With proper control, they could remain undetected. After finalizing all arrangements, Gu Yuan observed that the causal threads representing the online bullies had vanished one by one, leaving only a handful remaining. This confirmed that Shen Yuan Mo had kept his word without any exaggeration. The 6 major sects had indeed purged their ranks accordingly. Once the 5th Shadow General finished dealing with those dozen or so who had fled abroad, this matter would be completely resolved. As he pondered, Lin Xian approached, still in her pajamas and rubbing sleep from her eyes. Seeing her, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lin Xian, why did you come dressed like this? Did you have a nightmare? No, Lin Xian shook her head. A young man named Qin Hao just came by, claiming to deliver cultivation resources on behalf of the 6 great sects. I only woke up when I heard the knock on the door. No wonder. Gu Yuan chuckled softly. He vaguely remembered Qin Hao, likely one of the holy sons and holy daughters from the 6 great sects. Regardless of their actual strength, these holy sons and holy daughters were incredibly swift. That night when the cultivators came looking for trouble, only a few of them managed to escape, the rest were practically wiped out. With that thought, Gu Yuan nodded and said, Then get some more sleep. I'll take the items. No, master. I'm meeting those 2 cameramen's younger brother for dinner tonight. They were pretty shaken up today too. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's lips curved slightly upward. He could easily tell that Lin Xian was putting in a good word for those 2 cameramen. But it was true ever since he conscripted them, the cameramen had been nothing but on-call laborers, running errands without any perks or breaks. With that thought, Gu Yuan spoke up. All right. Tonight, tell those 2 young men they'll be working for me full-time from now on. If it's convenient, they can move into the Liu family villa. After all, there are plenty of vacant rooms here. Rest assured, working for me even if it's just running errands or doing odd jobs, I won't shortchange you. Especially for specialized work like camera operation. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Thank you so much, teacher. I'll go pack up and get ready to head out right away. Go ahead. After Lin Xian left, Gu Yuan paused to consider, then dispatched several more EN soldiers to guard the main entrance of the Liu family villa. The Liu family villa was so vast, and he was often deep in cultivation. If any unannounced visitors knocked, he might not hear them. It was best to have 2 shadow soldiers stand guard. Having completed these arrangements, Gu Yuan picked up the ring Qin Hao had delivered on behalf of the 6 major sects. What he saw left him stunned. The space within this ring was even larger than his own secret chamber. It seemed the previous gift had been merely a token offering. And to claim he'd taken 70% truly a cunning old fox. The room Gu Yuan occupied, though called a secret chamber, was actually just the upstairs reception hall that had been modified. It was still a decent 60 or 70 square meters. Yet the ring was packed to the brim with cultivation resources. Spirit stones, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and mystical artifacts. Who would have thought the 6 great sects were this wealthy? And this was likely just the tip of the iceberg. With thousands of years of accumulation, the 6 great sects had undoubtedly amassed a staggering amount of cultivation resources, if nothing else. However, Gu Yuan also noticed that most of these cultivation resources were difficult to utilize directly. For instance, high-grade spiritual herbs and spiritual objects required refinement into pills before they could be consumed by cultivators. Such items generally required refinement into pills before they could be consumed by cultivators. Using them directly yielded minimal benefits, not to mention that such high-grade materials were beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators to utilize. Such cultivation resources were indeed perfectly suited for Gu Yuan. However, compared to these items, spirit stones were notably scarce. It seemed that even for the 6 great sects, spirit stones remained an extremely precious resource. Spiritual energy is another precious resource derived from spirit stones. It's said that with the right formation array and ample spirit stones, one could generate spiritual energy continuously. Coincidentally, this batch of cultivation resources included precisely such an array disk. The array disk measured roughly 2 square meters and was laid precisely beneath the white bone throne. All the spirit stones had been used to power this so-called spirit gathering array. The moment the spirit gathering array was activated, Gu Yuan sensed an increase in spiritual energy within its coverage area. However, this spiritual energy remained exceedingly sparse, even less abundant than that found at the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li. Chapter 50, The United Great Xia. According to the small inscriptions engraved on the spirit stone array, this spirit gathering array not only sustained a steady flow of spiritual energy but could also absorb surrounding spiritual energy. Unfortunately, no spiritual energy remained on the surface now, otherwise, its concentration would surely have been even higher. Still, it was better than nothing. Gu Yuan made no complaints, instead using this idle time to begin his cultivation. That woman could strike at any moment. Reaching the red dust immortal level first would give him a better chance of victory. Yet Gu Yuan remained uncertain how many layers of blood mist and black fog he must pierce to reach that realm. For now, he could only focus entirely on cultivation, leaving other considerations for later. In the days following his reckoning with the cyberbullies, Gu Yuan remained inactive, yet the fervor surrounding him showed no sign of waning. The Great Xia Council issued a statement within the nation, though it made no mention of Gu Yuan's actions against the cyberbullies. Instead, it announced developments concerning the Eternal Night Realm and the Great Wall Seal. Ever since establishing diplomatic relations with the Great Xia Council, Gu Yuan had shared every piece of news with Xianyuan Mo. After all, as the person responsible for mobilizing the Great Xia populace at a moment's notice, Xianyuan Mo couldn't afford to be kept in the dark. The moment the Great Xia Parliament announced the imminent breach of the Great Wall Seal and the impending invasion from the Eternal Night World, the populace erupted into complete uproar. However, the overall reaction was vastly different from what Xianyuan Mo had anticipated. Xianyuan Mo had prepared several contingency plans to calm public panic, only to find the people of Daxia growing increasingly excited instead. Online, news of the impending Eternal Night invasion became the hottest topic in historical discussions. The Eternal Night World is invading? Fear not. No matter how terrifying its creatures may be, could they possibly be more terrifying than our great Gu? Exactly. We've got Master Gu and the 6 great sects. Forget the Eternal Night, I'm not afraid of anyone. We shouldn't be so sure. The creatures of the Eternal Night are incredibly powerful. Even the combined might of the 6 great sects and Lord Gu can't guarantee they'll defend the Great Xia. We shouldn't be too optimistic. That's not how it works. Our Great Xia nation through thousands of years has never once feared invaders. Exactly. From ancient times to now, if the sky falls, we patch it ourselves. If floods come, we rebuild. The Great Xia has never backed down. What's this Eternal Night World? We'll fight them to the bitter end. Right. Fight to the bitter end. Fight to the bitter end. Reading these online comments, Xianyuan Mo felt an immediate surge of energy. If the Great Xia people could remain this united, his future work would be much easier to carry out. To name just one example, residents near the Great Wall, upon learning of the Eternal Night invasion, were voluntarily relocating en masse, all to avoid burdening the nation. Just as the entire Great Xia united in preparation to confront the Eternal Night's invasion, Gu Yuan's cultivation had also reached a fever pitch. Gu Yuan had been secluded in his chamber for 3 consecutive days and nights. The black mist and blood mist portals were advancing at an astonishing pace. In just 3 days, the black mist and blood mist portals within Gu Yuan's body had surged to a staggering 83 million. Gu Yuan sensed that he needed to break through just another 2 or 3 million portals to reach the Red Dust Immortal Realm. This wasn't based on any warning signs, but rather because Gu Yuan had already experienced the power of a Red Dust Immortal once before. His current power was already extremely close to that critical threshold. At most, within a day, he would break through. At that moment, the white fox entered the room. Sensing its approach, Gu Yuan slowly withdrew from his cultivation state. What is it? Hearing this, the white fox, who had been about to turn and leave, quickly turned back and spoke. Master, the sacred son of Purple Gold Mountain has sent a pill. Oh? What kind of pill? According to the Holy Sun, this pill allows cultivators on the verge of breaking through to the mortal-immortal realm to temporarily reach that level, though the effect lasts only 30 minutes. It has no effect whatsoever on cultivators at other levels. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan pondered briefly before shaking his head. He understood the meaning behind the patriarchs of the 6 great sects presenting this item. They were simply afraid he might fail to break through to mortal-immortal, so they intended to use it as a backup plan. But Gu Yuan clearly had no need for it. Has the Holy Sun departed? Not yet. He said he wished to borrow a few soldiers from the master, the weakest ones would suffice. He also mentioned this was a personal request, apparently because he wanted to test one of his own spells. Hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Experimenting with spells? Borrowing shadow soldiers? Only this Holy Sun could come up with such ideas. But Gu Yuan was a powerful figure with vast resources. A few shadow soldiers were hardly a burden. These Holy Suns would one day become the pillars of Great Xia, and Gu Yuan was happy to lend his support. With that thought, Gu Yuan waved his hand lightly. Behind the throne, a swirl of black mist slowly materialized. 20 shadow soldiers, shuffling like zombies, limped out. Let him take these shadow soldiers. But they haven't been fully converted yet and are extremely weak. The next tier up are Amaterasu-level shadow soldiers. If he needs them, tell him to take the 2 guards stationed at the entrance. Also, let that fellow take the elixir back with him. I have at most another day or 2 before I break through that realm. Among the 6 great sects, there must be those on the verge of becoming mortal immortals. Keeping this item might prove useful when the time comes to face that woman in battle. Yes, master. I'll reply to him immediately. The White Fox continued. As for the old lady, after drinking that immortal whey tea for several days, she's transformed completely. Both her mental and physical states are remarkably improved. I've already dismissed all the professional caregivers I had hired. You've done well. Gu Yuan nodded upon hearing this. I'll leave matters concerning my mother to your care. Ensuring she's well looked after is a great service. Go now. I must continue my seclusion. Yes. The White Fox acknowledged the order and led 20 limping, ragged-looking shadow soldiers out of the room. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan resumed his seclusion. After an unknown period, the onslaught against the black mist and blood mist began to slow. This was also the first time Gu Yuan found himself encountering resistance while attempting to break through the gate. Could this be the bottleneck? He dismissed the thought almost immediately as he continued his cultivation. For now, it merely felt like his progress had slowed, hardly a true bottleneck. By now, Gu Yuan had shattered nearly 85 million gateways. According to his calculations, the day he shattered exactly 85 million gateways would be the day he ascended to become a mortal immortal. Chapter 51, Emerging from Seclusion. The 7 Immortals Gather. Gu Yuan remained confident about his ascent to mortal immortal. Rather than his gate-breaking speed slowing down, it was more accurate to say that the materials required for each breakthrough had increased significantly. Compared to before, the demand had increased by nearly tenfold. But Gu Yuan didn't mind. As long as he was willing to expend the resources, the pace remained largely unchanged. As for those resources, Gu Yuan had only used less than half of them. By accelerating his resource acquisition, Gu Yuan was drawing ever closer to that threshold. 8,496,000. 84,980,000. As he neared 85 million, Gu Yuan poured in ever-increasing resources. By the time he reached the 85 millionth gateway, the resources consumed had surpassed the total used previously. Boom! With a thunderous explosion within his body, Gu Yuan's gateways finally reached 85 million. Simultaneously, Gu Yuan sensed significant transformations within the Black Mist realm and its legions of shadow soldiers. First, the Een soldiers from Sakura Island had instantly transformed successfully. However, their strength remained weak, essentially at the Qi cultivation realm. While they could easily handle ordinary people, facing cultivators meant they could only rely on sheer numbers to prevail. The previous 50,000 ghost soldiers, however, had all reached the celestial phenomenon realm. 50,000 celestial phenomenon realm ghost soldiers. This transformation instantly bolstered Gu Yuan's confidence. Such strength and numbers would form a formidable force even if the Eternal Night World truly invaded. To put it plainly, should the Eternal Night World truly invade, these shadow soldiers could hold out for 3 to 5 days without question. If 50,000 heavenly phenomenon realm ghost soldiers couldn't resolve the situation, then there would be no point in fighting this war. Better to flee as far as possible while the seal remained intact. As for the Shadow Generals, their power had reached the late stage of the Earth Immortal realm. Moreover, their numbers had increased to as many as 10. After instructing the White Fox to inform the 6 great sects of his breakthrough, Gu Yuan returned to seclusion. Now, as long as he had even a shred of time left, Gu Yuan would push his cultivation to its absolute limit. After all, no one could say for certain whether that woman intended to break through to the realm beyond mortal immortal. Moreover, Gu Yuan could sense his own limitations facing an opponent beyond mortal immortal. Victory seemed unlikely. What surprised Gu Yuan, however, was that after breaking through the 85 million gate threshold, the pace of his gate breakthroughs accelerated once more. To be precise, the resources consumed had decreased once more. The resources sent by the 6 great sects had only consumed slightly over 10%. At this rate, if he could absorb and refine all the resources. No, even if he only absorbed and refined half of it, he was absolutely certain he could break through to 100 million gateways. Soon, another day passed. Gu Yuan was deep in cultivation when a sudden thought struck him. Stepping onto the main street, he saw that beneath a cloudless sky, a light drizzle had begun to fall. As the rain fell to the ground, the flowers and grasses, a type of plant, began to grow at a visible speed. Catching a handful of the rainwater, Gu Yuan discovered it was actually condensed spiritual energy. Alas, this light drizzle lasted only a dozen seconds before ceasing. Such a transformation could easily be called a celestial phenomenon. Could it be that the mysterious woman had successfully broken through? Gu Yuan shook his head at the thought. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, a celestial phenomenon above the mortal-immortal realm couldn't be so minor, it would at least be earth-shattering. This phenomenon seemed far too modest. If that's the case, then it means someone from the 6 great sects has broken through to the red dust immortal realm. It must be one of the remaining 5 great elders. But why hadn't he experienced such celestial phenomena when he made his own breakthrough? After pondering this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. If he had to categorize himself, he'd fall under the corpse cultivator type. If he had triggered celestial phenomena, what if corpse chi, yin chi, or blood rain had descended? That would have ruined everything. As he pondered this, Gu Yuan sensed another surge of energy erupt. In the next instant, the heavens and earth were once again blanketed by the same fine mist as before. What a stroke of luck, he exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. With 2 venerable ancestors breaking through in succession, their chances of victory had greatly increased. Within a single day, 3 more showers of spiritual energy followed. This meant all 5 venerable elders had now successfully transcended the mortal realm. Upon the white bone throne, Gu Yuan was relentlessly assaulting the gateways. He had already shattered 44 million black mist gateways and 44 million blood mist gateways, a combined total of 88 million. Sensing the white fox's arrival, Gu Yuan opened his eyes. What is it? Master. The white fox bowed slightly and spoke. The 6 great sects have arrived. There are 6 of them, but they're not the sect leaders. These are people I've never seen before. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately stood up. It seemed the patriarchs of the 6 great sects had all emerged from seclusion. Very well. Take me to meet them. In the reception hall, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects were gathered together, sipping tea and conversing. Among them were 5 men and 1 woman, 3 elders and 3 youths. The elders possessed an ethereal, otherworldly grace, while the youths were strikingly handsome and exquisitely charming. Honored guests, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Please forgive the lack of proper hospitality. Upon seeing Gu Yuan arrive, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects rose one after another, each clasping their fists in greeting. Master Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you. After exchanging greetings, Yuan Hao, whom he had met before, spoke up. Everyone, what do you think? This is fellow Taoist Gu Yuan. I told you he was unfathomable. Indeed. He broke through to the mortal-immortal realm less than 3 days ago, yet he can already conceal all traces of his aura. Truly unfathomable. Friend Gu, allow me to briefly introduce you. Yuan Hao continued, introducing them. This is the venerable elder of Purple Gold Mountain, Grandmaster Xian Yi. This is the Grand Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhang Lifeng, the Grand Celestial Master. This is the venerable ancestor of the Amei sect, Senior Sister Tianqian. This is the Patriarch of Qingcheng Mountain, Sword Immortal Luochen. This is the Buddha of Great Thundersound Temple, Southern Buddha Duan Kong. Yuan Hao introduced them one by one, and Gu Yuan shook hands with each in turn. Among these 6, Yuan Hao of Kunlun Mountain, Grandmaster Tianqian of the Amei sect, and Sword Immortal Luochen all appeared youthful. Master Xuani of Purple Gold Mountain and the Grandmaster of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhang Lifeng, both sported white hair and beards, bearing the appearance of elders. Of course, at such realms of power, even those directly bearing the title of immortal conventional logic no longer applied. It was impossible to say who among them was older or younger. But Southern Buddha Duan Kong stood apart from the others. He appeared as a robust middle-aged man, his features fierce like a wrathful deity. Not only that, but a hint of malevolence seemed to emanate from Nanfo Duan Kong. Though calling it evil might be inaccurate, it felt more like a genuine, unadulterated evil. Chapter 52, The All-or-Nothing Showdown. As for the founders of the 6 great sects, aside from Kunlun sect's Yuan Hao, Gu Yuan could distinctly sense that the remaining 5 possessed strength at the early stage of the mortal-immortal realm. To be precise, they were slightly stronger than those just entering the mortal-immortal realm. Though they had only recently broken through, each had once been peerless geniuses in their own right. Coupled with thousands of years of accumulated cultivation, their power surged significantly upon breakthrough. Thus, though these 5 patriarchs had only broken through a day or two prior, they absolutely possessed the combat prowess of mortal immortals, not the unstable state Gu Yuan had imagined for those fresh from breakthrough. Gentlemen, since we've all broken through, why don't we just... Gu Yuan smiled as he spoke. Why don't we strike directly at that woman's seclusion chamber? Catch her off guard. I believe our chances of victory would greatly increase. What do you all think? Hearing this, Master Xianyi of Purple Gold Mountain shook his head. Fellow Daoist Gu, while this plan is feasible, I find it rather pointless. Quite right, added Sword Immortal Luochen of Qingchang Mountain with a nod. Fellow Daoist Gu, this is our first meeting. Our perspectives may differ somewhat. Hearing this, Gu Yuan looked puzzled. What differences? Didn't we make it perfectly clear earlier? Eliminate that woman, then focus entirely on repelling the invasion from the Eternal Night Realm. Hearing this, Yuan Hao frowned. Fellow Daoist Gu, if only it were that simple. Oh? Gu Yuan listened, raising an eyebrow. I'd love to hear more. Seeing this, Yuan Hao countered. Fellow Daoist Gu, in your estimation, what are our chances against that mysterious woman? How should I know? Gu Yuan shot Yuan Hao a withering glance before sighing helplessly. Truthfully, I've never even laid eyes on that woman's true form. All my intelligence comes from the 6 great sects. But based on my analysis, our odds of victory are slim. Precisely. Yuan Hao nodded slightly before adding, to be frank, fellow Daoist Gu, that mysterious woman's strength is at least at the late stage of mortal immortal. During this seclusion, she might even be attempting to break through to the realm above mortal immortal, the legendary Dao Immortal. Gu Yuan listened and nodded in agreement. Brother Yuan Hao, you've already told me all this. That's precisely why I suggested we strike while she hasn't broken through yet to catch her off guard. Hearing this, Yuan Hao shook his head again. Truthfully, that approach would be largely futile. What I mean is, even though our odds of victory are extremely slim, we must prepare as if we intend to win. Because after defeating that woman, we'll still have to face the even more perilous and brutal invasion of the Eternal Night World. At that time, every race and nation on Blue Star must stand united. There can be no internal threats whatsoever. Hearing this, Gu Yuan finally grasped Yuan Hao's meaning. So you're saying we must defeat that woman head-on in this battle and then eliminate all her traitors. On one hand, it will boost the morale of Blue Star's cultivators and citizens. On the other, it will eliminate the future threat posed by that woman's remnant forces. Precisely. Yuan Hao nodded, adding, moreover, if we can sway certain nations and factions to our side before the formal declaration of war, that would be ideal. Oh? Hearing this, Gu Yuan looked at Yuan Hao with renewed confusion. That doesn't seem right. Once untrustworthy, always untrustworthy. Even if those who sided with that woman switch allegiances, can we truly be certain they won't rebel again in the future? Fellow Daoist Gu, you must understand that not all of that woman's followers are necessarily her traitors. Addressing Gu Yuan's doubts, senior sister Tianxian of the Yamei sect interjected. Fellow Daoist Gu, have you forgotten? Just days ago, the entire Great Xia still regarded that woman as the savior of the human race? Indeed. Lao Tianshi Zhang Lifeng of Dragon Tiger Mountain chuckled. Previously, we only harbored suspicions, hence our efforts to free the 6 great sects from her control. It wasn't until you, fellow Daoist Gu, entered the Great Wall Seal that we sensed a breach in the barrier, confirming that woman's true identity. Precisely, Yuan Hao nodded. Friend Gu, consider this, even you, as a direct participant, only learned the truth a few days ago. What about the others? Cultivators and common folk in other nations, aren't they even more in the dark? If we can spread this news, I guarantee that aside from Yin Fan's Brahma sect and the United States Alliance of Gods, at least half of that woman's forces will defect. Blue Star has resisted the Eternal Night World for millennia. Every cultivator knows there's absolutely no room for compromise with that realm. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan pondered briefly before acknowledging the logic. Yuan Hao was right, that woman was merely an appetizer. The true crisis came from the Eternal Night World. Blue Star now needed to unite every possible force. Given that, the sooner they could persuade those uninformed factions to defect, the more time they would have to prepare. Even if they didn't defect outright, merely withdrawing from this war would be beneficial. Once that woman was defeated, the truth would naturally come to light. Then leave this matter to me. Seeing Gu Yuan volunteer for the task, the others exchanged puzzled glances. Fellow Daoist Gu, have you already devised a plan for this? What plan could I possibly have? Gu Yuan chuckled. I've been monitoring that woman's forces. The major factions are already fully mobilized. All their leaders have gathered at the Alliance of Gods in the United States, awaiting orders. Coincidentally, I have a shadow general stationed in the United States. For a defection like this, I don't think much persuasion will be needed. Simply relaying the message to them should suffice. Excellent. Luo Chen smiled upon hearing this. Precisely. We'll leave it to you then. After arranging the defection of the major factions, Yuan Hao spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, the next matter for discussion is where to place this battlefield. In my view, this battle absolutely cannot allow that woman to enter the borders of Great Xia. Indeed. Zhang Lifeng concurred. If we allow that woman and her traitorous followers into Great Xia, they might exploit the chaos of battle to tamper with the seal. The cost would far outweigh any benefit. Moreover, if the battlefield is set within Great Xia, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators unleashing their fury, the common people of Great Xia would surely suffer. Master Tianxian nodded in agreement. Then we must block them outside Great Xia. Gu Yuan slammed his fist on the table at this suggestion. We'll fight them at sea. Let's see what tricks that woman has left. Chapter 53, Gu Yuan arrives? Seeking audience with the great sect leaders? United States, headquarters of the Alliance of Gods. The patriarch of the Brahma sect, Brahma, paced back and forth, lost in thought. Within the secret chamber, the falling star god king sat upon his throne. Before long, he too rose to his feet. Hey, little brother, could you stop swaying? It's driving me nuts. Hearing this, the tall, lanky man named Brahma immediately lit up with excitement. He'd been afraid the falling star god king wouldn't acknowledge him. Hey, senior disciple, aren't you excited? Our master is about to emerge from seclusion. Once she does, the entire blue star will be under our control. You know well that our master refuses to meddle in worldly affairs. All these years, she's only given us broad directives. Enough. As Baluo spoke, Luoxing God King's expression instantly turned cold. Junior brother, I truly don't understand what you're so excited about. Among all the master's disciples, you possess the highest talent. In just 230 years, you've reached the peak of divine sovereign. Now that the master is emerging, instead of rushing to seek the method to break through your realm, your mind is filled with thoughts of ruling the world. What am I supposed to say to you? As he spoke, the falling star god king sighed again. And then there's the matter of our junior sister. She was slain by that Gu Yuan. How can you act as if nothing happened? Hearing this, the Brahmin immediately sneered coldly, shaking his head and laughing. Senior brother, what does junior sister's death have to do with me? She hadn't cultivated her abilities to perfection. Master entrusted her with the entire Great Xia, yet in less than 20 years, she lost it. At least she died by that Gu Yuan's hand. I'll count that as her not disgracing our master. Enough, enough. Seeing how indifferent and even contemptuous Luo was about the matter, Luoxing Shenhuang promptly changed the subject. That Gu Yuan has grown far too arrogant lately. He's even planted spies within the Alliance of Gods. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have dealt with him long ago. Just one spy? Let him be. Brahma shrugged indifferently. That Gu Yuan was amusing, thinking they wouldn't notice a lowly, powerless zombie he sent. They weren't exactly little angels. True enough, even within their senses, that walking corpse appeared no different from an ordinary citizen. But they weren't blind. That thing stood motionless near the Alliance of Gods headquarters, limping as it walked, half its face rotting away. It was obvious at a glance that it wasn't human. As for that so-called spy, Bora genuinely couldn't care less. Gathering intelligence through such a tool was practically impossible. At best, they might learn the exact moment of departure. Yet by the time they were truly ready to move, a battle of this magnitude wouldn't hesitate to let Gu Yuan know a little earlier. Your Divine Majesty. As the two spoke, a cultivator from the Alliance of Gods entered. A divine sovereign-level cultivator has arrived outside, requesting to meet with the leaders of the major factions. To see the leaders of all the major factions? Hearing this, God King Luoxing and Shiva exchanged glances, both wearing puzzled expressions. Which faction does he belong to? I don't know, the cultivator shook his head. But he radiates a deathly aura, likely a corpse cultivator. A corpse cultivator at the Earth Immortal Realm. I truly have no idea which faction he belongs to. At the mention of corpse cultivator, Luoxing Shenhuang and Shiva immediately sensed trouble. In truth, they had long since discovered that a land immortal level corpse cultivator had arrived in China days prior. Without a doubt, it must be that Gu Yuan's Dao body or some sort of Yin soldier. However, the moment that Necromancer entered the United States, he began hunting down Great Xia citizens. They were well aware of Gu Yuan's massacres in Great Xia, so they understood the situation perfectly. They chose not to complicate matters further, merely keeping a watchful eye. Now that the corpse cultivator had arrived at the Alliance of Gods, it was clear Gu Yuan had sent him to declare war. Where is he now? He's in the main hall. The leaders of the major factions have already gone ahead. This is bad. Hearing this, the falling star god king cursed under his breath. Those fools, they just went when told. This doesn't bode well. Without much hesitation, Luoxing God King and Shiva instantly materialized within the Grand Hall. At that moment, within the Hall of the Divine Alliance, over a dozen Earth Immortal Realm cultivators, the leaders of various factions, were gathered, pointing and gesturing at the corpse cultivator. The corpse cultivator Gu Yuan as 5th in general stood motionless, head bowed, like a wooden stake. Upon seeing Luoxing God King and Shiva, the assembly nodded in acknowledgement. Luoxing God King stepped forward and addressed the 5th Shadow General. Are you one of Gu Yuan's men from Great Xia? What brings you to the Alliance of Gods? The words hung in the air, yet the 5th Shadow General remained as if deaf to them, still planted firmly in place. Seeing this, Shiva beside him snorted coldly, "Did you not hear my senior brother speak? Since you've come, why play these tricks?" Meanwhile, at the Liu family villa, Gu Yuan was discussing the final battle with the elders when he suddenly raised an eyebrow. "Hold on, everyone, I need to take this call." "Answer a call?" As the others looked puzzled, Gu Yuan sat back down, his eyes glowing a bright crimson. Across the vast ocean, the 15th general also lifted his head, his eyes similarly turning a bright crimson. This was the new ability Gu Yuan had gained after breaking through the 85 million layers of black mist and the blood mist gate. Previously, Gu Yuan's soldiers and generals had merely served as his summoned entities, essentially functioning like puppets with limited autonomy. They normally acted according to Gu Yuan's commands, and in critical moments, he could actively control their actions. But upon reaching the level of mortal immortal, Gu Yuan could now directly imbue his consciousness into his soldiers and generals, effectively using them as extensions of his own Tao body. This approach had its drawbacks, however. Gu Yuan's current spiritual power was not yet strong enough to multitask. When he projected his consciousness into a shadow soldier, his own mind would effectively shut down. That said, since his shadow soldiers and generals obeyed him absolutely and could be actively commanded, Gu Yuan didn't need to possess them unless absolutely necessary. Within the Alliance of Gods, Gu Yuan possessed the 5th-ranked shadow general, instantly gaining clarity on their situation. At this moment, the Alliance of Gods boasted nearly 20 landing mortal-level beings alone, representing formidable combat strength. With the Alliance of Gods alone boasting so many earth immortals, the 6 great sects must also possess numerous such beings. Gu Yuan, you've finally shown yourself. This must be your puppet or perhaps your Tao body. Chapter 54, Rampage in the Alliance of Gods. The moment the 15th general's form shifted, especially when its eyes suddenly lit up, the falling star god king instantly recognized the trick. This must be some kind of possession technique. On Gu Yuan's side, he chuckled lightly. Well now, over a dozen cultivators at the earth immortal realm. Seems you've prepared quite well. And all the leaders under that woman's command seems you've gathered them all here. Hearing this, Shiva sneered coldly. Gu Yuan, your Tao body is merely at the earth immortal realm. What can you possibly do about whether we're all here or not? You think you can wipe us all out? Even if your true form were here, you might not escape unscathed. Hearing this, Gu Yuan burst into laughter. Whether I escape unscathed is none of your concern. I didn't come here today to fight. Gentlemen, I have news. I wonder if you'd care to hear it. At this, the falling star divine king sneered. Gu Yuan, I know exactly what you're going to say. It's just that your Huaxia has produced a few more cultivators claiming to be mortal immortal level, isn't it? Not at all, not at all. Gu Yuan shook his head and spoke in a scholarly tone. Gentlemen, you must have heard about what I said on Sakura Island. The master you all follow is actually a being from the eternal night world. She came to Blue Star merely to break through from within. At these words, everyone present burst out laughing. The falling star god king and Shiva even snorted derisively, refusing to acknowledge Gu Yuan at all. Gu Yuan was clearly here to turn them against their own side, but his methods of sowing discord were rather crude. Throughout history, defection has always been achieved through threats and inducements, never by forcibly labeling someone. A religious leader from the Sea Nation shook his head and chuckled. Gu Yuan, we know all about your affairs, but we never imagined you'd stoop so low. As mortal enemies, it's only natural we fight to the death. But to claim the goddess as a creature of the eternal night world. Where there's a will, there's a way to frame someone. This accusation is far too grand, it will backfire. Listening, Gu Yuan chuckled softly, offering no rebuttal to the priest. He merely raised an eyebrow and replied. I, Gu Yuan, am short-sighted and don't recognize all of you cult leaders, but I understand one thing. And I believe we all share the same perspective on this matter. Tell me yourselves, in the eyes of you cultivators, does the life of an ordinary mortal even count as a life? Hearing this, the assembled sect leaders exchanged glances. It was a question that was truly difficult to answer. Mainly, it couldn't be stated outright. In the eyes of cultivators, the lives of ordinary mortals truly hold no value. Of course, this wasn't because cultivators looked down on or discriminated against common folk. Rather, it was that in the eyes of cultivators, especially those at the landing mortal realm like them, the lives of mortals, indeed any being, any race, any life form, were utterly insignificant. Landing mortal realm practitioners aren't true immortals, yet they bear the title immortal. They can live for 5,000 years. 5,000 years, enough time for seas to turn into fields and fields into seas long since shed all earthly attachments and mundane desires. They treat all life with equal indifference. Yet discrimination and hatred are distinct. When cultivators say they do not regard ordinary lives as lives, it does not mean they trample on human life. Rather, it means they simply do not care, allowing things to develop freely without intervention. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Gu Yuan smiled and continued. Yet some individuals, those who call themselves saviors, insist on shielding every mortal from harm. All cultivators know we are the primary force against the eternal night world. Yet certain individuals actively suppress us to protect mortals. 300 years ago, the seal of the Great Xia's eternal night world was breached. As Gu Yuan spoke these words, the falling star god king's expression darkened. A long sword instantly materialized in his hand, pointing directly at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan. Since we're locked in a fight to the death, what's the point of this talk? Prepare to die. Seeing Luoshing God King attack without warning, Gu Yuan's expression instantly became quite vivid. Controlling the 15th general, he forced the falling star god king back with a single palm strike. Gu Yuan immediately laughed. Look at you, I haven't even finished speaking and you're already losing your cool. Are you so eager to prove something? Everyone, when the first emperor himself built the Great Wall to seal the planar passage, you were all witnesses, weren't you? Think back 300 years ago, when the Great Wall seal fractured, that woman emerged from nowhere. Then came the suppression of cultivators and the enslavement of humanity. 250 years ago, she even severed the connection between mortals and cultivators, cutting off their ties to heaven and earth. Now, ordinary people don't even know the eternal night world exists. Her actions are suspicious. Let us unite against her. Damn it! Hearing Gu Yuan's sarcastic words, Brahma's face flushed crimson with fury. In his agitation, the entire alliance of gods trembled. How dare you insult and slander my master? You deserve to die. With that, Brahma flickered into motion, appearing before Yin General number 5 in the next instant, claw extended. Seeing this, Gu Yuan merely stepped back, countering the claw with a fist and using the momentum to retreat several paces. The Wing General number 5 was also at the land immortal realm, his opponent stood at the peak of that realm, even approaching the threshold of the mortal immortal tier. Even if Gu Yuan personally controlled Yin General number 5, victory was far from assured. Moreover, the words had already been spoken. To resort to violence now would be utterly unnecessary. With that thought, Gu Yuan laughed heartily. Gentlemen, words are wasted on the wind. I've said all I need to say. You'll have to figure it out for yourselves. 5. Withdraw. As the words fell, the eyes of Shadow General number 5 returned to their normal black and white color, a clear sign that Gu Yuan had logged off. Without a moment's hesitation, Shadow General 5 turned and retreated. Just as Baluo was about to pursue, he was stopped by Luoshing Shenwang. Don't pursue him. He was merely possessing that puppet. What good would catching him do? Hearing this, Baluo cursed angrily, clenching his teeth. That bastard. To insult my master, I will never let him off. Ignoring Baluo's words, Luoshing Shenwang's gaze shifted to the leaders of the major factions present. By now, several sect leaders had already revealed a hint of suspicion in their eyes, which the falling star god king naturally noticed. Yet as leaders of their respective sects, even if they harbored doubts, none would dare voice them except for the holy city's iron-headed fool. At that moment, the Pope of the holy city, also a land immortal, stepped forward and inquired. God King Luoshing, we seek an explanation regarding that Gu Yuan. Hearing this, Luoshing Shenwang inwardly cursed. He knew this old codger would stir up trouble. Your Holiness, how could you take such a lowly provocation from Gu Yuan seriously? The darkness emanating from him is so thick, and his entire being radiates wickedness. To me, he's nothing but a thief crying stop thief. Chapter 55, The Turmoil of the Alliance of Gods. Gu Yuan himself is steeped in wickedness, and what's more, he possesses innate divine abilities unique to beings from the eternal night realm. Moreover, what realm is that Gu Yuan? On Sakura Island, he demonstrated power far surpassing the divine sovereign realm. How many beings above the divine sovereign realm exist on the entire Blue Star? Why was he previously unknown, yet now emerges out of nowhere? Your Holiness, His Holiness the Pope, Gu Yuan is clearly an agent infiltrated into Blue Star from the eternal night world, aiming to sow discord among us. You must not fall for his schemes. Hearing Falling Star God King's words, several present churchmasters nodded in agreement, yet most remained skeptical. The Pope of the Holy City, however, seemed unconvinced by the Falling Star God King's words and spoke again. God King Luoshing, that doesn't seem quite right. While Gu Yuan demonstrated power surpassing that of a divine sovereign, everyone knows he absorbed the resentment of ordinary people from Sakura Island. His true strength, in my estimation, is merely at the peak of divine sovereign. Moreover, innate divine abilities are not exclusive to creatures of the eternal night world. Certain races on Blue Star also possess innate divine abilities. While such races are rare, they do exist. One cannot therefore conclude that Gu Yuan is an eternal night being. As he spoke, the Pope stroked his beard again. That said, the timing of Gu Yuan's claims and the actions of the goddess are indeed too coincidental. Falling Star God King, if you cannot offer a satisfactory explanation, it will be difficult to convince the masses. Hearing this, the expression on Falling Star God King's face darkened so much it seemed as if water could drip from it. This Pope of the Holy City, whether in terms of power or influence, was actually not very strong. In fact, among this group, he was practically at the bottom. But his downfall lay in his exalted status. The Holy City's territory was actually quite small, yet it was a sacred place in the hearts of all divine cultivators. This Pope was also regarded as their leader. His status among the divine cultivators of the Holy City was somewhat akin to that of the Great Xia Council within the Great Xia. Truth be told, the Pope's prestige far surpassed his own. He couldn't simply overpower him with might. After a moment's thought, the falling star god king sighed and said, "Your Holiness, I truly cannot offer you any explanation at this moment. My master will emerge from seclusion shortly. Would it not be better for her to explain personally once she emerges?" Hearing this, the Pope's expression turned cold. He shook his head and said in a chilling tone, "Since even you, falling star god king, cannot clear your master of suspicion, I can only express my apologies. Our conflict with Gu Yuan, though ultimately an internal struggle within Blue Star, involves the eternal night world. Until the truth is clear, our holy city must withdraw from this battle and remain neutral. Farewell." With a slight bow of his fist, the Pope gave a cold snort and turned to walk out of the Grand Hall. Seeing this, the falling star god king clenched his teeth in frustration. This Pope was different from the others. Once he declared withdrawal from the battle, most divine cultivators would likely follow his lead. Even the alliance of gods would face internal strife. "Your Holiness, the Pope. Stay. With a formidable enemy at our doorstep, Your Holiness, your withdrawal would surely shake the alliance's resolve. At this critical juncture, anyone who seeks to disrupt the decisive battle will find me, falling star god king, utterly opposed." Hearing this, the Pope let out a cold laugh, glancing back at the falling star god king before speaking. "What? Falling star god king, I insist on leaving. Do you intend to forcibly detain me? With your standing in the divine realm, you have no authority to command me." With that, the Pope turned and strode toward the exit of the Grand Hall. Seeing this, Luosheng God King narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, a holy sword materialized in his hand. "Stubborn old fool. Don't blame me for what comes next." With that, the falling star god king struck. The holy sword transformed into a streak of light, instantly piercing the Pope's chest and pinning him to the spot. Witnessing this, the gathered sect masters all wore expressions of horror. Though the Pope wasn't the strongest among the sect leaders, he was still a mid-stage divine sovereign. Yet Luosheng Shenwang, also a mid-stage divine sovereign, had slain him with a single strike. Now, the Pope pointed a finger at falling star god king, as if trying to say something, but his breath had already ceased. "Everyone, there's no need to panic." Noticing the expressions on everyone's faces, the falling star god king forced a faint smile. That old man was clearly here with some ulterior motive, probably colluding with that Gu Yuan to undermine us. As long as none of you retreat in the face of battle or become deserters, I will never raise a hand against you. Gentlemen, you are free to do as you please. Upon hearing this, the various sect leaders immediately declared their loyalty. "Lord Luosheng, how could you say such things? We would never be swayed by mere words." "Exactly. Rest assured, Alliance leader. Having received the grace of the goddess, we shall never harbor any other allegiance." "Very well then. You may all depart now." With that, the falling star god king waved his hand, and the numerous sect leaders took their leave. However, this time, most of the sect leaders found their thoughts leaning more toward what Gu Yuan had said. After all, the falling star god king's actions were indeed unusual. His violent execution of the Pope, while appearing to eliminate dissent, was essentially a warning shot fired to intimidate the others. Once the crowd dispersed, Shiva and the falling star god king returned to the secret chamber. The moment they entered, Shiva's expression darkened. "Senior brother, what exactly did Gu Yuan mean? Could it be, our master is truly a creature of the eternal night?" Hearing this, the falling star god king turned to Shiva, his voice tinged with anger as he retorted. "Junior brother, how could you listen to Gu Yuan and that old fool's nonsense? Don't you know whether our master is a creature of the eternal night?" "I don't know." Shiva snorted coldly in response. "I always dismissed what Gu Yuan said as nonsense, but why did you kill the Pope? Are you feeling guilty?" "Before, I simply couldn't understand why master, who never meddles in worldly affairs, would be targeted by Gu Yuan. But now it seems, perhaps Gu Yuan was telling the truth after all." Hearing this, the falling star god king fell silent. Seeing the falling star god king's silence, Shiva also paused. After a long pause, Shiva finally spoke again. "Senior brother, did you know all along that our master is from the eternal night realm? You're courting disaster. Aiding and abetting the enemy. Helping the tyrant. Generations of Yinshan sages have fought against the eternal night, many died, many were wounded. I will never betray the human race." As he spoke, Shiva sighed. "I must go, senior brother. Collaborating with the eternal night world brings no good end. They are nothing but inhuman monsters. Even if you gain temporary shelter, you'll ultimately be nothing more than a slightly elevated slave." Just as Shiva turned to leave, the falling star god king suddenly spoke. "Halt!" Chapter 56, Stubbornly Deluded. "Junior brother." Seeing Shiva about to leave, the falling star god king immediately stepped forward and grabbed his hand. "Junior brother, how can you just leave like this? How can you face our master's kindness in raising you? The human race? What's so great about them? What's so great about Blue Star? You keep harping on the human race and Blue Star. But what have Blue Star and the human race ever given you?" With that, the falling star god king released his grip and continued. "Have you forgotten? Back then, you were nothing but an orphan scavenging food from garbage heaps. Had our master not taken you in, you'd likely have perished in that dump long ago. I admit, creatures of the eternal night world may not regard humans as true partners. But we are different, we are disciples of our master. Junior brother, your power is formidable. If you wish to leave, I cannot stop you. Go. After you leave, for the sake of our master-disciple bond, do not participate in this war. Find a place to hide. Our venerable master will not hold it against you. When the eternal night descends, he will protect you, just as I will. With that, the falling star god king turned away. Hearing this, Shiva hesitated. Indeed, he had once been nothing more than a wandering street urchin. Everything he possessed now had been bestowed upon him by his master, that mysterious woman. Despite his status as the leader of a great sect, Shiva was essentially a flower grown in a greenhouse. How could he resist the falling star god king's persuasion? When the emotional card was played, Shiva was instantly at a loss. Seeing Shiva linger, the falling star god king wore a satisfied smile as he grasped Shiva's hand once more. That's right, junior disciple. Think about it, even if our master is from the eternal night world, so what? When has our master ever exploited you? When has he ever been harsh with you? Who says everyone from the eternal night world is a monster? In this life, don't set your ideals too high. Just like your senior brother here, I follow whoever treats me well. Isn't that the truth of this world? Shiva opened his mouth to protest, but in the end, no words came out. He simply nodded. Senior brother, I understand. Even if master truly is from the eternal night realm, I'll follow him to the end. That's more like it, my good junior brother. At the Liu family villa, after finalizing plans for the decisive battle against that woman, Gu Yuan saw off each of the 6 ancestral masters one by one. Now seated upon the bone throne, Gu Yuan summoned the White Fox. White Fox, inform the Great Xia Council the final battle will likely unfold within days. In this battle, the 6 major sects and I have decided to shift the battlefield to the seas, allowing Shenyuan Mo to evacuate coastal city residents as much as possible. Additionally, the 6 major sects have constructed 6 ark vessels. Each ark can carry 100 million people to explore the cosmos and find new habitable worlds for humanity. Urge Shenyuan Mo to swiftly develop an algorithm for selecting those who will board the arks. But it must be fair, except for special scientific talents who may be prioritized. Everyone must have equal opportunity. I refuse to see the flying vessels filled only with those damned wealthy elites. Understood, master. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, the White Fox nodded slightly and withdrew. Left alone, Gu Yuan began to ponder deeply. After informing the other archbishops that the woman hailed from Eternal Night, he feared many would defect. After all, the enmity between Blue Star and Eternal Night was truly irreconcilable. Truthfully, Gu Yuan cared little about the strength of that woman's forces. Whether facing one group or two, the outcome would be the same death. As long as the high-tier combatants, those at the mortal-immortal level, remained uncompromised, the rest posed no real threat. However, if war truly broke out, that woman would undoubtedly sacrifice the unsuspecting factions as cannon fodder first, followed by his traitors, and only then deploy her own cultivated forces, namely, the Alliance of Gods and the Brahma sect. Gu Yuan had observed the Falling Star God King's stance within the Alliance of Gods. He was now certain the Falling Star God King knew the mysterious woman's true identity. Taking it a step further, this so-called Falling Star God King might even be one of those cultivators who defected from the Divine Court, the very ones who had lured the woman to Blue Star. It seemed that during the decisive battle, special attention must be paid to the Falling Star God King. If necessary, he must be captured alive to see if he could reveal any information about the Eternal Night World. Over the next few days, Gu Yuan refrained from wandering aimlessly and instead returned to the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li. First, this allowed him to keep a close watch on Zhao Su, monitoring when he might emerge. If Zhao Su emerged bearing the first Emperor's secret treasure, their odds of victory would undoubtedly surge. Second, the dragon energy here would aid Gu Yuan in his breakthrough. Over these days, through the shadowy soldier from the Alliance of Gods, Gu Yuan discovered that many cult leaders had already departed the Alliance, seemingly withdrawing from this decisive battle. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan's gate of black mist and blood mist had now surged to 89 million. That day, Gu Yuan's eyes snapped open. Rising to his feet, he returned to the Liu family villa through the black mist. The moment he returned to the Liu family villa, Gu Yuan immediately produced a jade slip and crushed it in his hand. Simultaneously, the surrounding space rippled as the founding patriarchs of the 6 great sects appeared almost in unison. Fellow Taoist, is something amiss? The moment they materialized, they inquired. They had long agreed that the moment Gu Yuan detected the woman emerging from seclusion, he would shatter the communication jade slip. Even before the patriarchs arrived, battle orders had been issued immediately. The 6 major sects were already on high alert, ready to mobilize their entire forces at a single command. It's too early to say. Seeing the 6 patriarchs, Gu Yuan spoke up. Just moments ago, all the sect leaders gathered at the Alliance of Gods have rushed back to their respective factions. I suspect that woman has emerged from seclusion. No sooner had Gu Yuan finished speaking than the White Fox entered. Noticing the patriarchs, the White Fox gave a slight nod, offering a hint of apology for the intrusion, before speaking. Master, Xian Yuan Mo has sent word. Over a dozen nations, the United States, India, Japan, and others, have suddenly seen large numbers of cultivators appear. These cultivators are assembling forces, and their target seems to be Great Xia. Moreover, several nations have activated their protective barriers, seemingly choosing to withdraw from the world. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan and the patriarchs of the six great sects all nodded. It seemed that woman had indeed emerged from seclusion. Moreover, the nations that had activated their barriers were likely the very factions that had turned against them. Once these barriers are up, even a mortal world immortal would struggle to breach them. While they couldn't guarantee their own safety, these factions had achieved their goal, temporarily tying up the mysterious woman's hands, preventing her from dealing with them individually. As for the Great Xia side, though Zhao Su had yet to emerge, they had no choice but to press forward. Fellow cultivators, let the battle commence. Chapter 57, Eternal Night's Familiar, Kanglin. Great Xia, East Sea. The once tranquil waters now bristled with murderous intent. Upon the sea surface, cultivators from the six great sects, those at the Sunlight Realm and Celestial Phenomenon Realm, along with Gu Yuan's 50,000 Yin soldiers, totaling 100,000 cultivators, each formed their own battle formations, awaiting the arrival of that mysterious woman. This battle saw every cultivator above the Sunlight Realm from the six major sects mobilized, over 20 Supreme Elders alone, all at the Earth Immortal Realm. Counting Gu Yuan's 9 Shadow Generals, these 30-plus Earth Immortal Realm cultivators alone formed a terrifying force. They were more than sufficient to deal with the traitors under that woman's command. Within the Great Xia's territory, a protective barrier had risen. This shield could withstand multiple full power strikes from Earth Immortal Realm cultivators, easily handling the aftershocks of the great battle. At that moment, Gu Yuan stood atop the head of a green dragon, surrounded by the six great patriarchs, each wielding their divine artifacts and mounted on celestial beasts. Merely their presence radiated an overwhelming aura of power. Before long, dark clouds gathered rapidly across the vast ocean, bearing down upon them. They've arrived. Seeing the dense mass of figures, Grandmaster Xian Yi, seated atop a heaven-striding Qilin, stroked his beard and spoke slowly. With half their forces gone, these traitors alone won't stir up much trouble once we eliminate that woman. Oomph. Hearing this, Sword Immortal Luo Chen, surrounded by 12 streaks of sword light, coldly snorted and declared, "These bastards." Knowing full well that woman hails from the eternal night, they still refuse to repent. These traitors deserve death more than that woman. Once she is slain, I will spare not a single one of them. Everyone. Just as the venerable elders were expressing their sentiments, Gu Yuan suddenly interjected. When the battle begins, that woman likely won't strike first. When the time comes, you all charge in like tigers among sheep. I'll engage her in a standoff. Once the fighting begins, we'll surround and attack him. This. Faced with such an unscrupulous proposal, Yuan Hao was about to protest when Nanfo Duan Kong, standing nearby, clasped his hands together, his body radiating a divine glow. Well said, well said. Before long, the dark cloud in the sky descended, enveloping the area. At that moment, the citizens of Great Xia watching this live broadcast were already in an uproar. Lin Xian's power proved too weak, so this time Gu Yuan didn't bring her alone. Instead, he had her initiate the live broadcast domestically via satellite. As tens of thousands of cultivators pressed forward, the citizens of Great Xia could scarcely close their gaping mouths in astonishment. Good heavens! Is this the might of foreign cultivators? There must be tens of thousands of them. Yeah, this scene reminds me of when Sun Wukong caused chaos in heaven. There were just as many people back then. What are you all scared of? They have numbers, but does that mean we don't? Exactly. Lord Gu alone commands 50,000 ghost soldiers. Add another 50 or 60,000 cultivators from the six great sects, and we're certainly not outnumbered by those foreign devils. Brother Gu. Wipe out these foreign devils. Go, Big Boss Gu. Watching the live feed of the densely packed cultivators, the three leaders of the Great Xia Parliament felt their hair stand on end. No wonder Gu Yuan insisted on setting the battlefield at sea. Each of these cultivators had once been a force capable of defending an entire city. A single stomp from them could make an entire city tremble. Now, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators present, if they truly unleash their fury, the entire continent might be sunk. With so many cultivators gathered, it seems this fierce battle is unavoidable. Gazing at the screen, Nangon Luotian sighed helplessly. Let's hope this battle doesn't drag on too long. The longer it lasts, the more unstable the situation in Great Xia will become. Nangon Luotian's concern was not without merit. Before hostilities began, the people of Great Xia merely watched the spectacle unfold. Once the real fighting began, everyone would inevitably get drawn into the fray. But if the conflict drags on even for 10 or 8 days, some would grow restless. They'd stir up trouble within the Great Xia, spreading anxiety to profit from the chaos. As Nangon Luotian pondered this, Lin Zhengtang beside him chuckled. Second brother, you needn't worry about that. I've cultivated for 2 years, after all. I know a thing or two about how things work here. Battles between cultivators are different from ordinary people's fights. Once the top-tier battlefield decides the winner, the conflict is essentially over. Quite right, Xian Yuan Mo nodded. But don't forget what Gu Yuan said: the eternal night world is the greatest danger. Once this battle ends, we'll likely face an even more brutal war. Look! It's that woman. She's appeared. As Shen Yuan Mo spoke, Nangang Luotian rose to his feet and pointed at the screen. At that moment, on the battlefield, the mysterious woman, accompanied by tens of thousands of forces from the Alliance of Gods, the Brahma sect, and other major factions, slowly descended onto the sea surface. Smuggler from the eternal night world, you've finally shown yourself. Standing atop the Azure Dragon, Gu Yuan radiated boundless energy. His form had long since transformed into a deep blue-black hue, his hair flowing wildly in the wind like a hellish demon. Facing the woman across the void, he shouted, "What? Have you broken through that barrier and ascended to a higher realm?" Hearing this, the mysterious woman smiled and shook her head. "Not yet. But it's more than enough to deal with you lot. You lot." As she spoke, the mysterious woman turned her gaze toward the 6 patriarchs and sneered. "Those who once dared not even fart in my presence now dare to band together? A swarm of insects gathering together only hastens their own demise. Is that so hard to grasp?" Listening, Yuan Hao stood atop his green phoenix, his expression cold as ice, responding, "You. The debt of destroying our great Xia sect today, the 6 great sects will settle it once and for all." "Hey! You there!" As Yuan Hao spoke, Gu Yuan suddenly interjected, "You wouldn't want us to call you that, would you? Where the hell are you from? What's your name? You've been shrouded in mystery for 300 years. Today, it's either you die or I live. You'd better spill the beans." Hearing this, the mysterious woman chuckled softly and replied, "Very well. Since we've come to this, I have nothing left to conceal. I am the daughter of the clan chieftain of the Familiar Clan, one of the 108 high races of the Eternal Night World. Our Familiar Clan has already conquered 17 lower planes. To be enslaved by the noble Familiar Clan is an honor for you lowly commoners of Blue Star. Remember my name. My name is Kanglin." Got it, got it. Upon hearing the name, Gu Yuan responded with a look of contempt. The name itself is rather nice. But there are over 100 superior races. I don't see you looking all that special. Chapter 58, The Battle at the Peak: Kanglin's True Strength. I'm just curious here. You mentioned there are 108 high races in your Eternal Night World. Does that mean your esteemed familiar race ranks among the top 10 within those 108 races? Hearing Gu Yuan's sarcastic remark, the mysterious woman Kanglin didn't get angry. Instead, she sneered. "Gu Yuan, you're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well on Blue Star. The Eternal Night World holds hundreds of thousands of races. Even the lowest ranked races are born with innate cultivation. How could your inferior Blue Star races compare? You are different from Blue Star's inferior races. If you choose to submit to me, I can grant you authority. After conquering Blue Star, I will entrust this plane to your rule." Hearing this, Gu Yuan nearly curled his lips in disdain. "At this late hour, you still want to recruit me into your Eternal Night World's camp? Isn't that a bit too late? Just look at us. Great Xia alone boasts over 40 land immortal realm cultivators. We face the Eternal Night World without a shred of fear. And besides, we still have time. Are you saying the Eternal Night World will invade tomorrow?" Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Song Lan burst out laughing. "Gu Yuan, don't play dumb here trying to extract intelligence. Let me tell you this, once our eternal night descends, even someone like you will be nothing more than a slightly stronger insect. If that's the case, then what more is there to say?" With a sneer, Gu Yuan turned his gaze to the 30-odd Earth Immortal Realm cultivators behind Song Lan. "And you? This woman has openly admitted her identity. What are you going to do? Still plan to be her lackeys?" Yet not a single cultivator behind her stirred. The High Priest of the Norse Pantheon spoke up. "So what if the goddess is from the Eternal Night Realm? Gu Yuan, your desperate resistance now will only hasten the arrival of Eternal Night. When it descends, the first to be destroyed will be your great Xia." Fine. Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly as he listened. "You like being lackeys, huh? Then there's nothing more to say." Kanglin, seeing this, froze for a moment. With a light wave of her hand, the 30-odd land immortal cultivators behind her, along with tens of thousands of troops, surged forward. "You're beyond redemption. Charge!" The moment the words left his mouth, the hundreds of thousands of troops surged forward like a swarm of locusts, sweeping across the land like a tidal wave. Witnessing this, Gu Yuan and the 6 sect leaders exchanged glances. In the next instant, each sect leader manifested their divine form and charged forward. Southern Buddha Duankong swept his arm dramatically, causing the entire sea to boil. "Great Celestial Dragon, Great Luo." Mid-chant, Duankong suddenly froze. "Where the hell is the dragon? Where the hell is my dragon?" At the same moment, the Azure Dragon beneath Gu Yuan's feet silently turned its head away. Seeing this, Duankong uttered a soft Buddhist chant and vanished in an instant. Witnessing this, Gu Yuan silently nodded in approval. This monk was indeed swift, no wonder he was called Duankong. But now was no time for admiration. Gu Yuan raised his hand slightly, and the 50,000 ghost soldiers surged forward as one. "Kill!" Behind him, cultivators from the 6 major sects followed suit, pouring out alongside Gu Yuan's shadow soldiers. In an instant, the two forces collided. The chaotic battle involving hundreds of thousands of cultivators sent towering waves crashing across the entire sea. Gu Yuan, however, remained motionless atop the azure dragon's head, his gaze fixed intently on Kanglan. Trapped within Gu Yuan's aura, San Lan dared not make a single move. The power Gu Yuan had displayed earlier on Sakura Island was already nearly on par with his own. Half-stepped Ao immortal. Though still classified as immortal immortal, this realm was worlds apart from ordinary late-stage mortal immortals. Though Kanglan knew Gu Yuan had been bolstered by a special power that time, he had no idea whether Gu Yuan could activate that power again. Gu Yuan, if you don't act now, do you intend to wait until every last one of your great Xiamen is dead before facing this seed one-on-one? Hearing this, Gu Yuan merely shook his head lightly. You're overthinking it. I'm merely buying time so the patriarchs of the 6 great sects can eliminate some of them first. At that moment, the founders of the 6 great sects swept across the battlefield like tigers among sheep. Red dust immortals were true immortals. Even countless land immortal cultivators were mere numbers before them. On the battlefield, Yuan Hao hadn't even drawn his weapon. With mere casual swipes of his hand, swaths of cultivators fell. The sword immortal Luochen was slaughtering with frenzied abandon. Countless streaks of swordlight danced across the battlefield. No matter what realm they were in, anyone touched by them was reduced to nothing but bones. Observing the carnage, San Lan remained unconcerned, merely smiling as he remarked, Gu Yuan, do you truly believe I care about the lives of these traitors? My power far exceeds your imagination. These low-tier cultivators, no matter how many, are utterly useless. The reason I have not yet acted is purely out of my deep affection for you. This is your final chance, surrender or die. Listening, Gu Yuan slowly shook his head and coldly replied. I'm no saint, nor am I some savior. I'm just the most ordinary soul among the masses. I harbor no grand ambitions, but beneath the Great Wall's seal, I witness the atrocities of the eternal night creatures and the resistance of the immortal Qin. I have no desire to save the world, but I refuse to become a villain for all time on Blue Star. Further words are useless. Today, either you die or I live. As the words fell, Gu Yuan's aura surged with dark energy. In the next instant, he launched himself toward San Lan, enveloped in a torrent of pitch-black mist. San Lan's expression hardened at the sight. He reached out into the void, grasping at Gu Yuan. In the next instant, a colossal energy hand materialized out of thin air, reaching for Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, in turn, delivered a punch directly at the giant hand. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as Gu Yuan burst through the energy hand. The residual force of his punch propelled him straight toward San Lan. Kanglan, unhurried, transformed his claws into a fist and swung it forward to meet the attack. Hum! The two fists collided. The clashing energies completely coalesced, not even emitting a sound. Feeling the sheer force of Gu Yuan's strike, Kanglan, despite his power as a half-stepped Ao immortal, was forced to stumble back several steps. Using the momentum of his retreat, Kanglan clenched his hand, conjuring a long sword that instantly materialized. He swung it back, delivering a swift downward strike. On Gu Yuan's side, though he had forced Kanglan back with a single strike, he now had a clearer grasp of his opponent's true strength. Among mortal immortals, each minor realm represented a vast chasm. Gu Yuan, currently only at the early mortal immortal stage, nearing the mid-stage, dared not be overconfident. He plunged his hand into the black mist. In the next instant, countless vengeful spirits surged forth from within the darkness, overwhelming the sky. Chapter 59, The Blood Prison Abyss. Countless vengeful spirits surged forth from the black mist, yet they did not scatter and flee. The innumerable souls, upon appearing, coalesced together. Slowly, they coalesced into a long blade. This blade stood 3 feet tall, entirely pitch black. From its surface emanated the faint, wailing cries of countless souls. For those of insufficient cultivation, even those at the land immortal realm, merely glancing at the blade would cause their souls to be instantly sucked away. This blade, known as the Blood Prison Abyss, existed within the black mist even before Gu Yuan's resurrection. It served as his life-bound weapon. Beyond its ability to freely alter its form, the Blood Prison Abyss could absorb the resentment of all souls slain by the Yin soldiers or perished within the black mist, using it to enhance its own power. Since Gu Yuan's revival, the Blood Prison Demon Abyss had never been wielded. Only during his battle against the director of Bureau 749 had Gu Yuan's divine power, the Blood God, once summoned the spear form of the Blood Prison Demon Abyss. The reason Gu Yuan had never wielded the Blood Prison Demon Abyss before was simple: no one was worthy enough to warrant the use of this peerless demonic weapon. Even the Tenshou illusion fell far short of that standard. However, Kanglan's power was so formidable that even Gu Yuan had yet to fathom her true limits, making him dare not underestimate her. Grasping the blood prison's shadow, Gu Yuan struck without flourish, his blade clashing squarely against Kanglan's long sword. Clang! Where metal met metal, the surrounding space shattered almost instantly. A spatial fissure thousands of meters long ripped open with a thunderous roar, only to snap shut again in the blink of an eye. As the spatial fissure closed, the figures of Gu Yuan and San Lan vanished simultaneously. Immediately after, the sky echoed with successive clangs of metal clashing. Each sound tore open a spatial fissure hundreds of meters long. Seeing the two engage, the cultivators from both sides present halted their own struggles, fixing their gaze upon the duel. Both sides understood the truth. Despite their fierce fighting, they were essentially just cheerleaders. The true outcome would be decided by the battle between these two. How powerful is fellow Taoist Gu Yuan? At merely the early stage of mortal immortal, he's already pushed that woman to such limits? Hearing Master Xianyi's words, senior sister Tianxian shook her head. Gu Yuan is indeed formidable, but against that woman, he might still fall short. Let's join forces. Impossible. Yuan Hao frowned. Let's observe first. Gu Yuan unleashed his full power from the start. I suspect he aims to force her to reveal some of her hidden cards. If he truly achieves that level, our chances of victory will greatly increase. Quite right. Listening in, Zhang Lifeng nodded. Gu Yuan's true strength far exceeds what he's shown. We should wait until he's at a disadvantage before intervening. Acting rashly now might disrupt his rhythm. High above, the battle between Gu Yuan and San Lan had reached a fever pitch. Their speeds grew ever faster, each collision involving hundreds of exchanges. Who would have thought? Is this all the esteemed familiar clan has to offer? Arrogant. Kanglan snorted coldly at Gu Yuan's taunt, driving him back with a kick to the blade of his sword. Then, he swung his long sword, tracing a graceful arc through the air. In the next instant, a green light coalesced upon the blade. Kanglan, expressionless, swung his sword forward. As Kanglan's blade descended, the condensed blue light instantly transformed into a sword chi, sweeping horizontally toward Gu Yuan. The blade energy spanned roughly 100 meters. Though seemingly devoid of raw power, the space it traversed had already been sliced into countless fragments. This strike seemed poised to pierce through time and space itself, seeking to slay Gu Yuan utterly inescapable. Witnessing this terrifying strike, the lower-tier cultivators present held their breath. Those at the Earth Immortal Realm retreated directly 1,000 meters away. Even the heads of the six great sects wore solemn expressions. This strike appeared ordinary, yet it possessed the power to annihilate all existence. Gazing at the sword energy, Gu Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. In the next instant, the aura radiating from his body surged once more. Empowered by the Ninein divine technique, Gu Yuan's strength now reached the mid-stage of the mortal immortal realm, approaching the late stage. His appearance had also undergone a transformation. His once jet-black hair had turned as pale as blood, and his bare torso was now covered in countless blue patterns. Facing the sword energy, Gu Yuan neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he extended his left hand and directly blocked the incoming blade. The sword energy, powerful enough to obliterate everything, was now held back by Gu Yuan. It appeared he was doing so with little effort at all. Frankly, I'm disappointed. Grasping the sword energy firmly, Gu Yuan spoke coldly. This strike is powerful. But coming from you, it leaves me unsatisfied. With that, Gu Yuan's hand gripping the sword energy tightened slightly. The hundreds of meters wide blade of energy instantly shattered into nothingness. Gu Yuan's figure vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already before San Lan, delivering a downward slash. San Lan, clearly taken aback by this turn of events, hastily raised his sword to block. Yet Gu Yuan seized the opening, delivering a kick straight to his chest. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the mysterious woman Kanglan crashed straight into the sea surface like a cannonball. This is victory? Nanefo Duan Kong of the Great Thunder Sound Temple watched the scene unfold, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. It's not that simple, Luo Chen shook his head repeatedly. But I truly didn't expect Gu Yuan to gain the upper hand. At that moment, a trickle of blood seeped from San Lan's lips as she gasped for breath. Gu Yuan, suspended mid-air, shook his head slightly. Well done, noble familiar race. If this is the caliber of individual strength possessed by your so-called superior race, then I see no need for Blue Star to resist the Eternal Night. I'll spare your life. Scram back to the Eternal Night. This brutal cultivation world isn't for you. Hearing Gu Yuan's scorn, San Lan burst into laughter once more. Good. 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 Half kneeling upon the sea surface, Kanglan wiped the blood from his lips, flashing a wicked smile as he spoke slowly. Gu Yuan, in 300 years, you are the first to push me to this extent besides that ancient fossil from the Xiaoyao sect. But I can guarantee your fate will be 10,000 times more miserable than his. As he spoke, a thick black mist began to surge from San Lan's body. In the blink of an eye, he was completely enveloped by the dark vapor. Moments later, the fog dissipated. The mysterious woman Kanglan had vanished without a trace, replaced by a monstrous creature shrouded entirely in pitch-black darkness. Chapter 60, The Familiar's True Form, soloing the Seven Immortals. Very well. The monster of the Eternal Night world has finally revealed its true form. Above the sea, the black mist dissipated, revealing Kanglan's true form. Now standing nearly 3 meters tall, Kanglan was entirely pitch-black. Her face bore nothing but 6 pairs of double pupils. 4 monstrous arms, each as long as a leg, sprouted over a dozen eyes. Though still vaguely humanoid, she radiated an utterly grotesque aura. He. As Kanglin's main body emitted a wicked laugh, the eyes on its face and arms seemed to transform into mouths filled with sharp teeth, opening and closing in rhythm with the sound. At that moment, Kanglin scrutinized its own appearance, admiring its form. You cultivators of Blue Star are truly amusing. Whether demonic or undead, all seem eager to take human form. The human form isn't all that great either. It can't even unleash 30% of this sovereign's power. I wonder what you're striving so hard for. Well then, are you satisfied with the form of our familiar race? Hearing Kanglin's words, Gu Yuan clenched his teeth. True to their reputation as a race of eternal night, the mere revelation of their true form already weighed upon Gu Yuan with overwhelming pressure. It seemed her earlier power had been severely constrained by the limitations of a human body. Kanglin in her true form was undoubtedly a formidable foe. As he pondered, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects appeared simultaneously beside Gu Yuan. Fellow Daoist Gu, this woman cannot be fought head-on. We must attack together. Exactly. Now that she's revealed her true form, her power has likely increased by several orders of magnitude. Her current state is likely the true source of her terror. Kanglin smiled again as she observed the 6 patriarchs materialize. Oh ho, it's you 6 stray dogs. What? Finally decided to show yourselves? Fine. This time, I'll wipe you all out completely. Monster! Before Kanglin could finish speaking, Duan Kong roared, scattering his prayer beads into countless stars that descended upon Kanglin like a crushing storm. Prajna Bama K. Facing the crushing starry deluge, Kanglin's true form let out a piercing shriek. Its dozens of eyes transformed into gaping maws, spewing sky-piercing black light that shattered every star. Instantly, its form flickered and shot toward Duan Kong. Seeing this, Duan Kong formed a hand seal. The scattered prayer beads multiplied, 1 became 2, 2 became 3, instantly transforming into countless points of light. In the next instant, the countless points of light simultaneously expanded, instantly becoming countless independent spaces. Within these countless realms, Buddha's light surged. Each contained innumerable devotees, the 3,000 bodhisattvas, and the Prajna Buddhas, all chanting the Buddha's name. They appeared as myriad Buddha realms, pressing down upon Kanglin. Yet Kanglin paid no heed to these countless Buddha realms, charging straight toward Duan Kong. Wherever he passed, the myriad Buddha realms collapsed one by one. In the next instant, he stood before Duan Kong. Seeing this, Duan Kong flickered and retreated 100 meters away. Simultaneously, 72 sword lights erupted from Kanglin's position, instantly trapping him within a sword formation. 5 thunders, step by step, follow. As Kanglin reeled in shock, Zhang Lifeng chanted the sacred incantation. His voice flowed like ancient Buddhist chanting, resonating through the air. Thousands of bolts of thunder simultaneously cracked down from the sky, striking Kanglin's body. You're asking for death. Facing this terrifying assault, the dozens of eyes on Kanglin's body once again emitted piercing black light. A terrifying fluctuation erupted from within him, simultaneously dispersing both the heavenly thunder and the sword formation. Seal. As San Lan charged toward Gu Yuan, Yuan Hao struck ruthlessly. Waters within 10,000 lees surged skyward, instantly coalescing into a colossal bubble that once more imprisoned the foe. Trying to trap me? Dream on. From within the bubble, Kanglin roared furiously, his aura erupting once more. Countless cracks instantly spread across the solidified bubble, while a trickle of blood seeped from Yuan Hao's lips. Seeing this, Master Tianqian grasped the air with both hands, gathering cosmic energy once more to compress the bubble. Master Xuani swept his whisk, and a pillar of light dozens of meters thick crashed down from the sky. Aya! Faced with the relentless pressure from the 6, Kanglin roared in fury, his shrill screams taking on a tangible form that pierced right through the water bubble. Crack! With a sharp crack, the water bubble shattered. Simultaneously, Kanglin swung his 4 deformed arms, slicing through the void. In the next instant, 4 spatial rifts tore open along that trajectory. Within the rifts, endless black mist billowed forth, coalescing into thousands of blade-like lights. Very well. To force me to unleash my full power, you great Xia humans are indeed impressive. But it's time to end this. 10,000 blades. Go to hell. Just as Kanglin spoke halfway through his sentence, Gu Yuan suddenly materialized before him, delivering a punch straight to his face. With Gu Yuan's punch, San Lan was sent flying backward, and the swirling blades vanished in an instant. Yet Kanglin's combat instincts remained top tier. He spun, readjusted his stance, and counterattacked. Seeing this, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects simultaneously intervened, once again engaging San Lan in combat. On the battlefield, cultivators from both sides watched the clash and swiftly retreated 10,000 meters away. A battle of this caliber, even a mere fragment of its energy could instantly shred a peak heavenly phenomenon cultivator. Suddenly, from the eastern edge of the battlefield, a mushroom cloud shot skyward. The 6 sect leaders, currently hovering outside the battlefield, instantly paled. This is bad. Something terrible has happened in Great Xia. Seeing the mushroom cloud, San Lan laughed loudly while facing off against Gu Yuan and the ancestral elders of the 6 major sects. Ha 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 ha. Gu Yuan, I told you I won't kill you. I'll make you watch as eternal night descends. Hearing this, Gu Yuan responded with a cold sneer. So your true target was the Great Xia and the Great Wall Seal. What else? Kanglin laughed immediately. Do you ants even deserve my personal attention? I intended to lure you out. Truth be told, if you'd remained in Great Xia, holed up defending the seal, I'd have been powerless. You think you're outmaneuvering me? Pity this sovereign began plotting against you a century ago. Even your rebellion today was within this one's calculations. As he spoke, Kanglin wore a wicked grin. Yet the heads of the 6 great sects, along with Gu Yuan, responded with nothing but scornful smirks. Monsters from the eternal night world, truly simple-minded. Exactly. Luring the tiger away from its lair? That's child's play. We've been doing it for millennia. Damn it, your 2 prized disciples, supposedly your strongest forces, haven't shown their faces yet. Do you really think we're as foolish as you? Chapter 61, The True Might of Great Xia. 3 chapters combined. As the decisive battle unfolded on the sea, the citizens of Great Xia witnessed the live footage through satellite broadcasts. Holy, that woman actually admitted she's an alien. What alien? That's a creature from the eternal night. It's from another world. Isn't that still an alien? So Big Boss Gu and the council were telling the truth. Alien creatures are really invading. Why won't you listen? I told you it's eternal night, eternal night. So India and the US are both traitors to that woman. Can our Great Xia win? Of course. Didn't you see Gu the Great beat her back into her true form? What kind of monster is this? Why does it have so many eyes? I'm about to have a panic attack. As the conflict intensified, discussions among the Great Xia populace grew increasingly heated. Online, overwhelming support flooded in for the 6 great sects in Gu Yuan. What pleased Shen Yuan Mo most was that today's livestream comments and bullet chats carried far less hostility. As for those spies who exploited major events to stir up trouble, they had vanished entirely. After all, following Gu Yuan's purge, the people of Daxia had come to fully understand their nation truly possessed the capability to track you down through the internet. Boom! As the nation's excitement reached a fever pitch, the entire Great Xia suddenly trembled. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Did you feel that? I felt it. Me too. In the Great Xia Parliament, Shen Yuan Mo watched the livestream's comment stream, his brows furrowed. What just happened? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhengtang paused briefly before speaking. Could it be residual energy from the battlefield? No way. Nangon Luotian waved his hand dismissively. That protective barrier is incredibly powerful. A mere ripple couldn't possibly cause any issues. Could it be trouble with the Great Wall Seal? No. Everything here is normal. Hearing Lin Zhengtang and Nangon Luotian's analysis, Shen Yuan Mo's expression immediately darkened. This is bad. Someone is deliberately attacking the Great Xia's protective shield. Quickly, aim Satellite 2 at Great Xia. Soon, under the technician's control, Shen Yuan Mo and the others finally saw what was happening. At that moment, on the shores of the East Sea, the Alliance of Gods leader, the falling star god king, alongside Shiva, the leader of the Brahma sect, were leading 3 terrestrial immortals and nearly 100 celestial cultivators. They stood before the protective shield, engaged in discussion. Why does this shield resemble a turtle shell? Facing falling star god king's puzzlement, Shiva narrowed his eyes and replied. Senior brother, this protective barrier is incredibly strong. Even a divine sovereign couldn't break it easily. Who would have thought Gu Yuan had this up his sleeve? Looks like he's been preparing for us. So what? Falling star god king scoffed, it's just a protective barrier. Let's all strike together and see how many hits it can withstand. Just as falling star god king was about to strike, Shiva stepped in to block him. Don't forget our master's warning, once we strike, the Great Xia cultivators will surely come to their aid. If you all attack, it'll take at least 3 to 5 strikes. Let me handle this. Senior brother, once we shatter this turtle shell, forget about the Great Xia forces. We'll head straight for the Great Wall Seal. Agreed. Seeing the falling star god king nod, Shiva immediately stepped forward. With a flick of his hand, a 7-foot spear, pure white throughout, materialized in his grasp. Step back. Hearing this, the falling star god king and the numerous cultivators at the divine sovereign and heavenly god realms all retreated to a distance of over a kilometer. Are you kidding? Shiva was a peak land immortal, a being on the brink of red dust immortal status. If even he was this solemn and ordered everyone back, who knew how devastating the explosion of that protective barrier would be. Not that a kilometer away guaranteed safety, but at least that distance allowed time to react and flee. Shiva gripped his spear, adopting an offensive stance. In the next instant, the energy of the entire sea surged into the spear, even coalescing the surrounding seawater into a vortex. As the energy coalesced, the spear gradually shimmered with multicolored light, warping the very fabric of space around it. Break! With a thunderous roar, Shiva hurled the spear with savage force. It traced a perfect arc, crashing directly into the protective barrier. Boom! The immense collision of energy sent a mushroom cloud skyward, and the protective barrier shattered under the violent impact. The shield is breached. You hold the line against the approaching Great Xia cultivators. Delay them as long as you can. Senior brother, let's head straight for the Great Wall. Shiva gave the order and was about to move when a faint voice echoed. "Where are you going?" Immediately, a violent gale swept through, dispersing the mushroom cloud. As the dust settled, the falling star god king and his companions realized that behind the protective barrier stood tens of thousands of cultivators, densely packed. Among them, 7 were already at the Earth immortal realm. Dozens more had reached the celestial phenomenon realm. Witnessing this scene, Luo Shenwang immediately let out a curse. Damn it! How can there still be cultivators within the borders of Great Xia? And so many of them. Hearing this, a young woman standing at the forefront of the Great Xia cultivators group sneered. Fallen Star God King, you didn't think the Great Xia had no cultivators beyond the 6 great sects, did you? Exactly. Behind her, a cultivator at the Earth immortal realm level also spoke with disdain. However, this cultivator was not human, it was a zombie. As Taoist Gu predicted, we knew you'd come stirring trouble. We were specifically ordered to greet you here. Well, surprised? Unexpected? Upon hearing this, Shiva's entire expression darkened. He truly hadn't expected that Great Xia still harbored so many high-tier cultivators. You are not of the human race. Though most here bore human form, Shiva's keen eye immediately discerned that not a single cultivator station in Great Xia belonged to the human race. Demons, undead, ghosts, and even some spirits. Worse still, the woman standing at the forefront possessed strength that matched his own, a half-step mortal immortal, at the very least a peak land immortal cultivator. It wasn't that Shiva believed he couldn't defeat them, but if this group held him back, the Great Xia cultivators on the battlefield would return to reinforce them, creating a pincer attack. And the mission entrusted by his master would be impossible to complete. Moreover, the current problem was that even if the Great Xia cultivators on the battlefield didn't return, the zombie's strength was already at the late stage of the Earth immortal realm. If he teamed up with that half-step mortal immortal demon woman, he might not even come out on top. Surveying the multitude of cultivators before him, the falling star divine king felt a wave of dread wash over him. This time, forget about completing the mission, it was doubtful he'd even make it out alive. Yet as a sect leader, Luo Shenwang maintained his composure, speaking only in a cold tone. Who would have thought? They say the Great Xia human race rejects outsiders, yet you still aid them so brazenly. Even if the 6 great sects defeat my master, you will still be the next targets for elimination. My friends, why not join the ranks of our eternal night world? Then, together, we can divide the human race's territory. Wouldn't that be splendid? Hearing this, the demonic woman's lips curled upward as she shook her head. Who would have thought? There are actually those who'd choose to worship the monsters of eternal night as their fathers. Who told you the human race is the enemy of other races? Hearing this, the falling star god king seized the moment and retorted. My friend, must I spell it out? The Great Xia humans, especially the 6 great sects, have always looked down on you demons, undead, and the like. For centuries they've oppressed you. When have they ever truly regarded you? Then you are mistaken. A tiger demon cultivator beside him spoke up. Do you think we're fools? The ones truly oppressing the demon clans have always been the 749 Duro and those women. Exactly. The demon woman nodded. Youngster, your divisive words might work on others, but we old ones are thousands of years old. We've had millennia-long ties with the 6 great sects. If we don't put on a show, how could we face your master? Vermilion Bird, how could a traitor like him possibly grasp these principles? No sooner had the demon woman finished speaking than the zombie beside her snorted coldly. I reckon you're one of those divine court agents who switched sides in the eternal night realm. You were always a traitor. Once a traitor, always a traitor. I won't waste my breath explaining grand principles to you, you're unworthy of hearing them. Children, attack. At the zombie's command, tens of thousands of cultivators present launched their attacks in unison. Among them, the 3 peak Amaterasu tier zombie kings from H City were also present, leading their own forces. However, these 3 had long since broken through that barrier with Gu Yuan's assistance, reaching the celestial phenomenon realm. For anyone else, Gu Yuan would have been powerless. But these 3 were zombies. Gu Yuan had merely helped them breach a threshold, a task he found remarkably easy. At that moment, the demonic woman Zhu Kei spoke coldly. Xian Kuei, I'll handle Shiva. You capture that falling star god king, didn't Taoist Gu say he'd be useful? Agreed. The zombie Xian Kuei flashed an evil grin before vanishing in the next instant. Meanwhile, Shiva was engaged in battle with the demonic cultivators charging at him. The next instant, he felt an intense heat enveloping his body. Looking up, he saw a fiery red giant bird in the sky, its aura already locked onto him. Damn it! That feathered bastard actually revealed its true form. Shiva cursed under his breath, his body erupting in golden light as he charged headlong at the vermilion bird without holding back. Meanwhile, on the ocean battlefield, the clash between Gu Yuan, the 6 sect elders, and Kanglin had reached a fever pitch. In the sky above, countless supernatural phenomena erupted in succession as the clash between the 2 sides grew increasingly fierce. Cultivators on both sides had retreated hundreds of miles away, fearing the lingering effects of the battle. Kanglin, your 2 beloved disciples have likely perished in Great Xia by now. Trying that trick on us Great Xia people? Go practice for a few hundred more centuries. Hearing this, Kanglin forced back the crowd with a single palm strike and burst into maniacal laughter once more. Excellent. You lowly humans, you've ruined my grand scheme. I had intended to let you witness the splendor of the eternal light descending, but now I shall personally see you off first. With that, Kanglin let out a monstrous roar as his form surged in size once more. In the blink of an eye, he towered over 10 meters tall. Then, his monstrous form twisted once more. From his back, 4 more mangled arms sprouted. Those eerie eyes now covered its entire body. This is bad. The monster is going all out. Yuan Hao roared, sweeping his arm wide. The surrounding seawater surged skyward, engulfing the entire area within moments. If we don't slay it here, the entire blue star will be affected. Agreed. Let's go together. Luo Chen growled, gripping his ancient sword as he charged straight toward Kanglin's true form. Kanglin, however, neither dodged nor retreated. With a light flick of 2 fingers, he seized the tip of Luo Chen's sword. With a backhand flick, he sent the latter flying backward. Luo Chen retreated swiftly, spinning mid-air as he formed a hand seal. Instantly, 9 golden greatswords materialized around him. Instead of attacking Kanglin, the swords coordinated to form a vast golden formation behind Luo Chen. Swords, come forth. With Luo Chen's command, the formation solidified. At its center, a massive, ancient sword silver white and as large as a small mountain slowly emerged from the void. In the next instant, the ancient sword, channeling the power of heaven and earth, charged directly toward Kanglin's true form. Seeing this, Nanfo Duankon pressed his palms together in prayer, chanting Buddhist mantras. Behind him, myriad Buddha realms slowly materialized. The radiant Buddha light emanating from them coalesced into a golden Buddha statue. With a single palm strike, it merged with the colossal sword. Witnessing this, the venerable elders likewise manifested their divine forms, each unleashing their most powerful strike. Kanglin watched their combined assault with a look of intense excitement. His 8 arms gathered before him, and the hundreds of demonic eyes across his body instantly merged into one. Now, Kanglin's 10-meter-tall true form seemed entirely consumed by a single colossal eye. From within that eye, a jet-black beam of light shot forth. Wherever that light touched, the sea turned pitch black. Creatures within the water, tainted by this aura of death, turned their eyes upward in unison. Feeling this aura, Gu Yuan's brow instantly furrowed. The aura emanating from Kanglin felt eerily familiar to Gu Yuan. It seemed strikingly similar to the aura of the Black Mist realm. That wasn't quite accurate. The energy Kanglin released contained a chaotic mix of malevolent aura, whereas the energy of the Black Mist space was utterly pure. So pure that Gu Yuan couldn't even describe it. It was closer to a form of energy he couldn't quite define. But now was not the time to ponder such things. The combined strike of the 6 sex founders was clearly struggling against Kanglin's malevolent energy. Under the onslaught of that malevolent force, they were forced back repeatedly. Seeing this, Gu Yuan held nothing back. Upon the blood prison abyss, a crimson aura quietly emerged. At that moment, every blood mist portal within Gu Yuan's body activated simultaneously. A torrent of blood energy surged forth from the portals, pouring into the great blade. As the crimson hue on the blood prison abyss deepened, Gu Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave. He couldn't shake the feeling that this strike was missing something. As he pondered, the 50,000 ghost soldiers in the distance suddenly erupted with frenzied shrieks, as if injected with adrenaline. Immediately, a jet-black light erupted from each soldier, shooting into the great blade. In the next instant, the crimson glow atop the blood prison abyss gradually transformed into a pitch-black hue. At that moment, Gu Yuan finally realized, within the black mist space, each shadow soldier represented a fragment of his own power. Realizing this, Gu Yuan murmured softly as a slash of blade light swept out. Blood prison. Abyssal tide. That blade of light seemed to pierce through time and space, striking directly upon the black light emitted by Kanglin. Coupled with the assaults of the 6 sex founding masters, it forcibly shattered the black light. Kanglin's true form, witnessing the relentless onslaught closing in, let out another shrill scream. Instantly, a wisp of black mist drifted from the bodies of every deceased sea creature across the entire sea, merging into Kanglin's form. The black pillar of light grew even thicker, swelling to over 10 times its previous size and continuing to intensify. Seeing this, Gu Yuan snorted coldly. With a flick of his thoughts, black mist spread out, enveloping the entire sea. The black mist drifting from the sea creatures' corpses was instantly cut off. Using corpses in front of me? Are you kidding me? Kanglin shrieked in response. You have some tricks up your sleeve, but it's too late. As the black mist was severed, the dark glow emanating from Kanglin ceased to rise, yet its power had already reached its zenith. The sheer intensity of that black pillar of light forced Gu Yuan and the ancestral masters of the 6 great sects to halt their assault, unable to advance even an inch further. Where the two forces collided, space had already shattered violently. The rift continued to widen relentlessly, causing even the cosmic energy of the entire blue star to begin spiraling into chaos. This won't do. That woman is far too powerful. Master Xianyi growled in frustration. Shifu Tianxian responded. However powerful he may be, he remains a mortal immortal. Then let's see who cracks first. Increase output. As senior sister Tianxian spoke, Yuan Hao interjected, such a collision of immense power, if this continues much longer, it might just blow the entire blue star to smithereens. Agreed. The group echoed in agreement, intensifying their energy transmission. Senior sister Tianxian swept her hand dramatically, and streams of golden light descended upon them. Instantly, their depleted energy began to rapidly replenish. This can't continue. At this rate, we might trigger the detonation of Blue Star's entire energy reserve. Gu Yuan cursed inwardly. Indeed, even if Blue Star's entire energy were detonated, the planet itself would likely survive unscathed. But the mortals on Blue Star? An impact of this magnitude would likely instantly kill half of them. Then wouldn't this battle be putting the cart before the horse? Come on! You scum of Blue Star! Song Lan roared back, his voice thick with malevolence. You think such an attack can kill me? Keep coming! Let every mortal on Blue Star join you in death. Amidst the stalemate between the two sides, cataclysmic changes erupted across Blue Star. Dormant volcanoes erupted simultaneously across the planet, triggering earthquakes and tsunamis that swept across nearly the entire globe. Still not enough. Kanglin let out a piercing shriek. The space behind him rippled once more, tearing open 4 spatial fissures hundreds of meters long. Endless black mist surged from within, merging into the dark light. Seeing the tide of battle turn, Gu Yuan clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing crimson. Blood sea abyss. With a light shout, a void-like spectacle erupted behind Gu Yuan. Within that vision, a sea of blood churned violently, churning up towering waves that dyed the blood prison's blade lighted deep crimson. Simultaneously, the entire Blue Star began to tremble. The live satellite broadcast from Great Xia had already spread across Blue Star, and mortals worldwide were witnessing this battle. The people of Great Xia held their breath, watching the standoff of energies. Anyone could see that the earth-shattering spectacle outside was caused by the collision of these two energies. Should either side falter, it would be a crushing defeat, obliterating both body and spirit. The fate of the entire Great Xia Empire, indeed, the entire Blue Star hung in the balance. Yet what troubled them even more was that the combatants were immortals. If the battle between these immortals continued, Blue Star would be utterly destroyed. Yet, just as the standoff reached its peak, a golden light streaked like a meteor from the east, shooting straight from the Great Xia's territory into the heart of the battlefield. It was a spear. The moment it appeared, the spear surged forward with the wind, striking the pillar of light head-on in the same direction as Gu Yuan and the others' attacks. Instantly, the previously balanced situation tilted ever so slightly. Yet this slight tilt was nowhere near the final straw that would break the camel's back. In the next instant, a figure streaked across the sky, enveloped in boundless flames. Moving at a speed barely discernible to the naked eye, it charged toward the battlefield and delivered a kick directly to the spear. Another mortal immortal. With the 8th mortal immortal entering the fray, Gu Yuan's offensive momentum instantly reversed. The assaults of the 6 great patriarchs, combined with Gu Yuan's blade light, and now bolstered by the mysterious figure and his spear, shattered Kanglin's black pillar of light. As energies exploded between the two sides, the mysterious mortal immortal planted his foot on the spear's tail, using its momentum to drive it downward. The entire spear plunged directly into the colossal eye of Kanglin's true form. You damned traitors! With Kanglin's piercing shriek, the towering, 10-meter-high form instantly exploded into dust. At that moment, the entire world fell into silence. After the silence came an eruption. Cheers roared like a tidal wave, echoing across every corner of Blue Star. Watching Kanglin vanish, Gu Yuan gasped for breath. The patriarchs of the 6 great sects were pale-faced. The toll had been too great. Though victorious, they now struggled even to stand. So, we finally won? Who knew there was a hidden master? As Gu Yuan's words fell, the mysterious red dust immortal, spear in hand, turned to face them. Chairman Xin Yuan? Recognizing the figure, Gu Yuan froze in shock. The mysterious red dust immortal was none other than Xian Yuan Mo, the foremost authority of the Great Xia Council. Who would have thought? You've been hiding so deeply. Xian Yuan Mo waved his hand dismissively. I'm not truly a mortal immortal. If anything, I'm a pseudo-mortal immortal. But breaking this balance? That much I can manage. Gu Yuan smiled as he looked toward the 6 great patriarchs. Well done, everyone. You've certainly kept a strong hand up your sleeve. Yuan Hao chimed in, as the ruler of Great Xia, fellow Taoist Xian Yuan cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Had he not refrained from action for 10,000 years, today's outcome would likely have been different. Wait. As Yuan Hao spoke, his expression suddenly changed. The other patriarchs, along with Gu Yuan and Xian Yuan Mo, simultaneously furrowed their brows. The spatial fissure, still not fully closed, began spewing forth black mist. In the next instant, darkness descended upon the entire Blue Star. Chapter 62, Tao Realm, Transcendence. All or Nothing, Blood Sea Demon God. 3 in 1. Just as everyone was about to relax, a sudden upheaval erupted between heaven and earth. The unsealed spatial fissures spewed vast quantities of black mist, which spread wildly across the entire sea. Above the skies, a multicolored ribbon thousands of miles long, faint and shimmering, slowly materialized. Countless streams of spiritual energy poured forth from within it, filling the entire blue star in mere moments. Not only that, but the overflowing spiritual energy triggered spiritual energy storms across every corner of Blue Star. Simultaneously, at the estuaries of every nation, thousands of water tornadoes dozens of meters thick surged backward, shooting skyward to merge into the multicolored ribbon. At that very moment, where the rainbow-colored ribbon hung in the sky, 9 great suns hung in the air, radiating boundless light that illuminated the entire Blue Star, regardless of night or day. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. Such extraordinary phenomena, what on earth is happening? Before Gu Yuan's words had even faded, the myriad phenomena vanished almost instantly. To be precise, it wasn't that the phenomena vanished, but rather an endless darkness instantly descended upon the entire Blue Star, completely obscuring the myriad signs. As the darkness descended, Gu Yuan's brow knotted into a tight knot. What is this? Could it be the eternal night world invading? That's too coincidental. Listening nearby, Xianyuan Mo shook his head. Impossible. The great Xia seal is guarded by my Dao body, while Kanglin is merely a peak mortal immortal, a half-step Dao immortal. He lacks the power to tear open a planar passage. Oh no! Before Xianyuan Mo could finish speaking, Yuan Hao beside him suddenly let out a low cry. No wonder that phenomenon felt so familiar, someone has broken through to the Dao realm. What? Hearing this, the other 5 patriarchs, along with Xianyuan Mo, instantly wore expressions of shock as they turned to look at Yuan Hao. They knew all too well the capabilities of the Blue Star Group. There was simply no way Blue Star could harbor any hidden powerhouses. Back when the first emperor marched against the Eternal Night, he left behind the strongest guardian for Blue Star, that figure from the carefree sect back then, whose strength had reached the late stage of the mortal-immortal realm. Unfortunately, he had perished at the hands of Kanglin 200 years ago. If no one had broken through to the Dao realm, then the identity of the one who had achieved this breakthrough this time was self-evident. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the stunned silence, a piercing laugh echoed from beyond the heavens. In the next instant, the black mist surging from the spatial fissure coalesced into a colossal form thousands of meters tall. This body bore 6 pairs of deformed arms, its entire form smooth and rounded, yet encircling it were 9 enormous eyeballs. Seeing that form, Gu Yuan clenched his fists. Those deformed arms and the signature large eyes, it had to be that Kanglin true body. How could it keep transforming like this? And it just wouldn't die. You ants of Blue Star. Didn't expect this, did you? Not only am I not dead, but I've reached heights you'll never attain in your entire lives. The 9 eyes transformed into sharp fangs and a gaping maw, opening and closing in utter mockery. I must thank you all. Had you not unleashed your full power, how could I have broken through to this transcendent realm at the brink of annihilation? And how could you have imagined this was part of my plan all along? With you slain, I need not await the Eternal Night to conquer this Blue Star plane. Such an achievement will secure my position as the youngest clan leader among the familiar clan. Hearing Kanglin's words, the crowd instantly grew solemn. Unexpectedly, Kanglin had seized this opportunity to directly break through to the Dao Immortal tier. Now, the familiar Kanglin needed no action at all. The sheer pressure radiating from his body alone pinned everyone in place. The Dao realm is divided into 4 stages. Transcendence, union with the Dao, supreme sovereign, and true immortal. Regardless of which realm, once one breaks through that boundary, they are honored as a Dao Immortal. This Dao Immortal title signifies a true immortal whose lifespan defies ordinary comprehension. Even at the most fundamental transcendence realm, one could live for 100,000 years. Moreover, the difference between the transcendence realm and mortal immortals was as vast as heaven and earth. Once Kanglin breaks through, the odds of victory for the others become infinitesimally close to 0. Moreover, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects have long since turned pale, utterly drained of any fighting strength. The only one still capable of fighting was Xianyuan Mo. Yet his strength barely reached the threshold of a mortal immortal. Such a gap was utterly irreparable. Everyone. Just as despair gripped their hearts, Gu Yuan stepped forward and spoke in a cold voice. Can we still fight? Hearing this, Yuan Hao sighed softly and replied, we can only muster a fraction of our former strength now. But there's no other choice. Even if we all die here, it's better than being treated as fodder. Hearing this, Gu Yuan shook his head. In that case, everyone, take your people and retreat into the secret realms of the 6 great sects. Chairman Xianyuan, you too should lead the people of Daxia into the secret realms in batches. Time is limited. Take as many as you can. I believe that even if that woman is at the Dao realm, she won't be able to breach the 6 great sects' secret realms anytime soon. Moreover, attacking each of the 6 realms individually will take her considerable time. The 6 great sects arcs are already prepared. Seize this opportunity to evacuate as many people as possible. Hearing this, Yuan Hao and the others looked at Gu Yuan with confusion. Fellow Daoist Gu, do you have a plan to deal with that woman? No. Gu Yuan spoke softly, his voice devoid of emotion. I still have some strength left. I should be able to hold her off temporarily until you all escape. Whether the spark of life can be preserved for Blue Star now rests upon you all. Hearing this, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects wasted no words. They turned and led their disciples in a swift retreat. This was no time for empty words or displays of loyalty. After all, that woman's power had reached heights unmatched across the entire Blue Star. How long Gu Yuan could hold her off was uncertain, but every minute, every second bought more time to evacuate more people. Simultaneously, every nation on Blue Star initiated evacuation plans. Gu Yuan's words had been broadcast live across the globe, an intentional move on his part. Now it was up to the leaders of each nation to seize this rare opportunity. As the patriarchs of the six great sects departed, Xian Yuan Mo remained behind. Stepping forward before Gu Yuan, he spoke. Fellow Taoist Gu, I still retain most of my strength. You go first and try to weaken her as much as possible. After you fall, I will step in. At the very least, we can delay things a little longer. Seeing Xian Yuan Mo remain, Gu Yuan shook his head slightly and replied slowly. It's unnecessary, Chairman Xian Yuan. Your strength is too weak. Delaying those few seconds would be meaningless. Better to preserve your fighting power. You represent the common people of Great Xia. You cannot die here. Leave now. Fellow Taoist Gu. Cut the nonsense. No sooner had Gu Yuan finished speaking than Kanglin's 6 pairs of deformed arms began clapping repeatedly. Excellent. How touching. So have you decided who'll volunteer to die first? Enough. I see there's no need for further discussion. Gu Yuan, I know you're merely stalling for time. But alas, it matters not to this sovereign. With so many people on Blue Star, what difference does it make if a few escape? As long as I conquer the entire planet, the number of survivors is utterly insignificant to me. But I do relish this cat and mouse game. Run. The more frantic you become, the more exhilarated I grow. Move out. Hearing Kanglin's words, Gu Yuan shoved Xian Yuan Mo aside. His long sword materialized in his hand as he lunged toward Kanglin's true form, towering thousands of meters above. As a flash of blade light appeared, Gu Yuan's eyes turned crimson. He swung his blade. Yet before Gu Yuan could close the distance, a colossal maw surrounding Kanglin instantly transformed into an eye, radiating a wave of energy. The ripples engulfed Gu Yuan, instantly pinning him to the spot. Then, Kanglin's massive hand slammed down upon Gu Yuan. In that instant, Gu Yuan felt his blood surge violently as he was sent flying backward. Stuck to the sea surface, Gu Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat as a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. So powerful. Is this what a Tao immortal feels like? Feeling Kanglin's attack, Gu Yuan instantly grasped the whole picture from a single glimpse. The power of a Tao realm cultivator was indeed far beyond what he could currently handle. This was the first time Gu Yuan had suffered a setback since his resurrection. What? Not so cocky now? Gu Yuan, aren't you supposed to be so formidable? Come on, let me see how you struggle. You wanted to stall for time? I'll grant you that chance. Facing Kanglin's taunts, Gu Yuan lowered his head and let out a faint chuckle. Then, a series of long, drawn-out laughs erupted from him as he slowly raised his head. He. Kanglin, Tao Realm, Transcendence. Indeed, you are formidable. As he spoke, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes. But who told you I was trying to stall for time? I let those useless fools go merely to prevent them from dying here, a simple favor. As he spoke, Gu Yuan's body underwent another transformation. His originally dark blue form gradually transformed into pure black, and his white hair slowly turned jet black. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan absorbed all the resources sent by the 6 major sects founders. The portals of the Black Mist and Blood Mist were now violently shattered. 90 million. 91 million. 92 million. 93 million. In the blink of an eye, the gate of Black Mist and Blood Mist had surged past 93 million. Originally, Gu Yuan had envisioned these resources reaching 150 million without issue. But now, in the rush, he could only absorb a tenth or two, yet he couldn't afford to be picky. At that very moment, Gu Yuan sensed another faint, inexplicable power stirring within him. This power was extremely faint, so faint that he struggled to even summon it. Yet it was identical to the sensation he had experienced on Sakura Island. Across the Great Xia Empire, countless citizens watched the live broadcast with intense emotion. Many had even forfeited their chance to enter the secret realms of the 6 great sects, solely to witness the outcome of Gu Yuan's battle. Go, Big Gu. Big Gu, don't let that monster win. Bro Gu is awesome. Take her down. In that moment, countless beliefs seemed to coalesce into a strange force, mysteriously stirring the multicolored ribbons suspended in the sky. Though not overwhelmingly potent, this surge of support steadied Gu Yuan's resolve to an extraordinary degree. Song Lan, however, witnessed Gu Yuan's power surging relentlessly and immediately sneered again. Still putting up a futile resistance? I gave you a chance to buy time, yet you're so eager to throw yourself to your death? Listen, Gu Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke calmly. You'll soon find out who lives and who dies. As the words fell, a sea of blood once again surged forth behind Gu Yuan. But this time, within that sea of blood, countless skeletal remains rose from the ground. As the phenomenon spread, they instantly coalesced into a city, a nation. Within the sea of blood, hundreds of millions of skeletons and corpses coalesced, ultimately forming a skeletal demon god thousands of meters tall. The blood prison abyss in Gu Yuan's hand vanished, replaced by a long blade of vengeful souls materializing in the skeletal demon god's hand. Blood prison. Eternal night, return to ruin. As the words fell, the skeletal demon god within the sea of blood let out a piercing howl. Wielding the blade of vengeful souls, it swung down with a single, devastating strike. This strike seemed to span eons, cutting through countless planes, descending like a thunderclap from above Kanglin's head. Seeing this, all 9 colossal eyes encircling Kanglin opened simultaneously, unleashing torrential black flames from every orifice. Demons slaughtered dark fall. The moment the black flames collided with the skeletal demon god, time itself seemed to freeze for an instant. Witnessing this, Gu Yuan understood that no matter how powerful his technique, it stood no chance against Kanglin, who had transcended the mortal realm. His only option now was a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. In the next instant, Gu Yuan's intent surged. The 50,000 Yin soldiers and generals blocking Kanglin's advance disintegrated one by one into dust. Gu Yuan's form surged in size once more. Blood energy, corpse energy, Yin energy, demonic energy all converged upon Gu Yuan at that moment. The power of the Yin soldiers and generals was now entirely channeled within his body. At this moment, a dense network of cracks, resembling a spider's web, appeared across Gu Yuan's body. The energy was simply too immense, even Gu Yuan's body could not withstand it. As the cracks multiplied and widened, Gu Yuan's body suddenly exploded with a thunderous roar. The energy unleashed surged like a raging tide into the blood prison evil god's body. Now, the blood prison evil god's physical form gradually solidified, its entire being now encircled by countless black lightning bolts as massive as dragons. Feeling the oppressive force emanating from the blood prison evil god intensify, Song Lan even began to sense a hint of terror. How is this possible? How could you possess such immense power? Impossible. You're just a lowly insect from Blue Star, daring to challenge a true immortal? Break! A monstrous roar erupted as the black flames spewing from Kanglin's 9 giant eyes doubled in intensity. As Kanglin intensified his assault, the blood prison evil god Gu Yuan in disguise was actually forced back several paces. Not only that, but cracks began to appear on the blood prison demon god's body, showing signs of disintegration. Is it over? Witnessing this, Kanglin intensified his black flame assault, his voice dripping with scorn. This is what happens when you dare challenge a true immortal. After you die, I'll refine every single person on Blue Star into elixirs to strengthen our familiar clan. No one will remember you. Gu Yuan, you're nothing but an ant beneath the soles of our familiar race. Faced with Kanglin's taunts, Gu Yuan had no time to spare. As the former had said, Gu Yuan's offensive was already on the verge of collapse. Yet in the next instant, within the black mist space, that previously dormant streak of pitch black light began to tremble faintly. The dark light showed no reaction, made no movement, and released no power whatsoever. It merely trembled ever so slightly. Above the sea, Kanglin's black flame assault suddenly became chaotic. Kanglin himself looked as though he had seen a ghost. What kind of power is this? Eternal night. This is the power of eternal night. You are not of Blue Star. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's face twisted into a savage grimace as he roared. Who cares what power it is? Who cares who I am? With a piercing howl, Gu Yuan's transformed blood prison demon god swung his blade, instantly shattering the endless black flames and striking Kanglin's true form. Boom! As the black flames shattered, an earth-shattering explosion instantly engulfed the entire sea. Not only the entire sea, but the entire Blue Star trembled violently. The sea where they stood was directly sunk. The blade unleashed a torrent of blood energy and Yin energy, threatening to utterly obliterate Kanglin's kilometer-long form. Countless eyes suddenly opened across Kanglin's form, once more emitting black light to resist the corrosive assault of the blood aura and Yin energy. You insignificant insect, you dare wish for my death? Nonsense! If you don't die, then I die. Die for me! A low roar erupted as the blood prison evil god's blade flashed with a dark light, cleaving Kanglin's kilometer-long body in two. Simultaneously, endless skeletons and blood zombies crawled out of the sea of blood, dragging the severed half of Kanglin's corpse back into the crimson abyss. Gu Yuan! The familiar clan will never let you off. With Kanglin's final agonized scream, his corpse was dragged into the blood sea. The blood sea phenomenon, the blood prison demon god, and the giant city of bones all vanished without a trace. The darkness shrouding Blue Star gradually receded. In midair, Gu Yuan's figure slowly materialized, his body covered in countless cracks as he stood suspended in the void. This time he's truly dead. Within the Great Xia, the once quiet livestream chat suddenly lit up. A solitary message flashed across the screen, then it was as if Pandora's box had been opened. Countless messages flooded the screen in a frenzy. Big Gu won. He actually won. Big Gu is amazing. Trolls, speak up. Within the 6 great sects, witnessing the livestream, even the founding patriarchs of the sects could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before them. Facing that woman who transcended the realm, Gu Yuan had actually slain her. A mortal immortal slaying a Dao immortal even in the era of geniuses thousands of years ago, this was unheard of and unseen. Within the Great Xia, Xian Yuan Mo's face twisted with utter horror. His own cultivation was merely at the threshold of mortal immortal, yet the faith of the Great Xia's mortals allowed him to wield mortal immortal level power. Even so, he dared not claim he could truly slay a cultivator at the mortal immortal realm. Yet Gu Yuan, wielding only early-stage mortal immortal power, had utterly shattered Kanglin, a cultivator who had transcended the mortal immortal realm? The thought struck Xian Yuan Mo, and he instantly vanished. When he reappeared, Xian Yuan Mo was already beside Gu Yuan. At that moment, Gu Yuan's aura was chaotic, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Gu Daoyu, are you alright? Seeing Xian Yuan Mo arrive, Gu Yuan's consciousness was hazy as he struggled to utter a few words. So you finally remembered to save me. I suppose you're human after all. With that, darkness engulfed Gu Yuan's vision as he passed out. Seeing this, Xian Yuan Mo had no choice but to carry Gu Yuan back to the Liu family villa. By now, the patriarchs of the six great sects, along with Zhu Ke, Xian Kuei, and others, had already gathered at the Liu family villa. Upon seeing Xian Yuan Mo, they all approached him. How is fellow Daoist Gu? Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo sighed softly and shook his head. Hearing this, Zhu Ke's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. After all this time, we finally have a mortal immortal outside the human clan. He better not die. Get lost. Xian Yuan Mo shot her a withering glare before continuing. He wouldn't die even if he tried. Xian Kuei, you're also of the corpse clan. See what's happened to fellow Daoist Gu. Hearing this, Xian Kuei stepped forward, touched Gu Yuan, and nodded. Truly a body perfected in the art of corpse cultivation. Even I fall short by a hair. Who asked you? Cut the nonsense. Is there any news or not? Hearing this, Xian Kuei rolled his eyes as well. He won't die. But our corpse clan is different from your human clan. Every corpse cultivator possesses their own method of recovery. The urgent task now is to awaken Gu Yuan. Hearing this, the patriarchs of the six great sects, along with Xian Yuan Mo, Zhu Ke, and the others, exchanged glances but remained silent. Gu Yuan's injuries were self-evident, and his physical condition was visibly dire. They couldn't produce a pill capable of healing such severe injuries at the mortal immortal level on short notice. But if they forcibly awakened Gu Yuan, then... Seeing this, Xian Kuei rolled his eyes. I knew I couldn't count on you lot. I'll handle this myself. Without another word, Xian Kuei delivered a sharp slap across Gu Yuan's face. The next moment, Gu Yuan sprang upright. What the hell? Witnessing this, the patriarchs of the six great sects were all dumbfounded. What were they hesitating for? Wasn't it just fear that forcing Gu Yuan awake might cause problems? This Xian Kuei is a real tiger. But as everyone stood in shock, Xian Kuei immediately released a vast surge of corpse energy, channeling it into Gu Yuan's body while speaking. Fellow Daoist Gu, you've awakened. Hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a searing pain as if his entire body were being torn apart, shooting straight to the crown of his head. With great effort, he managed to speak. Awake, yes. But why are you all staring at me like that? It's making my face burn. Enough, enough. Hearing this, Xian Kuei quickly changed the subject. Fellow Daoist Gu, since you've regained consciousness, you must surely have a method to restore yourself. Everyone, discuss briefly what we should do next. As for the rest, we'll address it once Gu Yuan has recovered. Chapter 63, Gu Yuan's Proposal. At the Liu family villa, representatives of every major faction in Great Xia had gathered. Besides Gu Yuan, the patriarchs of the six great sects, Xian Yuan Mo and his group, there were also powerful cultivators from beyond the human race. Representing the demonic tribes was Zhu Ke for the corpse tribes, Xian Kuei for the ghost tribes, the Yin Sha ghost king, and for the spirit and monster tribes, the thousand-faced venerable. All these figures possessed late earth immortal realm cultivation or were at the threshold of the mortal immortal realm. Though the mysterious woman had been slain, the Great Wall Seal remained precariously unstable. Facing the eternal night world, not only Great Xia but the entire Blue Star would struggle to muster the strength for battle. So we're sticking to the original plan, sending the common folk of Great Xia aboard the six great sects flying vessels to seek a new home in the cosmos? Hearing senior sister Tianquan's words, Gu Yuan shook his head. Everyone, I've been thinking these past few days. Merely sending the mortals away even if they find refuge in the cosmos doesn't solve the fundamental problem. Especially after our battle with Kanglin, I've become even more convinced of this. Hearing this, all eyes turned to Gu Yuan, eager to hear what he had to say. Meeting their gazes, Gu Yuan spoke. According to Kanglin, the eternal night world is of unknown vastness and has conquered countless planes. Blue Star is merely one among them. Once eternal night invades, Blue Star will merely be their first foothold. Mortal immortals can already traverse the cosmos in physical form. For those above mortal immortals, conquering the entire Blue Star plane is only a matter of time. So no matter where we run, it won't matter. Hearing this, Zhang Lifeng shook his head and replied. Fellow Daoist Gu, your point is valid. Still, it's better than all of us staying on Blue Star to await our doom. Preserving some sparks of hope is always preferable. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. Master Zhang, that's precisely my point. Then the flying vessel can't just carry ordinary mortals. The prodigies from every sect, the geniuses of every race, the prodigiously gifted, all of them must board. But doing so will consume even more space aboard the vessel, Yuan Hao interjected. We already can't carry all the common folk, this will reduce our capacity further. Moreover, those prodigies are essentially the backbone of our resistance against the eternal night world. Oomph. Gu Yuan rolled his eyes as he listened. How many geniuses could the major sects and races possibly field? A few hundred at most. What they lack isn't experience, it's time. If war truly breaks out, a few hundred won't sway the outcome. What do you all think? Hearing this, the others pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, even setting aside the need to preserve strength and the fire seed, those mortals would require protection as they explored the cosmos. Everyone, let's call it a day for now. I really can't keep going. If you need to discuss things further, do so. Just let me know once I've recovered. Hearing Gu Yuan's polite dismissal, the others all chuckled. Indeed, Gu Yuan's body was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Having just been forcibly awakened by Xian Kuei, there was no time to waste. Friend Gu, take your time. We won't move locations. We'll stay here and figure things out. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well. White Fox, please look after them. As he spoke, a swirling mass of black mist materialized beside him. The fog enveloped Gu Yuan and vanished entirely. When he reappeared, Gu Yuan was already within the black mist space. At this moment, Gu Yuan truly could not hold on any longer. The recent battle had not only left his physical body on the brink of shattering, but even the black mist space itself showed faint signs of collapse. Within the black mist space, the 50,000 Yin soldiers had vanished without a trace. Of the 10 Yin generals, all except number 2 who was protecting his mother had been sacrificed by Gu Yuan. Calling it sacrifice was somewhat inaccurate. More precisely, Gu Yuan had forcibly extracted their power to feed the blood prison and blood sea, causing them all to disintegrate. Within the black mist space, only the Yin soldiers from Sakura Island remained. Though these troops had been recovering and training within the black mist space, they themselves provided significant power to the space. This was something Gu Yuan hadn't anticipated. Previously, the black mist space had been extremely stable, and he hadn't noticed this aspect. Now, it brought him some unexpected delight. That said, attempting to enhance the black mist space by increasing the number of shadow soldiers was rather impractical. After all, the number of mortals was finite. Even if Gu Yuan converted every single person on Blue Star into shadow soldiers, the enhancement to the black mist space would be minimal. It was primarily a gradual, subtle process. Moreover, this black mist space functioned more like a vessel for Gu Yuan than a direct source of power for him personally. Buried within the black soil of the black mist space, Gu Yuan could sense his condition markedly improving. The injuries on his body were gradually healing. At this rate, he would be fully recovered in about a month. Not only that, but the shadow soldiers and generals that had turned to ashes were now coalescing anew within the black soil. Though the process was slow, it was considerably faster than Gu Yuan's own recovery. This realization made Gu Yuan feel a sense of urgency. His injuries would take at least a month to heal completely, but the invasion of the eternal night world wouldn't wait for him. The breach of the Great Wall Seal could happen today or tomorrow, yet lying within the black mist space, he was utterly blind to it all. As this thought struck him, a sudden flash of insight lit Gu Yuan's eyes. At the Liu family villa, after Yuan Hao and the others briefly discussed and reached a consensus, they turned their attention to the White Fox and Lin Shen. Since you two young ladies have devised a plan, we shall not trouble you further. The plan we've finalized must be relayed to fellow Taoist Gu Yuan by the two of you. Hearing this, Lin Shen and the White Fox exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of helplessness. Senior, we. Lin Xian clicked her tongue and gave a wry smile. Though she and White Fox had been staying at the Liu family villa, they had no way to contact Gu Yuan. Especially by who, though everyone assumed she was Gu Yuan's steward, she was merely a lodger. Only these past few days, with more news circulating, had she relayed messages. Normally, she roamed freely until she returned. The truth was, Gu Yuan's shadow soldiers and generals were in perfect sync with his will. He didn't need a butler at all. Honored elders, we truly have no idea where our master is now, nor any way to contact him. Perhaps we should wait until our master appears before relaying the message? No need. Before the White Fox could finish speaking, the gates of the Liu family villa burst open. A Yin soldier at the celestial phenomenon realm strode in, bone spear in hand, eyes glowing crimson. Chapter 64, The Great Upheaval on Blue Star. Upon seeing the Yin soldier with glowing red eyes, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects all burst into laughter. They had forgotten that Gu Yuan possessed this particular skill. Before the battle commenced, Gu Yuan had demonstrated his ability to remotely command Yin soldiers, and at that time, his own eyes had glowed crimson. The specter before them now shared the same crimson glow, clearly a continuation of that same power. Gentlemen, though my physical form cannot move, conversing with you poses no difficulty. Upon seeing the specter, Xian Kuei immediately raised an eyebrow. Well now, fellow Taoist Gu, that's quite a trick you've got there. If you can control your own vassals, might you teach me too? Nonsense. Gu Yuan shook his head at the suggestion. This is innate to me. Besides, it's not the same as your zombie minion anyway. Enough of this, Zhu Kei interjected from the side. Friend Gu, how are you holding up? Gu Yuan shook his head again. Honestly, not great. Even moving a finger is difficult now. Communicating with you in this manner is already pushing my limits. By my estimates, full recovery will take at least a month. Even simple movement will require at least a week. No problem. As Gu Yuan finished speaking, the heads of the 6 great sects revealed a hint of amusement. Seeing this, Gu Yuan asked with a hint of confusion, what does this mean? Has something new happened? I was only in seclusion for half an hour. Did I miss something? Listening, Xian Yuan Mo nodded and said, according to my Dao body's perception at the Great Wall, the seal beneath it seems to have suddenly strengthened. Though I cannot say if it's connected to Kanglin's death, that no longer matters. What matters is that this seal is strong enough to hold for a month or so. Hearing this, Gu Yuan finally exhaled a long breath of relief. Not just for himself, but more importantly, this month-long window would give the Great Xia faction ample time to prepare for the art plan. After all, the lottery for selecting participants and the boarding process both required time. In that case, there's nothing to fear. Everyone, let's stay in touch. Agreed. After seeing everyone off, Gu Yuan turned his gaze toward the White Fox and Lin Xian. White Fox, for the time being, you'll stay at the Liu family villa and look after my mother. Brew her some tea each day, and you can partake of that tea as well, consider it part of your cultivation. At these words, the White Fox's eyes instantly cleared. The tea leaves from that immortal grade tea were incredibly precious and Gu Yuan was actually letting her consume them. Previously, when brewing tea for the old lady, the White Fox had carefully preserved every leaf, intending to give them to Gu Yuan. Master, those leaves are so precious. It doesn't matter, Gu Yuan shook his head. With only a few of us left in the family, what good are those leaves for future generations? The eternal night world is about to invade. Anything that can be useful now shouldn't be hoarded as a family heirloom. Hearing this, the White Fox nodded in agreement, her voice tinged with gratitude. Thank you, Master. Lin Xian. After instructing the White Fox, Gu Yuan turned to Lin Xian. You won't need to stream for a while. Within the secret realms of the 6 great sects, there should be minor realms for cultivating strength. Go inquire and see if you can make some progress within this month. You possess 4 spirit coffins, a remarkable feat even in the cultivation world. Don't waste this potential. Your current strength is too weak. When the eternal night truly descends, you must at least ensure you have the power to escape. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Gu Yuan continued, as for those 2 cameramen, you can tell them that since they've joined me, even if the eternal night falls, I'll do my utmost to protect them. Alright, my soul power needs to recover now. I'll log off. If any issues arise, contact the Yin soldier. With that, the shadow soldier's eyes gradually dimmed, returning to their usual fierce expression as he resumed his post at the entrance. Within the black mist space, Gu Yuan was quite satisfied with his arrangements. Had he not left 2 Yin soldiers to guard the entrance, he would likely have missed much during his absence. But now that he had ample time, Gu Yuan could focus solely on recuperation. With that thought, Gu Yuan sank his consciousness into slumber, entering a state of complete recovery. Compared to the Great Xia Empire, the nations beyond its borders were already gripped by panic during this period. News of that climactic battle where Gu Yuan had slain the Eternal Night Familiar had spread across the entire world. The Brahma sect of India, the Alliance of Gods from the United States, and various other factions had mobilized nearly their entire forces only to suffer total annihilation. Not only that, but after that great battle, Great Xia's strength had suffered less than half the damage. Of course, regarding those nations that withdrew, though they did not aid the Great Xia faction, the 6 great sects still showed no ill will toward them. After all, these nations had withdrawn for one reason alone: this battle involved the Eternal Night realm. Both sides claimed the other was a creature of the Eternal Night. Though they withdrew, they refused to intervene, fearing they might become the scapegoats for taking sides. Naturally, the Great Xia Council harbored no such thoughts. Its entire focus was now fixed upon the Great Wall Seal. Under Xian Yuan Mo's command, the Great Xia Empire had long entered level 1 combat readiness. All residents within a 100-mile radius of the Great Wall had been evacuated. Countless modern weapons were already trained upon the Great Wall, poised to respond to any disruption of the seal. Simultaneously, Xian Yuan Mo issued a global proclamation in the name of the Great Xia Council. The Great Wall Seal was on the verge of collapse, and the invasion from the world of eternal night was imminent. Upon hearing this news, every single nation on Earth responded positively, declaring their intent to stand alongside Great Xia in defense. After all, following that battle, even ordinary people understood the terrifying nature of the eternal night creatures. If a single smuggled familiar could trigger global anomalies, what would happen if the creatures of the eternal night launched a full-scale invasion? Yet, after a full month, the Great Wall Seal remained calm, showing no further signs of disturbance. Within a hazy, gray void, a palm suddenly emerged from the black soil. Within the black mist space, Gu Yuan struggled to crawl out from the dark earth. After a full month, Gu Yuan's injuries had completely healed. Not only that, but the cultivation resources he had absorbed during that great battle had also taken effect. Back then, in his eagerness to boost his strength, he had absorbed them all at once, greatly diminishing their effectiveness and wasting an untold amount. Unexpectedly, however, a substantial amount of medicinal power remained within his body after the battle. During his recuperation, Gu Yuan seized the opportunity to fully absorb the remaining medicinal power. His black mist and blood mist portals surged forward, breaking through to the 100 million threshold. Yet after reaching the 100 million gate threshold, no matter how hard Gu Yuan pushed, the black mist and blood mist gates remained as still as a dead sea, offering no further breakthrough. It now became clear that Gu Yuan's initial assessment had been correct. This 100 million gate threshold was indeed his first bottleneck. Unable to advance further, Gu Yuan emerged from seclusion. After lying in seclusion for a month, his movements felt stiff and awkward, like a robot. Indeed, life lies in movement, though I wonder if I can even be called alive anymore. With that musing, Gu Yuan spread his divine sense throughout the entire black mist space. The black mist space now seemed significantly more powerful, a result of Gu Yuan's own increased strength. 100 million gateways were nearly equivalent to the threshold of transcendence. The 50,000 soldiers and generals had long since fully recovered, their power even slightly enhanced. The 10 generals now possessed power approaching that of a half-step mortal immortal. Though they certainly wouldn't stand a chance against true half-step mortal immortals like Zhu Ke or Xin Kuei in actual combat, they were more than sufficient for the task at hand. Not only that, but the 300 million ghost soldiers of Sakura Island had also risen to the Xiantian realm. To reach the innate realm in just 1 month was an astonishingly rapid pace, nothing short of lightspeed. According to Gu Yuan's calculations, within another month or two, they could even reach the Amaterasu realm or beyond. Crucially, these shadow soldiers were regenerative. Even if they fell in battle, they would resurrect within the Black Mist realm. From this perspective, they represented a significant force against the Eternal Night World. Calculating the timeline, the invasion of the Eternal Night World likely wasn't far off, though no news had been received yet. With that thought, Gu Yuan exited the Black Mist space. Emerging from the Black Mist space, Gu Yuan had already reverted to his pre-rebirth appearance, and even the malevolence emanating from him had significantly diminished. Under his spiritual perception, he saw the White Fox and Huang Guiying engaged in conversation. Gu Yuan headed straight over. Opening the door, he found Huang Guiying vividly recounting an old rural ghost story passed down by the elders. Gu Yuan had heard it many times as a child, and now the White Fox listened with rapt attention. Upon seeing Gu Yuan enter, the White Fox's expression flickered with confusion. Who are you? How did you get in? The White Fox asked in confusion. Normally, visitors would announce themselves beforehand. Even if she hadn't heard a knock, the Een soldiers should have escorted them in. Moreover, though the figure before her seemed vaguely familiar, Bai Hu was, after all, a shape-shifting demonic being on par with the realm. Her memory was certainly not failing her. She definitely did not recognize this person. Huang Guiying, however, upon seeing Gu Yuan, was instantly overcome with emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. When Gu Yuan's body had been brought back to the village, though professionally prepared, his features were utterly unrecognizable. By the time his soul returned, he had long since transformed into a ghostly form. Seeing this face, the very one that had crawled out of Huang Guiying's womb now before her eyes, her heart gave a violent jolt. My child. You've returned? Seeing Huang Guiying's reaction, Gu Yuan stepped forward and grasped her hand. Mom, I'm back. Haven't I been back for ages? Mom, did you think I looked ugly before? How old are you, and you're still so superficial? Hearing this, Huang Guiying wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled. You little rascal, don't mock your mother. Son, Xiao Linger has told me everything about those messy affairs. Whatever you want to do, I won't stand in your way. I support you. Hearing this, Gu Yuan looked at the White Fox and nodded in approval. Huang Guiying was his biological mother. He understood her well. He hadn't told her everything before precisely because he feared she'd think he'd barely escaped death and wouldn't want him to take any more risks. It seemed the White Fox had been putting in a lot of work lately. Overhearing their exchange, the White Fox had long since grasped the situation. You're the master? Who else? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is the difference really that obvious? No. The White Fox shook its head. Actually, I could still recognize you, master. Have you emerged from seclusion? Hearing this, Gu Yuan sighed softly. Hey, White Fox, you're talking weird today. Of course I've emerged from seclusion. How else would I be standing here? You haven't been dazzled by my good looks, have you? Ah, right. The White Fox nodded in agreement, tilting its head to the side. Seeing this, Gu Yuan shot the White Fox a disapproving look before asking. Where's Lin Xian? Master, Lin Xian went to the Kunlun secret realm and hasn't returned yet. Should I call her back? No need. Hearing this, Gu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I'll make a trip to the Kunlun secret realm myself. You all continue. As he spoke, Gu Yuan casually waved his hand, and a Dao gate slowly opened. Having attained the red dust immortal realm, opening a Dao gate was no difficult feat, especially since Gu Yuan had already visited the Kunlun secret realm before. Within the Kunlun secret realm, Yuan Hao sat with eyes closed, cultivating his spirit. Sensing Gu Yuan's approach, he immediately appeared. Taoist Gu, you've emerged from seclusion? Your strength, peak mortal immortal realm, half a step into the transcendence realm. I never imagined your cultivation would advance so rapidly. Gu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, no need for formalities, brother Yuan Hao. How has the Great Wall Seal been progressing this past month? Hearing this, Yuan Hao shook his head slightly. This, how should I describe it? Over the past month, the seal beneath the Great Wall has fallen into silence. Fallen silent? Gu Yuan listened, his expression turning puzzled. That's quite an obscure choice of words, brother Yuan Hao. Are you saying there hasn't been a single disturbance at the Great Wall Seal lately? That doesn't make sense. Even if the seal has been reinforced, the fluctuations from the eternal night creatures attacking it should still be detectable. Could our previous assessment have been wrong? Chapter 65, The Ark Project. That's impossible. Yuan Hao immediately dismissed Gu Yuan's suggestion. Our previous assessment was absolutely correct. There are 2 layers of seals between the blue star plane and the eternal night world. The outer seal has been breached, that much is certain. Not only have we all sensed it, but the sect possesses jade tablets linked to the seal. Their damage confirms the breach. Moreover, during our final battle with that woman, the reinforcement of the seal and the shockwaves emanating from that side both prove the fact that eternal night creatures are indeed attacking the seal. Hearing this, Gu Yuan grew even more perplexed and turned to look at Yuan Hao. Then why has the area around the seal fallen silent? Could it be that the creatures of the eternal night have abandoned their assault? Yuan Hao shook his head again. The only explanation now is that the sages who entered earlier are temporarily holding back the eternal night world's assault on the other side of the seal. You mean the eternal night creatures were driven back? No. Since the eternal night creatures managed to breach the first layer of the seal, it indicates this assault was exceptionally fierce. It's nearly impossible to drive them back. It must be the sages of Blue Star who are confronting the eternal night creatures, leaving them no energy to break the seal. Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded slightly and fell into deep thought. After a long moment, a smile spread across Gu Yuan's face. Brother Yuan Hao, since the sages of Blue Star are confronting the eternal night beyond the seal, why don't we proactively break the seal? We could join forces with the sages guarding it and fight the eternal night together. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao pondered briefly before shaking his head. Fellow Daoist Gu, to be frank, we have studied this matter as well. But since we did not inform you, you should already know the outcome of our research. The overall strength of Blue Star is simply too weak. Back when the first emperor marched against the eternal night, the cultivators he brought were all at least at the celestial phenomenon realm. Yet now, Blue Star's power, those above the celestial phenomenon realm, could be counted on one hand. With such strength, crossing the seal into the eternal night world would only hinder our cause. Listening to this, Gu Yuan chuckled lightly. That's because you didn't include me in your research. I currently command 300 million innate soldiers. No matter how powerful the creatures of the eternal night world are, not every single one of them can be above the innate realm. If these 300 million innate shadow soldiers can't make a dent, we might as well stop fighting and flee right now. At these words, a gleam instantly flashed in Yuan Hao's eyes. 300 million innate cultivators. Not even the entire Blue Star could muster 300 million innate cultivators. Gathering even 1 or 2 million innate level practitioners would be exceedingly difficult. Yet the next moment, Yuan Hao sighed deeply. It's unfortunate. We currently lack the means to actively break the seal and reinforce the eternal night world. Fellow Daoist Gu, it would be best to keep these 300 million shadow soldiers here on Blue Star for defense. Gu Yuan could only nod in agreement. Judging by this, the seal on Blue Star should hold for some time yet. With that thought, Gu Yuan spoke up. Even if the seal holds for now, we must proceed with our original preparations. Quite right. Yuan Hao agreed. The 6 airships are now fully prepared. The 6 great sects have even made some minor upgrades. Normally, passenger screening would begin tomorrow, with everyone boarding within 3 days. However, since we now have a bit more time, fellow Daoist Gu, with your 300 million soldiers, we can prepare more thoroughly. We can refine the method for selecting the mortals to board. Then, when the eternal night world invades and we can no longer resist, we'll send them away. On the bright side, it's not impossible that the Blue Star sages over in the eternal night world could repel this wave of attacks in the future. Quite right. Gu Yuan smiled at these words. If the seal could hold out a little longer, his soldiers might even undergo another evolution. A week later, the Great Xia Council officially announced the Ark Project. As news of the plan had been circulating for some time, the people of Great Xia had been eagerly awaiting the lottery draw. However, when the actual lottery method was unveiled, it brought joy to some and sorrow to others. First, the arcs of the 6 great sects could only accommodate a total of 600 million people. This meant that with a population of nearly 1.3 billion, less than half of Great Xia's citizens could board the Ark. And even from these 600 million spots, the Great Xia still allocated 10 million to other nations on Blue Star. For these 10 million, the Great Xia stipulated that scientists must be prioritized. Beyond that, the Great Xia had done its utmost and saw no need to impose further restrictions. The Great Xia's approach remained grounded in the principles of fairness, justice, and transparency. Within these 600 million spots, aside from the 10 million allocated to other nations, there are also 1 million reserved for special talents. Among these 1 million special talents, only 10,000 were prodigious cultivators from the 6 great sects, the Demon Clan, the Corpse Clan, the Ghost Clan, and the Spirit Beast Clan. The rest were all researchers from various scientific fields. The remaining spots would be determined by a live lottery draw. The lottery process, overseen by representatives from the 6 great sects, the Demon Clan, and other external factions, as well as the Great Xia Council, is entirely random. Each spot is tied to a specific individual and cannot be transferred in any way. Furthermore, upon entering the Ark, all resources and currency become null and void. Each individual may carry only one suitcase, with all other supplies to be uniformly distributed by Ark administrators. When this news broke, most wealthy individuals, heads of commercial empires, and government officials under the Great Xia Council were thrown into complete panic. In the past, their wealth and power granted them access to the finest resources and lifestyles. But now, no matter how much money or power you possess, it all becomes meaningless. Across the land of Great Xia, this day brought excitement to those who drew the lottery ticket and despair to those who did not. In a residential complex in M City, Zhao Tong stared at the lottery results on his phone, his heart sinking. He had successfully drawn a spot, and his wife had also been fortunate enough to be selected. But what devastated him was that none of his 3 sons had been selected. The eldest was only 8 years old, and the youngest had just turned 1. Without their parents, they would have no way to survive. Beside him, Li Huanhuan felt as if the sky had fallen upon seeing the results. "Honey, how will the kids survive without us?" Zhao Tongxi pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "If it comes to that, I won't go. You take the eldest in. I'll stay and take care of the second and third." "That's impossible. The spot can't be transferred. For our son's sake, we have to try. Hey, honey, why don't we go ask Xiao Chuan? He might have a solution." At the mention of Xiao Chuan, Zhao Tong perked up instantly. The Xiao Chuan Li Huanhuan mentioned was Zhao Tong's younger brother, Zhao Chuan. The two brothers had an exceptionally close bond. Having lost both parents at a young age, Zhao Chuan was raised by Zhao Tong. After Zhao Tong achieved some success, he even spent 300,000 yuan to secure his brother a position at the television station. The job didn't pay much, but it was stable. Most importantly, just 2 months ago, Zhao Chuan had caught the eye of Gu Yuan, who took him under his wing as a dedicated cameraman. This was someone under the godlike figure Gu Yuan. If others couldn't help him, who could? With that thought, Zhao Tong immediately stood up and said, "All right, Huan, keep an eye on the kids. I'm going to find Xiaoxuan. He's bound to have a solution. That god-tier figure, Gu Yuan, will definitely help us." Such situations weren't confined to the Zhao household, they were occurring across the entire Great Xia. The problem was, most people didn't even know where to turn for help. Panic spread like wildfire. Online forums were flooded with discussions about the lottery system. Many vented their frustration, cursing the random selection process, while others offered to sell their spots. Yet regarding the demand to transfer spots, the Great Xia Parliament opted for a blanket ban. Allowing transfers would likely erase any notion of voluntary participation. Yet as time passed, such voices gradually grew quieter. That day, Gu Yuan sat upon his throne, studying the black soil from the Black Mist realm, when the white fox gently roused him. Seeing the white fox before him, Gu Yuan inquired, "What is it? News from the 6 great sects?" "No, it's Sister Lin Xian who has returned." "Oh? That girl's back? I suppose she's made progress in her cultivation." Upon entering the reception hall and seeing Lin Xian, Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly, expressing his satisfaction. At this moment, Lin Xian's strength had already reached the threshold of the post-human realm. It must be noted that Gu Yuan never offered any substantial assistance to Lin Xian's cultivation at most, he merely freeloaded on some immortal path tea for a few days. To reach the half-step post-human realm within a month, such talent was truly remarkable. Even among the sacred sons of various sects, such progress was rare. "Not bad at all. You're progressing quickly." Hearing this, Lin Xian chuckled, "Of course. The Grandmaster of Kunlun sect knew I was your disciple and poured tons of resources into me. Even a pig would take flight with that kind of support. Good for him, shows he knows how to play the game." "When did you return?" "He returned last night. Since you were in seclusion, we didn't dare disturb you." "No need," Gu Yuan waved dismissively. "It wasn't that kind of deep seclusion. You can come find me anytime, no need to be formal." With that, Gu Yuan waved them off. "Get back to work. Just letting you know is enough. Contact me anytime if you need anything." Just as he turned to return to the inner chamber, Lin Xian spoke up again from behind him. "Teacher, there's something I'd like to report to you." "Report?" Hearing Lin Xian use the word report, Gu Yuan's interest was immediately piqued. Could it be that Lin Xian had discovered something extraordinary in the Kunlun secret realm? Tell me. Hearing this, Lin Xian began. Teacher, it's like this. Zhao Chuan told me. Hold on. Before Lin Xian could finish, Gu Yuan interrupted, who is Zhao Chuan? Faced with Gu Yuan's question, both Lin Xian and the White Fox shared an awkward smile. Master, Zhao Chuan is the photographer who works with Sister Lin Xian. Oh? What did he say? Teacher, Zhao Chuan told me his older brother had some issues with the lottery draw at home. Both his brother and sister-in-law drew lots, but their 3 children under 10 didn't. I imagine this kind of situation isn't uncommon in Great Xia. Hearing this, Gu Yuan frowned. When he first heard about the lottery issue, he assumed Zhao Chuan was asking him to pull strings. But after listening, he realized it was actually a reasonable request. To be honest, Gu Yuan wasn't particularly opposed to arranging people into the Arkansas. After all, in the entire Great Xia, only 2 or 3 people could arrange for commoners to enter the Ark, essentially, the 3 decision-makers of Great Xia. Even if they could arrange for a few people, that was the limit. Gu Yuan could at most arrange for those 2 cameramen to enter, but the issue Lin Xian raised wasn't merely about making arrangements, it was a matter of great importance. After some thought, Gu Yuan nodded. This information comes at a crucial time. Has the Great Xia Council not issued a statement regarding such matters? No, the White Fox interjected. At a time like this, when the survival of civilization is at stake, there's no room for considerations of family ties or morality. Besides, cultivators never cared about mortals to begin with, they certainly wouldn't make any statement. I believe the leaders of Great Xia are still awaiting your stance, Master. After all, you were the intermediary who facilitated this entire Ark project. That makes sense. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. The Ark's capacity was limited, and ultimately, it belonged to the 6 great sects. The Great Xia Council was merely an executor, lacking decision-making authority. Even if Xian Yuan Mo sought to secure benefits for mortals, his lone voice would carry little weight. With that in mind, Gu Yuan spoke up. Fine. If no one else will manage it, I will. White Fox, convey this situation to both the Great Xia Council and the 6 major sects. No need to state our position, they'll know what to do. In the days that followed, Gu Yuan devoted himself to cultivating the Yin army and spending time with Huang Guiying chatting and exploring scenic spots. He had tried numerous methods to break through his power bottleneck, but none worked. While a radical approach like Kanglin's destroying to rebuild might be effective, Gu Yuan lacked the conditions for such a drastic step. Moreover, the Eternal Night realm could erupt into chaos at any moment, and crucially, that method lacked scientific grounding. Thus, he abandoned the idea. However, Gu Yuan inadvertently discovered that when he was within the black mist space, the shadow soldiers cultivated in its black soil grew significantly faster. Though the increase was modest, it was still useful. Shortly thereafter, the Great Xia Council issued a statement: citizens selected for the lottery could bring their biological children under 16 years of age who had not been chosen to board the airship. This announcement immediately garnered widespread approval. However, this decision added hundreds of thousands more to the Ark's passenger capacity. For the next 2 full months, the Great Xia remained in a state of calm. 2 months were enough to let people forget many things. But just as everyone believed the Eternal Night invasion was finally receding, another earthquake struck the Great Wall. And this tremor surpassed all previous ones in intensity. Chapter 66, The Eternal Night Descends, Spiritual Energy Awakens. Amidst the calm of Great Xia, the violent tremors along the Great Wall shattered everyone's hearts completely. The heads of the 6 great sects, along with Gu Yuan and others, emerged from seclusion to inspect the seals. Ultimately, they confirmed that these fluctuations were caused by an attack on the seal itself. Once it reached this magnitude, it proved that the other side of the seal had fallen. Within 3 to 5 days at most, the seal would be breached. In an instant, the entire Great Xia Empire plunged back into its previous state of tension. The 6 great sects, major races, and the Great Xia military stood ready for battle, surrounding the Great Wall region in layer upon layer of defenses. The Great Xia Council even deployed their hidden ultimate weapon, the Star Destroyer cannons. There were 28 of these Star Destroyer cannons, the pinnacle of human technology. While they couldn't shatter entire planets, the destructive force of a single shot rivaled the full power strike of a half-step Earth immortal. Combined with various thermal weapons, they were more than sufficient to handle the first wave of invasion. Over the following days, the frequency and intensity of fluctuations emanating from the Great Wall grew ever stronger, while the seal holding back the darkness grew ever weaker. The 6 great airships had long since docked at Great Xia, awaiting the descent of Eternal Night to begin boarding. The 6 great sects believed the sooner they departed, the better. Yet the people of Great Xia remained steadfast, none would abandon their homeland until the very last moment. Unlike the Great Xia, however, the nations beyond its borders were gripped by panic, some already descending into chaos. After all, they knew that while the creatures of the Eternal Night would descend upon Great Xia first, how long could Great Xia hold out? Eventually, it would come for the entire world. Especially regarding the Ark plan, nations voiced discontent, demanding Daxia take more survivors. Led by Australia, dozens of nations united to confront the Great Xia Parliament, demanding that Great Xia relinquish 2/3 of its quota to the world. They threatened war and mutual destruction if their demands were not met. Faced with this ultimatum, the Great Xia Parliament offered no verbal response. Instead, Xian Yuan Mo acted with ruthless authority, striking down the Australian continent with a single palm strike. Only then did the people of Blue Star realize China possessed immortals. True immortals and not just one. The fluctuations from the Great Wall seal grew increasingly frequent. With each tremor, the Great Wall itself gradually crumbled. By the fourth day, these fluctuations had intensified to over 30 occurrences in a single day. Everyone knew this time, the Eternal Night world would likely invade Blue Star for real. Yet on the fifth day, those fluctuations abruptly ceased once more. For an entire day, not a single fluctuation was detected. On the morning of the sixth day, Gu Yuan sat upon his throne, eyes closed as always, gathering his energy. At his level of cultivation, he no longer needed to remain stationed at the Great Wall. Should any anomaly arise anywhere on Blue Star, he could arrive in an instant. The next instant, Gu Yuan's lightly narrowed eyes snapped open. The very next moment, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the front lines of the Great Wall. Accompanying him were the heads of the six great sects, the demonic Shu Ke, the corpse king Xian Kuei, and the Grand Xia's foremost figure, Xian Yuan Mo. Over the past 3 months, with Yuan Hao's assistance, both Zhu Ke and Xian Kuei had successfully ascended to the rank of mortal immortal. Though Xian Kuei had been far behind, with the aid of Gu Yuan's black soil, he too had reached this realm. They've arrived, everyone. Yuan Hao stepped forward, his voice cold as ice. Let the battle commence. As the words fell, all 10 mortal immortals present instantly manifested their divine forms. The human race's thermal weapons were all primed and ready, while the hundreds of thousands of cultivators behind them all assumed combat stances. In the next instant, the Great Wall seal began to rapidly collapse. Terrifying energy rapidly coalesced upon the seal. Within mere seconds, it erupted with a thunderous explosion. Seeing this, Gu Yuan immediately intervened, suppressing the energy. Then, a spatial fissure tens of thousands of meters long ripped open with a thunderous roar. From the fissure, overwhelming energy poured forth, and an unknown force instantly descended upon the entire Blue Star. This energy carried the aura of the Tao. Upon its emergence, the multicolored ribbon that had once appeared in the skies above Blue Star stretched across the heavens once more. Countless chains of the Tao plummeted from the rainbow beam, striking the fissure. The resulting shockwaves caused the entire Blue Star to tremble 3 times. Yet the instant the heavenly chains touched the fissure, the unnamed force within instantly coiled around them. In mere moments, the heavenly Tao chains shattered with a thunderous crash. The next instant, the entire Blue Star visibly plunged into utter darkness. Cries of despair echoed from people across the globe. With the invasion of the Eternal Night world, the Eternal Night that symbolized that world had finally descended. From that day forward, it seemed the entire Blue Star would be shrouded in perpetual gloom. Yet after the Eternal Night descended, the fissure itself remained utterly still. Contrary to everyone's expectations, no wave of Eternal Night creatures poured through. Not a single one could be seen. Within about 5 minutes, a force so immense it defied comprehension erupted from the fissure. Before anyone could react, that force had already spread across the entire Blue Star. The next instant, torrential rain began pouring down everywhere across the entire Blue Star, in every place in every corner. Where the rain fell, plants and flowers on the ground grew at a visible, frenzied pace. Yet the moment the raindrops touched the ground, they instantly evaporated. Witnessing this scene, everyone present except Gu Yuan wore expressions of utter shock. Seeing this, Gu Yuan also wore a look of confusion. Everyone, what is happening? It's a spirit energy rain. A spirit energy rain. Yuan Hao exclaimed with delight, it's a spirit chi rain. Completely condensed from spirit chi. Could it be, the spiritual energy has revived? The spiritual energy has revived. The group guarded the spatial passage for another day and night, but the spatial fissure remained utterly silent. Gu Yuan and the others decided to retreat for the time being. At the Liu family villa, numerous mortal immortals gathered, yet remained utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Though the seal had been broken and the Eternal Night had descended, for some reason, the creatures of the Eternal Night had not appeared. Numerous theories were proposed, only to be dismissed one by one. The only certainty was this: the energy emanating from the other side of the spatial passage was spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was now beginning to revive on Blue Star. Within 3 days at most, it would stabilize completely. Not only that, but many mortals touched by the spiritual energy rain had spontaneously broken through their spiritual coffins, entering the chi cultivation stage. As this news spread, hidden groups across the globe poured out of their homes to receive the baptism of the spiritual energy rain. Some cultivators on the verge of breakthrough even achieved it instantly, right where they stood. Chapter 67, The Celestial Emperor. The Eternal Night world is a constantly expanding, nearly infinite plane. Unlike most planes governed by established rules, the Eternal Night plane had existed for countless eras and epochs since its birth, trillions of years shrouded entirely in darkness. Within that darkness, not a single glimmer of light existed. Without light, there was no need for darkness. Countless eras passed, and innumerable powerful, ancient beings lurked in every corner of the eternal night world. Its creatures possessed neither consciousness nor the means to communicate. Until one day, that chaotic, eternal night welcomed its first ray of light. Though faint, this single ray of light awakened the entire eternal night realm. From that moment onward, though the eternal night possessed no sun, it gradually gave rise to various forms of light. Civilization and consciousness finally took root within this realm. Only then did the creatures of the eternal night realize their power was sufficient to breach the barriers between planes. Thus began their conquests. Countless eras passed as they conquered innumerable planes. The eternal night world grew ever stronger and expanded, fueling its wars through conquest. Its native inhabitants grew increasingly formidable. Until one day, the very first light that had awakened the night's consciousness hidden away by countless night world powerhouses vanished. Within a vast battlefield of the eternal night world, hundreds of thousands of humans clashed against innumerable creatures of the eternal night. No one knew the true strength of either side, only that this battlefield stretched for hundreds of light years. At opposite ends of the battlefield, two minuscule figures stood in silent standoff, as if spanning hundreds of light years apart. Such beings, if they were to clash, would likely leave nothing but barren wasteland for thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of light years around them. Of course, the eternal night world was synonymous with barrenness and sterility. In this realm, the very concept of vegetation was non-existent. At the battlefield's edge, a towering man sat upon a throne, his face concealed beneath a 12-cornered crown. 9 illusory dragons swirled around him, radiating an immense, space-defying pressure even as he remained motionless. The slightest shift from him seemed capable of shattering this entire expanse. The battle raged on the battlefield for an unknown duration. The man upon the throne sat as if petrified, immovable and unchanging. Yet, at a certain moment, a terrifying fluctuation rippled through space tens of thousands of light years away from his location. Feeling the disturbance, the man instantly opened his eyes. This simple act alone caused the space within hundreds of thousands of kilometers to collapse with a thunderous roar. In the next instant, a heavily armored, robust figure dressed like a general materialized. "Your Majesty, the outer seal of Blue Star has been breached." Hearing this, the man nodded slowly. "I sensed it too. Meng Tian, take 100,000 true immortals and rush to reinforce the planar gateway." But, hearing this, the man called Meng Tian also wore a grave expression. "Your Majesty, such a small force will be but a drop in the bucket." Before he could finish, Meng Tian shook his head again. "This is a ploy to lure you away personally, forcing you to abandon the battlefield of the Void Heaven realm. It's an open strategy." Hearing this, the man gently closed his eyes. The next moment, he turned his head slightly, gazing into the distance. Beyond infinite spacetime, an ancient battlefield stretched tens of thousands of light years, shrouded in smoke and dust. Yet despite the appearance of ongoing conflict, no living soul remained upon the battlefield. It seemed as though the conflict had just ended, yet no one knew how long the strife upon this battlefield had truly lasted. At the very center of the battlefield, a colossal, tens of thousands of meters tall, skeletal figure crouched, clutching an ancient, golden longsword. Its flesh had rotted away almost entirely, yet an uncanny power emanated from the decaying remains, seemingly binding the time and space of the entire battlefield. The ancient, golden longsword itself appeared as if freshly forged. As the fluctuations of the blue star seal reached it, a faint, eerie glow ignited within the sunken eye sockets of the skeletal remains. Immediately after, the long-decayed figure began to stir with subtle movements. Slowly, bit by bit, it seemed to be readjusting to a shell that had rotted away countless ages. At that moment, the voice of the black-robed man seated upon the throne in the heavens resounded like a great bell. "Continue your recuperation. I shall handle matters on Blue Star." Yet the skeletal form seemed oblivious, rising slowly to its feet. Seeing this, the black-clad man's voice betrayed a hint of urgency. "If you force yourself to act today, your cultivation of 10,000 eons will be destroyed in an instant. Moreover, 17 sovereigns of the eternal night have yet to appear. You must carefully consider what is more important. Celestial Emperor. You have rested this long. At most, another 100,000 years, and you will be restored to your former glory." Hearing this, a burst of laughter erupted from the broken body. 10,000 years? Can the human race even last that long? As the words left his lips, the black-clad figure's voice gradually fell silent. In the next instant, the golden sword in the corpse's hand flickered. The battlefield stretching tens of thousands of light years, all the corpses, the flames of war, the earth itself vanished in an instant. At the planar gateway, countless eternal night races furiously assaulted the Great Wall Seal. The next instant, a spatial fissure thousands of meters wide tore open in the sky. A golden colossus, radiating dazzling golden light, crashed down. As the golden light dispersed, a youth appeared clad in white robes, holding a golden longsword, with the demeanor of a scholar. In the distance, a 1,000-foot-tall, humanoid eternal night overlord gazed upon the youth and paled in shock. "Celestial Emperor. You forcibly severed yourself from the river of time. Have you no desire to live anymore?" Facing the eternal night creature's bewilderment, the youth offered no words. Instead, he raised his sword lightly. Seeing this, the humanoid eternal night creature with 3 eyes on its forehead sneered coldly. All bluster. At your current strength, you can barely muster 30% of your power. Dragging us into the river of time? Impossible. You're correct. The young man revealed a faint smile as he spoke slowly, but it's more than enough to deal with you. As the words fell, time itself within the Eternal Night realm seemed to pause for an instant. In the next instant, the ruler of the Eternal Night clan was pinned to the ground by the golden sword. The white-robed man's garments were now drenched in blood. Celestial Emperor, you are not at your peak. Even if you kill me, you cannot stop the Eternal Night's invasion. 3 more rulers are already on their way. They'll arrive in an instant. Let's see how you'll resist them. Before the ruler could finish speaking, 3 ancient auras, each spanning countless light years, surged toward him from 3 directions. Seeing this, the white-robed youth sighed softly. With a single stroke of his sword, he severed the seal of the spatial passageway. Then, he planted the sword upright within the passage itself. In the next instant, 3 figures materialized silently. Yet the instant those 3 figures appeared, the white-robed youth had already transformed into a streak of white light. Wherever this white light touched, all existence was reduced to nothingness. Within that light surged a pure energy so potent it warped the void itself, flooding through the spatial passage into Blue Star. Upon the throne, the dark-clad figure sensed the disturbance, one that nearly shook the entire eternal night, and slowly rose from the throne. Since that is the case, I shall buy Blue Star some time. Chapter 68, Rest and Recuperation, the Era of All Citizens. Great Xia, Liu Family Villa. The 6 major sects, the foreign tribes, Shen Yuan Mo, and Gu Yuan, 10 mortal immortals in total, were gathered together. After deliberating for half a day, they had yet to reach any conclusions. 7 full days had passed since the Great Wall Seal collapsed and the eternal night descended. Within these 7 days, spiritual energy had revived, and the entire Blue Star underwent tremendous changes in this incredibly short span. Practitioners at the Qi cultivation stage had sprung up like bamboo shoots after rain across Blue Star, as if entering an era of universal cultivation. Even many who had no spiritual channels before managed to open them during this spiritual energy revival, stepping onto the path of immortality. Every cultivator had opened new spiritual chakras to varying degrees. Take Lin Xian, for instance. She originally possessed only 4 spiritual chakras, but now she had opened 2 more. Such a transformation was unprecedented in the entire history of Blue Star. Of course, this is undoubtedly a good thing, but what everyone can't determine right now is when the creatures of the Eternal Night will arrive. It's been 7 days already. Will the Eternal Night creatures ever show up? The undead King Xian Kuei slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Dragging this out like this isn't going to solve anything. Listening nearby, Zhu Kei rolled her eyes. It's a good thing they haven't come. What, are you hoping the Eternal Night creatures will hurry up and show up? Look, why are you saying that? Xian Kuei retorted, turning his gaze to Gu Yuan and demanding. Gu Yuan, say something. We've been analyzing this for ages, and you haven't uttered a single word. Hearing this, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes. After a long moment, he finally spoke. None of you can even explain why this is happening, so how could I possibly know? But I did take a look at that spatial passage yesterday. What? The words fell, and all eyes turned to Gu Yuan, surprise evident on their faces. You went to the Eternal Night world? What's it like over there? Actually, I didn't go there. Gu Yuan spread his hands. At the edge of that spatial fissure, there's an incredibly powerful energy seems to be emanating from something. I tried to approach it but failed. I suspect it must be one of the ancient sages from the Eternal Night realm who used some sort of artifact to seal off the spatial passage. I believe the people at the Great Wall can withdraw now. Just leave a few to rotate guard duty. Hearing this, the others voiced their concerns. But what if the creatures over there suddenly invade? Impossible. Gu Yuan waved away the suggestion. You can verify this yourselves. I merely attempted to approach that artifact. Before even entering its energy field, I was injured. If the creatures of Eternal Night could effortlessly break through it, our resistance would be futile. Hearing this, the others visibly relaxed. Gu Yuan's current power made him the strongest being on Blue Star, a half-step transcendent. His intuition was infallible. Then let's leave it at that. We'll observe for a few days and decide later. Over the next month, the seal remained utterly silent. Meanwhile, the human race of Blue Star, bolstered by the revival of spiritual energy, saw their strength grow remarkably fast. Many mortals had even reached the late Qi cultivation stage. As for the cultivators of the 6 great sects, their progress was nothing short of meteoric. A single day of cultivation now equaled 10, even 20 days of effort from before. What truly threw Gu Yuan off balance was his own mother, Huang Guiying, unexpectedly awakening 9 spiritual coffins. Of course, Gu Yuan had no intention of taking Huang Guiying on the path of cultivation. Besides, the old lady drank immortal whey tea daily, even rolling cigarettes with the tea leaves residue. Even doing nothing, her cultivation level shot up like a rocket. At this rate, she might surpass Gu Yuan one day. The White Fox's power had also skyrocketed within this month, reaching the peak of the shape-shifting realm. Lin Xian had even broken through the post-human realm, reaching its pinnacle. In contrast, Gu Yuan's own cultivation showed no growth whatsoever. Only the 300 millionine soldiers within the Black Mist realm had advanced to the late stage of the innate realm. At this rate, they would likely reach the heavenly illumination realm within another half-month. That day, Gu Yuan sat upon the bone throne. Sensing Lin Xian's aura, he slowly opened his eyes. "You're back." "I'm back, master." "Good. Having broken through to the late-stage innate realm, you now possess some means of self-defense." Facing Gu Yuan's praise, Lin Xian did not respond directly. Instead, she spoke. "Master, it's been 4 months since the spiritual energy revival. Cultivators in Great Xia are growing in number and strength. The 6 great sects seem unable to handle the situation anymore." "That's certainly true." Gu Yuan chuckled as he listened. Cultivation demanded resources, and no matter how wealthy the 6 great sects were, they couldn't possibly support the billions of people in Great Xia. Indeed, Blue Star possessed abundant cultivation resources. After the spiritual energy revival, numerous spirit stone veins had even emerged. But the problem was, once spiritual energy and spirit stones were secured, the resource cultivators needed most was actually various spiritual plants. Spirit stone veins could form overnight, but spirit plants couldn't. Even if spiritual plants could appear in large quantities, they lack the necessary age. Without sufficient age, the efficacy of spiritual plants is drastically reduced, they may even become useless. Most crucially, with so many cultivators, effective management would prove extremely difficult. It wouldn't be long before Great Xia descended into an era reminiscent of thousands of years ago, where villages vied for dominance against one another. "Master, have you considered establishing a sect?" Hearing Lin Xian's suggestion, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Establishing a sect? That's unrealistic. Rather than founding a new sect, it would be more practical to expand the 6 great sects directly." "No, master, over these past months, I've conducted extensive research while traveling." Lin Xian spoke while pulling out her notebook. The 6 great sects have their own territories and rules. With so many commoners, how could they possibly accommodate them all? Across Great Xia, numerous noble clans have already stepped forward, recruiting followers and building forces. While they obey the 6 great sects and the Great Xia Council, they also have their own rules. Isn't this the very prototype of a sect? Teacher, your standing in Great Xia surpasses anyone else's. You'd surely rally support instantly. Don't you have any thoughts on this? Hearing this, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes. To say he had plans he truly didn't. But to say he had no thoughts on the matter, Lin Xian's words held undeniable logic. Establishing a national-level sect could consolidate resources and accelerate the growth of the Great Xia people's strength. Yet upon pondering this, Gu Yuan shook his head. It won't work. Founding a sect isn't merely a matter of desire. We lack the resources. Even if I attracted disciples through my reputation alone, I couldn't afford to support them. Am I supposed to take a job just to feed the sect's disciples? Chapter 69, The Great Xia Heavenly Sect. To consolidate resources, we'd need resources to consolidate in the first place. Facing Gu Yuan's concerns, Lin Xian smiled. Master, we may lack resources, but the Great Xia Council has them. If we're going to do this, let's do it big, make the Great Xia Council work for us. No, that won't do. Gu Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. That would be like a change of dynasty, a shift in power. I haven't planned for that yet. Mid-sentence, Gu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wait a minute. Lin Xian, you're just a commoner, how dare you even think about overthrowing the dynasty? You little traitor. Spill the beans, did Xian Yuan Mo send you to infiltrate me? Hearing this, Lin Xian pursed her lips and replied, Teacher, I only agreed to speak on his behalf because I thought Chairman Xuan Yuan's reasoning made sense. You should talk to him yourself. With that, Lin Xian flushed and dashed out. Seeing this, Gu Yuan sighed in exasperation. That stubborn girl, though seemingly his age, her mindset resembled that of his former students. Nevertheless, Gu Yuan took Lin Xian's suggestion to heart. After all, the most crucial task now was to swiftly enhance the Great Xia Empire's strength. With that thought, Gu Yuan's form slowly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in the Great Xia Parliament. At that moment, Xian Yuan Mo and the other two were sipping tea. As Gu Yuan pushed open the door, he walked right in. Upon seeing him, Nangong Luotian and Lin Zhengtang both stood and gave a slight nod. Senior Gu. You two continue. We have matters to attend to. With that, the two turned and departed. Watching them depart, Gu Yuan turned his gaze to Xian Yuan Mo and remarked with a hint of exasperation. I must say, Chief Xian Yuan, you're quite something. There are 4 of us in our family, and you've managed to turn one of them against us, haven't you? Truly worthy of being the ruler of Great Xia, you've got some skills. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo responded with a playful smile, narrowing his eyes. Gu Dao Yu, you're mistaken. To be precise, I've swayed all 3 of them, I just haven't had time to subject you to a round robin yet. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's expression turned puzzled. Chief Xian Yuan, I might believe you swayed Lin Xian and the White Fox, but my own mother? How could she side with you? Of course. Xian Yuan Mo blared, rising to his feet. I told the old lady you'd become emperor. She was overjoyed. She agreed on the spot. You bloody. Gritting his teeth, Gu Yuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. In truth, several days prior, Xian Yuan Mo had already expressed his desire for Gu Yuan to take a position in the Great Xia Parliament. Even an honorary one would suffice. However, Gu Yuan had flatly refused. He had no desire to get involved in political affairs. Little did he expect Xian Yuan Mo would extend his reach into Gu Yuan's own household. Before Gu Yuan could erupt, Xian Yuan Mo interjected with a smile. Fellow Daoist Gu, this decision was reached after consultation with the patriarchs of the 6 great sects. The common folk of Great Xia truly need a sect to accommodate them. Consider this, even with the revival of spiritual energy, the quality of cultivators varies greatly. The 6 great sects simply cannot accept everyone. We're talking about over 1 billion people. Frankly, they lack the capacity. Therefore, establishing a national-level sect led by the assembly is an urgent necessity. Fellow Daoist Gu, the council has reached a consensus. You shall serve as the sect's leader. The Great Xia Council will function merely as one of the sect's branches or organizations, providing support. All matters, great and small, will be decided solely by you. Hold on. Hearing this, Gu Yuan instantly understood. Chief Xian Yuan, are you implying that the remnants left by the 6 great sects are being handed over to me? All this talk about me founding a sect, isn't it really just the Great Xia Council transforming into a sect? I'd just be a figurehead sect leader. I'm a lone wolf who doesn't need a family to feed. Taking this position would mean working for the Great Xia Council. After all this fuss, I'd end up looking like the good guy, right? You're a 1,000-year-old demon. After all your calculations are practically slapping me in the face. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo sighed softly and slowly sat down. Fellow Daoist Gu, you see the underlying reason so clearly it makes me seem rather calculating. I admit, I do have some ulterior motives. Yet the Great Xia of today truly needs a sect like this. The leader of this sect must possess both strength and prestige. While I meet the qualifications, if I were to become the sect master, the nature of this sect would change. Even if it could gain a foothold in the future, it would inevitably provoke resistance and even protests from the people of Great Xia in the early stages. We have no time to waste. With that, Xian Yuan Mo sighed again and continued, Fellow Daoist Gu, you are the most suitable person to lead this sect. I understand you've long harbored this aspiration, otherwise, I wouldn't have persuaded you so easily. As for the quality of disciples, once the sect is properly established, I believe that won't be an issue. Seeing Gu Yuan's hesitation, Xian Yuan Mo immediately leaned back into the chair behind him, adopting a carefree, almost roguish demeanor. Friend Gu, whether you see this as a crown being placed upon your head or moral coercion, the fact remains that the position is now yours. If you refuse to take charge, no one else in the entire Great Xia Empire possesses either the qualifications or the capability to lead. I've already told the old lady you'll be the emperor, and she'll be the empress dowager. So, are you in or not? Hearing this, Gu Yuan could only shake his head helplessly. All this talk of an emperor and empress dowager was just a joke. What truly moved Gu Yuan, however, were Xian Yuan Mo's words. Indeed, the Great Xia Council alone was insufficient to consolidate the nation's resources. While it might suffice for now, its influence would inevitably wane over time, ultimately becoming merely a faction under the Red Dust Immortal's authority. That very night, a piece of news spread across the internet. Gu Yuan was establishing a sect. The Great Xia Celestial Sect. This sect would accept disciples regardless of background or innate talent, embracing all without distinction. Any citizen of Great Xia could join. The moment this news broke, it ignited the entire internet. It must be understood that the greatest dilemma facing the people of Great Xia today was that their breakthroughs in cultivation realms couldn't keep pace with their cultivation speed. Many cultivate at astonishing speeds, yet the methods for breaking through realms remain elusive. While the 6 great sects have disseminated breakthrough methods across the Great Summer, their efficiency remains woefully low. The core techniques within these sects are simply never shared. Not only that, the announcement stated that anyone joining the Great Xia Celestial Sect could receive a basic cultivation manual without conditions. Though basic, these manuals contained methods to break through to the innate realm. Regarding the authenticity of this news, Gu Yuan provided a positive response the very next day. The moment this news broke, cultivators across the Great Xia Empire erupted in excitement. Though the Great Summer Sect hadn't yet recruited disciples, this matter was real. Chapter 70, Xian Yuan Mo's Vision, the Artificial Sun. With the opening of the spatial passage, the rule energies of the eternal night world permeated into Blue Star. Months passed, yet Blue Star remained shrouded in perpetual darkness. Even the sun, so close to Earth, vanished from sight. Without the sun's light, life on Blue Star underwent profound changes. Agriculture bore the brunt of this change. Vast fields of crops and plants gradually withered and died without sunlight. It must be noted that although this was an era of spiritual energy revival, not everyone could successfully awaken their spiritual essence and become cultivators. Even after 5 long months, the cultivation rate in Great Xia remained only 90%. Ordinary people and those at the chi cultivation stage still couldn't achieve spiritual fasting. Fortunately, the eternal night merely deprived the planet of light. The sun's heat still reached Blue Star, preventing it from plunging into an ice age. Regarding the exploration of the eternal night, the Great Xia Empire had nearly exhausted all avenues of research over these past months. The so-called eternal night was actually a state where, under the influence of the eternal night law, the intensity of light propagation was greatly reduced. It wasn't that there was no light at all. The observable effect is that all non-natural light sources across Blue Star have drastically dimmed. The most noticeable change is that even in complete darkness, the glow from mobile phone screens remains difficult to discern. As for household lights in Great Xia households, they have become dim and faint. However, dealing with this situation is quite simple. Simply increase the wattage of the lights. The only real trouble lies outside. Across the streets of Great Xia, plunged into perpetual night, no one ventured out even after all this time unless absolute safety was assured. It was simply too dark. Even the most powerful flashlights from before could barely illuminate a small area directly ahead. As for the storefronts and sign lights of various shops, they were practically useless, unable to pierce the darkness at all. At the former site of the Liu family villa, Gu Yuan stood atop a building, surveying the cluster of structures below. He nodded with satisfaction. Ever since he announced his intention to establish the Great Summer Sect, Gu Yuan had begun transforming the Liu family villa. After all, in Gu Yuan's vision, this villa was destined to become the sect's headquarters, a structure that demanded grandeur. He only needed to design the architectural style. His 300 million shadow soldiers were already combat-ready, all at the Amaterasu realm, perfect for construction work. However, after transforming the Liu family villa, Gu Yuan found himself dissatisfied once more. With the Great Summer Sect setting such lofty ambitions, how could its mountain gate be so modest? Thus, Gu Yuan launched a second phase of construction, expanding the entire sect more than tenfold. Halls of every kind, that hall were all meticulously built. Yet upon completion, Gu Yuan realized the sect had space, but no room for disciples to move about. Thus, back and forth, within a month, Gu Yuan had transformed the sect into a small city, occupying nearly half of H city. Standing atop the sect's main hall, Gu Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with his creation. Due to the eternal night rule, he had installed numerous high-wattage light strips on every structure, illuminating the entire sect. As he admired his creation, Xian Yuan Mo slowly materialized from the warp space behind him. "Brother Gu, you're living the life." Over the past month, Gu Yuan had frequently worked alongside Xian Yuan Mo on establishing the sect, and they had grown quite familiar with each other. Hearing this, Gu Yuan smiled faintly. "Naturally. Chief Xian Yuan, did you see that? This sect spanning dozens of kilometers, I built it all by myself. Isn't that something to be happy about?" "That's true." Xian Yuan Mo nodded, but then poured cold water on the enthusiasm. "It's a pity, Brother Gu. Not many will get to appreciate this view. You and I are beings of the mortal-immortal realm. Our vision far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. For those at the innate realm, this level of brightness would barely allow them to make out a dozen nearby structures, and that would be considered quite good. You're wasting your charm on the blind." Hearing this, Gu Yuan's eyes widened in exasperation. "I'm enjoying the view myself, mind your own business." With that, he shot Xian Yuan Mo a withering look before striding downstairs. Seeing this, Xian Yuan Mo quickly followed, smiling apologetically as he said, "Brother Gu, you completely missed my point. Truth is, I came here today to discuss something important with you." "Oh?" Hearing this, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Chairman Xian Yuan, weren't you the one who came seeking my advice last time?" Enough, Brother Gu. I truly have a matter to discuss with you. Ever since the eternal night descended, visibility in Great Xia has been practically zero. It's become incredibly inconvenient for people's daily lives. So I plan to recruit fire attribute cultivators to act as suns in the sky, emitting light. While it won't match the brightness of daytime, at least people can see their way. That's enough." "Ha?" Hearing this, Gu Yuan gaped, staring at Xian Yuan Mo like he was some kind of cute little thing. "Xian Yuan Chief, that idea of yours is downright terrible." "Of course it is." "Wait, what did you say? What do you mean terrible?" Listening, Gu Yuan sighed. "Xian Yuan, your idea is nice in theory, but fire attribute cultivators even at full power can only emit so much light. If they can illuminate a few thousand meters, that's already impressive. How many cultivators would that require? They'd be doing nothing but staying up day and night to light up the sky for you. That's worse than being in prison." "Great. The eternal night creatures haven't arrived yet, but you're already here." Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo rolled his eyes. "As if. Brother Gu, what are you saying? I can't possibly gather that many fire attribute cultivators." Back when the first emperor marched against eternal night, he left behind an array disk. It only requires 9 heavenly phenomenon realm fire attribute cultivators to activate it, and it can illuminate the entire Great Xia. But the problem now is 9 heavenly phenomenon realm fire attribute cultivators? They're hard to find. And as you said, we can't have them acting as the sun day and night. We absolutely must find twice as many. I do have some cultivators under my command, but how many are there? A mere 1,000 or so. This task will require the 6 great sects to contribute their own. Gu Yuan listened and shook his head. The 6 great sects can't spare that many either celestial phenomenon realm cultivators and fire attribute ones at that. Wait, you said the Great Xia Council has cultivators under them? Chapter 71, The Terrifying World of Eternal Night. Chief Xian Yuan, you said the Great Xia Council has cultivators? As soon as Gu Yuan finished speaking, he immediately caught on. If Xian Yuan Mo brought up cultivators at this moment, they certainly weren't newly recruited after the spiritual energy revival. They must have been hiding within the Great Xia Council all along. But that didn't make sense either. While Xian Yuan Mo had been concealing his true abilities, Nangon Luotian and Lin Zhengtang clearly weren't faking it. Then there must be an explanation for this group. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Xian Yuan Mo rolled his eyes. When did I say the Great Xia Council had cultivators under its command? I said I had people under me. I'm thousands of years old. I'm not some lonely hermit. Having a few followers is perfectly normal, isn't it? I see. Gu Yuan nodded in understanding. It made perfect sense that Xian Yuan Mo had followers. Gu Yuan chuckled as he thought it through. Alright, Chief Xian Yuan, since you've got people under you, just hand them over. It's been bothering me lately. Here at the Great Summer Sect, I'm still a one-man show. I can't very well be the only sect leader with nothing but disciples under me. If I were to ask the 6 great sects for people, it would be laughable. This is perfect, send all your people into the sect. They'll be the backbone of the Great Summer Sect. That's acceptable. Xian Yuan Mo nodded in agreement. But while your problem is solved, mine remains unresolved. Hearing this, Gu Yuan offered a meaningful smile. Your problem is easy to solve. Just hand over the array disk and you won't have to worry about the rest. The affairs of the Great Summer Sect are temporarily in your hands. In 3 days, we shall formally open the mountain gates. With that, Gu Yuan took the array disk and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already inside his secret chamber. With a casual wave of his hand, a swath of black mist spread out. Gu Yuan reached out and grabbed something from within the mist. A figure flew backward through the darkness and crashed to the ground. Gu Yuan. It's you! Liu Ruyue stared at the empty chamber and the skeletal throne at its center, his heart sinking. You'd better release me immediately. My master is the ruler of the Alliance of Gods, the Falling Star God King. Let me tell you, my master's power far surpasses that of my master's younger brother, the director of Bureau 749. If you... Enough nonsense. Before Liu Ruyue could finish, Gu Yuan struck him unconscious with a single blow. Gu Yuan then retrieved the array disk and dripped Liu Ruyue's blood onto its focal point. In an instant, the array disk began voraciously absorbing the energy from Liu Ruyue's body. The next moment, a blinding light erupted from the array disk. Its brilliance was so intense it nearly blinded Gu Yuan. At that moment, Gu Yuan felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, he had spared Liu Ruyue earlier, thinking the man might prove useful. Little did he expect that Liu's sun god physique would prove invaluable at this very moment. Judging by the situation, even if he ignored Liu Ruyue entirely, the array could absorb energy from him for another 10 to 20 years. With that thought, Gu Yuan waved his hand lightly, covering the array disk with a layer of energy and locking Liu Ruyue onto the array's focal point once more. This way, once Liu Ruyue regained consciousness, he could cultivate on his own without being able to destroy the array. Sustainable development must be prioritized. Tossing the array disk into the black mist space, Gu Yuan then reached into the darkness and pulled out the Falling Star God King. Earlier, he had instructed Xian Kuei and Zhu Kei to capture Luoxing God King alive if possible. As for Shiva, Gu Yuan had never harbored such expectations. After all, Shiva was a half-step mortal immortal. For Zhu Kei to capture him alive would be quite a feat. Simply slaying him would already be a decent outcome. If not for Liu Ruyue mentioning it today, he would have nearly forgotten about the Falling Star God King. This was perfect timing. Gu Yuan had always suspected the Falling Star God King might have returned from the Eternal Night. If that were true, it could answer many of his questions. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, the Falling Star God King drew a deep breath. Gu Yuan? You're not dead? Looks like Kanglin failed, huh? But what surprises me is that you're completely unharmed. Has it been a while since the final battle? Hearing this, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow and nodded. Truly worthy of being a sect leader, far more composed than your disciple. But I see you know when to play along. You called him master before, but now you're addressing him by name. Hearing this, the Falling Star God King turned his head and said, if you have nothing more to say, then kill me quickly. But I warn you, the Eternal Night is about to descend. When it does, not a single soul on Blue Star will be able to escape. Oh? You seem to know quite a lot. Hearing the Falling Star God King's words, Gu Yuan's interest was piqued. It seemed this fellow did know something after all. Fallen Star God King, I've heard that in the Eternal Night world, the Divine Court has already turned traitor. Could it be that you returned from the Eternal Night world alongside Kanglin? Of course. The Falling Star God King declared smugly. Otherwise, how do you think a mere mortal like her could have shattered the seal? Gu Yuan, don't think defeating Kanglan means you can rest easy. Let me make this clear, Kanglan may have noble status, but when it comes to power, she doesn't even have the right to speak loudly among the familiar clan. Oh? Hearing the falling star god king's words, Gu Yuan asked in confusion, so you really did return from the Eternal Night? How is the battle over in the Eternal Night? What do you think? The falling star god king countered. I didn't expect you to ask such a naive question. If humanity is advancing triumphantly, has the divine court grown so complacent that they've defected to the creatures of Eternal Night? Let me tell you this, the power of the creatures in the Eternal Night world far exceeds your imagination. Even someone of Kanglan's caliber, even after breaking through, would only be at the very bottom in the Eternal Night world. Do you know what a true immortal is? The final realm of the Tao path. Immortal and indestructible. Even if the universe itself withers away, a true immortal will never perish. But even such a being, on the front lines of Eternal Night, is nothing but cannon fodder. The most ordinary foot soldier, do you understand? The falling star god king gripped the iron chain in his hand, his voice nearly a roar as he fixed his gaze on Gu Yuan. Hearing this, Gu Yuan took a deep breath and furrowed his brow. That's alarmist. If it's truly like that, then wouldn't the human race of Blue Star have no hope of survival? What else? The fallen star god king laughed, bordering on madness. Are we of the Western divine court all little darlings? Born with treacherous bones, delighting in stabbing humanity in the backborn lowly scum? Let me tell you this, the mightiest beings of the Eternal Night realm merely by descending upon Blue Star, let alone taking action, could shatter the entire plane in an instant. That is the true power of Eternal Night. Listening to this, Gu Yuan's mind reeled in chaos. He flung the falling star god king directly into the black mist space. Chapter 72, 20 years. A leap forward. Seated upon the bone throne, Gu Yuan's brow remained deeply furrowed. The falling star god king's words had struck him far harder than expected. Tao realm, transcendence, union with the Tao, supreme being, true immortal. These weren't 4 minor realms, but 4 major realms. The true immortal realm surpassed his own current 4 major realms by a full 4 tiers. The very name true immortal spoke volumes. Such beings, on the battlefield, could only be cannon fodder, mere foot soldiers. Was the power of the Eternal Night world truly this formidable, this terrifying? But soon, Gu Yuan grasped the truth behind it all. That falling star god king was merely exaggerating to frighten others. Truth be told, the Eternal Night and Blue Star realms were actually quite comparable. Though the talk was frightening, drawing parallels revealed the truth. Take the decisive battle between Great Xia and that woman, for instance. True, cultivators at the innate realm weren't even qualified to participate, and those at the heavenly illumination realm were merely cannon fodder. But this didn't mean Blue Star was populated solely by Sunlight realm cultivators. On the contrary, there were nearly 10 billion humans. The situation in Eternal Night is much the same. Its sheer vastness simply means more powerful beings exist there. Yet, when it comes to invading Blue Star, the majority of attackers would likely be the weaker creatures of Eternal Night. Gu Yuan now understood why the first emperor and even the celestial immortals of the heavenly court long before him had sought to invade the Eternal Night. With Blue Star's strength, breaching the Eternal Night realm was impossible. Yet those Eternal Night pioneers, upon entering, did not defend the seal they attacked. Their purpose was to tie down the true powerhouses of the Eternal Night world, leaving them no time to concern themselves with Blue Star. Under such circumstances, even if some creatures managed to breach the defenses and reach Blue Star, they would be but a handful, relatively weak and insignificant. This is precisely the kind of story that should be shared with Liu Ruyue. Those sages guarded the Eternal Night for millennia, tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands of years, all to hold back its creatures. What's a few days of being a little sun compared to that? 3 days later, amidst the congratulations of the 6 great sects, the major races, and the Blue Star Council, the Great Summer Heavenly Sect formally announced the opening of its mountain gates to recruit disciples. The Great Summer Sect possessed 9 land immortal realm cultivators and 10 of Gu Yuan's shadow generals at the half-step mortal immortal realm, making its strength truly unparalleled. Naturally, Gu Yuan assumed the position of Grand Summer Sect Master. Yet to the astonishment of the Grand Summer populace, Xian Yuan Mo was also named an honorary Sect Master. This signified that the Great Summer Sect could directly represent the Great Summer Empire, much like the former Bureau 749. Unlike Bureau 749, which existed to enslave mortals, the Great Summer Sect aimed to empower more people with the strength to defend themselves or at least flee during the invasion of the Eternal Night creatures. The first batch of disciples recruited reached a staggering 500 million. Simultaneously, during the Grand Summer Sect's opening ceremony, Gu Yuan unleashed the simulated sun. This monumental feat garnered the full support of the entire Great Xia. Though the land remained shrouded in darkness, it now at least felt like a normal night. Combined with other light sources in the cities, people could now move freely outdoors. Not only that, but the Great Xia Sect's disciple recruitment drive was completed in practically a single day. Those unsuccessful applicants remained undeterred, as the Great Summer Sect announced its next recruitment drive would commence 1 month later with an enrollment quota soaring to 700 million. To the people of Daxia, however, the Great Summer sect's actions seemed less like those of a traditional sect and more like an unconventional assembly. Yet 7 days later, a single announcement by Gu Yuan ignited the entire Great Summer nation with fervor. The Great Summer sect currently imposed no restrictions on its disciples. But 7 days later, exactly 2 weeks after the sect opened its doors, a grand sect competition would be held. From every city, 100 individuals would be selected to become outer sect disciples, entering the sect for cultivation. Moreover, such assessments would be conducted monthly. When it came to outer sect disciples, the people of Great Xia knew exactly what that meant. Beyond the title, the real privilege lay in entering the sect to cultivate and gain access to its resources. Although the Great Xia Heavenly Sect had now established treasure vaults in every city, allowing Heavenly Sect disciples to exchange resources and elixirs there, how could such widely accessible resources possibly compare to those within the sect itself? Moreover, and most importantly, such assessments were held monthly. While the number of outer sect disciples selected would fluctuate accordingly, this also meant that as long as one diligently cultivated, opportunities would arise. In no time, the entire Great Xia dynasty was swept up in a nationwide fervor for cultivation. Time flew by. The Great Xia Heavenly Sect gradually developed its outer sect, inner sect, and council of elders. The 6 great sects spared no effort in providing the sect with all manner of resources. In the blink of an eye, 2 decades had passed. During these 2 decades, the Great Xia's strength grew at a pace unprecedented in history. Among those cultivators who awoke when the eternal night descended, the top tier had even reached the peak of the sunlight realm. In the past, the peak of the heavenly illumination realm was a height unattainable by most in several lifetimes. Yet now, it was merely the standard level for outer sect disciples of the Great Summer Heavenly Sect. The cultivators of the 6 great sects had advanced even more rapidly. Nearly all the Sunlight Realm disciples who had participated in the Great War back then had now ascended to the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. The number of Earth Immortals within the 6 great sects has exploded. Kunlun sect alone has added over 40 new Earth Immortals. Kunlun sect's founder, Yuan Hao, had even ascended to the peak of Mortal Immortal Realm within these 20 years, standing at the threshold of transcendence. The other Mortal Immortals have all advanced to the late Mortal Immortal stage. Such power far exceeded anyone's expectations, propelling the Great Xia's strength to its millennium-high peak. Yet some individuals' cultivation remained stagnant. Within a secret chamber of the Great Xia's Heavenly Sect, Gu Yuan held a jet black pill in his hand and shook his head. Over these 20 years, he had attempted countless methods to break through his bottleneck, yet not a single crack had appeared. In other words, while everyone else progressed, Gu Yuan alone remained stagnant. Of course, Gu Yuan wasn't entirely without advancement. His 300 million soldiers had all reached the peak of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. Though not quite at the threshold of the half-step Earth Immortal Realm, he was essentially there. With such a vast foundation, the difference in actual power was negligible. As for Gu Yuan himself, unable to advance further in combat strength, he sought alternative paths and began delving into the art of alchemy. The results were remarkable. Over the past 20 years of cultivation, Gu Yuan had delved into the art of alchemy with profound depth. The only drawback? The elixirs he concocted were utterly inedible. Chapter 73, The Dark Horse of the Human Race is actually me? Gazing at the pitch-black pill in his hand, Gu Yuan felt a wave of helplessness. Over these past 20 years, Gu Yuan's alchemy skills had reached an exceptionally high level, and he had concocted no fewer than tens of thousands of pills. However, these pills were inedible to humans, or rather, to humans, they were practically poison. Not only were they unsuitable for humans, but they were equally inaccessible to demonic tribes and supernatural creatures. Only Gu Yuan himself could consume them, along with his legions of Yin soldiers. The problem was, most of these pills were for cultivating cultivation base. Gu Yuan himself had already reached a bottleneck and could no longer advance. His shadow soldiers' cultivation bases had also hit a ceiling. Except for the 10 red dust immortal staging generals, the 300 million Yin soldiers of Sakura Island and the 50,000 Yin soldiers Gu Yuan personally commanded had all reached the mid-stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, leaving them with no room for further advancement. These tens of thousands of pills were practically useless beyond serving as warehouse inventory. Recently, Gu Yuan had been researching how to make these pills usable by the human race. Yet, even now, he had found no solution. The power he possessed stemmed from the black mist and blood mist, a force humanity could never adapt to. Even if they could, it would require the cultivation level of a mortal immortal. That would defeat the purpose. Gu Yuan's goal remained to strengthen the human race. Lost in thought, the white fox gently knocked on the door and entered. "Master, I have something to report." Seeing the white fox, Gu Yuan smiled faintly. It had been nearly a year since he last saw this creature. Ever since the Great Summer Sect was founded, Gu Yuan, as its leader, had rarely made public appearances. Many matters requiring his presence were handled by the white fox instead. Over the years, the white fox had been exceptionally busy. She commanded considerable prestige within the Great Summer Sect, even being privately referred to as the deputy sect master by its disciples. Of course, this was merely playful banter among the more gossip-prone disciples. Though the White Fox held no official title like Deputy Sect Master, her words carried more weight than even the Elders' Council. Moreover, over these past 2 decades, the White Fox's cultivation had long since reached the late stage of the Earth Immortal realm. After all, tending to the old lady daily, sipping that immortal tea, coupled with the revival of spiritual energy, had propelled the White Fox's power forward by leaps and bounds. What really pushed Gu Yuan over the edge was that his own mother, Huang Guiying, had also seen her strength grow by leaps and bounds after the spiritual energy revival, and her mindset had reverted to that of a teenager. 15 years ago, she had completely lost her mind. For a full year, she vanished without a trace, leaving the White Fox in tears every day and throwing the entire Great Summer sect into chaos. At the time, Gu Yuan was in seclusion, and the White Fox felt as if the sky had fallen. It wasn't until a year later that the White Fox discovered the truth. The little old lady had transformed herself into the form of a young girl and gone to a city below the Great Summer sect to become an outer sect disciple. Most crucially, in just 1 year, this old lady had advanced straight to the inner sect and was on the verge of becoming a core disciple. By now, Huang Guiying had reached the peak of the Earth Immortal realm. Her powers surpassed even Bai Hu's. Truly, she lived up to her reputation as the peerless genius bearing 9 spirit coffins, the Empress Dowager of the Great Summer sect who smoked divine tea rolls daily. Such rapid progress left even Yuan Hao and others in awe. Reflecting on this, Gu Yuan felt a wave of helplessness. Perhaps from the very beginning, he had harbored a bias against his own mother. In Gu Yuan's eyes, Huang Guiying had always been an old-fashioned traditionalist, resistant to anything new. Yet, from his own return to life, through the sinking of Sakura Island to the decisive battle at Kanglan, Gu Yuan gradually realized that perhaps he truly hadn't paid enough attention to his mother before. Or perhaps this was a common flaw among all young people. Regardless, Huang Guiying now required little supervision from Gu Yuan. Her strength was formidable even by the standards of present-day Great Xia. As for the White Fox, the tables had turned completely once the caregiver to Huang Guiying, it now followed her about. Recalling the amusing incidents of these years, Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Master, stop smiling like an idiot. I'm talking to you. Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded with a smile. Oh, right. You said you had something to tell me? What is it? Hearing this, the White Fox sighed. Master, the results of this year's sect competition are in, but there's been a minor complication. At these words, Gu Yuan's expression changed. What kind of situation? White Fox, don't tell me my mother won the championship again this year. Ah, that's not it. That's a relief. Gu Yuan finally exhaled in relief. Held every 10 years during the Great Summer Sect tournament, the ultimate champion would be taken as a direct disciple by Gu Yuan. This year's tournament marked the second such competition. The funny thing was, during the last competition, Huang Guiying, that crafty little old lady, had secretly entered without telling anyone. She ended up winning the championship, infuriating Gu Yuan so much he saw stars. In the end, he had no choice but to disqualify her, pushing the rankings down accordingly. What kind of mischief is she up to this time? Gu Yuan asked aloud, his thoughts drifting to that incident. However, issues arising in the sect competition were something Gu Yuan could foresee. After all, the Great Summer sect was still in its infancy, lacking experience and resources. He hadn't even made an appearance during either of these 2 competitions. Frankly, they were still just small-scale affairs. Hearing this, the White Fox shrugged. Master, the top 2 contestants this year are truly inseparable. Not only are their combat abilities indistinguishable, but their contributions to the sect and various other aspects are equally matched. We need your decision. Hearing this, Gu Yuan finally nodded. Indeed, the ultimate champion of this sect competition wasn't merely a matter of prestige. The winner would be taken as a disciple by Gu Yuan. It was truly difficult for others to decide. With that thought, Gu Yuan nodded. Very well. Lead the way. I'll go see for myself. Accompanied by the White Fox, they arrived at the sect's main hall, where the 2 disciples had been waiting for quite some time. Besides these 2, Lin Xian was also present. Ever since the Great Summer sect was founded, Lin Xian had been formally recognized by Gu Yuan as a true disciple. Her cultivation had reached the early stage of the Earth Immortal realm, granting her considerable standing within the sect. Standing beside them was a youth with an upright posture and a bright, handsome appearance. This youth was Yang Chen, the champion of the last sect competition. He was considered Gu Yuan's direct disciple, though over the years, Lin Xian had been the one imparting his teachings. Under her meticulous guidance, Yang Chen's strength had reached the peak of the heavenly Radiance realm, placing him among the strongest disciples of the Great Summer sect. Chapter 74, Balancing the Sect, Heading to Luofu Mountain. While Gu Yuan was satisfied with Yang Chen's strength, truth be told, such prowess still fell short when compared to the outstanding disciples of the 6 great sects. The first tier of disciples recruited by those 6 great sects after the revival of spiritual energy had even reached the heavenly phenomenon realm. This disparity was inevitable, however. The 6 great sects had selected the finest prospects, and frankly, the Great Summer sect's cultivation methods simply couldn't match those of the established sections. After all, the latter had honed their systems over millennia of Lost in thought, the group spotted Gu Yuan approaching and hurried forward to bow in greeting. Master! Master! Sect leader! Seeing this, Gu Yuan waved his hand slightly. No need for formalities. Are you two the top 2 finishers in this year's grand competition? Hearing this, the two bowed with clasped fists. Reporting to the sect leader, we achieved a draw in the sect's grand competition. Very well. Nodding slightly, Gu Yuan examined their karmic threads, instantly discerning their character and disposition. Over the years, Gu Yuan had discovered a small trick. By observing a person's karmic threads, he could discern certain aspects of their character. Though not entirely accurate, it served as a useful rough gauge for his purposes. Master! As Gu Yuan pondered, Lin Xian spoke up. Both disciples are core members of our sect, Shen Feng and Liu Jinyan. They're both in the late Tianzhao stage. Please consider who to take as your disciple. Hearing this, Gu Yuan chuckled softly and shook his head. What decision is there to make? Shen Feng, Liu Jinyan, which one of you would like to become my disciple? Hearing this, the two exchanged glances and immediately began vying to speak. Sect leader, I do. I am willing to. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Seeing Liu Jinyan immediately take a bow, Gu Yuan burst into hearty laughter. Very well, very well. Since both of you are willing, I shall take you both as disciples. Insisting on competing for supremacy serves no purpose. As for who is superior, you may settle that among yourselves in the future, just don't let it damage your harmony. This. Hearing this, Shen Feng and Liu Jinyan's eyes lit up with delight. Thank you, sect leader. Still calling you sect master? Thank you, master. Watching the two of them bow repeatedly, Gu Yuan chuckled softly. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Xian beside him interjected. Teacher, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Little Lin Xian, playing hard to get with me again, huh? Say what you want. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled slightly and continued, Master, currently within our great summer sect, the lineage of the sect master seems somewhat weakened. Before Lin Xian could finish, Gu Yuan waved his hand slightly. He knew exactly what she meant. Though Gu Yuan held the title of sect master, the real power within the great summer sect had always resided with the Council of Elders. And the Elders' Council, to put it plainly, was essentially the Dixia Parliament. Gu Yuan had always been aware of this situation. However, he felt no particular attachment to this state of affairs. From the very beginning, Gu Yuan had clearly defined his role. Serving as the Grand Summer Sect Master was merely a favor he was doing for Xian Yuan Mo. Who truly held sway over the Great Summer Sect was of little concern to Gu Yuan. After all, he was alone. His own people numbered only a handful, his mother, the White Fox, Lin Xian, and the two photographers. Those photographers had now leveraged their association with Gu Yuan to secure high-ranking positions within the sect. Add to that his 3 direct disciples, and that was the entirety of Gu Yuan's inner circle. Xiao Lin Xian, no offense, but with just this handful of us, what's the point of talking about a lineage of the sect master? Our little branch is a bit pitiful, don't you think? Hearing this, the White Fox interjected, Master, that's not entirely accurate. In truth, our great summer sect is already showing signs of factionalism. Beyond the council, many other halls like the Punishment Hall and the External Affairs Hall have banded together for mutual support. Their combined strength now rivals that of the Elders' Hall. Master, as the sect leader, you must balance both sides. Otherwise, once the Criminal Law Hall and External Affairs Hall reach a certain level of power, the council will certainly not stand idly by. If we truly wait until the balance is lost, our great summer sect will be ruined. Hearing this, Gu Yuan pondered briefly before letting out a soft sigh. It seemed being the sect master wasn't so straightforward after all. Indeed, where there were people, there would be strife, especially after the revival of spiritual energy, when no one wished to submit to another. Though Gu Yuan didn't fully grasp the intricacies, he understood that as the sect master, possessing sufficient strength would naturally allow him to balance the two factions. This wasn't about raw power. With his current strength, Gu Yuan could crush those factionalists with a single slap. But matters of the heart couldn't be resolved by might alone. Reflecting on this, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes and nodded. I understand. Being the sect master is no easy task. Leave this matter to me. Master, there's no need to rush. Even if you don't intervene, nothing critical will happen in the short term, just some potential trouble brewing. Enough, enough. You all get back to work. I'm heading out. Having made his decision, Gu Yuan wasted no time. When he founded the Great Summer Heaven sect, Gu Yuan's purpose was to cultivate human cultivators to oppose the Eternal Night. Little did he expect that over the past 20 years, the Eternal Night had remained completely silent, allowing many to shift their focus elsewhere. Xian Yuan Mo and his followers, too, had been single-mindedly focused on resisting the Eternal Night, neglecting the sect's internal affairs. Gu Yuan believed that if not for this, Xian Yuan Mo, a man who had operated behind the scenes of Great Summer for millennia, would never have allowed the Great Summer Heavenly sect to fall into such a state. But since events had unfolded, Gu Yuan had devised countermeasures. Moreover, he had even found a purpose for those elixirs. Luofu Mountain, once a forbidden zone for humans. Legend held that Luofu Mountain was haunted by hordes of zombies. Even cultivators who ventured in recklessly faced certain death. After the revival of spiritual energy, Luofu Mountain grew even more mysterious. Rumors suggested its inhabitants shared some connection with the Grand Summer Sex Master. But what others didn't know, Gu Yuan knew all too well. Within Luofu Mountain resided three of his old friends. The King of the Shrouded Bones, the King of the Desolate Wastes, and the King of the Blazing Flames. These three zombie kings had come to Gu Yuan's aid when he first returned to life to confront the six great sects in Bureau 749. Their righteous intervention had forged a simple yet profound bond of friendship. Gu Yuan's current mission was to seek out these three zombie kings. His objective was to recruit these three zombie kings into the Great Xia sect. This was not merely for the sake of balance, but also a test. Gu Yuan also intended to use this opportunity to gauge the attitude of the Great Xia's foreign tribes. Chapter 75, The Declining Zombie Clan. Within a gloomy palace on Luofu Mountain, the three great zombie kings each sat in meditation. Deep within the mountain, thousands of zombies lay dormant. Since the descent of the eternal night, the zombie clan of Luofu Mountain had scarcely stirred. Or rather, not just Luofu Mountain's zombies, all zombie clans across Great Xia seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. The tranquil depths of the mountains were suddenly shattered by a hearty burst of laughter. How pleasant it must be for you three here. An old friend pays a visit, yet you didn't even come out to greet me. Hearing the voice, the three great zombie kings opened their eyes simultaneously. In the next instant, they materialized above Luofu Mountain. Upon recognizing the figure suspended before them, the three zombie kings visibly relaxed. So it's you, Senior Gu. We were unaware of your arrival and humbly ask for your forgiveness. Please come inside. After exchanging polite words, the three corpse kings escorted Gu Yuan back into the palace. Seated within the palace, Gu Yuan did not rush to state his purpose. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the three corpse kings. Truth be told, Gu Yuan held great respect for the three corpse kings. After all, when they had led 1,000 flying zombies, even if they hadn't directly assisted him, their presence had been invaluable. Later, when Gu Yuan made contact with the corpse kings Xian Kuei and Shu Kei, they had provided considerable help. However, the current state of the three corpse kings' power was, well, it was hard to put into words. Gentlemen, it's been 20 years. How come your progress has been so slow? Gu Yuan voiced his puzzlement. 20 years ago, these three zombie kings had already reached the peak of the heavenly light realm, yet now, they had only advanced to the mid-stage of the heavenly phenomenon realm. Consider this, among their peers like the holy sons and holy daughters of the six great sects, the swiftest had already reached the peak of the earth immortal realm, while even the slowest were firmly entrenched in its late stages. For the three great zombie kings to remain stuck at the celestial phenomenon realm was truly inexcusable. Upon hearing this, the three zombie kings exchanged glances and each sighed deeply. Senior Gu, you are no stranger to us. We have nothing to conceal. Over these past 20 years, our zombie clan has indeed declined. We have even been oppressed by other races to the point of near extinction. Were it not for your own zombie lineage and the presence of the venerable Xian Kuei, our entire race might well have been annihilated. What? Hearing this, Gu Yuan's expression turned astonished. With Blue Star in such a state, how could anyone still have the mind for internal strife? Moreover, with Great Xia united as never before, why would anyone oppress the zombie clan? Could there be some hidden agenda at play? Listening, the Yanhuang zombie king slowly shook his head, sighing helplessly. Senior Gu, to call it oppression isn't quite accurate. Wherever cultivators exist, conflict follows a timeless truth throughout the ages. Quite right, the Yanhui zombie king nodded in agreement. After the revival of spiritual energy, resources in Great Xia began to surface one after another. All factions scrambled to seize them. With the zombie clan in decline, unable to secure more resources, they naturally fell into a vicious cycle. Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded slightly. Indeed, such was the nature of cultivators. But then again, that doesn't explain why the three great corpse kings' power progressed so slowly. Failing to secure resources might at most hinder Luofu Mountain's overall strength. Yet the three corpse kings' power remained undeniable. Peak Amaterasu tier combatants who would have been formidable even during the initial spiritual energy revival. Moreover, Luofu Mountain possessed ample resources. It was inconceivable that the three corpse kings would still be stuck at mid-celestial phenomenon stage. Senior Gu, you should understand that our zombie clan's path to strength differs slightly from other races. At this moment, the Shahuang zombie king also spoke up. Our zombie clan, after gaining sentience, does not increase our strength through cultivation. Instead, we absorb yin energy. To put it bluntly, our power can only rise slowly over time. The revival of spiritual energy greatly benefits other races' cultivation, but for zombies, its aid is limited. Were it not for the descent of the eternal night offering some assistance, we might not even have reached the celestial phenomenon realm. After all, the growth of a zombie's strength is truly painstakingly slow. I see. Gu Yuan nodded in understanding upon hearing this. He hadn't realized the zombie clan harbored such secrets. No wonder the three great zombie kings' power grew so slowly. If that's the case, the zombie clan truly struggles to survive in this environment of revived spiritual energy. Though Gu Yuan practiced zombie cultivation, this was the first time he'd heard of such a thing. Gentlemen, this explanation is new to me too. Then why has that Shen Kuei fellow advanced so rapidly, already reaching the late red dust immortal stage? Could it be that he isn't a proper zombie? Or could it be that he boosted his power by drinking blood? Nonsense, the Nether Skeleton King shook his head. While bloodsucking can enhance a zombie's power before reaching the post-heaven realm, it becomes utterly impractical for those who've already attained that stage. At our current level, trying to break through to the mid-celestial phenomenon stage by sucking blood? We'd need to drain the entire world dry, and even that wouldn't be enough. Though zombies possess unique methods of cultivation, they remain cultivators who must follow the way of heaven. Upon reaching the land immortal realm, they can cultivate using spiritual energy, just like cultivators of other races. I see. Listening, Gu Yuan smiled faintly. Gentlemen, since that is the case, I shall speak plainly. With Mount Luofu's current strength, even within the Great Xia, it ranks at the very bottom. It is unlikely to regain its former glory. Not just Mount Luofu, across the entire Great Xia, zombies above the land immortal realm are probably few and far between. Hearing this, the three zombie kings nodded in agreement. Indeed, the zombie race was shackled by racial constraints. Even across the entire Great Xia, zombie kings above the land immortal realm could be counted on one hand. It was simply unavoidable. Gentlemen, I have a proposal. Allow me to share it with you for your consideration. Hearing this, the three zombie kings exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with delight. They knew Gu Yuan hadn't come merely to visit an old friend, he'd brought good news. Senior Gu, I'd love to hear more. It's quite simple, really. The entire Blue Star is now united in cultivation, with unprecedented solidarity. Even if some friction or disputes arise, they are actually quite normal phenomena. Would you three consider joining the Great Summer Sect? You three have been of great assistance to me. At a time like this, I ought to show my gratitude. Hearing this, the three zombie kings exchanged glances, their hearts beginning to race. 20 years ago, Gu Yuan had used the three great zombie kings to establish connections with Xian Kuei, the Ghost Clan, the Spirit Beasts, and the Demon Clan. Now, recruiting them, the implication was clear. Chapter 76, Gu Yuan's Powerful Elixir. Gu Yuan's proposal for the three great zombie kings to join the Great Summer Sect likely concealed a deeper intent, recruiting the entire zombie race. On a broader scale, it might even be aimed at confronting the entire outsider race. What Gu Yuan sought to accomplish held little chance of failure. Having sought out these three, he was appealing to old ties. By all logic, they would certainly save face and accept. But this was no trivial matter. Transitioning from ruling their own domain to serving under someone else, the three great zombie kings needed to secure some benefit for themselves, or rather, for Luofu Mountain. After all, while the resources of the Great Summer Sect were indeed valuable, they were of little use to the zombie clan. Even if they chose not to join the Great Summer Sect for stability, the entire Great Summer realm knew of the three great zombie kings' ties to Gu Yuan. Some behind-the-scenes maneuvering was inevitable, but given that connection, no one dared touch Luofu Mountain. After exchanging silent glances, the Nether Skeleton King spoke first on behalf of the trio. Senior Gu, since you've come all this way, we three likely have no grounds to refuse. Not at all. Hearing this, Gu Yuan waved his hand with a smile. Don't think that way. I'm extending this invitation sincerely, based on our past friendship. There's no hidden agenda. Senior Gu, spare us the pleasantries, the Nether Skeleton King replied with a wry smile. Joining the Great Summer Sect isn't out of the question, but we wonder what tangible benefits would Luofu Mountain gain from such an alliance. Hearing this, Gu Yuan smiled faintly and replied, since you've all spoken so plainly, I won't keep you waiting with empty promises. Please take a look at this. With that, Gu Yuan drew a pill from his robe, the very one he had refined earlier. Seeing the pill, the three zombie kings looked puzzled. Senior Gu, what is this? This is a pill I've developed. To be honest, I've been studying the art of alchemy for over a decade. However, this pill cannot be consumed by humans, demons, or spirits. Yet it holds immense benefit for the undead. Before Gu Yuan could finish, the three zombie kings sucked in a sharp breath. At this point, Gu Yuan needn't continue. The three zombie kings had already grasped his intent. At this realization, the Yanhuang zombie king sprang to his feet, his voice solemn. Senior Gu, how potent is this elixir, and how much do you possess? Gu Yuan smiled faintly as he listened. As for the specific effects of this pill, I truly cannot guarantee them. You'll have to try it to find out. With that, Gu Yuan produced 3 pills, one for each of the 3 zombie kings, who swallowed them without the slightest hesitation or caution. Given Gu Yuan's power, if he wished to tamper with them, such elaborate measures would be unnecessary. Soon, the 3 zombie kings entered a state of meditation. In less than 5 minutes, all 3 opened their eyes simultaneously. When they looked back at Gu Yuan, their eyes were filled with utter astonishment. This single pill was nearly equivalent to months of their arduous cultivation. If they could obtain 100 such pills, no, even 50, the 3 zombie kings were confident they could break through to the land immortal realm within a month. Once they reached the land immortal realm, they could cultivate independently. In this era of revived spiritual energy, even if they had been delayed for 20 years, they remained confident they could catch up with the main group. After all, why did zombies progress slowly in the early stages? Precisely because they combined the strengths of both humans and undead, possessing such high innate cultivation talent that they required extensive time to solidify their foundations. Once they reached the land immortal realm, their cultivation speed would far surpass that of other races. With this thought, the Sha Huang zombie king trembled as he tentatively asked, "Senior Gu, this elixir is nothing short of the ultimate tonic for our zombie clan. I wonder how many more of such pills you possess, Senior Gu." Hearing this, Gu Yuan's face softened with satisfaction. Judging by the reactions of the three great zombie kings, this elixir proved remarkably effective for the zombie clan, perhaps even more potent than he had anticipated. Otherwise, the three great zombie kings wouldn't have lost their composure like this. Reflecting on this, Gu Yuan replied, "The supply isn't large, but fortunately, I can refine them quite quickly. Since I've brought it out, I certainly won't be stingy. Given our friendship, regardless of whether you join the Great Summer Sect, I'll gift Luofu Mountain 2,000 of these pills. That way, our acquaintance won't have been in vain." "What? 2,000? Hearing this, the three zombie kings leapt to their feet, their eyes fixed on Gu Yuan as if they were about to devour him. 2,000 pills could even propel Luofu Mountain to complete prominence. Dividing them equally among all the zombies wouldn't be enough, but cultivating 20 zombies to the land immortal realm within half a year would be a breeze. Senior Gu is so generous. If we refuse, it would be downright ungrateful." "No need to rush," Gu Yuan chuckled lightly at the scene. "Gentlemen, if you choose to join the Great Summer Heaven Sect, I shall grant each of you 3 additional pills monthly. As for the zombies under your command, they shall receive 2 pills per month per individual. Joining the Great Summer Heaven Sect makes you disciples of the Heaven Sect. As 3 of you, you'll naturally be among the sect's high-ranking members. Should you contribute to the sect, these pills will certainly be plentiful. After all, as you know, these pills are useless to anyone but the zombie clan." Hearing this, the 3 zombie kings exchanged glances. Without needing to discuss further, they reached a unanimous decision. "Senior Gu, we're in." "Indeed. From now on, Luofu Mountain stands as an integral part of the Great Summer Sect." "Excellent, excellent." Gu Yuan smiled and nodded. "There is one more matter I must trouble you with. Within the Great Summer's borders, I hope you 3 can help me secure the allegiance of other undead clans. My current plan is to unite every force that can be united. As an undead cultivator myself, it is only natural to begin with the undead clans. This mediation task falls solely to you 3. For each other undead faction, you may first present 500 pills. After all, they are all forces within the Great Xia. Whether or not they join the Celestial Sect, offering resources is only proper." "Senior Gu's magnanimity truly commands our deepest respect," replied the Nether Skeleton King, his expression turning admiring. "However, while we can facilitate communication, persuading them to join the Celestial Sect would require a repeat of the efforts 20 years ago. We must unite the various factions, and for that, we would need Senior Gu to personally lead the charge." "No problem." Gu Yuan sighed softly upon hearing this. It's been 20 years since the spiritual energy revival. The force within the Eternal Night World Passage is gradually dissipating. I fear it won't last another decade before it vanishes completely. When that happens, this hard-won peace will likely be shattered once more. Chapter 77, Eternal Night Creatures Invade? In this era of spiritual energy revival, countless prodigies emerged. Before they knew it, another year had passed. This year, Gu Yuan did not retreat to study alchemy. Instead, he traveled far and wide to persuade and negotiate, finally bringing the Corpse Clan, the Ghost Clan, and the Spirit Beast Clan all under the banner of the Great Summer Heaven Sect. With the seal of the Eternal Night growing weaker by the day, racial distinctions could no longer be prioritized. With the persuasion of the 3 great zombie kings, coupled with the benefits promised by Gu Yuan and the strong support of Xian Kuei, the incorporation of the Corpse Clan was remarkably smooth. After all, Gu Yuan held the allure of his elixirs an irresistible temptation for the Corpse Clan. Even non-zombie members could consume these elixirs to enhance their cultivation. The key difference between Gu Yuan's elixirs and those of the human clan was that his elixirs carried no risk of drug resistance. The Corpse Clan cultivated by absorbing corpse chi, with spiritual chi serving only as a supplement. They possessed no solid cultivation foundation to speak of, so they naturally knew which path to choose. As for the Ghost Clan, since the elixirs were also effective for them, drawing them into the Great Summer Sect was equally straightforward. As for the Spirit and Monster clans, Gu Yuan had to put in considerable effort. After all, these beings were born of the earth and nurtured by nature, lacking any organized factions or power structures. They were quite scattered. Fortunately, Gu Yuan only needed to successfully persuade those spirits and monsters above the land immortal realm. For those with lesser strength, he could simply open a channel, allowing them to directly pledge allegiance to the Great Summer Sect. The demonic tribes, however, proved far trickier. Their vast and fragmented factions, each acting independently, made assimilation an immense challenge, one that remained difficult even with the Vermilion Bird's backing. Therefore, regarding the demonic tribes, Gu Yuan opted to simply open the sect's entrance channel. As for the high-ranking demonic beings, whether they joined or not was of little consequence. After all, the core philosophy of the celestial sect was to cultivate cultivators. Those who had already achieved great things were not the sect's target. By recruiting the Corpse Clan, Ghost Clan, and Spirit Beast Clan, the sect master's lineage had secured formidable forces. Balancing the two sides was now well within reach. Truth be told, Gu Yuan held little interest in this so-called balance of power. Yet Lin Xian had made one valid point: the creatures of the Eternal Night world could arrive at any moment, likely within a decade at most. As long as things remained relatively stable during this period, no major issues arose. Once the Eternal Night invaded, internal strife would surely be the last thing on anyone's mind. The Great Xia of today was precisely the vision Gu Yuan had envisioned. Though shrouded in perpetual night, a vibrant pulse of life still pulsed through its gloom, a state of vigorous growth and competition. The only source of genuine concern for Gu Yuan was Jiao Su. It had been 20 years since Jiao Su entered the imperial mausoleum of Mount Li, yet not a single word had been heard from him. Gu Yuan frequently visited the mausoleum to observe, but found nothing. Were it not for the founders of the six great sects pounding their chests in assurance that absolutely nothing was amiss, Gu Yuan would have forced open the tomb long ago. Jiao Su had once been his most promising disciple, gifted with exceptional talent. Had he embarked on the path of cultivation, he would surely have attained the land-immortal realm within these 2 decades, perhaps even ventured toward the mortal-immortal realm. Yet, though the tomb's inheritance remained elusive and uncertain, it served as a reassurance for the major sects and factions. Unless absolutely necessary, Gu Yuan preferred not to force the issue. And so, another 2 years passed. One day, Gu Yuan sat upon his bone throne. With no clear path to advancing his power, he spent his days either refining elixirs or closing his eyes to conserve energy, slipping into a deep slumber to pass the time. Suddenly, the black mist and blood mist within Gu Yuan's body seemed to tremble. This faint tremor jolted Gu Yuan awake. For over 20 years, the black mist and blood mist within Gu Yuan had lain dormant. No matter what methods he employed, he could not break through this barrier. It seemed he had hit a major bottleneck. Yet today, the portals of the black mist and blood mist appeared to stir with a hint of yearning. Could it be that he had finally settled enough, allowing the portals of the black and blood mists to stir once more? With this thought, Gu Yuan took out a withered bone flower and absorbed it directly. Yet the energy of this single herb failed to stir even the slightest ripple. Was its potency too weak? Pondering this, Gu Yuan immediately produced a top-grade spirit stone. After a burst of absorption, the portals of black mist and blood mist remained utterly unmoved. Could it be that the method is wrong? Or perhaps what the black mist and blood mist portals truly crave isn't this so-called spiritual energy? Just as he pondered this, Yang Chen burst into Gu Yuan's secret chamber, shoving the door open. "Master! This is bad." Seeing this, Gu Yuan frowned. "No manners whatsoever. Don't you know to knock first? So reckless." He muttered his complaint, feeling a wave of exasperation. It seemed Lin Xian had focused solely on teaching them cultivation techniques, neglecting to teach them basic manners. Even if there was no need for such formal knocking when entering his private chamber, one should at least knock softly. That was the bare minimum of courtesy. Had he been in the midst of cultivation when interrupted like this, Gu Yuan might well have been driven to murderous intent. The thought made Gu Yuan sigh helplessly. Well, what could he do? She was his own direct disciple. If she hadn't been properly taught, he shared some of the blame. Lost in thought, Gu Yuan spoke up. "What's the urgent matter?" Hearing this, Yang Chen finally lifted his head, dropping his innocent expression as he replied softly. "Master, creatures from the Eternal Night realm have crossed over through the Great Wall Passage." "What?" At these words, Gu Yuan's expression immediately turned grave. How could this happen so quickly? Although the energy of that spatial passage was now beginning to weaken, it was still quite substantial. Gu Yuan himself was having trouble getting close. Such intensity should be enough to prevent those Eternal Night creatures from approaching. What troubled Gu Yuan most was that if they could traverse the spatial passage under these conditions, their power would likely be too formidable for the current cultivators of Blue Star to resist. At this thought, Gu Yuan's expression instantly grew grave. "Master, there's no need to worry." Noticing Gu Yuan's expression, Yang Chen spoke up. "Those Eternal Night creatures are extremely weak. They've already been dealt with." "Dealt with?" Hearing this, Gu Yuan finally exhaled in relief. "That's good. Lead the way." With that, Gu Yuan followed Yang Chen into the grand hall of the Great Summer Sect. At that moment, the founding masters of the 6 great sects were gathered here, and in the center of the hall lay a corpse. Ever since defeating Kanglin, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects had wholeheartedly recognized Gu Yuan as the primary force in the fight against Eternal Night. This recognition stemmed not only from his formidable strength but also from certain unique qualities he possessed. At times, these traits carried echoes of the Eternal Night creatures. Knowing Gu Yuan had no connection to them, the elders naturally regarded him as their nemesis. Chapter 78, The Breakthrough Opportunity. Could it be an Eternal Night creature? If anyone were to call Gu Yuan the nemesis of the Eternal Night creatures, he himself would hardly agree. After all, he knew his victory over Kanglan stemmed from unleashing the power of the shadow soldiers and shadow generals, playing his final cards, and drawing upon substantial resource reserves. It was a perfect convergence of timing, location, and allies, a peril too great to share with outsiders. Nevertheless, with the patriarchs of the six great sects present, Gu Yuan could not afford to be disrespectful. Upon seeing the patriarchs, Gu Yuan offered a smile and a slight bow. Honored elders, it has been over a decade since we last met. Little did I expect that this reunion would bring me such troubling news. Yuan Hao sighed softly upon hearing this. Fellow Taoist Gu, that you can still smile at a time like this, I truly don't know if it's because you're carefree or because you're utterly confident. See for yourself. These are the eternal night creatures that came through that spatial passage. Hearing this, Gu Yuan approached the eternal night creature and examined it closely. However, the moment he drew near, the portals of black mist and blood mist within his body began to stir. Sensing this surge, a bold thought struck Gu Yuan. He could enhance his strength by devouring flesh and blood, essentially, by breaking through the gates of the black mist and blood mist. However, at his current cultivation level, he needed to consume exceptionally potent flesh and blood. Devouring ordinary mortals, or even these common cultivators, would yield far too little benefit for Gu Yuan. As he always said, he wouldn't engage in actions that drained the pond to catch fish. But judging by the activity of the black mist and blood mist portals, devouring these creatures of the eternal night would likely aid in breaking through the portals. After all, when he defeated Kanglan's true form earlier, he had slowly devoured it, propelling his strength from late red dust immortal realm straight to its peak. Gu Yuan had initially thought this surge came from the lingering power of those resources. But now it seemed that lingering power was only a small part of it. The real bulk of the power came from Kanglan's flesh and blood. However, Gu Yuan couldn't conduct experiments in front of so many people now. He still needed to figure out how this eternal night creature had broken through the passage. Everyone, is this the only eternal night creature that came? Not exactly. Sword Immortal Luo Chen shook his head and explained. Here's the thing. Coincidentally, I'd been stuck at the late stage of the mortal immortal realm lately, feeling incredibly stifled. I decided to go out for a stroll. When I arrived at the passage, I happened to see some monsters entering through it. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to the Kanglan entity itself, clearly eternal night beings. I decided to eliminate them all. Only after finishing them off did I remember to save a corpse for everyone to see, so I brought this one here. This batch had about a dozen eternal night creatures, extremely weak, only at the post-human realm. Hearing this, Gu Yuan finally nodded. I see. What a coincidence. Saying this, Gu Yuan also looked at the corpse of the eternal night creature. The corpse was pitch black, lacking the 7 orifices, yet it had 4 deformed arms, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Kanglan's true form. Judging by its appearance, it must belong to that noble family of familiars. All at the post-heaven realm. After pondering for a moment, Gu Yuan spoke in a solemn tone. I have a thought, not sure if it's correct, but I'd appreciate your input. Hearing this, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects all turned their gaze toward Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's analysis of these eternal night creatures was often remarkably accurate. Though they themselves were among those who had guarded the human race during the first Emperor's campaigns, few had actually fought the eternal night forces directly. After all, their power back then hadn't been strong enough to venture beyond the rear lines. As all eyes turned to him, Gu Yuan began his analysis. The fact that this batch of eternal night creatures is so weak indicates that the power of the spatial passage has weakened. However, the stronger beings feared this power and dare not come themselves. Thus, they send these low-powered eternal night creatures to probe, or rather, to sacrifice themselves. If they can cross the spatial passage, that would be ideal. Even if they fail, it reveals the intensity of the energy within the passage. Hearing this, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects nodded in agreement. This explanation made perfect sense. The high-tier eternal night creatures dared not come themselves, but they could employ grand schemes to send these lowly beings in their stead. After all, even if they failed, there would be little to lose. Seeing everyone agree with his assessment, Gu Yuan continued his analysis. Though this batch is weak, their successful passage suggests more eternal night creatures will invade. As the seal weakens, the invaders will only grow stronger. This is a warning. Our great Xia must take this seriously. Upon hearing this, senior sister Tianxian nodded in agreement. Taoist Gu speaks truly. Once eternal night creatures appear, they will only multiply. Fortunately, their power is still weak now. We should take this opportunity to have our disciples train more intensively, familiarizing themselves with these creatures in advance. Excellent suggestion. Zhang Lifeng also nodded in agreement. Let our disciples begin encountering them now. When the day comes that the creatures of the eternal night truly launch a massive invasion, Great Xia won't be caught completely unprepared. But we mustn't be complacent, Gu Yuan interjected. All this is merely our conjecture. No one truly knows what lies ahead. I propose that we not only send disciples for training, but also take turns stationing ourselves near that spatial passage. Should any unexpected changes occur, we can alert each other immediately. Well said. Nanfo Duan Kon nodded in agreement. Taoist Gu's words align perfectly with my thoughts. It is settled then. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. For the time being, I shall take the first rotation to guard the sealed site. We'll rotate annually. Those stationed at the spatial passage must be at least red dust immortal level. That's excellent, Yuan Hao murmured with a slight nod. With you guarding there, we can rest assured. Among the 6 great sects, even without counting ourselves, we can muster over a dozen cultivators above mortal immortal rank. We wouldn't even need annual rotations. 6-month or 3-month shifts would suffice. Our manpower is more than adequate. Gu Yuan waved his hand. Fellow cultivators, I shall guard this place for the first year. These eternal night creature corpses serve a purpose for me. Staying here will be more convenient. Our primary task now is to cultivate our strength. Fellow Daoist Gu. As Gu Yuan spoke, senior sister Tianxian interjected, you must lay your cards on the table. Setting aside the Great Summer Sect, what level of power do your 300 million soldiers currently possess? Chapter 79, Breaking Through the Bottleneck. Subtle changes in the portal. Fellow Daoist Gu, what level of power have your soldiers reached now? Following senior sister Tianxuan's question, Yuan Hao, Duan Kong, and the others all turned their gaze toward Gu Yuan. It was common knowledge that Gu Yuan had gathered 300 million soldiers on Sakura Island. He had mentioned before that their cultivation levels and power would increase over time. 20 years ago, those shadow soldiers had already reached the heavenly Radiance realm. Now, 2 decades later, if every single one had advanced to the heavenly phenomenon realm, they would undoubtedly be a formidable asset. Consider this, even in the current Great Xia, across all races, those above the celestial phenomenon realm numbered less than 0.5%. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Gu Yuan chuckled softly before speaking slowly. My shadow soldiers are quite formidable. They've all reached the land immortal realm. What? Before Gu Yuan could finish, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects rose as one. Fellow Daoist Gu, is this truly the case? Of course it's true. Just look at those 2 gatekeepers over there. As he spoke, Gu Yuan gestured toward the 2 shadowy guards stationed outside the main hall. These 2 gatekeepers had been guarding the Liu family villa 20 years ago and now stood watch at the sect's main hall. They had long since become Gu Yuan's good luck charms. Hearing this, the others all looked shocked. Indeed, they had seen it themselves when they arrived. Those 2 shadow soldiers were undoubtedly at the immortal of the earth realm. However, Gu Yuan's subordinates included not only soldiers but also generals, a fact the others hadn't immediately grasped. 300 million Earth immortal level shadow soldiers with such strength, a counterattack against the eternal night world wasn't impossible. Of course, such a counterattack would never reach the scale of the first emperor's conquest. What they meant was that merely shifting the battlefield to the eternal night world would be considered a victory. Since fellow Daoist Gu possesses such a vast number of Earth immortal level shadow soldiers, even if the eternal night world truly invades, we have nothing to fear. As the group pondered this, a cheerful voice rang out from beyond the door. Turning to look, they saw none other than the corpse king, Xuankue. Accompanying Xuankue were the demon king Zhuke and Xian Yuan Mo. Over these past 20 years, Xian Yuan Mo had long since ascended to the true level of mortal immortal, reaching the mid-stage of mortal immortal. Both Xian Kue and Zhuke had also attained the mortal immortal realm. They had taken that crucial step forward. Gentlemen, we're not too late, are we? Hearing this, Luo Chen laughed heartily. Not at all. Xian Kue, Xian Yuan Mo, Zhuke arriving a bit late is understandable. Don't think I don't know you. Xian Kue have been at the Great Summer Sect all these years, and you, Xian Yuan, are even the sect's honorary patriarch. How come you 2 are just showing up now? Oomph. I wasn't talking about you, yet you're blaming us. Xian Yuan Mo rolled his eyes. You should have just come over once you caught that eternal night creature. Why did you have to make such a big deal about it? We were just trying to calm the kids down in the sect. Hearing this, the crowd collectively furrowed their brows. Xian Yuan, are you saying the Great Summer Sect has had a significant reaction to the appearance of the eternal night creatures? Of course. Xian Yuan Mo chuckled. Disciples from all factions are itching to volunteer and eliminate these creatures. But seriously, there are only a handful of them. Why all the fuss? Don't you know stability is our top priority right now? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. When it came to governing the nation or steering its grand direction, Xian Yuan Mo was undoubtedly the foremost authority. After all, behind the Great Xia's 5,000 years of history, his influence was ever present. But none of that matters now. Xian Kue roared with laughter. With 300 million Earth immortals at Gu Dao's command, even if the eternal night truly invades, we have nothing to fear. Hearing this, Yuan Hao shook his head beside him. We can't be so optimistic. Though fellow Daoist Gu commands a mighty force, ultimately, it can only buy us more time. Xian Yuan Mo nodded in agreement. Brother Yuan Hao sees clearly. Old Gu may command 300 million Earth immortal level shadow soldiers, but the eternal night creatures breaching our defenses are too weak. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. They're useless for now. But when the true large-scale invasion of eternal night creatures comes, the main force will likely be Dao immortal realm, or even true immortal level. Land immortal realm will be utterly inadequate. These land immortal realm shadow soldiers will only be able to protect Blue Star through the next decade. Perhaps. Xian Kuei shrugged. If it ever comes to that, we'll address it then. But if even 300 million Earth immortals prove ineffective, then. Enough, enough. Gu Yuan waved his hand. Everyone, it's too early to discuss this now. Let's focus on the immediate situation. Since we're sending disciples out for training, we need to establish a plan quickly. Wait for you to propose it? You're the Grand Summer Sex leader, you won't lift a finger for extra work. If we wait for you, we'll starve to death. As soon as Gu Yuan finished speaking, Xian Yuan Mo burst out laughing. Rest assured. I've already drafted a rough plan. I just need to verify the details with you all. Fine, then I'll leave it to you. I'm not particularly skilled at these matters anyway. Gentlemen, this corpse holds great significance for my research. I must examine it immediately. Excuse me. After exchanging polite farewells, Gu Yuan carried the corpse back to his secluded retreat. The portals of Black Mist and Blood Mist, dormant for 20 years, reacted to the corpse of this eternal night creature. If Gu Yuan's assessment was correct, this eternal night creature's corpse could absolutely help him break through that bottleneck. With that thought, Gu Yuan wasted no further time. He unleashed the Black Mist, which immediately engulfed and consumed the corpse of the eternal night creature. Within the Black Mist's domain, the corpse gradually decomposed. Its pure, concentrated energy seemed to transform into nourishment, merging into the Black Mist space. This was a first for Gu Yuan. When he had devoured other cultivators before, the Black Mist had simply absorbed their energy directly, not like this. Unfortunately, although Kanglan's corpse had been consumed, Gu Yuan had fallen into a deep slumber due to his severe injuries at the time and had completely missed the process. As he pondered, Gu Yuan sensed not only a slight strengthening of his Black Mist space, but also increased activity at the gateway between the Black Mist and the Blood Mist. The increase in activity was minuscule, almost negligible, yet Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Such a minute change precisely confirmed that devouring eternal night creatures was the correct path to break through his bottleneck. The root cause of Gu Yuan's current bottleneck was the stagnation of the Black Mist and Blood Mist portals, preventing any breakthrough. Now that this situation had improved, it meant that as long as he continued devouring the eternal night creatures, the portals might become fully active. Chapter 80, The Demon Hunters, Lu Jinyan. Blue Star, Great Xia, Great Wall Passage. 3 years had passed since the first wave of eternal night creatures crossed over. Over these 3 years, eternal night creatures have continuously crossed over through the spatial passage. Not only have these invading creatures grown increasingly powerful, but the frequency of their crossings has also surged. Initially, these creatures were merely at the acquired realm level. However, as time progressed, some innate realm beings began appearing among the eternal night creatures crossing over. Moreover, the interval between waves has shortened dramatically from one batch per month initially, to one every 2 or 3 days later on. Now, creatures could cross over at any moment. Defenses near the Great Wall have been significantly bolstered compared to before. Currently, besides Gu Yuan stationed there permanently, the camp near the Great Wall maintains a constant deployment of at least 15 land immortal realm cultivators. These cultivators hailed not only from the Great Xia faction but were dispatched from all corners of the world. Their purpose was to ensure that in the event of an emergency, all factions could receive the news at the fastest possible speed. Over these past 3 years, Gu Yuan had devoured numerous eternal night creatures, yet he still seemed far from breaking through that bottleneck. Major sects, including the Great Xia Heavenly Sect, have formed hunting teams to track down these eternal night creatures along the Great Wall. As incentives, the 6 great sects, the Great Xia Celestial Sect, and numerous overseas factions contributed substantial resources. Beyond the Great Wall, a temporary department named the Demon Hunting Pavilion was established. Essentially functioning as a treasure vault, cultivators hunting eternal night creatures could exchange corpses for points, which could then be redeemed for resources from the pavilion. To motivate the disciples of the Great Summer Sect, Xian Yuan Mo even procured a batch of divine weapons and magical artifacts from unknown sources and invested them into the Demon Hunting Pavilion. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the scarcest resources were not cultivation materials, but divine weapons and various magical artifacts. Spiritual energy could revive, and spiritual plants could grow, but magical treasures and divine weapons couldn't simply appear out of thin air. Or rather, cultivators skilled in forging such artifacts weren't easily cultivated. Thus, joining the demon hunters remained an intensely sought-after opportunity. Another 2 years passed. During this time, the frequency of eternal night creatures' appearances grew increasingly higher, and their strength steadily increased. Now, eternal night creatures of the celestial phenomenon tier occasionally crossed over. As the number of eternal night creatures increased, so did the number of demon hunting teams. Not only that, but after the eternal night creatures descended, cultivators worldwide redoubled their efforts in cultivation. Humans of Blue Star had already experienced the might of the eternal night. No one wished to be helpless prey when the true invasion came. Deep within the dense forests of the Great Wall ruins, a squad of cultivators clad in celestial sect robes engaged in fierce combat against a horde of grotesque monsters. Though these bizarre creatures showed no spiritual energy fluctuations, their physical strength was extraordinary. Moreover, each possessed unique innate abilities, granting them a combined power capable of challenging cultivators at the mid-Tianzhao stage. Among them stood an indigo-hued creature headless, torso-less, and supported solely by 8 long legs. Its power rivaled that of a heavenly phenomenon cultivator. After a fierce battle, the group of heaven sect cultivators finally eliminated every last monster. Surveying the corpses of the monsters, the lead cultivator wore a satisfied smile. This cultivator was no ordinary figure, none other than Liu Ruyue, disciple of Gu Yuan, the grandmaster of the Great Summer Sect. After 5 years of apprenticeship, Liu Ruye's cultivation had advanced from the late Tianzhao stage to the current Tianxiang realm. Of course, that had nothing to do with Gu Yuan. Congratulations, senior brother Liu. This marks the 3rd celestial phenomenon stage eternal night creature you've slain. A disciple stepped forward, his face contorted into a fawning expression. Over the years, Liu Ruyue had risen to prominence within the Great Summer Sect. Merely in terms of cultivation realm, he ranked among the top 10 disciples of the sect. As a direct disciple of the sect master, his future potential was limitless. Hearing the disciple's words, Liu Ruyue smiled and replied, 3 eternal night creatures at the celestial phenomenon realm. Let's see what Chen Feng has to say now. This time, I'll crush him beneath my feet and make him properly address me as senior brother. That's inevitable. Another disciple chimed in with flattery, senior brother Chen Feng only slew 1 celestial phenomenon stage creature. How could he possibly compare to you? Exactly, chimed in the earlier disciple. If you ask me, senior sister is biased. Clearly, senior brother Liu is stronger, yet she always favors senior brother Chen. This time we'll let our results speak for themselves. Let's see if senior sister dare to be biased anymore. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Liu Ruyue burst into hearty laughter. He and Chen Feng had both become disciples of Gu Yuan. Though they'd always been rivals, they constantly remembered Gu Yuan's teachings, compete, but never engage in infighting. As for what junior brother Zhao said, it was indeed true. Their senior sister, Lin Xian, did indeed favor Chen Feng more than him. But Liu Ruyue didn't think much of it. It was only natural for a teacher to favor one student over another. Even he himself had different strengths in his left and right hands. Besides, Chen Feng was undeniably more eloquent than him. It made perfect sense that Lin Xian favored the other. Though senior sister Lin was closer to Chen Feng, it didn't mean she disliked him. At most, she occasionally gave Chen Feng some extra guidance. When it came to formally teaching skills or distributing resources, senior sister Lin had never shown favoritism toward anyone. The only difference was the sword in his hand, which was slightly inferior in quality to Chen Feng's spear. But that was Liu Ruye's own choice, he preferred swords. On top of that, it earned him a reputation for generosity. Why not? As he pondered, a ripple emanated from the spatial portal 10 kilometers away. Sensing this disturbance, Liu Ruyue immediately broke into a smile. Another eternal night creature of the celestial phenomenon tier had invaded. With that thought, Liu Ruyue gave the order, and the group swiftly dashed toward the portal. Soon, Liu Ruyue and his group encountered that batch of eternal night monsters. These eternal night creatures resembled the previous ones, with no new species appearing. Yet within the horde, Liu Ruyue spotted a peculiar-looking being. This creature possessed 6 legs yet only 1 arm. Most disturbingly, this creature bore a human face, a horrifyingly grotesque sight paired with its bizarre form. Chapter 81, The Dark Demon Clan, Earth Immortals Falling Abyss. Upon seeing the 6-legged, 1-armed creature of the eternal night, Liu Ruye's expression instantly turned grave. Its form resembled creatures of the Dark Demon Clan, yet this one bore a human face. A human face, one indistinguishable from those of Blue Star humans. Since the Eternal Night invasion began, this was the first time Liu Ruyue had ever encountered an Eternal Night creature bearing a human visage. Xian Yuan Mo had long disseminated information about Eternal Night creatures. A human-faced Eternal Night creature could only mean 2 possibilities. One possibility was that certain Eternal Night races possessed the ability to mimic other species, allowing them to appear indistinguishable from humans. The other possibility was that this Eternal Night creature had attained the Land Immortal Realm. Generally speaking, any race on Blue Star that reaches the innate realm, or rather, upon reaching the innate realm, can transform into human form. Though human bodies aren't the strongest in combat, their meridians and internal organs are uniquely human. In the path of cultivation, humans are truly blessed by nature. Thus, most alien races choose to shapeshift into human form upon reaching the innate realm to live among humans. Among the demonic races and spirit creatures, the innate realm is also known as the shapeshifting realm. However, the Eternal Night creatures and the native inhabitants of Blue Star appear somewhat different. Eternal Night creatures can also transform, but they require reaching the level of a mortal immortal to achieve a complete transformation. Eternal Night creatures at the Land Immortal Realm can only achieve partial transformation. The Eternal Night creature before him was clearly of the Dark Demon Clan. Its ability to manifest a human face indicated it was undoubtedly a Land Immortal. At this realization, Liu Ruye's expression darkened. An eternal night being at the land immortal realm was absolutely not someone he could afford to provoke. Though Liu Ruyue was Gu Yuan's direct disciple, the title held little substance. Gu Yuan had never imparted his true abilities to Liu Ruyue, nor could he, for they were innate. Of course, even without inheriting Gu Yuan's abilities, Liu Ruyue possessed the Summer Heaven sect's most advanced cultivation techniques, divine arts, and divine weapons. Fighting opponents of higher tiers was certainly within his capabilities. But let's be clear, fighting above one's level depends entirely on how far above. With Liu Ruye's current strength as a newly ascended Heavenly Phenomenon Realm cultivator, he could likely handle a mid-stage Heavenly Phenomenon Realm opponent. Even against a late-stage Heavenly Phenomenon Realm opponent, he could exchange a few blows before retreating if outmatched. But against a land immortal? He'd be no different from an ant. Gritting his teeth at this realization, Liu Ruyue stepped forward to block his junior disciples. Fellow disciples, look, that leader of the eternal night creatures is likely at the land immortal realm. Do not act rashly. Hearing this, the Tian sect disciples behind him all showed expressions of shock and immediately suppressed their auras. The strength of these eternal night creatures lacked clear boundaries. While their combat power might rival certain cultivation realms, they inevitably fell short in other aspects, perception being a prime example. With their auras concealed, the creatures would never detect them unless they witnessed them directly. Hidden within a dense forest, observing the shadowy creatures lurking about, one disciple spoke up. "Senior brother Liu, what should we do now?" Hearing this, Liu Ruyue narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Hold your horses. I'll call the master first to report this. Not only are these monsters beyond our handling, but the emergence of a new tier of creatures demands immediate notification to the sect. After informing the master, we'll secretly trail those monsters and wait for him to handle the situation." Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Liu Ruyue took out his phone and dialed Gu Yuan. Despite nearly 30 years of spiritual energy revival, technological development hadn't been entirely abandoned. On the contrary, the existence of cultivators had driven significant advancements in science. However, the moment Liu Ruyue dialed the number, before the call could connect, a violent disturbance erupted. The phone exploded instantly, scattering into shards across the floor. Witnessing this, Liu Ruye's face paled with shock. In the next instant, the group of eternal night creatures appeared before them, surrounding the entire party. Spotting the creatures, Liu Ruyue cursed inwardly. He never imagined his phone would betray him like this. Worse still, though the call had been initiated, it had never connected. Human cultivators? I never imagined you could be so weak. The land-dwelling immortal-level eternal night creature of the Dark Demon clan appeared, immediately speaking with a wicked grin. However, its face was utterly grotesque, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Hearing this, Liu Ruyue fixed his gaze on the Dark Demon, shielding his companions behind him. "Fellow disciples, retreat immediately. I'll hold that creature off. Our venerable master is stationed at the demon hunting pavilion. As long as..." "No, senior brother Liu, we won't leave." "Right. You're no match for him alone. If we all attack together, maybe." "You bastards." Before the disciple could finish, Liu Ruyue cut him off. "This isn't the time for courtesy. If we delay any longer, none of us will make it out alive. Retreat now. The intelligence of eternal night creatures is questionable. If I can stall him for even a few moments, that'll be enough for you to call for reinforcements. Are you two discussing how to escape?" As Liu Ruyue spoke, the eternal night creature of the Dark Demon clan laughed and said, "A bunch of lowly ants. If I let you escape, wouldn't this commander be laughed to death?" With that, the eternal night creature waved its hand lightly. The 6 Heaven sect disciples behind Liu Ruyue were instantly frozen in place. In the next instant, an invisible force swept through, and the 6 Heaven sect disciples were instantly decapitated. Seeing this, Liu Ruye's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. These Heaven sect disciples were all his junior brothers. "You bastard. I'll fight you to the death." As he spoke, the long sword in Liu Ruye's hand materialized, charging straight toward the monster. Unfortunately, he was instantly immobilized. "A mere human, yet you wield a high-grade spirit artifact. No wonder you're so reckless. You must be the leader of this group. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Yuan, leader of the Nether Abyss tribe of the Dark Demon clan." "Liu Yuan?" Liu Ruyue gritted his teeth and coldly demanded, "Since you didn't kill me, you must have some scheme in mind." "Clever." Listening, Liu Yuan covered his mouth with his single arm and chuckled. "To possess a high-grade spirit artifact with such meager strength, your standing among the humans must be considerable. I happen to be infiltrating the human race. I offer you a chance, defect to our Dark Demon clan, and I'll permit you to continue living in this world. What do you say?" Chapter 82, Never Compromise. "Great. I couldn't ask for more." Hearing Liu Yuan's words, Liu Ruyue burst into laughter. "Humans are an inferior race to begin with. To become a vassal of the Dark Demon clan is my good fortune." As he spoke, Liu Ruyue wore an expression of eager anticipation. But inwardly, he cursed Liu Yuan 1,000 times over. The Dark Demon clan possessed a unique divine ability. They could split off a portion of their soul power to possess other races. Once possession succeeded, they gained access to the host's entire memory. Externally, it was impossible to detect, only subtle clues might surface in daily habits. Upon noticing anomalies, probing the soul would reveal the possession. Any being at the mortal-immortal realm could perform this detection. The problem, however, was that even on Blue Star today, there were only about 20 red dust immortals. Who had the time to screen every member of their sect daily for possession? Thus, among these eternal night creatures, the Dark Demon clan posed an exceptionally high level of danger. Though Lu Jinyan outwardly agreed to Luo Yuan's proposal, it was merely a delaying tactic, a feigned display of trust to prevent possession. If he were possessed, it would spell trouble. As the sect master's direct disciple, if Luo Yuan possessed him and lay dormant, it would be extremely difficult to detect. By then, it could deal a fatal blow to the human race. But feigning surrender was another matter. As long as he survived this immediate crisis, he could alert the sect in countless ways. An eternal night creature at the land immortal realm, incapable of fully transforming, would be impossible to conceal within Great Xia. Even if Luo Yuan forced him to reveal some human secret, it wouldn't matter. That creature couldn't return to the eternal night world anyway. What good would knowing do? Whether he'd even survive this afternoon was already questionable. With that thought, Lu Jinyan feigned compliance and spoke. Lord Luo Yuan, I wonder what you require of me. Luo Yuan nodded repeatedly, his satisfaction evident. I want you to infiltrate the human race. Use your status to bring me cultivators from Blue Star. Their strength needn't match your high social standing is all that matters. Can you manage this? Well. Hearing this, Lu Jinyan sneered inwardly. Bringing people over? That's just setting them up for you to possess their bodies. He should have agreed immediately, but instead, Lu Jinyan played hard to get. Well, I'm afraid that won't be possible, Lord Luo Yuan. The human race places great importance on their geniuses. If they keep disappearing frequently, I'm afraid. Who said I intend to kill them? Luo Yuan sneered coldly. I merely wish to meet them. However you bring them here, I shall have you bring them back. If you complete the task I assign you, once Eternal Night conquers the Blue Star Plane, I will praise your achievements before the Sovereign. This planet shall be yours to rule. Then it's settled. I'll gladly die 10,000 times for the honor. Listen, Lu Jinyan immediately wore an excited expression. Luo Yuan, however, saw this and chuckled lightly. But you humans are far too cunning. I dare not trust you. Come here. I shall plant a mark deep within your soul. Should you ever harbor thoughts of betraying me, it will obliterate both your body and spirit. Hearing this, Lu Jinyan froze in shock. Allowing Luo Yuan to plant a mark would surely spell trouble. But if he refused, Luo Yuan would certainly not let him off. With this thought, Lu Jinyan drew a deep breath, silently murmuring Gu Yuan's name several times. Master, please protect your disciple this once. After a moment of silent prayer, Lu Jinyan nodded and said, Very well, Lord Luo Yuan, I accept. You do know when to be practical. Come forward. With that, Luo Yuan smiled faintly. We of the Eternal Night Clan are not as deceitful as your human race. We keep our word and act upon our promises. As long as you do not betray me, I will never treat you unfairly. Listening, Lu Jinyan narrowed his eyes slightly before approaching Luo Yuan and kneeling before him. Lord Luo Yuan, I am ready. With that, Lu Jinyan released his spiritual awareness. Seeing this, Luo Yuan spread his hands, and soul energy flowed out from within him, entering the space between Lu Jinyan's eyebrows. Now! At that moment, Lu Jinyan let out a cold snort. A long sword materialized in his hand, and with a single thrust, it pierced Luo Yuan's body. Put! A jet of black blood spurted from Luo Yuan's mouth as his soul power instantly retreated. You human insect, you dare mock me! As he spoke, Luo Yuan struck Lu Jinyan with a palm strike, sending him flying backward. Half crouching on the ground, Lu Jinyan cursed inwardly at Luo Yuan's unharmed state. His sword strike hadn't even scratched him. Luo Yuan's injuries were caused by disrupting his soul projection, and even those weren't severe. Were Earth immortals truly this formidable? As he pondered this, Luo Yuan suddenly materialized before Lu Jinyan. A clawed foot seized the man's head, hoisting him up. Human insect, did you truly believe this commander couldn't control you? His eyes flashed with cruelty as his single arm yanked violently at Lu Jinyan's arm. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Luo Yuan tore off Lu Jinyan's right arm shoulder, and all in one brutal motion. Witnessing this, Luo Yuan burst into a maniacal laugh. How does that feel? You worthless human scum, daring to defy the Eternal Night Clan. Your agony will never cease until you become my sustenance. With that, Luo Yuan waved his hand lightly once more. Lu Jinyan's legs were severed cleanly at the knees. Amidst a wave of agonized screams, Lu Jinyan's consciousness began to fade. This won't do. Gathering the last remnants of his consciousness, Lu Jinyan made his final decision. For the Dark Demon clan to possess a host, they must first destroy the host's spirit. If this continued, he feared he would truly become Luo Yuan's puppet. With that thought, Lu Jinyan smiled weakly and spoke with feeble voice. If you want me to surrender to the Eternal Night, you can forget it. As he spoke, a terrifying surge of energy began to rise within Lu Jinyan's body. Seeing this, Luo Yuan sneered, "You want to self-destruct? You're not worthy enough to do that in front of this commander. What about this time? You're burning your soul? You bastard!" At this sight, Luo Yuan roared in fury, his single arm slamming straight toward Lu Jinyan's head. An explosion of this magnitude might actually injure him. Yet in the next instant, a sigh echoed throughout the land. Time and space seemed to freeze for an instant as Lu Jinyan's burning soul gradually subsided. Eternal Knight's disciple, my own personal disciple, you dare lay a finger on him. Chapter 83, Luo Yuan's questionable intelligence. The Eternal Knight's divine art, my own personal teaching, you dare to touch it. A voice boomed across the heavens like a great bell. Hearing it, Lu Jinyan immediately broke into a smile. It was the voice of his master, Gu Yuan. Though his master had never personally taught him techniques, they were far from strangers. He recognized his master's voice instantly. Luo Yuan, however, grew solemn upon hearing it. One possessing such abilities could not be weaker than himself. As he pondered, a figure slowly materialized in the sky above, none other than Gu Yuan. Though Lu Jinyan's phone had been destroyed and no call was made, Gu Yuan had sensed Luo Yuan's intervention the moment it occurred. Seated within the Demon Hunter Pavilion, Gu Yuan sensed a cultivator at the land immortal realm level taking action. Instantly, he felt something was amiss. There was an unspoken agreement among those in the Great Wall region: high-tier cultivators should refrain from intervening whenever possible, allowing the younger generation to gain experience. Not only that, but the fluctuations emanating from the attacker felt off. Gu Yuan immediately sensed trouble. Releasing his perception, he instantly detected the Eternal Night creature. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yuan arrived at the scene. Yet the moment he stepped into the area, darkness engulfed his vision. Having sensed that the Eternal Night creature had slain a disciple of the Heavenly Sect, Gu Yuan intended to strike it down immediately. But upon arriving, he witnessed his own beloved disciple surrendering to the creature. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. Humans and the Eternal Night creatures were sworn enemies, locked in a feud that had lasted for millennia. There was absolutely no possibility of reconciliation. Surrendering to the Eternal Night creatures was tantamount to being a traitor. To be precise, it should be called a traitor to humanity. If word got out that his own direct disciple had surrendered to the Eternal Night, he'd be laughed to death by the founders of the 6 great sects, not to mention figures like Shen Kuei, Zhu Kei, and Shen Yuan Mo. Though Lu Jinyan didn't represent him personally, he'd still be branded a poor judge of character. The thought sent Gu Yuan's blood pressure soaring. His sole desire now was to smash every Eternal Night creature present to death with a single blow and then smash Lu Jinyan to death as well. Yet just as he was about to act, Gu Yuan hesitated. He wanted to see just how shameless Lu Jinyan could be, what absurd lengths he'd go to for a measly chance at survival. But reality proved him wrong. Observing Lu Jinyan's subsequent actions, Gu Yuan realized he had misunderstood his promising disciple. Yet Gu Yuan felt a flicker of relief. By this fortuitous turn of events, the misunderstanding had been cleared up. Otherwise, had he learned the truth later, wouldn't he have regretted it to death? This Lu Jinyan truly was a man of his word, a worthy disciple indeed. He had a knack for recognizing talent after all. Watching Lu Jinyan prepare to burn his soul, Gu Yuan could no longer bear to look on and intervened directly. With a slight wave of his hand, Lu Jinyan's remnant form drifted slowly toward Gu Yuan. "Master, you've finally come. You worthless brat, get out of the way and watch your master." As he spoke, a gentle energy emanated from Gu Yuan, enveloping Lu Jinyan and halting the progression of his injuries. This was the best Gu Yuan could do. Using his own cultivation to heal Lu Jinyan might actually backfire. Yet Lu Jinyan, upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, immediately wore a look of grievance. "Master, I'm no coward. How could you call me a good-for-nothing?" Hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "You're not useless? Facing a cultivator at the Earth Immortal Realm, you couldn't escape and didn't even know to call for help? With your heavenly phenomenon realm strength, a single shout of yours could be heard for hundreds of kilometers. How could I, Gu Yuan, with all my brilliance, have such a foolish disciple?" Hearing this, Lu Jinyan froze, momentarily speechless. Right. Why hadn't he thought of that? Seeing Lu Jinyan's utterly bewildered expression, Gu Yuan sighed softly. Never mind, never mind. This time. Just as Gu Yuan spoke, Luo Yuan turned to the two of them, his eyes bloodshot, and immediately roared. "Human cultivators! You show no respect for this commander at all. Who exactly are you?" Hearing this, Gu Yuan turned to Luo Yuan, sneered coldly, and mocked. "A land immortal level eternal night creature? Truly surprising, your highness. This eternal night creature with celestial phenomenon strength hasn't been around long, yet a land immortal realm being has already appeared. There must be some explanation for this." Speaking coldly, Gu Yuan continued. "You are not worthy to know this king's name. Speak. How did you pass through that spatial passage? Tell me everything I wish to know, and I may grant you a swift death." Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan burst into loud laughter. "Human? You think you can threaten this commander? You're asking for death. As he spoke, Luo Yuan lunged forward, charging straight at Gu Yuan. Yet Gu Yuan merely chuckled softly, extending a finger to flick the air. Instantly, Luo Yuan was pinned to the spot once more. My patience is running thin. A land immortal level eternal night creature couldn't have arrived this quickly. Speak. How did you traverse that spatial passage? Hearing this, Luo Yuan shot Gu Yuan a dismissive glance and snorted coldly, so you're just a mortal level human. This commander was careless this time. But if you think you'll get anything out of me, you're dreaming. Master, there's no need to ask further. Questioning him is futile. No sooner had Luo Yuan finished speaking than Lu Jinyan, pale-faced and limping, hobbled over. Taking advantage of Gu Yuan's attack, he had painstakingly retrieved a healing pill from his spatial ring. After swallowing it, his severed limbs quickly regenerated. Lu Jinyan's injuries weren't severe. Though they looked gruesome, they were merely external wounds, so recovery wasn't particularly troublesome. Gu Yuan, however, raised an eyebrow at Lu Jinyan's words and asked with puzzlement, "Why do you say that?" Lu Jinyan chuckled lightly. He's just a lowly commander. He got here purely by luck. With abilities like his, he's nothing but the lowest-ranking insect in the eternal night world. Even if you interrogate him, Master, you won't get anything out of him. Bull! Luo Yuan roared in fury at Lu Jinyan's words. You despicable human! How dare you insult this commander? This commander was personally sent by the Overlord. You'll see the Overlord has already mastered a way to penetrate that obstructing force. Before long, more commanders will be sent over. Your blue star has long been drained of spiritual energy. All that awaits you is a slow, agonizing death. Chapter 84, An Insurmountable Bottleneck. See that, Master? The intelligence of eternal night creatures is precisely like this. There's no need to ask further. Gu Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he listened. Truth be told, these eternal night creatures weren't exactly the brightest. It wasn't until they reached the land immortal realm that they began to develop spiritual intelligence, and only in the mid to late stages of that realm did they gradually take on human form. As Gu Yuan pondered this, Lu Jinyan spoke again. Your overlord must have gone to great lengths to send you here. To break through the seal of that dimensional passage? With the meager strength of your eternal night creatures, you don't stand a chance. Even if they could mass-produce eternal night creatures at the land immortal realm level, it would likely take years. By then, our human race's strength will have increased beyond measure. Your dreams are far too premature. Luo Yuan scoffed, a look of contempt spreading across his face. Human cultivators, you're far too optimistic. The seal on that spatial passage is already pitifully weak. Within a year, even commander-level beings will be able to pass through freely. Enjoy this final year of peace while you can. Hearing this, Lu Jinyan shrugged his shoulders. Master, look at this guy, he still hasn't caught on that I'm baiting him. What? You dare scheme against this commander? Before Luo Yuan could finish, Gu Yuan waved his hand. Instantly, Luo Yuan and the accompanying eternal night creatures exploded into fragments. No point wasting breath on them. Jinyan, Luo Yuan's low intelligence stems from his being only at the land immortal realm and having awakened his spirit not long ago. You must not underestimate the eternal night creatures because of this. Understood, Master. Gu Yuan nodded slightly as he listened, then turned his gaze to the corpses of the 6 heaven sect disciples. Jinyan, I entrust the cleanup of these heavenly sect disciples to you. Your composure and resolve have earned my utmost satisfaction. Your performance today was exceptional. You even extracted crucial intelligence just now. I ought to reward you properly. Speak, what kind of reward do you desire? A high-tier spell? A magical artifact? Or perhaps a spirit pill? As he spoke, Gu Yuan wore a satisfied smile, looking at Lu Jinyan. This fellow had truly brought him great honor this time. Though no one else knew, Gu Yuan didn't care. Just name your reward. I'll grant you anything. Really, Master? Hearing this, Lu Jinyan's face lit up with delight. He hadn't expected his master to be so pleased with him. All that suffering earlier hadn't been for nothing. Master, I wish for you to bless my entire family with good health. Get lost. Gu Yuan scolded with a laugh. I asked you to make a wish. If you have nothing to say, then I won't bother with you. No. Lu Jinyan chuckled nervously. Master, I do have one small request. My status with that Chen Feng fellow still isn't fully settled. What do you think about letting me be the 3rd senior brother? Hearing this, a hint of amusement flickered across Gu Yuan's face. Are you sure? It's just an empty title. I told you, I'll grant you anything, this is your only chance. I'm certain, Master. I won't regret it. Listening in, Lu Jinyan chuckled. As your disciple, I already enjoy the sect's finest resources, I lack nothing. Just appoint me as your 3rd disciple and make Chen Feng the 4th. Hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, a point indeed. That choice of words, if this were 30 years ago, I'd have given you a good thrashing. But words aside, Gu Yuan was quite satisfied with Lu Jinyan's choice. Having already agreed to grant him any reward he desired, Liu Ruyue showed no greed whatsoever, a sign of truly commendable character. With that thought, Gu Yuan gave a slight wave of his hand. A strand of energy slowly materialized in his palm. Take this. Give it to that girl Lin Xian. Such a simple wish, your master can certainly grant it. Receiving the energy strand, Liu Ruyue was overjoyed and immediately bowed deeply. Thank you, master, for your guidance. Enough with the formalities. Return to your sect on your own. I shan't see you off. With that, Gu Yuan absorbed the corpses of the eternal night creatures into the black mist and vanished without a trace. As for Liu Ruyue, he returned to his sect. The next day, a major announcement shook the Great Summer Heaven sect. The Grand Master of the Great Summer sect, Gu Yuan, personally issued an edict confirming the rankings of his direct disciples, senior sister Lin Xian, second brother Yang Chen, and direct disciple Liu Ruyue, who had fought against the eternal night creature at the land immortal realm level, refusing to yield even unto death, were ranked 3rd and 4th, respectively. The news sent shockwaves through the entire sect. It wasn't merely about the disciple rankings, the appearance of an eternal night creature at the land immortal realm was monumental news in itself. Setting aside how other major sects would respond to this news, Gu Yuan, bearing the corpse of that eternal night creature, returned directly to the Demon Hunter Pavilion. The emergence of a land immortal realm eternal night creature signaled that trouble for Blue Star had already begun. Even now, the land immortal realm represented the pinnacle of combat power active within the major sects. Though Liu Yuan claimed it would take another year for land immortal realm cultivators to freely breach the seals, Gu Yuan couldn't afford to overlook any stray stragglers. However, maintaining constant surveillance over the spatial passage felt excessive. Upon this realization, Gu Yuan devised a plan. He still commanded 300 million soldiers, all of them land immortal realm cultivators. He summoned a dozen or so of them to lurk around the spatial passageway. Only then did Gu Yuan nod in satisfaction. These shadow soldiers would never act unless provoked, but the moment they detected a land immortal level eternal night creature crossing over, they would swarm upon it. With all this done, Gu Yuan turned his gaze to Liu Yuan's corpse. Land immortal level eternal night creatures were incredibly important to him. Ever since Gu Yuan discovered that devouring these eternal night creatures could help him break through his cultivation bottleneck, he had spent the past several years consuming them relentlessly. Gradually, that bottleneck had begun to crack. But now, Gu Yuan faced a major problem. That bottleneck had become stubbornly resistant to further breakthroughs. At the current rate of eternal night creatures crossing over, on good days Gu Yuan could collect over 100 corpses. His bottleneck had long reached the critical point where it could be broken through. Yet even at this critical threshold, no matter how many eternal night creatures he consumed, it was nowhere near enough. Even the recent appearance of eternal night creatures at the celestial phenomenon realm level proved to be a drop in the bucket when it came to consuming their corpses. Yet Gu Yuan noticed something peculiar. After devouring that celestial phenomenon realm corpse, he felt a qualitative change had occurred within him. Where exactly this change lay, however, he couldn't quite pinpoint. This corpse of a land immortal realm being would be the perfect opportunity for him to test it once more. Chapter 85, Black Mist Space Trembles, finally breaking through the bottleneck. Seated in the secret chamber of the Demon Hunter Pavilion, Gu Yuan focused his mind and observed the corpse of the land immortal realm eternal night creature. Over the years since the eternal night creatures first appeared, Gu Yuan had not only absorbed their corpses but also conducted basic research on them. The eternal night creatures comprised numerous species. In recent years alone, dozens of distinct eternal night species had emerged. To be precise, these eternal night beings shared some similarities with the zombie clan. Regardless of their specific species, eternal night beings were incapable of cultivation before reaching the land immortal realm. Or rather, they weren't considered cultivators per se. They possessed exceptionally high physical strength and certain innate abilities, granting them overall strength comparable to that of cultivators. Take, for instance, the celestial phenomenon tier eternal night creature. It possesses not a shred of spiritual energy within its body, relying entirely on physical prowess much like a physical cultivator. However, once these eternal night beings attain the land immortal realm, they awaken spiritual intelligence, begin to take human form, and gain the ability to cultivate, becoming indistinguishable from humans. Truthfully, Gu Yuan had no desire to study these creatures further. Yet he discovered that eternal night beings at different cultivation levels offered distinct benefits for breaking through his own bottlenecks. Each time he absorbed a new tier of these beings, his progress surged significantly. Moreover, many of his own characteristics mirrored those of the eternal night creatures, such as innate divine abilities and cultivation methods. When Gu Yuan regained consciousness, he had no understanding whatsoever of his own power. It wasn't until he encountered Kanglin's female disciple that he learned of the distinctions between realms like celestial phenomenon and earthly immortal. Reflecting now, he realized he had reached the peak of celestial phenomenon upon his return. Absorbing that woman had then propelled him into the realm of earth immortal. Shortly after his return, he had attempted cultivation but achieved nothing. He had assumed it was due to the depletion of spiritual energy on Blue Star or his own ineptitude. Now he realized it must have been similar to the situation with the creatures of the Eternal Night and the Zombie Clan. Before reaching the Earth Immortal Realm, cultivation was impossible. Only after attaining that level did his attempts to absorb spiritual energy begin to yield results. Especially during that incident at the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li, absorbing the dragon's energy had indeed provided significant assistance. Gu Yuan's true aim was to study the cultivation methods of the Eternal Night creatures to see if he could adapt them for his own use. After all, his own breakthrough had hit a dead end. No matter how many Eternal Night creatures he absorbed, that final sliver seemed perpetually unattainable. Thus, Gu Yuan now considered two possibilities. The first was that the quality of the Eternal Night creatures he absorbed was too low. He had previously sensed that absorbing higher-tier Eternal Night creatures provided greater assistance in breaking through bottlenecks. Perhaps absorbing an Eternal Night creature at the Land Immortal Realm might directly fill that final gap. However, while this conjecture had some basis, Gu Yuan considered it unlikely. After all, quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations, and the gap between the Land Immortal Realm and the Celestial Phenomenon Realm hadn't yet reached that level. The second possibility was that the final piece needed to be achieved through Gu Yuan's own efforts, such as absorbing resources to break through the barrier. Gu Yuan considered this scenario more probable. That's why, after obtaining Luo Yuan's corpse, Gu Yuan didn't rush to absorb it. Instead, he conducted thorough research. After all, while direct absorption could verify his hypotheses, it would preclude further study. After his investigation, Gu Yuan found no deeper insights. The Eternal Night creatures at the Land Immortal Realm were simply too low tier. Frankly, even if he fully understood them, the greatest benefit would be to his future self striving to break through to the Land Immortal Realm. For his current self, they were somewhat outdated. The most frustrating part was that even if Gu Yuan fully understood this system, it would be meaningless. After all, his legacy had no one to pass it on to. His abilities, the shadowy soldiers, the black mist space, the innate divine powers were all innate. Even if he wanted to find someone to inherit his legacy, there was no one suitable. Even if Gu Yuan managed to fully understand his cultivation system, it would be nothing more than a curiosity. It seemed this time would yield no gains. With that thought, Gu Yuan ceased dwelling on the matter and directly cast the Eternal Night creature, a Land Immortal Realm being, into the Black Mist space. Upon entering the Black Mist realm, the corpse of the Land Immortal Realm being began to slowly decompose. However, this time, the rate of decomposition was remarkably slow. Of course, slow wasn't an exaggeration. While Gu Yuan could decompose and absorb a Heavenly Phenomenon Realm corpse in mere seconds, this Land Immortal Realm corpse took a full minute just to break down roughly 70 to 80%. Just as the decomposition concluded, Gu Yuan's black mist space suddenly trembled violently. Feeling the tremors, Gu Yuan's expression instantly changed. A change in the black mist space signaled a successful breakthrough. His breakthrough to the Earth Immortal Realm, coupled with the transformations in the Red Dust Immortal and the black mist space, all pointed to a monumental shift. It seemed this time, he was truly on the verge of a successful breakthrough. At this thought, Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh aloud. His black mist and blood mist portals had now surpassed the 100 million mark. His strength was practically that of a half-step Dao immortal. If he continued pushing forward, even if each portal only broke through one more layer, he would likely truly reach the Dao immortal level. Yet in the next instant, Gu Yuan's consciousness began to blur. Something was wrong. A sudden thought struck Gu Yuan's mind. Regardless of why his consciousness was clouding, his current duty was to guard the planar passage. If he fell into slumber and something went wrong with the passage, it would be disastrous. With that thought, Gu Yuan pulled out his phone and dialed Xian Yuan Mo directly. The call connected quickly, and Gu Yuan's consciousness grew even more hazy. With no time for explanations, Gu Yuan issued the simplest command he could. Come. On the other end, Xian Yuan Mo answered the call and heard Gu Yuan utter a single, indistinct word. Come? What was going on? Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo was utterly baffled. What was Gu Yuan up to? Acting all mysterious. This is bad. The thought struck Xian Yuan Mo, and his expression instantly darkened. Gu Yuan must have encountered trouble. What could possibly happen to him inside the dimensional passageway at a time like this? It must be related to the invasion of those Eternal Night creatures. With that thought, Xian Yuan Mo had no time to ponder further. A jade slip materialized in his hand, and he crushed it in his palm. Chapter 86, Is Gu Yuan about to break through? Crushing the jade slip, Xian Yuan Mo dared not linger. With a wave of his hand, a Dao gate opened, and he stepped directly through. Arriving at the Demon Hunter Pavilion, within Gu Yuan's private chamber, Xian Yuan Mo found Gu Yuan already deep in slumber. Just as Xian Yuan Mo was puzzled, nearly 10 powerful auras instantly pressed down upon the Demon Hunter Pavilion. In the next instant, Yuan Hao, Senior Sister Tianxian, Duan Kong of Southern Buddha, and other patriarchs from the 6 great sects, along with the Corpse King Xian Kuei, the Demon King Zhu Ke, the Ghost King Maluo, and the 10 mortal immortals of the late stage like Mount Tai Shigandang, descended upon the scene. The jade slip Xian Yuan Mo had crushed was a specialized communication artifact. Unless a major catastrophe struck the dimensional passage, it would never be used lightly. Sensing the summons, they arrived in an instant, each unleashing their full might ready to fight the moment they arrived. Xian Yuan, what's going on? As soon as he appeared, Yuan Hao spoke first. The others also wore grave expressions as they looked toward Xian Yuan Mo. Xian Yuan Mo met their gazes, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his face. This. Seeing Xian Yuan Mo stammering, senior disciple Tianqian felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Hey, old Mo, you're not messing with us, are you? Of course not, Luo Chen rolled his eyes. Xian Yuan, what's really going on? The spatial passage hasn't changed at all. Ah, just stop it. Listening to everyone's words, Xian Yuan Mo sighed helplessly. Fine, I admit I was wrong. I lost my cool, I was genuinely scared. Scared? Hearing this, Zhu Ke raised an eyebrow. What could possibly scare you, Xian Yuan Mo? With that, Xian Yuan Mo gave a helpless smile and pointed at Gu Yuan, who was sitting in the executive chair, staring blankly ahead. This guy. He suddenly called me, said come, and then went dead silent. Seriously, if you guys got a call from him, wouldn't you freak out too? I thought something had gone wrong with the spatial portal and Gu Yuan was calling for help. But when I got here, the guy was just playing dead. Oh? Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Gu Yuan. At that moment, Gu Yuan had completely withdrawn his aura, making him look quite peculiar. But Xian Yuan Mo couldn't be blamed. Anyone in that situation would have braced for the worst. His quick reaction was already commendable. After all, when it came to the Eternal Night, it was better to be fooled than to miss their chance or let creatures from the Eternal Night slip through. After observing Gu Yuan for a while, the group still couldn't figure out what was going on with him. So, with perfect understanding, they all turned to look at Xian Kuei. Feeling their gazes, Xian Kuei froze. Why are you all staring at me? Then who should we look at? Zhang Lifeng shot him a withering glare. Gu Yuan is a corpse cultivator. You're the only other corpse cultivator here, who else could understand him better than you? Like hell I know. Xian Kuei retorted irritably. I'm a zombie. Old Gu may be a corpse cultivator too, but we're different. Saying this, Xian Kuei could only shake his head. Even if there were differences, he was still the most knowledgeable here. He had no choice but to take a look. Thinking this, Xian Kuei moved closer to Gu Yuan, examined him twice, and shook his head. Can't tell. This guy doesn't look injured either. Could he be in seclusion? So your kind seclusion looks just like death. Zhu Ke shot back, eyes wide. Hearing this, Xian Kuei clicked his tongue. He's a corpse cultivator to begin with. Looking like he's dead? Isn't that perfectly reasonable? Oh, I get it. Old Gu must be poisoned. Maybe it's the Eternal Night. Get lost. Before Xian Kuei could finish, Zhu Ke yanked him aside and leaned in herself. After a few glances, Zhu Ke finally nodded. Seems Xian Kuei was right. Fellow Taoist Gu must truly be in seclusion. When I broke through to the mortal-immortal realm years ago, I was much like him. That's good news. Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Gu Yuan was currently the strongest cultivator on Blue Star and a primary force in the fight against the Eternal Night World. He absolutely couldn't come to harm. At this thought, Yuan Hao's face broke into a smile. Could it be that fellow Taoist Gu was about to break through to that realm? At this suggestion, astonishment spread across every face. The four realms of the Great Tao, Transcendence, Union with the Tao, Supreme Sovereign, True Immortal. Once one reaches the Tao realm, the gap between them and mortal immortals becomes as vast as heaven and earth. Back then, Kanglin had merely entered the Transcendence realm, yet it had sent the seven immortals fleeing in panic, their fighting spirit utterly crushed. Was Gu Yuan now finally about to enter this realm as well? Once Gu Yuan truly enters the Transcendence realm, Blue Star's overall strength could surge dramatically. Beyond the celestial phenomena bestowing blessings upon the entire world, the highest level cultivators on Blue Star would exert a stimulating influence on the planet's celestial principles. In other words, if Blue Star possessed cultivators at the Transcendence realm, the cultivation of other practitioners would also receive a slight boost. Though this increase might be almost negligible, for them the immortals of the mortal realm it was of paramount importance. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Fellow Taoist Gu truly is a capable lieutenant. Should he genuinely advance to the Tao immortal realm, his ability to fight opponents of higher tiers would likely make even confronting those at the union with the Tao realm a non-issue. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Xian Kuei's words, Zhu Ke sighed helplessly. Go on, go dream outside. Even if fellow Taoist Gu can fight above his level, it's not like this. The gap between Transcendence and Union with the Tao is too vast, even he couldn't bridge it. Unless, like last time, he used his Transcendence peak to confront someone who'd just broken through to Union with the Tao. You're such a killjoy. Why are you boosting others' morale while crushing our own? What we Blue Star cultivators need most right now is morale. Do you even understand the importance of morale? After a brief stay at the Demon Hunting Pavilion, the group dispersed, leaving only senior sister Tianqian behind as the rotating guard to watch over the place. As for Gu Yuan, he was taken back to the Great Summer's sect by Xian Yuan Mo and the others along with his executive chair. As for Gu Yuan, he found himself trapped within a peculiar spatial realm. Surveying his surroundings within this strange realm, Gu Yuan quickly grasped his predicament. This peculiar space contained not a single speck of light. Even when Gu Yuan attempted to emit his own radiance, it quickly faded into silence, utterly incapable of illuminating the void. This place. Could it be eternal night? He murmured to himself, but immediately dismissed the thought. It couldn't be. His consciousness had been clouded moments ago, and this space was likely within his own mental realm. As Gu Yuan pondered, a sudden flash of pitch black light erupted within the void. Chapter 87, Assaulting the Gate, Black Mist and Blood Mist. Within that mysterious space, a streak of black light suddenly flared before Gu Yuan's eyes. Though dim, the light illuminated the entire space completely. At a glance, this expanse seemed boundless. Seeing this, Gu Yuan frowned. He had previously believed this to be his consciousness space, but it seemed that was not the case. If it truly were his consciousness space, even if he couldn't fully control it, it shouldn't feel as utterly disconnected from him as it did now. As Gu Yuan pondered, the sliver of black light shot directly toward the distance. Seeing this, Gu Yuan, unsure of what to do next, decided to simply follow the dark light. He flew for an unknown amount of time. During that lengthy journey, Gu Yuan seemed to discover that this expansive space wasn't entirely empty. Perhaps due to its immense scale, everything within was scattered widely. Countless planets, large and small, dotted this space. However, these celestial bodies were either black or red, exuding an ancient, mysterious, and violent aura. Deep within this mysterious space, Gu Yuan naturally prioritized caution. He did not explore those enigmatic planets, instead following the dark light for roughly an hour. Eventually, the dark light slowed to a halt before vanishing entirely. Yet, despite the black light vanishing, the space did not return to darkness. Seeing the black light vanish, Gu Yuan's expression turned puzzled. Logically, his entry into this space must be connected to breaking through his bottleneck. Thus, following the dark light was undoubtedly the right course. Its disappearance now suggested that the light had likely fulfilled its purpose. In essence, the dark light had brought him to where he was meant to be. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Yuan gazed ahead and sensed an aura of desolation and decay. Ahead, within the infinite expanse, countless planets still dotted the void. Yet these celestial bodies differed from those before. All were gray, devoid of any trace of life. The previous planets, though also radiating a deathly aura, were fundamentally different. Despite their grim presence, Gu Yuan could sense or discern that they were alive. The ones before him, however, were utterly lifeless. Within this space, it seemed an invisible dividing line split the void in two. One side radiated death yet remained alive, the other lay in silent stillness, utterly dead. At this thought, Gu Yuan's lips twitched. Could it be he was meant to revive all these planets? He didn't possess that kind of power. Getting him to kill people was one thing, but getting him to save them? That was another story entirely. Gu Yuan was essentially the living king of hell. Who had ever heard of the king of hell saving people? Yet Gu Yuan also understood that these lifeless planets might not be actual celestial bodies at all. They were likely something within his own body, perhaps meridians or acupoints. Ascending to the Tao realm required activating them. Of course, another possibility existed. Perhaps he didn't need to revive these planets at all, but instead had to destroy every living one. After all, Gu Yuan himself embodied destruction and death, a notion that actually made perfect sense. However, Gu Yuan knew himself all too well. Whenever two thoughts arose within him, the second one was almost always wrong. Right or wrong, Gu Yuan couldn't just observe. At this moment, he intended to examine the differences between the living and dead planets before delving deeper into his analysis. With that thought, Gu Yuan turned and flew toward a living planet. From afar, the living planet appeared in patches of black and red. Though seemingly chaotic, a faint pattern of arrangement was discernible. As he drew closer, however, astonishment spread across Gu Yuan's face. These weren't planets at all, they were chaotic masses composed entirely of black mist. The realization sent a chill down his spine. If the black planets were made of black mist, then the red ones must be. As he drew near the red planet, Gu Yuan finally broke into a smile. Indeed, the red planet was formed from a blood mist. Realizing this, Gu Yuan grasped the situation and immediately expanded his perception. Within this space, Gu Yuan's perception faced no restrictions whatsoever. Soon, it had spread all the way back to the very place he had first appeared. After a brief scan, Gu Yuan confirmed his suspicions. This was his consciousness space. The conglomerate of black mist and blood mist was actually the tangible manifestation of the portals of black mist and blood mist. 50 million portals of black mist, 50 million portals of blood mist, a combined total of 100 million. In other words, Gu Yuan's mission here was to reactivate the black mist and blood mist planets. As long as he reactivated one black mist planet and one blood mist planet, he would be considered successful. With that thought, Gu Yuan wasted no time and immediately approached the two nearest gray planets. Though both appeared gray, Gu Yuan could distinguish between the black mist and blood mist planets. The question remained, how to activate them. Since he didn't know the method, he'd try the old way. With that thought, Gu Yuan proceeded as before, channeling the energy within his body into the two gray planets. The next moment, both planets showed a faint reaction. Realizing this, Gu Yuan increased his output. Just like when breaching portals, both the Black Mist Planet and Blood Mist Planet required simultaneous energy infusion to respond. The response confirmed he was on the right track, prompting him to intensify the energy flow immediately. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, a full 3 years had passed. Over these 3 years, the overall strength of Great Xia had made a significant leap forward. Due to Gu Yuan's breakthrough into the Dao realm, the celestial Dao of Blue Star grew increasingly active. This further accelerated the cultivation progress of practitioners on Blue Star, which was already experiencing a revival of spiritual energy. Most reassuring of all was that within these 3 years, the Great Xia faction had produced 4 new red dust immortal level beings. Xinhao, the sacred son of Kunlun sect Zhou Waner, the sacred daughter of Amei sect, and Xiaohua, the sacred son of Purple Gold Mountain. These 3 had already been the holy sons of their respective sects before the spiritual energy revival. After the revival, however, the holy sons of the 6 great sects all fell silent, showing no signs of activity for 30 years. Now, they have reappeared, having already attained the mortal immortal realm. Back when spiritual energy had yet to revive, the 6 sects' holy sons, driven by shame and resolve during their campaign against Gu Yuan, had entered the desolate realm for training. At that time, they had already reached the peak of the heavenly illumination realm. Their advancement to mortal immortal was unexpected yet logical both to the 6 great sects and the Great Summer Heaven sect. Chapter 88, The Heavenly Sects Plastic Sisters. Beyond the 3 sacred sons, the other 3 disciples from the 6 great sects were also secluded, striving to break through to the red dust immortal realm. Such was the sweeping momentum brought by the revival of spiritual energy. While it couldn't bring about a qualitative change for the sect's venerable elders, the benefits it conferred upon the younger generation were beyond measure. The cultivation speed of Disya's practitioners now rivaled even that of the era before the first emperor's campaign against the Eternal Night. The 6 holy sons were already the cream of the crop, the most gifted cultivators in Great Xia. Their breakthroughs to mortal immortal were naturally widely anticipated. Yet half a year ago, a 4th cultivator who had broken through to the mortal immortal realm emerged unexpectedly, and he was not among the 6 sects' holy sons. Instead, he was a cultivator from the Great Xia Celestial sect. Everyone knew that the disciples of the Great Xia Celestial sect were the leftovers rejected by the 6 great sects. The talents and skill levels of Great Xia Heaven sect disciples simply couldn't compare to those of the 6 great sects, relying solely on their numerical advantage. But did the Great Summer Heavenly sect have any geniuses? Yes. But none were of the human race. They were from the Corpse Clan, the Ghost Clan, or the Spirit Beast Clan, anything but the Human Clan. Though one couldn't say there were none. Under Xian Yuan Mo's tutelage, there was indeed one such disciple. He was Xian Yuan Mo's direct disciple, holding a very high status within the Great Summer Heaven sect. In terms of cultivation, he even surpassed several of Gu Yuan's direct disciples by a considerable margin. However, this disciple carries hidden injuries that likely prevent him from ever breaking through the mortal immortal realm. Such wounds can only be resolved by a Dao immortal, but the problem is, Blue Star has no Dao immortals. As speculation ran rampant across Blue Star's cultivation circles about which Great Summer sect cultivator might ascend to mortal immortal, the sect unexpectedly announced a name utterly unknown to anyone. Tianxing. The moment this name surfaced, it ignited discussions everywhere. Even the founding patriarchs of the 6 great sects were utterly bewildered. Over the years, their primary focus had been the peerless geniuses of Great Summer, their current strength, their extraordinary encounters. They knew these matters inside out. After all, these were the future mainstay forces to confront the Eternal Night. To put it plainly, truly opposing the Eternal Night required power beyond mortal immortal, at the very least, the land immortal realm, where the character immortal held true weight. As for the other cultivators, whether they're geniuses or deadweight, when the creatures of the Eternal Night invade en masse, they'll barely scrape by to preserve the human race's spark. This so-called Tianxing? No one has ever heard of it. Neither the patriarchs of the 6 great sects nor the Vermilion Bird, who resided outside the Great Summer sect, would tolerate such an unstable element. After investigating the Great Summer sect, they all received satisfactory answers. At this moment, within the Grand Summer sect's private chamber, Lin Xian sat on a small stool, her hands cradling her chin. Gazing at Gu Yuan, who lay dormant upon the white bone throne, a melancholy expression flickered across her face. Gu Yuan had been in slumber for 3 years now, and during that time, there had been almost no movement whatsoever. Over these years, Yang Chen was on the verge of breaking through to the Earth immortal realm, while Lu Jinyan and Chen Feng were essentially beyond her need for supervision. Thus, most of her time was spent bringing a small stool into this chamber to sit and watch over Gu Yuan. Over the past 30 years, Lin Xian's appearance hadn't changed at all, still bearing the face of someone in their early 20s. Now that he had officially become Gu Yuan's direct disciple, certain things seemed even more impossible. Yet, deep within Lin Xian's heart, a tiny glimmer of hope still lingered. Even if nothing could truly change, simply watching Gu Yuan seemed to bring her a kind of satisfaction. Little Lin Xian, lost in your thoughts again? Lin Xian was so engrossed in watching Gu Yuan that she hadn't noticed the white fox approaching from behind, its hand now resting on her shoulder. Sister Ling, Lin Xian smiled upon seeing the white fox. The white fox's name had always been a secret. Aside from Huang Guiying, no one knew her true name, mainly because no one asked, and she never introduced herself. Even the disciples and elders of the Great Summer sect addressed her as White Sect Leader upon meeting. After all, as the sect leader's secretary and assistant, she was well versed in the intricacies of officialdom. How could Xian Yuan Mo not understand? Thus, over the years, she had effectively held the title of deputy sect leader. Even Lin Xian had only learned the White Fox's true name by Shaoling in the past couple of days. The White Fox remained silent, her gaze fixed on the sleeping Gu Yuan as a soft sigh escaped her lips. Lin Xian, you should have known 30 years ago that he and we are not of the same world. Being able to stay by his side like this is already quite good. You humans can be quite rigid sometimes. If it really doesn't work out, perhaps you could try accepting others. It might not be such a bad thing. Listening, Lin Xian smiled softly and shook her head. Given Lin Xian's current status, she needn't lack for male attention even now. Disciples from the Great Summer sect who pursued her could form a long queue. Once you've tasted the ocean, no other water will do. Some things aren't as simple as they sound. But Lin Xian wasn't worried about the White Fox. Over the decades, she'd come to see that her sister-in-arms truly had no interest whatsoever in Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was perpetually swamped with work, and by who constantly found new tasks for him whenever he had a moment free. She was nearly driven mad by his constant demands. Only in recent years, when Gu Yuan fell into a deep slumber, did she finally find some respite. Stop overthinking. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, the White Fox smiled faintly. Last night, while Yuan Hao was away, I snuck into the Kunlun secret realm and stole a sacred crane back. When the old lady returns, I'll have her whip up a special meal for us. Ha! Little Ling's sister, you went to Kunlun Mountain again? Hearing this, the White Fox flashed a smug look. When she glanced at Lin Xian, the girl returned the smile. Look! Lin Xian produced several fruits. I didn't come back empty-handed either. That bald-headed donkey Duan Kong chased me, but luckily I ran fast. With that, both girls giggled foolishly, as if they'd pulled off some mischievous scheme. It seemed these past few years had brought them quite a few side ventures. What are you two laughing about? So happy? As the two girls giggled, a voice as commanding as a mature woman suddenly rang out. Hearing it, they both turned their gaze toward the doorway. There, a stunningly beautiful woman in her early 30s stood at the doorway, looking at them with puzzlement. Spotting her, the two women stood up and greeted her with smiles. Grandma, you're back. What are you talking about? Where's my lawyer? Call my lawyer. I've told you a million times, call me sister. Hearing this, the White Fox nodded helplessly. Grandma, there's no one else here. Stop fooling yourself. Exactly. Lin Xian pouted. I'm practically your granddaughter's age. I'm not fooling myself, little Linger, little Xian Xian. I can see you're both jealous of me. Chapter 89, The Plight of the Human Race. Within the secret chamber, the two women exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. To say they weren't jealous would be a lie, but if pressed, it didn't quite reach the level of jealousy. The elegant, mature woman before them was none other than Gu Yuan's mother, Huang Guiying. Ever since attaining the Tao, the old lady had adorned herself in dazzling finery, becoming the object of admiration for many cultivators in the celestial sect. Over the years, Gu Yuan had nearly acquired a stepfather. The main reason was that Huang Guiying was already an elderly woman. Before the spiritual energy revival, she had no fame whatsoever. After entering the Tao, changing her identity and reappearing in the public eye was certainly no problem. Lin Xian and the White Fox were different. As figures long established in the public eye, even iconic ones, changing their style wasn't impossible, but it just felt off. Grandma, seeing you smile so brightly, could it be? Call me sister. Before the White Fox could finish, Huang Guiying pinched her little face and gave it a few rubs. Fine. Sister Tianqing, you're the youngest here, not some old lady. Is that okay? I won't stoop to your level. Hearing the White Fox's sarcastic remark, Huang Guiying shot her a withering glare before turning her head away. Seeing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle to herself before asking. Sis, have you finished handling the spatial passage? Of course. Those eternal night creatures aren't that strong after all. They claim to be at the mortal-immortal realm, but their power seems inferior to great Xia cultivators. I took on 3 of them single-handedly. Hearing this, the White Fox and Lin Xian both rolled their eyes. Yeah, who the hell are you? You're the damn Empress Dowager of the Celestial Sect. All the resources in the Celestial Sect are reserved for you first. Even if the entire sect starved, you wouldn't go hungry. If anyone deserved praise for rapid cultivation progress, it was Huang Guiying, pure genius. Without that gift, even boundless resources would be wasted. Everyone acknowledged this truth, especially since Huang Guiying possessed 9 spiritual coffins. Don't be fooled by the spiritual energy revival causing everyone to awaken new spirit coffins. Even cultivators who had already activated theirs before now had many more opening new ones. Take Lin Xian, for instance. She previously only had 4 spirit coffins, but after the spiritual energy revival, that number skyrocketed to 6. 9 spiritual coffins? Even now, that's absolutely mind-blowing. Such cultivators are few and far between, not even reaching double digits across the entire Great Xia, and that includes all the geniuses and ancestral elders from every major sect. But cultivating quickly is your own skill. Fighting opponents far above your level is another matter entirely. That heavenly sect has plenty of goodies on you. If you can't fight above your level, something's seriously wrong. The Tianyuan sword, the celestial sect's sole mid-grade immortal artifact, is in this guy's hands. Oh my, just because he advanced to mortal immortal, he's completely lost his mind. You bet. That tail's practically in the sky now. Not like the old days, this attitude's on fire. Now when you step out, 10,000 people swarm around you. Those who know you're the Heaven Sect's Empress Dowager might mistake you for the young sect master. Hearing the two women speak one after the other, Huang Guiying raised an eyebrow and sneered. If that kid really had a daughter, I'd be thrilled. You two useless things, 30 years have passed, and even cats and dogs develop affection by now. How come you two can't seize a single chance? If it were me, forget 30 years, I'd snag him in 30 days. Oh, shut up. You old hag, always spouting nonsense. If you can't keep your mouth shut, just donate it. Exactly. Your son's like my dad, I wouldn't want him even if he were handed to me. Hearing this, the two daughters rolled their eyes. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama, and the 3 women of the Gu Yuan household certainly lived up to that reputation. But I heard. Just as Bai Hu and Lin Xian were teaming up to attack Huang Guiying, the latter suddenly dropped her previous smile, her expression turning grave. Seeing this, the two women turned their gaze toward Huang Guiying. It seemed she had brought back some news. Yuan Hao mentioned that eternal night creatures at the mortal immortal level have been increasing lately. Even the cultivators of Great Xia are starting to feel stretched thin. Listening, White Fox nodded slightly. Indeed, ever since the mass arrival of eternal night creatures at the Earth Immortal Realm 2 years ago, cultivators on Blue Star had faced a genuine crisis, or rather, the true battle against these beings had commenced. Half a year ago, eternal night creatures at the mortal immortal realm had even appeared. It could be said that these creatures were emerging stronger and faster than ever. While the human race could still barely handle the eternal night creatures at the land immortal realm, the invasion of those at the red dust immortal realm was putting them under significant pressure. After all, the human race currently had fewer than 30 mortal immortals. Facing the relentless onslaught of eternal night beings, these few were under immense pressure. Even if eternal night beings were slightly inferior to human cultivators overall, the gap was but a hair's breadth. They were far from being completely outmatched by human mortal immortals. For the human red dust immortals to slay eternal night creatures of their own realm inevitably comes at a cost. Most emerge from such battles wounded. But the eternal night creatures are different. When one falls, the next arrives at full strength. The mortal immortals of the human race cannot recuperate. With this ebb and flow, it's unlikely they can hold out much longer. Recently, however, the sacred sons of the 6 great sects have been successively breaking through to the mortal immortal realm, allowing them to barely hold their ground. Only now do Blue Star's cultivators truly grasp the terrifying nature of the eternal night world. The creatures of the eternal night world are endless, and most crucially, they must be killed without cease. If they aren't dealt with promptly, an overwhelming number of eternal night creatures will arrive, making things even more troublesome. This was Huang Guiying's first time confronting eternal night creatures. Though she handled them with relative ease, she could still glimpse the immense hardship humanity faced. My dear son, when will you finally break through? The eternal night creatures are growing ever more numerous and powerful. Everyone is counting on your 300 million land immortal level shadow soldiers to counter the eternal night world. Hearing this, both the White Fox and Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Though humanity's resistance against the eternal night was currently stretched thin, once Gu Yuan's 300 million shadow soldiers entered the fray, the tide would turn instantly. As the saying goes, a swarm of ants can bring down an elephant. And this wasn't 300 or 3,000, it was 300 million. With such staggering numbers, even confronting mortal immortals would be a breeze. Sis, stop overthinking it. I caught a sacred crane in the Kunlun secret realm. Tonight, you stew it up, and the 3 of us sisters can treat ourselves to a proper feast. Alright, Xiaolinger, you're the one with the real business. Huang Guiying was speaking with satisfaction when her expression suddenly changed. Grandma, what's wrong? Why did Xin Yuan Mo and the others suddenly leave? Chapter 90, Breakthrough. The Tao Immortal descends. Seeing Huang Guiying's sudden change in expression, Lin Xian quickly asked. Grandma, what's wrong? Huang Guiying frowned as she replied. Xian Yuan Mo, Xian Kui, Moluo, and Shigandang suddenly left the sect. I have no idea where they went. Ha! Hearing this, the White Fox chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. They've got things to do, right? This is our sect, not a prison. They can go out if they want. That's not right. Huang Guiying frowned as she listened. Having advanced to the mortal immortal realm, her perception could now extend across the entire sect. Any personnel changes would be detected by her immediately. These fellows all opened their Dao gates to leave at the same time. Something must have happened to the spatial passage. With that, Huang Guiying waved her hand lightly, instantly opening a Dao gate. Though she didn't know where they'd gone, heading to the demon hunting pavilion was definitely the right move. Hey, hey, hey! Old lady! Where are you off to? Just as Huang Guiying was about to leave, Lin Xian and the White Fox grabbed her arms. So the spatial passage is messed up, big deal. Why are you going to make a scene? Nobody asked you to come. Exactly. Grandma, there are plenty of people already, we don't need you. Hearing this, Huang Guiying shook her head. I don't like that attitude. If something truly happened with the spatial passage, when would they have time to call me? Everyone rushes over the moment they notice anything unusual. Besides, you say I wouldn't make a difference, but there are only a handful of cultivators above the mortal-immortal realm on Blue Star. Facing the eternal night creatures, we're already at a disadvantage. One more person could make a huge difference. That still won't do. Listening intently, the White Fox clung tightly to Huang Guiying's arm. Though she'd never been to the front lines, as the one handling daily affairs at the Celestial Sect, she understood the peril of the eternal night creatures all too well. Ever since Gu Yuan entered seclusion 3 years ago and the Great Summer Celestial Sect lost 6 disciples, casualties had only climbed. Over the years, even disciples and elders at the Celestial Phenomenon and Earth Immortal realms had fallen in battle. The Great Thunder Sound Temple had even lost a mortal immortal who was gravely wounded and near death, still recovering now. If the spatial passage truly malfunctioned, the danger would be self-evident. Should anything happen to this little old lady, Gu Yuan would surely lose his mind. Old lady, they haven't called for you. That means things haven't reached that point yet. Shouldn't we wait and see? Watch and wait? What's there to wait for? Don't try to stop me. I'm not the same old lady I was 30 years ago. What could possibly happen to me now? You two stay here and guard the place. Wait for my word. Grandma. Before Huang Guiying could finish speaking, Lin Xian lunged forward and clung desperately to her legs. Wait for your message? Shen Yuan Mo had already sent him a message, saying the spatial passage had encountered trouble and urging him to keep a close watch on the old lady to prevent her from going over. If Shen Yuan Mo said so, the situation over there must be dire. My dear grandmother, my dear sister. Please don't go there. Seeing Lin Xian's reaction, Huang Guiying instantly understood. It seemed something major had indeed happened at the spatial passageway. Yet the more dire the situation, the more determined Huang Guiying became to go. After all, she was Gu Yuan's mother. With him in seclusion now, this critical moment demanded his presence. As his mother, she couldn't let people gossip behind her back. With that thought, Huang Guiying sighed softly. Fine, I give up. I won't go, okay? Now that's more like it. Lin Xian said, releasing Huang Guiying along with the White Fox. The next moment, Huang Guiying vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, both the White Fox and Lin Xian were dumbfounded. If something went wrong, how would they ever explain this to Gu Yuan? Meanwhile, outside the spatial passageway, a handsome youth in his early 20s gazed at the 6 sect founders blocking his path, along with figures like Shen Kuei and Zhu Quebec. An unmistakable smile spread across his face. So this is Blue Star? It truly is a remarkable place. I thought this space had long been conquered by our Eternal Night faction. Who would have guessed that the Eternal Night beings who came before us didn't even make a ripple? So there are still mortal immortals here, 10 of them, no less. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. The figure before them had crossed over from the Eternal Night world. His aura was utterly unfathomable, likely surpassing even that of a mortal immortal. Dao realm, transcendence. Against a Dao immortal, they had no chance of victory. Moreover, behind him followed 5 beings at the mortal immortal realm, along with countless Eternal Night creatures of lower realms. Was the Eternal Night world's first true assault about to commence so soon? Within the mysterious space, Gu Yuan continued channeling energy into the 2 planets. They had largely regained their vitality, nearing full activation. Yet the current situation bore a striking resemblance to when Gu Yuan had previously pushed against his bottleneck. It seemed as if only the final bit was missing, yet that final bit remained unfillable no matter what. It was likely not a matter of energy. This thought brought Gu Yuan back to his previous experiences breaking through the portals of the Black Mist and Blood Mist. That had been 30 years ago. To be honest, it was only natural that Gu Yuan felt somewhat rusty. It seemed that when he had previously pushed through the Black Mist and Blood Mist portals, he had needed to channel a massive amount of energy all at once to break through. The Black Mist and Blood Mist planets were likely no different. With this realization, Gu Yuan immediately devised a plan, unleashing his entire cultivation power. The surging energy flowed automatically into the 2 planets, yet still nothing changed. Seems it's still not enough. Muttering to himself, Gu Yuan understood clearly that at this final juncture, it wasn't about the total output, but the instantaneous burst. With that thought, Gu Yuan immediately reined in his energy, calming his aura. Having continuously channeled energy into the 2 planets, Gu Yuan now needed time to properly recover. After an unknown span of time, Gu Yuan's eyes snapped open. It was about time. If this attempt failed, then Gu Yuan would be truly helpless. With that thought, Gu Yuan unleashed his energy once more. This time, however, he did not allow the black mist and blood mist to absorb it. Instead, he channeled the energy directly, smashing it into the two planets. The planets, struck by the energy, instantly became incredibly active. Witnessing this, Gu Yuan grew even more exhilarated. After lingering in this mysterious space for so long, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Open! A blinding light instantly illuminated the entire space. Though Gu Yuan hadn't exited, he felt his power surging upward, level by level. Is this the realm of transcendence? Chapter 91. What's this old lady doing here? Outside the spatial passageway, Yuan Hao and the others watched the mysterious young man with solemn expressions. Facing a cultivator of the transcendence realm, they might not be his match, but retreat was unthinkable. The young man, however, appeared remarkably relaxed and at ease. I truly don't understand how a group of you at the mid-stage of Mortal Immortal, plus one at the late stage, managed to slay that Kanglin fellow? Kanglin? Hearing this, Yuan Hao frowned and asked. What's your relationship with Kanglin? Are you also one of that so-called familiar clan? Smart. The mysterious man smiled at this. I thought only ordinary people incapable of cultivation remained on Blue Star. Who knew there were still those who recognized true worth? I recall that thousands of years ago, those sovereign-level beings from near Blue Star should have taken all cultivators with them. I never imagined there would still be cultivators left. Nonsense. Yuan Hao retorted coldly. Millennia have passed. Even if Blue Star only has low-tier cultivators left, they should have advanced by now. Don't you eternal night creatures understand this? Oh? Hearing this, the mysterious man's interest was piqued. No wonder Father insisted I seize the Blue Star plane. So this planet harbors such secrets. In just a few thousand years, Blue Star's cultivators have reached such heights. If that fellow drags things out for another few millennia, this little place might actually force us familiar demons to expend some effort. Enough with the meaningless pleasantries. Let's proceed with introductions. My name is Songhai. You've likely learned of Kanglin's identity. I am his elder brother, now loyal to our familiar clan. Had I not chosen this path, I would have had no qualms about purging every living soul from the Blue Star plane first. By yourself? As Songhai finished speaking, senior sister Tianxian coldly retorted, with your measly transcendence realm cultivation, you dare threaten to slaughter all of Blue Star? Don't you fear your words will come back to bite you? Upon hearing this, Songhai burst into loud laughter. A mere mid-stage mortal realm cultivator dares to speak so boldly before me. As he spoke, Songhai unleashed a palm strike, aiming it directly at senior sister Tianxian. Seeing this, the others immediately moved to intervene. No matter whom Songhai targeted, none could possibly block it. This was no time for empty boasts. An invisible giant hand descended from Songhai's position, crushing down. Only by combining their efforts did they barely manage to block the strike. Seeing this, Songhai's face twisted with contempt. Is it truly so difficult to block a casual strike from this seat? What purpose does your resistance serve? Enough talk. If you want to conquer Blue Star, you'll have to get past us first. Songhai burst out laughing at Luo Chen's words. You call yourselves a challenge? Very well. I'll show you all that I am no mere waste of space like Kanglin. As he spoke, Songhai unleashed another domineering strike, slamming his palm toward Luo Chen. Luo Chen, sensing the attack, erupted in golden light. Countless light swords swirled around him, then surged forth like a torrent. Zhang Lifeng, too, formed a hand seal, and a golden light instantly descended from the heavens. The vermilion bird unleashed a sky-filling inferno, while the others displayed their own unique abilities. Even in this brief exchange, Songhai had already gauged the true strength of his opponents. These 10 mortal immortals, though individually mediocre, proved formidable. When united he would have to exert considerable effort to overcome them. These individuals seemed imbued with a peculiar power. Their combined strength surged dramatically, allowing them to barely hold their own against him. Little did he know that before the first emperor departed, he had left behind an array formation for the 12 sects of Great Xia method for joining forces against enemies in critical moments. Alas, Kanglin's sudden emergence had annihilated 6 major sects, rendering the collaborative formation useless. It wasn't until the spiritual energy revived that Yuan Hao and the others rediscovered the formation. Including the founders of the 6 great sects Zhuke, Xian Kuei, Shigandang, Xian Yuan Mo, and Gu Yuan, there were exactly 11 members. Though one member was still missing to unleash the formation's full power, over the years, successive cultivators from the 6 major sects had broken through to the mortal immortal realm, effectively completing the formation. However, with Gu Yuan absent, only 10 remained. They could barely hold off Songhai for a moment or two. For now, they had no choice but to wait for the main force to arrive. Songhai, sensing a flicker of pressure, immediately altered his plans. Something's off about these Blue Star cultivators. You lot exterminate every cultivator in this plane. At his command, the 5 mortal immortals behind Songhai, along with a vast swarm of eternal night creatures at the land immortal realm, immediately scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Yuan Hao frowned and barked an order. Stop them. Don't let them enter Great Xia. You still have the mind to concern yourself with them? Sanhai sneered coldly beside him, striking out with a palm strike. Yuan Hao roared in response, countering Sanhai's attack with his own palm strike, yet he was forced back repeatedly. Even with the formation's protection, resisting Sanhai proved no easy feat. Watching the eternal night creatures scatter in all directions, the group's expressions turned tense. If these creatures were to spread out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ancestor, we've arrived. At that moment, a booming voice echoed from the distance, none other than Xinhao, the newly ascended mortal immortal in Kunlun Holy Sun. Xinhao led 2 other mortal immortals of Kunlun, over 30 earth immortal cultivators, and countless celestial phenomenon and celestial light cultivators. They swept in from afar like celestial soldiers and generals, overwhelming the area and driving back all the eternal night creatures in that direction. And we're here too. Amat Ba. Honored ancestors, we haven't arrived too late, have we? Voices echoed across the heavens and earth as cultivators from the 6 great sects and the demonic tribes rushed in from all directions, halting the scattered eternal night creatures. In the distance, a red dust immortal level eternal night creature, seeing no opposition, immediately accelerated. It seemed all of Blue Star's high-level combat forces had gathered here. Once it escaped this area, it could slaughter freely, with no one left to stop it. Yet in the next instant, a simple, ancient sword gleaming with golden light streaked across the sky like a meteor, hurtling straight toward the mortal immortal. Clang! In an instant, the eternal night creature at the mortal immortal realm was pinned to the ground before it could even react. Above, a tall woman radiating an icy aura slowly materialized. With a gentle wave, the sword flew back into her grasp. That one is Tianxing. Seeing the figure appear in the distance, Shen Yuanmo's vision instantly went dark. What the hell is that old hag doing here? Chapter 92, everyone, charge together. Behind us lies Great Xia, we have no retreat left. The sudden appearance of Tianxing sent tension rippling through the elders of the 6 great sects in Shen Yuanmo's group. They might not know who Tianxing was to others, but they certainly knew her. She was none other than Huang Guiying, the mother of Gu Yuan. 30 years ago, Gu Yuan had sunk Sakura Island to save his mother. If anything happened to Tianxing now, the eternal night world wouldn't even need to invade. But at this point, no one dared say more. Though Tianxing had only recently entered the mortal immortal realm, she could still hold her own against mid-stage mortal immortals. As one of Great Xia's top combatants, her intervention would significantly ease the pressure on the Blue Star faction. Sanhai, however, clenched his teeth upon seeing the countless cultivators converging from all directions. He never imagined the cultivators of Blue Star would be this formidable. There were over 30 cultivators at the mortal immortal realm alone. And over 200 at the earth immortal realm. The Transcendence realm was indeed formidable, but facing so many powerful cultivators simultaneously, he was powerless. True, he could leave, these people couldn't stop him. But Sanhai hadn't come here for a vacation, nor to take risks. He had come to conquer Blue Star and pave the way for the familiar clan. Kanglin's earlier failure had already stirred significant discontent within the familiar clan toward their lineage. If he too failed to achieve anything, the blow to their lineage's reputation would be immense. As Sanhai pondered this, a dense swarm of figures approached once more from the horizon. Great Summer Sect, by Shaoling, leading 10,000 cultivators to reinforce the battle. As the words fell, the White Fox and the 10,000 cultivators of the Heavenly Sect fanned out, encircling the entire battlefield. Witnessing this, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects all wore expressions of satisfaction. The establishment of the Great Summer Sect was indeed the right move. Though 99% of these 10,000 cultivators were below the Heavenly Illumination realm, with only a mere handful at the Heavenly Phenomenon realm, the sheer momentum of their arrival was profoundly awe-inspiring. Arriving on the battlefield, the White Fox gripped his long sword, gazing at the vast sea of enemies. He sneered. Creatures of the eternal night world, you think a mere handful of you can invade Great Summer? Today, I'll make sure you never return. Hearing this, Sanhai roared with laughter. Since when can insects speak? I admit, today your Blue Star cultivators outnumber us. But you still cannot keep this sovereign here. With that, Sanhai abruptly turned and unleashed a fist strike directly at the spatial portal. The furious energy surged forth from that punch, causing the sealed spatial passage to violently tremble. No! He's trying to break the seal on the spatial passage. Stop him. Seeing this, Luo Chen roared and immediately moved to intervene. The others, seeing this, immediately rushed forward as well. As the patriarchs of the 6 great sects and others engaged, cultivators from all factions joined the fray, clashing with the creatures of the eternal night world. At this moment, the 30-odd mortal immortals of Great Xia cast aside any notions of martial ethics and launched a full-scale assault on Sanhai. As for the Celestial Star faction, they watched everyone join the fray but held back from acting themselves. One more or less made no difference. With all the Great Xia mortal immortals engaged against Sanhai, the Eternal Light faction still had 4 mortal immortals left. He would deal with them first. Meanwhile, facing the encirclement of over 30 mortal immortals, Sanhai found himself struggling to keep up. These mortal immortals from Blue Star were peculiar. He couldn't force his way through. Blue Star cultivators, it's too late to stop me now. As he spoke, a colossal surge of power erupted from Sanhai's body, forcing all the Great Xia cultivators back. He then charged toward the spatial passageway, unleashing a frenzied assault upon it. Stop him! Yuan Hao roared, sweeping his whisk across the heavens. A colossal energy instantly descended, crushing the world beneath it. Simultaneously, countless swords, myriad Buddha lights, multicolored divine radiance, and the three-flame true fire unleashed a deluge of attacks. Sanhai, seeing this, raised one hand to block while the other continued to pound relentlessly upon the spatial passage. Crack! A sharp crack echoed, as if the world itself had fallen silent. Though faint, the sound was crystal clear to all present. Ha 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 ha! Scum of Blue Star, prepare for the frenzied vengeance of our demon clan. As they spoke, the spatial passageway seemed to develop a slight crack. Two streams of energy drifted out from the fissure, arriving at the Blue Star plane where they instantly materialized into two human figures. Sanhai, you've wasted quite a bit of time. Of course I had to waste some time. If Blue Star weren't so difficult to conquer, do you think your precious nephew could have opened the spatial passage? The two exchanged words, each casting a mocking glance at Sanhai. Sanhai, I never imagined you'd be driven into such a desperate state. Could it be that this insignificant Blue Star truly harbors Dao immortals? Enough chatter. Many ants can kill an elephant. While Blue Star lacks Dao immortals, it's teeming with mortal immortals. Irrelevant. The two men smiled faintly at this remark. Mortal immortals? Merely stronger ants. Now that we've arrived, Blue Star stands no chance. With that, the two newcomers grabbed either end of the spatial passageway and yanked it violently. In the next instant, countless eternal night creatures surged forth from the spatial passageway like a tidal wave. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Hao and the others paled visibly. These two newly arrived eternal night creatures were also Transcendence realm beings. And they were even stronger than Sanhai. The only silver lining was that although the spatial passage had been damaged, it was repairing itself. Moreover, none of the eternal night creatures that had breached it surpassed the red dust immortal realm. But their numbers were simply overwhelming. This battle would surely exact a heavy toll on Great Xia. Everyone, charge together. The Great Xia lies behind us, we have no retreat. Agreed. Seeing their response, Yuan Hao nodded slowly. Those at the mid-stage of mortal immortal realm and above, follow me to deal with those three transcended beings. The rest of you, take care of the other mortal immortal level creatures. Make it quick, then come back to support us. Charge! With that command, an earth-shattering battle erupted in full force. Yet on the highest-tier battlefield, the situation was far from optimistic. A few mortal immortals think they can make waves? The late-arriving Transcendent Stage Eternal Night creature sneered coldly at Yuan Hao and his companions charging toward it, then unleashed a coordinated attack. Yet, the moment they clashed, the outcome was already decided. Chapter 93, Emerging from Seclusion. Not a moment too soon. Watching the numerous Great Xia cultivators charging forward, the Transcendence Realm Eternal Night creature merely clenched its fist lightly, sending Yuan Hao and his companions reeling back. So powerful. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Yuan Hao's mouth as he stared at the attacker, his eyebrows knotted into tight folds. These two newly arrived Eternal Night beings, though also Transcendence Realm cultivators, were likely at the peak of early Transcendence or even mid-Transcendence. Such beings, two or three of them, were forces that neither Great Xia nor the entire Blue Star could currently withstand. Yet even so, the group couldn't retreat. Even if it meant fighting to the death, if they could severely wound those three Transcendence Realm Eternal Night beings, the pressure on the human race would be significantly reduced. Yet those three Transcendence-level Eternal Night beings seemed unwilling to grant them such an opportunity. Human cultivators, I admire your courage. Remember this, I am Sanhua, the future ruler of this world. With that, Sanhua swept his massive hand. The patriarchs of the six great sects, along with Zhuke and the others, were instantly immobilized. The next moment, a violent explosion of energy erupted around them. Put! In the blink of an eye, the group was left spiritually drained and gravely wounded. Retreat! As long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't fear the lack of firewood. We can't retreat. Yuan Hao shook his head repeatedly at this suggestion. Even if we retreat, where could we possibly go? Fight him to the death. Fight? At this, Sung Hui burst into loud laughter. With just a few of you mortal immortals? Enough. This is your final chance. Surrender, or die. Seeing no response from the group, Sanhua nodded again. Understood. Since that's the case, then you shall die. As he spoke, just as Sanhua was about to strike, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly erupted into a violent frenzy. A multicolored ribbon slowly emerged in the sky, completely illuminating the Blue Star, which had long been shrouded in eternal night. 9 great suns rose one after another in the heavens, while countless golden inscriptions radiated outward from the multicolored beam. Witnessing this spectacle, the three transcendent realm beings from the eternal night world all wore expressions of bewilderment. The cultivators from the Great Xia faction, however, instantly lit up with joy. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was all too familiar to them. 30 years ago, when Kenglin had broken through to the Dao realm, it had been exactly this kind of phenomenon. The emergence of these signs pointed to only one possibility. Gu Yuan had emerged from seclusion. And he had successfully broken through to the Dao realm. Everyone held considerable faith in Gu Yuan's strength. After all, even at the mortal-immortal realm, he had defeated Kanglin, who was at the Transcendence realm. Now that Gu Yuan had emerged, no one harbored illusions about him single-handedly dispatching all three foes. As long as he could hold them off, allowing the Great Xia cultivators to eliminate the minions sent by Eternal Night, they could then unite to confront these three Transcendence realm adversaries. As the crowd pondered, a figure slowly drifted out from the heavens and earth. So beings from the Eternal Night world have transcended and crossed over after all. Hearing this, the three Transcendence realm beings from the Eternal Night also wore solemn expressions. Hearing the voice but not seeing the figure, they realized this being's power likely surpassed all three of them. A Dao immortal actually resides on Blue Star. Who dares lurk in the shadows? Come out. As the voice faded, a vast, sky-darkening black mist spread out at an astonishing speed. Emerging from the darkness, a man clad in white short sleeves rode a soaring dragon as he charged forward, none other than Gu Yuan. At the sight of Gu Yuan, every cultivator present, whether from the six great sects, the celestial sect, or the demonic tribes, felt as if they'd swallowed a reassuring pill. I wasn't hiding, you simply couldn't see me. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yuan arrived at the center of the battlefield, a faint smile playing on his lips. Gentlemen, am I not too late? Not a moment too soon, you've arrived just in time. Hearing this, Yuan Hao roared with laughter. Fellow Taoist Gu, you hold off these three Dao immortals while we go and deal with all those scum from the Eternal Night world. Then we'll come back to help you. That won't be necessary. Gu Yuan curled his lip at the suggestion. Just three Transcendence realm cultivators? I'll dispose of them in minutes. Old Gu, don't show off. Those two Eternal Night cultivators are both at the peak of the early Transcendence realm, they won't be easy to deal with. Hearing Xin Kuei's words, Gu Yuan smiled faintly. Relax, I won't show off. You three Transcendence realm Eternal Night creatures are just bullying us Great Xia people for not recognizing your worth. Forcing your way through that spatial passage must have drained you considerably. I'd wager you're barely scraping by at 30% of your full strength right now. Hearing this, Song Hui, Sun Hai, and the others paled. Gu Yuan was absolutely right. Forcing their way through that spatial passage had taken a heavy toll on Sun Hai and the others, leaving them able to wield only 30% of their power now. The mortal immortals couldn't discern this, but as fellow Transcendence realm cultivators, it was impossible to hide from his keen eyes. Seeing Song Hai and the others neither deny nor hide their grave expressions, the patriarchs of the six great sects collectively sucked in cold breaths. They had been fighting for their lives against cultivators who were only at 30% of their Transcendence realm strength? If they were facing a Transcendence realm cultivator at full strength, even a single one would be utterly beyond their ability to handle. Sun Hai, however, responded with a cold laugh. Indeed, the three of us can only exert about 30% of our strength. But you've only just broken through to the Transcendence realm. Your cultivation is unstable, you likely can't even muster 30% of your power. Any one of us could easily finish you off. As for you hoping to turn the tables by fighting three of us alone? That's nothing but a pipe dream. Is that so? Hearing this, Gu Yuan scoffed and shot a sidelong glance at Sun Hai. If you're so certain of victory, then why are your legs still trembling? At this remark, everyone turned to look at Sun Hai and his men. Indeed, at this moment, Sun Hai and his men were visibly trembling. Sun Hai and his companions were utterly baffled. The mere sight of Gu Yuan had caused their legs to tremble uncontrollably. Clearly, he was merely a cultivator who had just entered the Transcendence realm, yet he exerted immense pressure upon them. This suppression didn't stem from his cultivation level, it felt more like it originated from his bloodline. That was even more impossible. All three of them were royal blood of the familiar clan. Their bloodlines were so pure that even in the entire Eternal Night, few dared claim superiority over them in bloodline. With that thought, Sun Hai pointed a trembling finger at Gu Yuan and demanded. You, why do you carry the aura of the Eternal Night? Who exactly are you? The aura of the Eternal Night? Gu Yuan burst into laughter. You're mistaken. This isn't the Eternal Night, this is death. Chapter 94, Slaying the Transcendent. Gu Yuan's 300 million shadow soldiers. With a light-hearted remark, Gu Yuan smiled faintly as a crimson blade began to slowly materialize in his hand. While others might need to consolidate their breakthrough, Gu Yuan didn't need to at all. He wasn't advancing a realm, he was merely breaching the gateways of the blackened blood mists. He had no need to adapt to so-called higher-tier power. Still, facing three cultivators at the Transcendence realm, Gu Yuan showed no complacency. He immediately summoned his life-bound weapon, the Blood Prison Abyss. If you wish to invade Blue Star, prepare to die first. All Great Xia forces, fall back 10 li. At the command, the Great Xia cultivators locked in fierce combat with the Eternal Night creatures immediately pushed them back with all their might before retreating without a second glance. Joking aside, when Gu Yuan made his move, he was bound to shatter something. His first strike, against Kanglin's disciple, had sunk the entire stadium. His second strike sank the entire Sakura Island. The third time, against Kanglin himself, he even sank the entire sea within a 1,000-mile radius. Who knows what kind of devastation he'll unleash this time? Yet the patriarchs of the 6 great sects and others, witnessing this, showed no sign of retreat. They merely stared intently at the 3 eternal night Dao immortals. They knew Gu Yuan's power, but even if a fight broke out, they could still make their escape. Staying might even allow them to lend a hand. Seeing the great Xia cultivators recoil as if they'd seen a ghost, Gu Yuan couldn't help but suppress a chuckle. He wasn't worried about the destruction forcing the great Xia cultivators to retreat, he was simply afraid the place couldn't hold them all. With a light wave of his hand, countless specter soldiers and generals poured forth from the blackness like a floodgate bursting open. Witnessing the frenzied surge of these shadowy soldiers and generals, the great Xia cultivators stared in stunned disbelief. It was common knowledge that Gu Yuan commanded 300 million ghost soldiers, the great Xia's greatest trump card against the eternal night. Yet, to their knowledge, Gu Yuan's ghost soldiers should be at the land immortal realm. Yet the ghost soldiers appearing now were uniformly of the mortal immortal realm. 300 million mortal immortals. Even in his wildest dreams, Yuan Hao would never have dared to do this. When the first emperor marched against the eternal night, he took only 1 million mortal immortals with him. Yet Gu Yuan unleashes 300 million at once. Fortunately, their enemy was the eternal night. Without this external foe, Gu Yuan's 300 million mortal immortals wouldn't just conquer Blue Star. Conquering the entire Blue Star universe wouldn't be difficult either. Sun Hai and the other 2 were utterly horrified at the sight of this endless tide of ghost soldiers and generals. With so many mortal realm immortal puppets, unless the spatial passage was completely breached, no matter how many forces Eternal Night dispatched, they were doomed. These ghost soldiers and generals were essentially puppets, worthless in themselves. Unless one possessed the supreme sovereign realm, facing such overwhelming numbers of mortal immortal level puppets was utterly overwhelming. Alas, upon arriving at Blue Star, they had severed all contact with Eternal Night. This news could never be relayed back to them. Kill! At the command, the shadowy soldiers and generals charged like mad, sweeping toward the Eternal Night creatures. Seeing the Eternal Night creatures retreating in disarray, Sanhai knew the tide had turned. Sanhui, however, frowned at the sight and immediately roared. He's controlling those puppets. Kill him. Hearing this, Sanhai and Sanrong beside him nodded in unison. Weapons materialized in their hands as they lunged toward Gu Yuan first. Seeing this, Yuan Hao and the others were about to intervene, but Gu Yuan waved them off. No need. Let me face them myself. With that, Gu Yuan swung his long blade and vanished from his position in an instant. In the sky above, Gu Yuan's speed was so blindingly fast that even the founders of the 6 great sects struggled to track his movements. Facing the combined assault of 3 transcendent beings, Gu Yuan remained remarkably composed. Countless slashes of light erupted across the sky, leaving the 6 great sect patriarchs, Xian Kuei and Zhu Ke visibly tense. If Gu Yuan prevailed, it would mean another long period of stability for the great Xia. Is fellow Taoist Gu Yuan gaining the upper hand? I don't know, Luochen shook his head repeatedly. I can't see clearly. Bald monk, you must be able to see clearly. What's the state of the fight? At this, Duan Kong smiled and nodded lightly. Well done, fellow Taoist Gu, you're formidable. No sooner had Duan Kong finished speaking than Huang Guiying swiftly flew over from the distance. Everyone, you've worked hard. Seeing Huang Guiying, everyone gave her a slight nod. Huang Guiying's astonishing cultivation speed surprised everyone. She might catch up to them within a decade. Truly the mother of Gu Yuan, like mother, like son. As the others pondered this, Huang Guiying spoke with a hint of concern. Everyone, is that kid Gu Yuan alright? Hearing this, senior sister Tianxian smiled gently. Rest assured, sister Tianxing. Fellow Taoist Gu is exceptionally strong. He'll be just fine. Is that so? Huang Guiying frowned. She was willing to trust Gu Yuan, but facing 3 transcendent cultivators alone seemed far too risky. Back when she was just an ordinary person, she hadn't grasped the true danger involved. But over the past 30 years, she had come to understand it all too well. But, just as Huang Guiying spoke, the sky above had already fallen silent. The next moment, Gu Yuan appeared before the group, clutching the corpses of the 3 eternal night transcendents. Done. Everyone, long time no see. This is settled? Xian Kuei's eyes widened at the sight. They knew Gu Yuan was formidable, but they never imagined he could take on 3 opponents alone and eliminate all 3 transcendents in under 3 minutes. Was this the true extent of Gu Yuan's power? Gu Yuan himself was somewhat baffled by the outcome. Upon emerging from seclusion, thanks to his accumulated power, Gu Yuan's black mist and blood mist portals had surged to 108 million, approaching the mid-transcendence level. By his estimation, roughly 110 million portals mark the mid-transcendence threshold. Though these 3 eternal night creatures could only exert about 30% of their potential, they shouldn't have been this weak. He had intended to test his new transcendence-breaking divine ability, but he never even got the chance. Moreover, he seemed to exert some sort of suppression over these eternal night creatures. Even Dao immortals have appeared. Everyone, this breakthrough attempt of mine will likely take a decade. Quickly tell me any major news happened in these 10 years? 10 years? You've only been in seclusion for 3 years. Huang Ying chuckled softly at Gu Yuan's words. Seeing Huang Guiying, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Chapter 95, Finding You a Little Daddy. The moment he saw Huang Guiying, something stirred within Gu Yuan. This woman gave him a strange yet familiar feeling, as if they'd known each other for years. Yet he was absolutely certain he had never seen her before. Miss? With that thought, Gu Yuan didn't beat around the bush. He simply asked, have we met somewhere before? Huang Guiying froze upon hearing this, and the patriarchs of the 6th grade sects, along with Xian Kuei, Xian Yuan Mo, and the others, were equally stunned. Had that fool Gu Yuan gone completely bonkers during his seclusion? That was his own mother. No, fellow Daoist Gu. Just as Yuan Hao opened his mouth to speak, Huang Guiying shot him a withering glare. Your pickup line is so corny even I found it cheesy 60 years ago. I'm your mother. Ha? Hearing this, Gu Yuan widened his eyes in shock. Hey, lady, what's your language? How can you just start cursing like that? Old Gu. Old Gu. Seeing this, Xian Kuei stepped behind Gu Yuan and whispered. She really is your mother. How could you not recognize your own mother? Old Gu, did you lose your mind and forget everything during your seclusion? Ha? Hearing this, Zhu Kei also wore a look of concern. Fellow Daoist Gu, you absolutely can't come to harm. The entire Blue Star is counting on you. Exactly. Xian Yuan Mo added helplessly, Old Gu, if something goes wrong with your cultivation, you must speak up immediately. Go away. Go away. Go away. Hearing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. You're really my mom? Of course. Who else but your old lady could have this kind of aura? Son, how could you not even recognize your own mother? Recognize you? Like hell I would. With that, Gu Yuan rolled his eyes. He wondered why this woman looked so familiar. It would be strange if she didn't. When Huang Guiying first entered the Dao, she transformed into a girl of 15 or 16. No wonder Gu Yuan hadn't recognized her. Now she'd taken on the appearance of a man in his 30s. How could he possibly recognize her? When Huang Guiying was 30, he hadn't even been reincarnated yet. But after everyone mentioned it, Gu Yuan could actually see some resemblance in Huang Guiying. Sure enough, you can't let women learn photo editing. In this era of universal cultivation, they don't even need editing tools anymore, they just alter faces directly. What the hell is this nonsense, old lady? You're not in love, are you? Mind your own business. I'm a mortal world immortal now, so just take care of yourself. What? Hearing this, Gu Yuan suddenly snapped to attention and turned his gaze toward Huang Guiying. Huang Guiying's cultivation had actually reached the mortal immortal realm. Mom, you're a red dust immortal now? What was I saying? My dear son, I'll find you a stepfather when I have time. Hearing this, Gu Yuan fell silent. Ever since he was a child, he'd known his mother was no pushover, otherwise, she wouldn't have sent him to study the arts at such a young age. Teacher. Gu Yuan was about to say something else when Lin Xian arrived nearby, accompanied by the White Fox, Yang Chen, Lu Jinyan, Zhen Feng, and the others. Teacher, you've emerged. Master, you're finally out. If you hadn't emerged, I would have been exhausted to death. Master. After exchanging greetings with Gu Yuan, he offered a few brief polite words before turning his attention to the battlefield below. By now, the battle below had long since concluded. 300 million red dust immortal tier shadow soldiers faced off against the invading eternal night creatures, resulting in a one-sided slaughter. In the distance, cultivators from various sects cheered, celebrating this hard-won victory. Seeing this, Yuan Hao spoke up. Friend Gu, shall we find another place to talk? I was just thinking the same. Please. With that, Gu Yuan and his companions entered a grand hall within the Demon Hunter Pavilion. There, the 10 elders of the 6 major sects Xian Yuan Mo, the Corpse King Xian Kuei, the Demon King Zhu Kei, the Ghost King Mo Luo, the Spirit Creature Representative Taishan Shigandang, and Gu Yuan sat together. Why the silence? Observing the mutual scrutiny after everyone settled, Xian Kuei chuckled. If no one will speak, then I'll say a few words. Get lost. Before Xuan Kuei could finish, Zhu Kei interrupted him with a sharp tap of his staff. Let Daoist Gu speak first. Hey, what could I possibly say? Gu Yuan waved his hands dismissively. You lot tell me what's happened while I was in seclusion these past 3 years. Truthfully, not much happened. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo spoke up. Old Gu, during your seclusion, the spatial passageway has seen repeated appearances of eternal night creatures at the mortal immortal realm. As for Dao immortals, this is the first time we've encountered one. Also, the Great Xia Empire has gained 4 new mortal immortals, the sacred sons from the 3 major sects, and Tianqing, the old lady. Tianqing. Hearing that name, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes. His father had passed away when he was 3 years old. His father's name was Gu Tianqing. It seemed his mother still couldn't forget his father. Some things really should be put to rest. When he had time, he'd have to find his mother a new companion. Fellow Daoist Gu. Just as Gu Yuan was lost in thought, Yuan Hao spoke up. Can the strength of your shadow army still increase? Not for the time being. Gu Yuan waved his hand as he listened. Perhaps when I reach the mid-stage of transcendence, their strength might increase somewhat. As you all know, these shadow soldiers are generally one major realm weaker than me, while shadow generals are only one minor realm below. With that, Gu Yuan smiled. After ascending to the transcendence realm, the number of his shadow generals had doubled from 10 to 20, all of them at the peak of the mortal-immortal stage. Such a realm was exceptionally high. After all, Blue Star currently had only 2 peak red dust immortals, Yuan Hao and Southern Buddha Duankong. Duankong, the patriarch of Great Thunder Sound Temple, had a cultivation level equivalent to that of a Buddha. As Blue Star's sole true Buddha, he was bolstered by the power of faith, which naturally accelerated his cultivation progress. It now appears that Blue Star's cultivators have fallen somewhat behind in their cultivation levels. This time, cultivators had transcended their realms. In the future, they would likely grow ever stronger. Relying solely on oneself would prove exceedingly difficult. At this thought, Gu Yuan bit his lip. Everyone, the cultivation pace of Blue Star's practitioners seems rather slow. Hearing this, the crowd exchanged helpless glances. Truth be told, it wasn't slow at all. Even compared to thousands of years ago, the cultivation speed of Blue Star cultivators was commendable. However, such progress still pales in comparison to the monsters of the Eternal Night World. Chapter 96, Revisiting the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li. 3 years ago, they had reached a consensus. Within a decade, the energy sustaining that spatial passage would vanish completely. By then, creatures from the Eternal Night World would likely launch a full-scale invasion. Even now, with the seal still intact, transcendent-level beings had already arrived. If the seal were to be broken, what realm would they come from? Supreme Immortals? True Immortals? Or perhaps, beings beyond true Immortals? No matter how one considered it, within 7 years or even less the cultivators of Blue Star could never reach such heights. Everyone, it seems our ARC project must be expedited. The more our strength grows, the more we feel the terror of the Eternal Night and that sense of helplessness. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. But there's also some good news. Gu Yuan turned to Luo Chen, his expression puzzled. Good news? Tell us quickly. Luo Chen then spoke up. There seems to be news from the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li. Occasional fluctuations emanate from that location, as if attempting to transmit a message. Yet whenever we've investigated, we've been unable to approach it. The Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li? Gu Yuan's face lit up with a smile. Zhao Su was still trapped inside the Imperial Tomb. However, the Divine Qin Cataclysm cannon within the tomb seemed only effective against mortal immortals. Even if Zhao Su emerged, it might not make much difference. Still, good news was better than none. But if no one can get close, what kind of good news is that? Fellow Daoist Gu, we've all inspected the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li. It appears only cultivators above the Transcendence realm can enter. Since you've emerged from seclusion, this presents the perfect opportunity to investigate. Who knows? Perhaps the first emperor left something valuable within that Imperial tomb. Excellent. Gu Yuan nodded slightly upon hearing this. The last time he'd visited the Imperial Tomb on Mount Li, he'd sensed there were treasures within though he'd been unable to enter. Now, if he could go inside and take a look, it would be a good thing. Perhaps he could even bring Zhao Su out. As for the first emperor's legacy? Gu Yuan held little hope for that. True, the first emperor was unparalleled throughout history, a formidable ruler whose power rivaled that of divine kings and immortal emperors. But the problem was he wasn't dead. He definitely hadn't died. Otherwise, the creatures of the Eternal Night World would have stormed in long ago. If he hadn't died, how powerful could his legacy truly be? There would undoubtedly be many treasures, but as for advancing one's cultivation realm, that was another matter entirely. Alright, everyone, I'm heading to the Lishan Imperial Mausoleum to investigate. Why the rush? Hearing this, Xianyuan Mo chuckled. Old Gu, you've just emerged from seclusion. You should at least return to the Great Summer Sect first. What's there to see? It'll be the same when I get back. Everyone, carry on chatting. I'm off. With that, Gu Yuan's figure slowly faded away. Witnessing this scene, the assembled elders all wore expressions of resignation. They had witnessed Gu Yuan's formidable decisiveness decades ago and had long since grown accustomed to his approach. Let's hope he gains something this time. On the other side, when Gu Yuan reappeared, he was already outside the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li. He had visited this place several times before and was quite familiar with it, though this visit felt different from previous ones. The thick fog surrounding the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li had long since dissipated, and the barrier isolating the mountain had largely vanished. It seems Zhao Su was on the verge of succeeding. Of course, Gu Yuan was merely speculating. It was the only plausible explanation at present. With this thought, Gu Yuan slowly made his way up the mountain path of Mount Li. The dragon energy of Mount Li was now almost entirely imperceptible. To uncover the truth, Gu Yuan would have to investigate personally. Soon, Gu Yuan reached the summit. Yet upon reaching the summit, Gu Yuan's expression turned grave. The ancient imperial tomb site had vanished without a trace, seemingly concealed from view. Not only that, but a thick fog hung nearby, enveloping an area several hundred meters around. Something peculiar must be within. As he approached the fog, Gu Yuan felt a powerful repulsive force. This repulsion posed no harm to cultivators, yet it made it utterly impossible for them to draw near. Something was definitely lurking within that fog. As he pondered, Gu Yuan dispersed his energy, probing into the thick fog. Yet the moment Gu Yuan channeled his energy, the fog shifted subtly. The fog began to thin. Witnessing this, Gu Yuan felt a surge of irritation. More energy expenditure? He'd just emerged from seclusion, and now he had to do it again. Well, it didn't seem too difficult to handle. He'd give it a try first. He increased the intensity of his energy infusion. In less than half an hour, the thick fog had completely dissipated. Yet once it vanished entirely. The area it had once shrouded left Gu Yuan utterly stunned. Nothing remained. Just an empty field, utterly barren. Seeing this, Gu Yuan's expression froze. What the hell? Did this fog have some special meaning? Was it holding a meeting on this empty plot? With that thought, Gu Yuan sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to leave and look elsewhere, a peculiar sensation drifted faintly from the center of the clearing. It was the sensation of an array formation. Buried beneath this open ground was an array formation. This trip was definitely worth it. With that thought, Gu Yuan waved his hand lightly. A fierce wind swept in, carrying away all the sand and soil from the ground. A massive formation appeared before his eyes. An array indeed. Seeing the formation, Gu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. But after studying it for a while, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Array formations? He knew absolutely nothing about them. Though he couldn't decipher it, Zhang Lifeng, as the Grand Taoist Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, surely could. With that thought, Gu Yuan immediately initiated a video call with Zhang Lifeng. Soon, Zhang Lifeng answered the call. The mobile phone was undoubtedly the greatest invention of the 21st century. Unless it was something extremely important or required an urgent gathering, video calls were far more convenient than traditional messaging. At that moment, the patriarchs of the various sects gathered at the Demon Hunter Pavilion had yet to disperse. Fellow Daoist Gu, have you reached the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li? I arrived earlier. There's definitely something amiss at the Imperial Tomb of Mount Li. Look, there's an array here. Seeing this, the others immediately gathered around, peering at the phone screen. Gu Yuan aimed the camera directly at the formation. Everyone, does anyone recognize what this formation is for? Can't see clearly. Gu, move it a bit. Zhang Lifeng twisted his head into an awkward angle. Seeing this, Gu Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "What good does craning your neck do? Hold on, I'll fly up and get a full view for you." With that, Gu Yuan slowly ascended into the air, hovering above the formation and pointing his camera directly at it. Damn it! The next moment, Gu Yuan was cut off. Chapter 97, Mysterious Secret Realm. Damn it! Seeing Gu Yuan hang up after leaving that single sentence, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was that? Exchanging glances, the group found themselves transported to the Imperial Tomb of Mount Li in the blink of an eye. Now, seeing the massive formation array on the ground, they all wore awkward expressions. Gu Yuan had just emerged from seclusion, and now this? Zhang Lifeng, however, let out a gasp upon seeing the formation. This is a teleportation array? A teleportation array? Hearing this, everyone exchanged puzzled looks. How could there be a teleportation array inside the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li? It seemed Gu Yuan had been transported away by this very array. Old Zhang, can you tell where this teleportation array leads? You're talking to me? Zhang Lifeng rolled his eyes. There's no inscription on it. How am I supposed to know where it leads? This. Sigh. Hearing this, the others sighed in resignation. The teleportation array appeared to be constantly active. Stepping into its range would trigger immediate teleportation. But this teleportation array that appeared out of nowhere? No one dared to follow it. It wasn't that they feared danger on the other side, they feared they might never return. With Blue Star in its current state, if they couldn't return either, it would be a real disaster. At that moment, Zhang Lifeng spoke again. I'll go check it out. Maybe I can bring Brother Gu back. That makes sense. The others nodded in agreement. As a master of array formations, Zhang Lifeng was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to go. But Sir Gondang shook his head beside him. No, Master Zhang, it might be dangerous over there. I should go instead, I'm not going to die anyway. Hearing this, Zhang Lifeng frowned. Indeed, if danger lurked there, they might slow down Gu Yuan. Sure, Gondang, being of spirit origin, would merely turn back into stone if he died. After nurturing himself for 10 or 8 years, he could be resurrected without loss. Enough. I'll go. Just as Zhang Lifeng was pondering, Duan Kong suddenly spoke up. But, upon hearing Duan Kong's words, the others paused briefly before nodding in agreement. All the venerable masters had their own affairs to attend to on Blue Star. Among them, Duan Kong had been relatively idle these past years. Most importantly, Duan Kong was incredibly fast. Once inside, he could swiftly catch up to Gu Yuan and rendezvous with him. Even if danger arose, Duan Kong could carry Gu Yuan to safety, indeed, a wise choice. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan stood on the ground, utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he'd been holding his phone mid-air. The next instant, everything blurred before his eyes. A wave of dizziness washed over him as the scenery before his eyes transformed completely. Where on earth was he now? Surrounding him was a dense forest, still untouched by the encroachment of eternal night. The sun still hung high in the sky. Seeing this scene lifted Gu Yuan's spirits considerably. Living in perpetual darkness truly took its toll on both body and mind. However, even with the sun high in the sky, Gu Yuan had no idea what time of day it was, morning, noon, or afternoon. The sun alone offered no clues for determining direction. The most pressing issue now was figuring out exactly where he was. Though he didn't know the location, Gu Yuan could sense that the concentration of spiritual energy here was exceptionally high. It was nearly dozens of times greater than outside. This was a prime location. Feeling the spiritual energy here, Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile. If the cultivators of Great Xia could come here to practice, their progress would be far faster than outside. After all, with the current spiritual energy revival on Blue Star, the concentration outside was nearly at its highest point in thousands of years. Even with the aid of rare treasures and elixirs, cultivators still had to rely primarily on absorbing spiritual energy. The only problem now was how to get back. After a moment's thought, Gu Yuan frowned. It seemed he'd have to explore this area first. With that thought, Gu Yuan spread his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Yet within his perception, spanning 1,000 miles in every direction, there was nothing but energy in this dense forest. This is bull. A wave of helplessness washed over Gu Yuan. This was utterly baffling. As he pondered, a creature suddenly charged toward him from the distance, entirely pitch black and with an abstract, grotesque form. This creature possessed only a single leg, lacking arms or a head. It consisted solely of a leg and a torso, emanating an aura somewhat reminiscent of creatures of the eternal night. Seeing this, Gu Yuan frowned. Perpetual night creatures here? And a type he'd never encountered before. Having spent so long at the Demon Hunters Guild, Gu Yuan had encountered countless eternal night creatures, but this one before him was entirely unfamiliar. Never mind that, kill it first. With that thought, Gu Yuan flicked his finger. The creature exploded instantly. This creature was far too weak, merely at the innate realm it posed absolutely no threat. However, just as Gu Yuan was about to absorb the corpse into the black mist, it dissolved into a stream of energy that drifted into his body. Witnessing this, Gu Yuan froze in surprise. This eternal night creature could actually transform directly into energy and be absorbed by him? What kind of species was this? Could such a species truly survive in the eternal night? Whether it could survive in the eternal night, Gu Yuan didn't know. But if this thing were on Blue Star, it would absolutely be domesticated and raised, following this path of sustainable development. Right, domestication. This thought sparked an idea in Gu Yuan's mind. Could it be that this space harbors many such creatures of eternal night? Could this place actually be a testing ground, specifically designed to provide cultivation opportunities for cultivators? That possibility was slim, but it certainly wasn't impossible. The thought sent a thrill of excitement through Gu Yuan. If so, the cultivation levels of Blue Star's practitioners would skyrocket in no time. That said, however, these eternal night creatures likely aren't numerous. This is a place left behind by the first emperor. Even after thousands of years, how many eternal night creatures could possibly remain here? Millions? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? That still wouldn't be enough to go around. As he pondered this, Gu Yuan abruptly spun around. Turning around, Gu Yuan curled his lip in disdain. Behind him stood none other than the grand ancestor of the Great Thundersound Temple, Southern Buddha Duan Kong. Fellow Taoist Duan Kong? What brings you here? You didn't stumble into this place by accident, did you? Hearing this, Duan Kong shook his head slightly and spoke. Ba. I came to find you. Looking for me? Master Buddha, you came alone? Where are the others? Outside. Gu Yuan nodded in response. This Southern Buddha Duan Kong always carried himself with an air of superiority. In the 30 years since they'd known each other, Gu Yuan had never heard Duan Kong utter more than 100 words. And most of those were just Ba Buddha and good indeed, good indeed. Chapter 98, Duan Kong's Hidden Ailment? Master Gu, can you tell what this place is? Hearing Gu Yuan's question, Duan Kong shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Gu Yuan sighed softly. I just saw a creature of eternal night, so I suspect this is a place where such beings are kept. Oh. Hearing Duan Kong's indifferent response, Gu Yuan instantly perked up. The next moment, he fixed a cold stare on Duan Kong. No, you're not Duan Kong. You're one of the eternal night creatures here too. I've heard that among the eternal night creatures, there's a race that, upon reaching the level of immortal, can transform into the likeness of any person and simultaneously acquire their memories from the past few minutes. You must be from that race. I never imagined there were more than one race of eternal night creatures here. Ha! Hearing this, Duan Kong froze in confusion. Gu Yuan, what are you talking about? Still pretending. Gu Yuan listened, his expression revealing complete control as he chuckled lightly. Though Duan Kong is a Buddha, he still despises the Eternal Night race. Yet when you heard news of the Eternal Night creatures, you showed no reaction whatsoever. And you claim you're not one of them. Hearing this, Duan Kong gave a bitter laugh and replied haltingly. Fellow Daoist Gu. Eternal Night creatures, appearing anywhere is perfectly normal, isn't it? I was waiting for your next move. Bah! You can't even speak properly. Looks like you've only recently taken form asking for a beating. Stop. Just as Gu Yuan was about to strike, Duan Kong pressed his palms together, and countless Buddhist realms flickered across his body. Amatba, fellow Daoist Gu. Is that acceptable? Seeing this, Gu Yuan's expression twisted. Could I have truly misunderstood you? This Buddha light cannot be faked. The creatures of the Eternal Night could never possess such divine radiance. As the thought crossed his mind, Gu Yuan instantly realized. Buddha Master, recite the Heart Sutra for me. If you're the real Buddha Master, you'll surely be able to recite it. That shouldn't be necessary. Listening, Duan Kong gave a helpless smile. Gu Yuan, I truly am not a creature of the Eternal Night. Can't recite it. You're definitely fake. Fine. I'll recite it. Seeing this, Duan Kong flushed and began. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, when practicing profound prajnaparamita for a long time, clearly saw all suffering, and evil. Watching Duan Kong recite the sutra with such earnestness, Gu Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. No wonder Duan Kong was so quiet. He was actually a stutterer. Recalling his previous interactions with Duan Kong, the longest sentence Duan Kong had ever uttered was just 5 words, Prajnaparamita Kong. Who could have imagined that Blue Star's sole true Buddha was actually a stutterer? At this realization, Gu Yuan's face flushed crimson, and he immediately stepped in front of Duan Kong. Buddha, I was wrong. I didn't know. I'm sorry. Brother, you've made a mistake. Don't blame yourself. Hearing this, Duan Kong's face also flushed. He hadn't expected that after all these years, Gu Yuan would still discover it. It's fine. This monk said 5 words or less. No problem. Alright. Seeing this, Gu Yuan's heart burst with joy. These people never failed to surprise him. Buddha Master, why did you come over while they didn't? This monk moves swiftly. They said they'd stay behind. At the critical moment, this monk can carry you away. So straightforward. Gu Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes at that remark. Still, when facing the unknown, caution was indeed the better part of valor. Master Buddha. Never mind. Let's just explore around here ourselves. Before he could say more, Gu Yuan gave a helpless smile and waved his hand. This Duan Kong probably didn't know the situation here either. Better to explore first and see. However, Gu Yuan had just realized something. He couldn't sense those Eternal Night creatures that could transform into energy. Or rather, these Eternal Night creatures could conceal their presence within the spiritual energy. Dealing with them would be quite troublesome. The main problem was locating them. As he pondered this, Duan Kong vanished abruptly beside him, moving so swiftly that Gu Yuan barely registered the shift. In the blink of an eye, Duan Kong stood before Gu Yuan, clutching a 6-legged, armless creature of the Eternal Night. Seeing this 6-legged creature of Eternal Night, Gu Yuan frowned. The 6-Claw clan? There are such Eternal Night creatures here? But this creature's aura, it's identical to the one earlier. Could I have misjudged it? Listening, Duan Kong also frowned and said. Fellow Daoist Gu, this Eternal Night creature, no, it doesn't seem to be physical. Look. Not physical? Hearing this, Gu Yuan also looked puzzled. He placed his hand on the Eternal Night creature. As he sensed it, his expression changed abruptly. This Eternal Night creature was indeed an energy entity. And this Eternal Night being was at the Amaterasu realm. Realizing this, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes and spoke. Buddha Master, try killing it. Nodding, Duan Kong instantly smashed the Eternal Night creature to death with a single palm strike. In the next instant, the creature dissolved into a mass of energy that entered Duan Kong's body. Witnessing this, Duan Kong was utterly shocked. Could this be? This is bad. Hearing this, Gu Yuan froze. What's wrong? No, excuse me, I need to take this call. Saying this, Duan Kong picked up his phone and answered the call. Okay. Got it. Alright. Seeing this, Gu Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He really wanted to curse that bald-headed donkey. Dude, if you know you stutter, don't say stuff that's easy to misinterpret. Fellow Daoist Gu, I'm done. The sect has a bit of a problem. Understood. Listening, Gu Yuan nodded and said, Alright, Master Buddha, please continue. Listening intently, Duan Kong proceeded to recount his theory with great solemnity. It turned out that when the first emperor set out on his campaigns, he had conceived an idea to construct a secret realm. Within this realm, an array would be established to utilize the corpses of the perished Eternal Night creatures, transforming them into energy entities. Cultivators who defeated these energy entities could then absorb their energy without loss, thereby rapidly advancing their cultivation. However, due to the impending campaign against the Eternal Night, the project was shelved. Judging by the situation here, it seemed remarkably similar to that trial ground project. Unfortunately, Duan Kong had never been involved in that project. Yuan Hao seemed to know something about it, but he hadn't come. To confirm whether this is the legendary trial ground, we'd need Yuan Hao to take a look. The problem is we have no idea how to get out of here. Gu Yuan sighed softly as he pondered this. But the next moment, he suddenly snapped to attention. Master FO, did you just make a call? There's actually signal here? Chapter 99, The Illusory Realm of Xianqin, Dawn of the Human Race. Buddha Master, there's actually signal here. Hearing this, Duan Kong immediately reacted. But the next moment, he shook his head. Fellow Taoist Gu, just now, this monk wasn't making a phone call. I was using a transmission stone attached to my handheld device. Who cares what he used? As long as we can contact the outside world, that's all that matters. With a slight scoff, Gu Yuan pulled out a communication stone and initiated a video call to Yuan Hao. Soon, Yuan Hao answered the call. Brother Yuan Hao. Brother Gu, you actually have signal out there. Seeing Gu Yuan's transmission, Yuan Hao and the others couldn't help but smile wryly. They had jumped to conclusions assuming that since Gu Yuan had been teleported away and the signal cut off, there must be no reception there. Friend Gu, where exactly are you? I have no idea. Master FO is here too. Look. Saying this, Gu Yuan pulled Duancom over and greeted him. Brother Yuan Hao, I just heard from the Buddha Master that thousands of years ago, before the first emperor embarked on his campaign, he left behind a trial ground. It seems I'm currently inside this very trial ground. A trial ground? Yuan Hao looked puzzled, then glanced at the others, who all shook their heads. What trial ground? Never heard of it. Gu Yuan frowned as he listened. The Buddha Master said you knew about it and that you even participated. I participated? How come I don't know about this? Hearing this, Yuan Hao looked even more bewildered. On the other end of the video call, Duan Kong snatched the communication stone and sighed helplessly. How could you not have participated? The divine Qin illusion realm. You didn't participate? Only then did Yuan Hao nod, his expression suddenly clear. You mean the immortal Qin illusion? Well, I did participate in that. But halfway through its construction, His Majesty the First Emperor went to war, so the project was abandoned. You're currently inside the immortal Qin illusion? Yeah. It looks like, well, if you kill the eternal night creature, the living beings can absorb its energy. Hearing this, Yuan Hao's face lit up with delight. That is indeed the immortal Qin illusion, and it's on Mount Li. That explains everything. Excellent. Once the immortal Qin illusion is activated, we can continuously replenish it with the corpses of eternal night creatures sustaining the battle through the battle itself. That way, even if higher tier eternal night creatures appear later, we'll have nothing to fear. Hearing this, Gu Yuan rolled his eyes and said, Enough, brother Yuan Hao. Stop painting me a rosy picture. The real issue now is how do we get out of here? Yuan Hao smiled faintly as he replied. Simple. There are two options, either head to the center of the illusion, or an identical teleportation array will take you straight out. Or you can stay there for a month, and you'll be automatically expelled. Gu Daoyu, bald monk, you two go find that teleportation array. Might as well see if this place really is the Xianqin illusion realm. Ugh, I can't even tell north from south right now. How am I supposed to find it? Let me see. Head to your left. Following the direction Yuan Hao pointed, Gu Yuan and Duan Kong indeed found the teleportation array. Along the way, they encountered no fewer than thousands of eternal night creatures, indicating this area was teeming with them. Of course, more eternal night creatures meant more energy after all. These were merely energy forms transformed from corpses. Spotting the teleportation array, Gu Yuan and Duan Kong exchanged a glance before stepping straight through it. The next moment, they materialized beside Yuan Hao and the others. Fellow Daoist Gu, you finally emerged. Yuan Hao's excitement surged upon seeing Gu Yuan. His emergence meant he'd found the teleportation array within the illusion, confirming this was indeed the immortal Qin illusion. Fellow Daoist Gu, is it truly the immortal Qin illusion realm inside? Why ask me? Brother Yuan Hao, I think we should go check it out together. You know more about this illusion. Alright. Hearing this, the group stepped into the teleportation array together. Upon entering the Xianqin illusionary realm, Yuan Hao's excitement surged. Such an intense concentration of spiritual energy, along with these eternal light creatures and energy entities, it truly is the immortal Qin illusion. Blue Star is saved. Follow me, everyone. As he spoke, Yuan Hao led the group into a canyon within the illusion. A faint seal shrouded the canyon. Yuan Hao extended his hand and gently pressed against the barrier. This is the core of the illusion. It's a seal left by the first emperor himself. Unless one possesses the same authority granted during its construction as I do, even true immortals, or those above them, couldn't forcibly break the seal. The interior space here is vast. Should Blue Star ever fall, we could evacuate the majority of its population here. Accommodating 3 to 500 million people would pose absolutely no problem. As Yuan Hao explained, the others watched the seal slowly open a passageway. Stepping through it, they found themselves in a vast, open expanse. This seemed to be the underground realm of the illusion. Looking into the distance, it was indeed boundless. Follow me. Following Yuan Hao, the group soon arrived at a place shrouded in energy mist. Here, an energy seal still remained. Yuan Hao activated the seal once more, and the group entered through the passageway only to discover that the space here was not particularly large. That said, it was still relatively spacious, spanning some 20 to 30 kilometers in diameter. At the center of this space lay a mountainous pile of eternal night creature corpses, each shrouded in energy. Seeing this, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Brother Yuan Hao, could this be the storage site for the eternal night creatures' corpses?" Exactly. The corpses of eternal night creatures here will gradually be absorbed by this space, transforming into energy. Cultivators who defeat these creatures can absorb their energy. Though this may lead to unstable cultivation levels, extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures. Precisely, added senior sister Tianxian beside him, nodding. Besides, unstable cultivation isn't such a grave matter. Continuous combat is the best way to solidify one's cultivation, sustaining battle through battle. The first emperor's ingenuity in devising this method is truly peerless. But I recall this immortal Qin illusion was never completed. When the first emperor marched against the eternal night, severing all connection to the mortal realm, there was no longer any need to build it. I personally sealed this space back then. At that time, it was completely empty, only the 2 layers of energy barriers left by the first emperor remained. Why has it suddenly appeared now and in a completed state? Chapter 100, Secret Realms appearing one after another. Everyone shared Yuan Hao's confusion. How did this space suddenly appear? As they pondered, Gu Yuan suddenly spoke up. Could it be that kid Zhao Su's doing? It's possible. Yuan Hao nodded in agreement. Excellent. Whether it's Zhao Su or not, the opening of the Xianqin illusion is a blessing. To be honest, I've considered this before. But back then, I was merely a special advisor for the immortal Qin illusion. The real work was done by the Starsea sect. But the Starsea sect was wiped out by that bastard Kanglan. By the time we discovered it, it was already too late. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's expression turned puzzled as he asked, "Brother Yuan Hao, everyone, I've heard about this matter too, but I don't know the full story. Didn't you know when Kanglan wiped out the other 6 major sects back then? Kanglan couldn't have been that powerful back then. If you'd united your forces, that woman wouldn't have stood a chance." Hearing this, Zhang Lifeng sighed softly. "Fellow Taoist Gu, don't ask. Ultimately, this matter is my fault. When that woman first emerged, none of us from the 12 great sects could stand against her. That's how she came to control us. But we were paying lip service while secretly resisting, you understand that? In truth, we'd already begun planning her demise. After deliberation, I proposed the solution: temporarily conceal each sect's spatial domains while gradually constructing a spatial passage. This would deceive Kanglan, and once complete, we could trap her like a turtle in a jar." Listening intently, Gu Yuan nodded. "Senior Zhang, by your account, this plan seems remarkably thorough. Could it be that a traitor has emerged? I don't know." Sword Immortal Luo Chen, standing nearby, shook his head. Old Zhang's idea was sound, but ultimately, that woman exploited it. She couldn't detect the major sects' movements, and neither could we. She wiped out 6 sects in succession. By the time we discovered it and united, it was already too late. Oh, I see. Gu Yuan nodded slightly. So you constructed a space linking all the secret realms within the 6 great sects' domains to prevent Kanglan from causing trouble. Exactly. As they spoke, everyone began consoling Zhang Lifeng. Truthfully, his original idea hadn't been flawed. How Kanglan had discovered it remained a mystery to this day. Enough. Let's not dwell on it. Yuan Hao sighed softly. It's all in the past. Had old Zhang not discovered it early back then, even the 6 remaining major sects might not have survived. It was also around that time that the demon clans, spirit beasts, undead tribes, and ghost clans began their rampage. They opposed the 6 major sects precisely to distract Kanglan. His gaze swept across the assembled figures as he continued. Leave the maintenance of the immortal Qin secret realm to me. We'll find a time to announce the opening of the illusionary realm and establish some rules. I'll go to the demon hunting pavilion to retrieve the corpses of the eternal night creatures from these past years. Xian Yuan, you're the expert when it comes to drafting regulations. I'll stay out of that. With that, Yuan Hao turned and departed. All eyes immediately fell upon Xian Yuan Mo. This is no easy task. Seeing all eyes on him, Xian Yuan Mo narrowed his eyes. My preliminary idea is to impose no restrictions. Anyone should be able to enter. But the resources here are limited. As the group debated, Gu Yuan also turned his gaze toward the pile of eternal night creature corpses. This place was truly remarkable. It could directly convert the corpses of eternal night creatures into energy entities. He currently possessed numerous Eternal Night creature corpses, all left over from the earlier battle. Absorbing these corpses offered little benefit for advancing his cultivation gate. To truly break through, he needed cultivation resources. Therefore, it would be better to contribute these corpses to this illusionary realm. With that thought, Gu Yuan made his decision, directly tossing the corpses from his black mist space into the pile of remains. However, he held back the 3 Eternal Night creature corpses that had transcended the realm. These corpses would eventually transform into energy entities, whose power would largely match their strength and life. Therefore, the strength of the creatures here needed to be controlled. After a month of intense research and restoration work at the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li, news of the opening of the Immortal Qin illusion spread like wildfire across the Great Xia. Within the Immortal Qin secret realm, slaying Eternal Night creatures granted immense cultivation gains. Accessing the Xian Qin secret realm was straightforward, sufficient demon hunting points could be exchanged for a token. Guarded by venerable elders at the mortal-immortal tier, evading entry was utterly impossible. The moment the Xian Qin illusionary realm opened, it became incredibly popular. How popular? Within just 1 month of opening, nearly 10,000 people had entered. Fortunately, the pace of Eternal Night creatures' arrival accelerated rapidly. Otherwise, the energy entities within would have been insufficient to go around. In less than a month, the remaining 3 sects' holy sons all ascended to the mortal-immortal realm, elevating the overall strength of Great Xia's cultivators to a whole new tier. It was foreseeable that within 2 years, the strength of Great Xia's cultivators would reach a level previously unimaginable. And just as the Immortal Qin illusion reached its peak popularity, Taishan Shigandang, the leader of the Spirit Beast clan, delivered even more explosive news. A peculiar space had emerged in the Tai Mountain region. This peculiar space similarly resembled a cultivation ground, yet humans were barred from entering. Only cultivators from the demonic tribes, Spirit Beast clans, corpse tribes, and ghost tribes could access it. During this period, the spatial passage remained remarkably stable. No Eternal Night beings beyond the Transcendence realm appeared, yet those at the mortal-immortal realm grew increasingly numerous. Even lower-tier Eternal Night beings multiplied several-fold compared to before. Eternal Night creatures at the mortal-immortal realm represent precisely the resources humanity needs most urgently now, for cultivating to mortal-immortal is an incredibly arduous path. If one could enter that Xian Qin illusionary realm to absorb its energy, the speed of advancement would be nothing short of extraordinary. The Eternal Night beings had now transformed from a threat into a resource. Within just 1 year, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects, along with figures like Shen Yuan Mo, Xian Kuei, and Shu Kei, all collectively broke through to the late Red Dust Immortal stage. Yuan Hao, moreover, directly ascended to the Transcendence realm. Gu Yuan's progress was equally remarkable. Freed from his bottleneck, he had already surged to the mid-Transcendence realm within a single year. Chapter 101, The Upheaval in the Mount Tai Secret Realm. In just 1 year, the Great Xia's overall strength had nearly surpassed the levels achieved over the previous 5, even 10 years. The pre-Qin illusion realm and the peculiar space within Mount Tai functioned as nothing short of cultivation accelerators. Moreover, at the site of the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li, half a year after the emergence of the Qin dynasty illusion, a genuine trial ground had materialized. This trial ground contained no energy entities to enhance cultivation, but it was filled with numerous wooden dummies. Whether human or other races, anyone entering this wooden man trial ground would encounter opponents matching their own strength. Battling these wooden man dummies proved highly effective for enhancing one's power and solidifying cultivation levels. If wooden dummies were the only feature, this secret realm would be rather lackluster. After all, the incursions of Eternal Night creatures were growing increasingly fierce. Tens of thousands crossed through spatial portals daily, creating natural battlefields. Or rather, it's not an exaggeration, it is the true battlefield. Xia cultivators rarely need other places for tempering. Yet the wooden man training grounds held a different purpose. Upon defeating the wooden dummies, cultivators stand to gain rewards within the trial grounds, not only cultivation techniques but also divine arts, magical artifacts, and elixirs. It could be said that humanity's response to the Eternal Night creatures has shifted from utter despair to a glimmer of hope. If this trend continues, even should the creatures of the Eternal Night launch a full-scale invasion one day, the human race would not be utterly defenseless. Within the Grand Summer Sex Master's private chamber, Gu Yuan sat upon a throne of white bone, absorbing resources. At this point, Gu Yuan functioned much like a gold-devouring beast, requiring vast daily intakes of resources. Fortunately, since the revival of spiritual energy, resources like spirit plants and spirit stones were no longer scarce. Even with his voracious consumption, Gu Yuan could absorb only so much. Moreover, Gu Yuan's energy absorption was indiscriminate. As long as the quantity was sufficient, he actually consumed very little of the high-grade resources. His current plan was to absorb resources relentlessly, accelerating his advancement. After all, no one knew what realm of existence might appear within the spatial passage next time. However, the pace of breaching the Black Mist and Blood Mist gateways had slowed considerably. Over the course of a year, Gu Yuan had only managed to breach 116 million gateways. According to Gu Yuan's calculations, the Dao realm should be divided into major stages of 33 million portals each. As for the final stage of Tao Immortal, true immortal Gu Yuan had no idea. While he was attacking the gateways, the white fox quietly slipped inside. Sensing the fox's presence, Gu Yuan immediately halted his cultivation. What is it? Hearing this, the white fox replied, Master, the venerable ancestor Shigandang requests an audience. He must be out of his mind. Hearing this, Gu Yuan shot the white fox a disapproving glance. You're such a pain. Just bring him in already. Shigandang, Manhwa, and Xian Kuei had long since taken up residence at the Great Summer Heavenly Sect, and their relationships with the others had grown quite close. When they came to see Gu Yuan, they simply walked right in. Announcing their arrival would be nothing short of insulting him. But Gu Yuan didn't hold it against Shigandang. After all, his true form was a stone. A bit dim-witted was only to be expected. With a sigh of resignation, Gu Yuan replied. Fine, let's go. Come meet my big brother. Arriving at the reception hall with the white fox, Shigandang was holding a stone, examining it closely while praising it incessantly. Seeing this, Gu Yuan clicked his tongue. It was just a small trinket, one he picked up for $10 at a street stall back in his youth. Gondang, what are you staring at? Hearing this, Shigandang lifted his head and looked at Gu Yuan. Ah, Brother Gu has arrived. Brother Gu, this stone. If you like it, take it. It's just a street stall trinket. Hearing this, Shigandang looked genuinely surprised. Brother Gu, you call this stone a street stall trinket? No wonder. In this world today, I doubt anyone else could recognize this stone besides me. Oh? Hearing this, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Brother Ganda, could this stone hold some hidden significance? Have I truly been blind to its value? I bought it 40 years ago simply because I found it pleasing to the eye. Indeed. Shigandang nodded. This object is called the Sacred Stone of Mount Tai. Only my lineage can recognize it. If I possess this Mount Tai Divine Stone, I'm confident I can break through to the late stage of Mortal Immortal within a year. That's fantastic. Gu Yuan laughed heartily. Quick, put it away. My mother nearly tossed this thing out years ago, saying it was ugly. Alright. Brother Gu, I won't stand on ceremony then. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement, then added. Brother Gon, you didn't come all this way just to take the stone, did you? You're questioning me about a little parlor ornament? You don't consider yourself family at all. Shigandang waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, Brother Gu. It's just that there's been a minor issue at the Mount Tai Secret Realm. A problem at the Mount Tai Secret Realm? At this, Gu Yuan's expression turned grave. He had been to the Mount Tai Secret Realm himself. It was quite different from the Xianqin illusionary realm, almost like another world. They'd studied it multiple times but still hadn't figured out what it truly was. It could be said they knew nothing about it, still in the exploratory phase. If something had gone wrong there, it couldn't be a minor issue. Pondering this, Gu Yuan inquired, what exactly is happening? Listening, Shigandang sighed. A creature has appeared within the Mount Tai Secret Realm. Though perhaps creature isn't quite right. From what I saw, it seems to be a conglomeration of those resentment entities. Its power is immense, it's transcended the realm. Even with Zhuke, Xian Kuei, Manhwa, and me joining forces, we couldn't gain the upper hand. That thing is attacking indiscriminately within the secret realm, and we Great Xia cultivators have already suffered significant casualties. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. It seemed this entity truly needed to be dealt with. Brother Gu, I didn't want to involve you in this matter. But Yuan Hao has been preoccupied with the affairs of the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li and can't spare the time. Moreover, the cultivators within the Mount Tai Secret Realm are mostly disciples of our celestial sect. Having you handle this seems to be the most perfect solution. Agreed. Gu Yuan nodded again. Dang, I'll take Xian Kuei and handle this. You return to study that Mount Tai Divine Stone and breakthrough as quickly as possible. That will significantly boost our Great Xia's combat strength. Agreed. With that, Shigandang turned and departed without further ado. Gu Yuan, meanwhile, immediately sent a message to Xian Kuei. Chapter 102, The Half-Step Taoist Wrathful Spirit. Standing atop Mount Tai, staring into an abyss, Gu Yuan nearly laughed in exasperation. Steward Mu, you're telling me this bottomless abyss is the Mount Tai Secret Realm? Are you taking advantage of my inexperience? As he spoke, Gu Yuan turned his gaze toward the wooden steward. This wooden steward belonged to the Spirit Beast clan, his true form a section of Deadwood. In Gu Yuan's memory, he had always seemed rather honest. Upon hearing this, the wooden steward offered a wry smile. Master, this truly is the Mount Tai Secret Realm. Just jump already. Like hell I'm jumping. I visited this Mount Tai Secret Realm a year ago, it wasn't like this at all. You're just trying to trick me. Hearing this, the wood steward sighed softly. Master, to be honest, this entrance wasn't always like this. It gradually transformed into this state 3 months ago. Elder Shur mentioned it might be related to the gathering of resentment within. Hearing this, Gu Yuan finally nodded. If that was the case, then it made perfect sense. After all, when Gu Yuan had visited before, the entrance had indeed been here, just not in such an exaggerated state. Before, it had merely resembled a Taoist gate, but now the entire cliff face had become a bottomless abyss of void. It seemed the situation inside was indeed dire. With that thought, Gu Yuan wasted no time and leaped directly into the abyss. Soon, after traversing the spatial passage, the two arrived within the Mount Tai secret realm. Much like the outside, the interior of the Mount Tai secret realm was shrouded in gloom. Yet this gloom differed from the outside. While the exterior was shrouded in perpetual night, here there was no sun at all, only a moon hung in the sky. Where are Xian Kuei and the others? At the question, the wooden steward pointed in a direction. Without a moment's delay, the two hurried off. Gu Yuan had visited this Mount Tai secret realm several times before and had a basic grasp of its layout. Moreover, he was certain this was no ordinary secret realm. It was vast, nearly the size of a city. At its farthest reaches, a peculiar energy blocked entry. Even Gu Yuan couldn't approach it. Gu Yuan now harbored a suspicion this so-called Mount Tai secret realm might not be a secret realm at all, but rather a passageway to the netherworld, the realm of the dead. It resembled a place like the city of the wrongfully dead, where beings who had died unjustly and could not be reincarnated had gathered and thrived. After all, this was Mount Tai, a mountain long intertwined with the underworld since ancient times. But this was merely a conjecture, though not entirely without basis. The underworld is undeniably real. After all, if ghost cultivators and the celestial court exist, the underworld must exist too. It's just that Gu Yuan has never encountered it. Legend has it that over 1,000 years ago, the underworld was still connected to Blue Star. Yuan Hao had mentioned that when the first emperor marched against the Eternal Night, he rallied every available force on Blue Star and even borrowed 500 million troops from the netherworld. This likely depleted the netherworld's strength significantly. To maintain order between the mortal and spirit realms, the netherworld's passage had to be sealed. The source of that strange energy must be the path to the netherworld. The current crisis on Blue Star had been alleviated by 90%. Should the defenses truly collapse, the Mount Tai secret realm and the pre-Qin illusionary realm could shelter some cultivators, along with the 6 arcs. Most crucially, Blue Star has seen almost no newborns in recent years. After all, the descent of eternal night is hardly a blessing for new life. That said, knowing the true nature of this place makes the so-called much easier to understand. This place is filled with vengeful spirits. Normally, they pose little threat. However, the entry of the great Xia tribes disrupted this delicate equilibrium. Their uprising is a natural consequence. Soon, guided by Steward Namo, Gu Yuan came face to face with the vengeful spirit. Currently restrained by an array formation, the vengeful spirit was violently pounding against the yellow barrier surrounding it. The spirit was enormous, its entire body a blood-red hue, its appearance indistinguishable from that of a ghost. Surrounding it, Zhuke, Xian Kuei, and Mo Luo stood at 3 corners, maintaining the formation. This formation had actually been discovered in the trial grounds of the Imperial Mausoleum of Mount Li. It could exert a certain degree of suppression on cultivators of higher realms, making it a resource greatly needed by Great Xia at present. Over the past decades, Blue Star's cultivators had come to realize that, in terms of individual strength alone, Eternal Night's creatures were actually inferior to Blue Star's cultivators. Compared to Blue Star, the Eternal Night's true deficiency lay in its lack of elite combat power. After all, even true immortals there were merely cannon fodder. As Xian Kuei put it, even a random sampling of their forces would be enough to annihilate Blue Star. But now was not the time for such thoughts. The immediate priority was to deal with this vengeful spirit. With that thought, Gu Yuan shouted, "You 3, I'm coming." Hearing this, Zhuke and the others showed no sign of movement. Seeing this, Gu Yuan understood. It seemed the 3 of them couldn't spare a single thought to distract themselves while trapping this vengeful spirit. It made sense. Rumor had it this vengeful spirit rivaled transcendent realms. For the 3 of them to have managed to trap it was no small feat. With that thought, Gu Yuan spoke up. "You 3, release that fellow. Leave it to me." Agreed. The 3 shouted in unison, instantly dissolving the formation. They vanished completely, only to reappear behind Gu Yuan. "Old Gu, be careful. This guy's power is likely far beyond that of Shanghai." "Ha?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's expression twisted. This guy doesn't look all that strong. Before he could finish, a crimson storm suddenly swirled around the vengeful spirit. In the next instant, it began frantically absorbing the blood energy within the space, its form swelling rapidly in the storm. Soon, the vengeful spirit towered dozens of meters high. Witnessing this, Gu Yuan's mouth fell open. This isn't Transcendence Realm. It's practically merging with the Tao. Holy crap. Is the intel fake? No, it's definitely the Transcendence Realm. Listening, Xian Kuei waved his hand and explained. Once a cultivator enters the Tao merging realm, they undergo a fundamental transformation. They can merge their body directly with the Tao, becoming immune to any attack below that realm. They can also borrow the power of the great Tao to appear anywhere in the universe. This guy clearly doesn't possess that kind of ability. UING. Gu Yuan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. So you think I could handle someone at the peak of transcendence? I'm only at the mid-stage of transcendence right now. Wait, why haven't I heard about this before? Did you bastards deliberately lure him out? Chapter 103, Gu Yuan gets serious. Catching Gu Yuan's glare, Xian Kuei and the others quickly averted their eyes, pretending not to have heard a thing. I knew it was you guys. Guys, don't get too carried away. Before you go stirring up trouble for me, how about asking me first? I did ask. No sooner had Gu Yuan finished speaking than Xian Kuei retorted. Old Gu, you forgot? I told you that day about the Mountai secret realm. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes as he listened. It did ring a bell. That day, Xian Kuei, Shirgandang, and Manhwa had sought him out, proposing they head to the Mountai secret realm to handle some trouble. But at the time, Gu Yuan was in the critical phase of breaking through to 111 million gateways. He half-heartedly brushed them off. Who knew they'd go and stir up such a huge mess? Old Gu, you see, when this guy first appeared, he wasn't nearly this powerful just at the land immortal realm. When he first appeared? Hearing this, Gu Yuan retorted. When did this guy take human form? Just a few hours ago. Hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Honestly, he wanted to smash these three little cuties to bits. Then why didn't you take care of him the moment he appeared? Well. At this, the expressions of the three froze completely. Suddenly, Xian Kuei pointed directly at Manhwa. It's him. He said this thing was a powerful tonic for him. He wanted it to absorb some energy to boost his cultivation level, then absorb it himself. He claimed it might help him break through to late-stage mortal immortal or even reach transcendence. Hearing this, Demon King Mola's face flushed crimson. He hadn't anticipated that the creature's energy absorption would accelerate so rapidly. A single lapse in their vigilance, and the thing had already entered the transcendence realm. Seeing Mara's reaction, Gu Yuan clenched his teeth in fury. You deserve to die. No wonder you're a ghost cultivator, your demise is well earned. And you too. Gu Yuan turned his gaze to Xian Kuei and Zhu Quebec. My ancestors must be rolling in their graves. Congratulations on being my two hidden talents. Alright. Before Gu Yuan could finish, Xian Kuei leaned in, chuckling. Old Gu, cut us some slack. If you don't deal with that guy now, he'll truly enter the Tao merging realm. I'll settle this with you when I return. Giving Xian Kuei a withering look, Gu Yuan turned his gaze to the vengeful spirit, gave a cold snort, and reached out with one hand. In the next instant, the surging energy throughout the entire secret realm stabilized instantly. The bridge connecting heaven and earth that had been feeding the vengeful spirit's energy absorption was severed outright. Red dusty mortals, though immortals, still dwell within the mortal world. Tao immortals, transcendent beings though lacking the character for immortal in their title, were entities that had truly broken free from the laws of the mortal world. The spiritual energy within them, or rather, their cultivation, had long transcended the rules of this world. They wielded absolute control over the energies of this realm. This is transcendence. The vengeful spirit before him possessed transcendent power, yet lacked the transcendent realm. Even if it truly stood at the pinnacle of transcendence, Gu Yuan could still challenge it. A single hand swept before him, and from the void, a crimson-hued long blade slowly materialized. Blood Prison Abyss. Sensing the resentment and energy permeating this space, the Blood Prison Demon Abyss instantly became highly active. Seeing this, Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, if this truly was the path to the netherworld, the power he could unleash here might well reach 12-fold. As he pondered this, the vengeful spirit sensed the absence of power and roared, charging toward Gu Yuan. Sensing the vengeful spirit's movement, everyone within the entire space, whether great Xia cultivators or natives, scrambled to avoid it, fleeing in panic. Gu Yuan, however, merely smiled at the charging vengeful spirit. Since entering the transcendence realm, he had yet to unleash his full power. The peak of transcendence, this would be the perfect test subject. With that thought, Gu Yuan swung his long blade horizontally. A blade light stretching nearly a kilometer instantly illuminated the entire secret realm. The vengeful spirits, however, showed no sign of evasion. They charged straight into the blade's path. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Amidst the billowing dust, the vengeful spirit emerged unscathed. Instead, it used the impact to materialize into a human form, wielding a massive blade of its own. However, the blade too was illusory. Seeing this, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes. It seemed this creature possessed some mimetic abilities. In the next instant, the vengeful spirit swung its blade, sending a slash of light hurtling straight toward Gu Yuan. Seeing this, Gu Yuan's lips curled upward. He punched directly into the blade's light, shattering it into fragments. Exactly as he'd anticipated. Though this vengeful spirit possessed power beyond transcendence, it clearly hadn't fully adapted yet. With that realization, Gu Yuan shed all restraint. With a light flick of his wrist, the blood prison abyss materialized before him. Then, an endless aura of energy, corpse energy, demonic energy, and blood energy erupted from Gu Yuan's body. This overwhelming energy spread out, filling the entire space in an instant. From the very center of this aura, Gu Yuan slowly emerged. Now, Gu Yuan had fully transformed into his previous corpse king form. His jet black hair billowed in the wind, his upper body bare, revealing gray skin adorned with faint golden patterns. This aura. Feeling the aura emanating from Gu Yuan, Xian Kuei and the others looked astonished. What kind of being is old Gu? This aura encompasses so many things. See? This situation is beyond our capabilities now. Though that vengeful spirit is powerful, I have a premonition it stands no chance against fellow Daoist Gu. Hearing Zhu Chua's words, Xian Kuei scoffed, "You've got some nerve saying that. If you hadn't insisted on sneaking into the netherworld while that vengeful spirit was absorbing energy, it wouldn't have grown this powerful." Exactly. Mara murmured from the side. "We didn't sell you out, so just be glad." As Ma Yuo finished speaking, Gu Yuan slowly turned his head in the distance. "Damn it, old Gu heard us." At the remark, Zhu Kei flushed crimson and turned her head away. As for Gu Yuan, he had no patience for these pranksters. He turned his gaze back toward the vengeful spirit. He could sense that once he entered combat mode, the vengeful spirit seemed to fear him. This fear differed from that of the eternal night creatures. Their dread felt like a mouse encountering a cat, like those three Transcendence Realm eternal night beings, such as Sanhai, whose hands would tremble uncontrollably at his sight. But this vengeful spirit was different. His dominance over it seemed to stem more from an energy form suppression. Chapter 104. This is turning the world upside down. Gu Yuan could trace the source of this suppression over the vengeful spirit. It seemed that after ascending to the Transcendence Realm, his energy form had changed. His aura had previously contained yin energy, corpse energy, and blood energy. Yet after transcending, demonic energy and ghostly energy had been added to the mix. Gu Yuan sensed that the potency of these energies was exceptionally high. Since the vengeful spirit was itself a congealed form of ghostly energy, it made perfect sense that he could suppress it. Lost in thought, Gu Yuan didn't dwell on the details. His long sword flashed in his hand. With a light step forward, his figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, his blade had already struck the vengeful spirit squarely on the head. Swish! The blade cleaved the vengeful spirit in two, yet in the next instant, it rapidly coalesced once more. Before Gu Yuan could react, it erupted with overwhelming energy, forcing him back dozens of meters. The next moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the vengeful spirit. Gu Yuan raised a hand to block the attack before him, his brow furrowed in concentration. Indeed, a peak Transcendence Realm cultivator, judging by the intensity of this energy alone, one could see the whole picture from just a glimpse. But at this level, the strength of energy was no longer the standard for measuring a cultivator's power. The vengeful spirit now possessed raw power but lacked the skill to wield it. With that realization, Gu Yuan smiled faintly and swept his hand through the air. In the next instant, the yin energy and ghostly qi within the entire space began to gather in vast quantities. Slowly, a colossal ghostly hand took shape in the sky above. This was Gu Yuan's new divine ability, manifested after breaking through the gate of 100 million black mists and blood mists. Lord of the Underworld. This technique allowed him to control all yin energy, corpse energy, ghostly energy, demonic energy, and blood energy within a certain range. In short, any aura connected to Gu Yuan could be harnessed for his own purposes. If he unleashed his army of yin soldiers, the energy gathered could reach terrifying levels. Though seemingly overlapping with penetrating the 9 netherworlds, this technique is a powerful offensive move that also exerts a suppressing effect on the opponent. The moment the Sun Luo ghost hand materialized, it descended like a crushing weight. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated across the entire Mount Tai's secret realm, sending up a mushroom cloud of dust. Witnessing this scene, Xian Kuei and the others all stared wide-eyed. So powerful! Is this what Transcendence Realm feels like? Though the strike appeared unremarkable on the surface, even a land immortal could produce such a display. Xian Kuei and the others possessed keen eyesight. How could they fail to recognize the true power behind this blow? That single palm strike might have only stirred up dust here, but on Blue Star, it could have sunk the entire Eurasian continent. This was an assault at the level of the Great Tao. Yet, as he watched the mushroom cloud form, Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Despite the formidable display, Gu Yuan knew this strike could never truly eliminate the vengeful spirit. It had absorbed too little yin energy and ghostly qi. Moreover, this was a vengeful spirit at the peak of transcendence. Though he couldn't wield the power of the Tao, its essence was profoundly imprinted within its being. Gu Yuan, still only at the mid-transcendence stage, had essentially attacked its strength with his own weakness. Soon, a piercing howl erupted from within the swirling dust, its sonic shockwave scattering the haze and revealing the vengeful spirit's form once more. What? That vengeful spirit isn't even slightly affected? No. Not entirely. Look, it's shrunk. Hearing Xian Kuei and the others' murmurs, Gu Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. This was precisely the effect he sought. In the next instant, Gu Yuan vanished again, materializing directly before the vengeful spirit. Releasing the blood prison abyss, his right hand surged with overwhelming blood energy as he delivered a punch straight to the spirit's head. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the vengeful spirit crashed to the ground. Seizing the advantage, Gu Yuan relentlessly pounded its head with a dozen more punches. With each punch, the Taishan secret realm shook violently. Seeing this, Gu Yuan let out a loud laugh and slammed his fist down on the vengeful spirit's head once more. That should do it. With each of Gu Yuan's attacks, the vengeful spirit's aura grew weaker and weaker. In truth, Gu Yuan had long since devised a solution for this vengeful spirit. Formed from the collective resentment within this secret realm, even if Gu Yuan scattered it, it would soon coalesce again. Unless the secret realm was sealed off, preventing foreign cultivators from the Great Xia Empire from entering, the vengeful spirit would only gather faster and faster. Gu Yuan's initial plan was to subdue the vengeful spirit. However, he currently lacked the ability to do so. But just because he couldn't, didn't mean others couldn't. Xian Kuei. Come quickly. Hearing Gu Yuan's summons, Xian Kuei hurried to his side. What's wrong, old Gu? As he spoke, Xian Kuei also turned his gaze toward the vengeful spirit. By now, it had been nearly completely shattered, its form now extremely ethereal. Damn, old Gu, you really beat that vengeful spirit to a pulp. Gu Yuan didn't respond to the remark, instead stating, Xian Kuei, as one of the zombie clan, see if you can control this vengeful spirit. At these words, Xian Kuei fell completely silent. Bro, you gotta be kidding me. I'm a zombie. Have you ever seen a zombie suck ghost blood? Why not? Gu Yuan rolled his eyes. Haven't you seen Date with a Vampire? That's a TV show. Besides, there's no such plot in that show. Gu Yuan frowned as he listened. Oh dear, this is troublesome. After a moment's thought, Gu Yuan quickly devised a plan. With a light wave of his hand, a swirling black mist enveloped the vengeful spirit, pulling it directly into the dark fog realm. But the moment the vengeful spirit entered the black mist space, its aura surged wildly once more. Seeing this, Gu Yuan froze in shock. Could this vengeful spirit actually absorb energy from the black mist space? This was turning the tables completely. Just as he was about to intervene, Gu Yuan sensed that the vengeful spirit seemed to have established a faint connection with him. Could it be that the various energies within his black mist space, after being absorbed by the vengeful spirit, were now invading its body instead? It was highly possible. This vengeful spirit wasn't even a living being, it was essentially just a mass of energy. If the energy I infuse constitutes the majority or possesses higher quality, does that mean this vengeful spirit could become mine? As he pondered, Gu Yuan continued observing. Unexpectedly, as the vengeful spirit absorbed energy, his connection to it grew stronger and stronger. In just over 10 minutes, the vengeful spirit had already broken through to the Tao merging realm. At the same time, this vengeful spirit was now completely under Gu Yuan's control. Chapter 105, Gu Yuan's Ingenious Plan. Within the black mist space, witnessing the vengeful spirit reach the Tao merging realm, Gu Yuan couldn't help but show a look of satisfaction. Who would have thought that the first being to reach the Tao merging realm on Blue Star would be this creature? Unfortunately, though it appeared to be at the Tao merging realm, it could only suppress peak transcendence cultivators through brute force and instinct. Against a true Tao merging cultivator, it stood little chance. After all, this thing couldn't cultivate, possessed no innate divine abilities, and couldn't utilize the powers inherent to the Tao merging realm. Its usefulness was severely limited. With that thought, a faint smile touched Gu Yuan's lips. He knew exactly what use this thing could serve. With that thought, Gu Yuan withdrew his consciousness from the black mist space. Old Gu, is it taken care of? Fellow Daoist Gu, what about that vengeful spirit? Hearing this, Gu Yuan smiled faintly and released the vengeful spirit. The moment the vengeful spirit appeared, sand and stones began swirling violently throughout the Mount Tai secret realm. With a light wave of his hand, Gu Yuan instantly calmed the storm. Look, it's right here. Spotting the vengeful spirit, the three of them instinctively took a few steps back. Old Gu, don't mess around with this. This vengeful spirit has actually broken through to the Tao merging realm? Old Gu, are you sure you've fully mastered it? Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded. I have full control now. Unfortunately, this vengeful spirit's power is rather disappointing. Mainly because it doesn't even qualify as a living being and can't cultivate. That's already quite good. Ghost King Maro chimed in, fellow Daoist Gu, this vengeful spirit is at least at the union with the Tao realm. Even if its strength isn't that great, it's still far more useful than us mortal immortals. Indeed, fellow Daoist Gu, Zhu Kei chimed in with a smile. What are your plans for this vengeful spirit? I think nurturing it within your black mist space might help it grow stronger. What do you think? Gu Yuan listened, then shook his head. That is indeed a solution, but I have no immediate plans to do so. I intend to place this vengeful spirit within the Mount Tai secret realm. There, it can absorb the lingering spirit's essence while also guarding the realm. That way, we won't need to assign dedicated personnel to watch over it. That's an excellent idea. Hearing this, Zhu Kei, Xian Kuei, and the others nodded in agreement. The secret realm was teeming with powerful creatures and was extremely dangerous. That's why Xian Kuei and the others always kept at least one person stationed here as a guard. Gu Yuan did possess ghost soldiers and generals, but they weren't omnipotent. While they could handle routine tasks, the realm's constant shifts might overwhelm their limited intelligence. Though these vengeful spirits lack life, they possess slightly more intelligence than the shadow soldiers. Their cleverness was limited, but it would suffice. Of course, Gu Yuan had another reason for stationing this vengeful spirit here. That is where this vengeful spirit was born. Placed here, it might one day awaken its spiritual intelligence and join the ranks of the spirit creatures. The so-called spirit creatures refer to those objects that originally lacked life, yet through some fortuitous circumstances, gained existence and the ability to cultivate. This race is uniquely blessed. They can begin their cultivation from the moment of their birth, nurtured by heaven and earth, advancing at a pace that seems to leap forward by leaps and bounds. If this vengeful spirit could truly transform into a spirit creature one day, it would be a fortunate outcome. With that thought, Gu Yuan smiled faintly. Reaching into the vengeful spirit's body, he plucked out a glowing orb. Brother Maluo, take a look. Is this what you need? Upon catching sight of the light orb, Mara took it in his hands, his expression lighting up with delight. This is a ghost chi crystal? Exactly. With this, I'll break through to the late red dust immortal stage within half a year. Reaching transcendence within 10 years shouldn't be a problem. 10 years? That's still too slow. Gu Yuan shook his head again upon hearing this. Even with the Mount Tai secret realm, it still takes that long? At this, Maluo sighed. Fellow Daoist Gu, this is already remarkably swift. 10 years to ascend from the mid-stage mortal immortal to the transcendence realm, is that truly slow? Well. Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Indeed, 10 years was not slow at all. The Mount Tai secret realm and the Imperial Qin illusion realm within the Li Mountain Imperial Mausoleum offered immense aid to low-tier cultivators. It could be said that for those below the Earth immortal realm, progressing there was like riding a rocket. But for mortal immortals, the effect was negligible. After all, the principle was clear, absorbing the cultivation essence of other eternal light creatures. Yet, how many eternal light creatures existed at the mortal immortal realm? A few hundred crossing over in a year was already quite good. With nearly 40 mortal immortals in Great Xia now, each could only receive a small share. Not to mention that many eternal night creature corpses had already been destroyed. At this thought, Gu Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. I have an idea. Not sure if it'll work. Let's go. Gather the patriarchs of the 6 great sects in Xianyuan Mo. We need to hold a meeting. By afternoon, all cultivators within the Xianqin illusion had been cleared out. The heads of the 6 great sects, the mortal immortals of the Great Summer Heaven sect, and Zhuke had all gathered here. The method Gu Yuan had devised was quite simple. He possessed the corpses of 3 Transcendence Realm eternal night creatures. It was time to put these corpses to use. Have Yuan Hao kill one and absorb it, then have the heads of the 6 great sects, along with Xian Kue, Zhuke, and Xianyuan Mo absorb one each. The remaining mortal immortals, whose cultivation levels were lower, could absorb one collectively. This way, their cultivation levels would likely rise at an astonishing pace. The moment Gu Yuan proposed this plan, it was met with overwhelming approval. However, Yuan Hao must conduct the experiment first. After all, no one knows how much energy a Transcendence Realm eternal night creature possesses. If it's too much, they might not be able to withstand it and explode. And even if they could withstand it, it wasn't something one person could handle alone. They'd have to absorb it collectively. The remaining individuals faced even greater peril. Aside from Gu Yuan's core group, the 10 elders of the 6 great sects, Xianyuan Mo, Xian Kue, Zhuke, and the Demon King Shigandang, the rest of the Great Xia's mortal immortals were mostly at the early mortal immortal stage. Attempting to absorb such colossal energy would be tantamount to suicide. Just as everyone speculated on the energy's true potency, Yuan Hao in the sky concluded his battle. Soon, Yuan Hao descended, looking refreshed and invigorated. Everyone, the great task is accomplished. Upon seeing Yuan Hao, the crowd immediately gathered around him. Yuan Hao, how powerful is this energy? Hearing this, Yuan Hao narrowed his eyes. Very powerful. It nearly propelled me straight to the mid-stage of the mortal immortal realm. That powerful? Yes. That's why we need to change our approach. Chapter 106, Destiny Without Union. Hearing Xianyuan Mo's explanation of the ancient starlit path, Gu Yuan was instantly filled with longing. This mysterious path likely held countless resources and opportunities. Gu Yuan truly wanted to enter and see for himself. However, with Great Xia constantly guarding against the encroachment of eternal night, as the strongest warrior of Great Xia or indeed the entire Blue Star, Gu Yuan couldn't simply leave on a whim. But for a short period, it should be manageable. Pondering this, Gu Yuan asked. Shen Yuan, from what you're saying, you seem to know quite a lot about this starry sky ancient path, right? Hearing this, Shen Yuan Mo chuckled. Of course. I'm probably the one who knows this starry sky ancient path best on Blue Star today. You sure know how to brag. Fellow Daoist Gu, Shen Yuan isn't exaggerating at all. As Gu Yuan teased him, Yuan Hao chimed in with a smile. Shen Yuan was among the last group of cultivators from Great Xia to enter the starry sky ancient path. He's also the only cultivator in the world today who has ever set foot within it. Impressive. Hearing this, Gu Yuan patted Shen Yuan Mo on the shoulder and praised, I never would have guessed you had such a background, Shen Yuan. Of course, Shen Yuan Mo replied with a touch of arrogance. Those who emerge from the starry sky ancient path are geniuses born once in 1,000 years. It's just a pity that after I emerged from the starry sky ancient path, it closed completely. I see. Gu Yuan listened and asked again, Brother Shen Yuan, you entered that starry sky ancient path, it must have been thousands of years ago, right? 5,000 years ago. That long? Hearing this, Lin Mo frowned. Over 5,000 years, the starry sky ancient path must have undergone earth-shattering changes. Hearing this, Yuan Hao also looked at Xian Yuan Mo with a puzzled expression. He shared that same concern. The starry sky ancient path connected to other regions of the cosmos, essentially, other planets. 5,000 years was ample time for certain civilizations to undergo major transformations. The defining characteristic of the ancient star path was its very nature, it was not static. Facing their doubts, Xian Yuan Mo waved his hands repeatedly. Rest assured, that won't happen. The starry sky ancient path connects 18 star systems, but within these 18 star systems, there are actually no civilizations. Without civilizations, there's no question of development. Hearing this, the anticipation in Gu Yuan's eyes burned even brighter. Civilization absent, yet opportunities abound. This was nothing short of astonishing. Brother Xian Yuan, how long would it take to traverse the starry sky ancient path? Listening, Xian Yuan Mo also broke into a smile. From Gu Yuan's expression, he had already discerned what the other was thinking. Old Gu, you're thinking of going in, aren't you? Xian Yuan Mo chuckled lightly as he spoke. If you wish to go, feel free. When I entered the starry sky ancient path back then, I was merely at the peak of the heavenly radiance realm, and it only took me 3 years. Now that you've reached the transcendence realm, you'll likely return within half a year. If you don't encounter any extraordinary events, you could even complete the journey in just 1 or 2 months. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's smile broadened. It seemed he truly must go and see for himself. He had no compelling reason to go, just pure curiosity. All these years, Gu Yuan had devoted his freedom to serving the great Xia. Now that he had a place he yearned to see, and the opportunity presented itself, he naturally had to make the journey. Come to think of it, Gu Yuan had never even been to the cosmos. With that thought, Gu Yuan nodded and said, "Exactly. I just want to see it. The ancient star path, it certainly sounds intriguing. Sounds perfectly fine to me." Xian Yuan Mo nodded in agreement. While it's true that weaker individuals gain more from entering the starry sky ancient path, that doesn't mean stronger ones won't reap rewards. I support you. However, Yuan Hao shook his head upon hearing this. Fellow Daoist Gu, I'm afraid you truly cannot go to the starry sky ancient path. Ha? Gu Yuan frowned at this. Why not? Yuan Hao sighed softly, his voice tinged with resignation. Since the starry sky ancient path opened, it seems only cultivators below the mortal-immortal realm can enter in, specifically, only those at the early stage of mortal-immortal. Those above the early stage of mortal-immortal will be blocked out. Hearing this, Gu Yuan immediately wore a look of misery. Is that really the case? Yeah, I haven't heard about that either, Xian Yuan Mo chimed in. Yuan Hao, however, shrugged indifferently. I don't know either. I've never been inside. All I know is that after this opening, only those below the early stage of mortal-immortal can enter. Ha! Hearing this, Gu Yuan sighed helplessly. Alright then. Since it's not meant to be, I can't force it. You lot can figure out how to utilize the starry sky ancient path yourselves. I'm heading back to seclude myself for cultivation. That evening, seated upon the white tiger throne, Gu Yuan was in the midst of refining the cultivation resources when he sensed Huang Guiying entering the chamber. Feeling Huang Guiying enter, Gu Yuan immediately snapped out of his meditation state. Mom, you're here? Seeing Gu Yuan emerge from his meditation, Huang Guiying smiled faintly and waved her hand. You little rascal, you react pretty fast. Of course. Mom, your son is now a Taoist immortal. Do you even know how valuable that is? Fine, my son is the best. Alright then. Good son, Mom has a question. Has the ancient star path opened yet? Hearing this, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh my, you little old hag, you're quite well informed. The ancient star path has indeed opened, but Xian Yuan and the others are still working out the details. If it's truly open to the public, it'll probably be about half a month from now. As long as it's open. Huang Guiying nodded as she listened. Make arrangements for me, son. I'm going to take a trip down the starry sky ancient path. Ha! Hearing this, Gu Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. After a long pause, he finally responded, Mom, what are you talking about? What do you mean arrange it for me? Do you expect me to pull strings for you? Of course, Huang Guiying frowned. Son, can't you even handle something this simple? Looks like your status in Great Xia isn't as high as you make it out to be. It's not about how high it is. Hearing Huang Guiying's words, Gu Yuan was so exasperated he laughed. Mom, do you even realize what you're saying? Everyone out there calls you Celestial Star, you're a mortal-immortal. Now they're even hyping you up as one of the 10 greatest geniuses of all time. Achieving mortal-immortal status in just 28 years. With your standing, do you really need your son to pull strings for you? Huang Guiying paused to consider this, then nodded in agreement. You're right. Then you rest. Your mother will go check it out herself. Chapter 107, The Call of the Starry Sky Ancient Path. Wait a moment. Just as Huang Guiying was about to leave, Gu Yuan grabbed her arm. Mom, that starry sky ancient path, I don't think you absolutely have to go. If you ask me, you should wait and see how things develop. Let's hold off until the starry sky ancient path opens. What if there are dangers inside? Gu Yuan frowned as he spoke. Even Xian Yuan Mo had warned that only 1 in 10 who entered the starry sky ancient path ever returned. What happened to the rest? They'd either perish within. But the starry sky ancient path held no real danger. They were simply left behind. That wasn't impossible. Besides, even if we rule out that possibility, with so many dying inside, who knows what dangers lurk within? Shen Yuan Mo said there's no danger, meaning no man-made peril, but who knows what other dangers lurk within? Huang Guiying, however, was resolute at this moment, her voice firm. No, I must go. Hearing this, Gu Yuan looked puzzled and asked. Mom, is there some reason you absolutely must go? Yes, I do. Huang Guiying's expression hardened as she replied firmly. Son, I'll be honest with you. Within that ancient starlit path, I can sense someone calling out to me. Someone is calling you? Who? Your father. Ha? Hearing this, Gu Yuan jumped to his feet. Mom, what are you talking about? Don't scare me like this. My dad's been dead for years. When I was 6, I saw my dad get hit by a car and killed. Mom, are you so desperate to see him that you're hallucinating? Or are you hinting at something else? Trying to find me a stepdad? Go ahead, I'm all for it. Huang Guiying shot Gu Yuan a withering look and replied coldly. Son, do you think it's possible that ghosts exist in this world? Maybe it was your father's ghost. Mom? Gu Yuan's expression froze upon hearing this. After a long moment, he finally replied. Do you think it's possible your son is a corpse cultivator? Or that the ghost chief of the great Xia dynasty lives right next door to us? And Mom, I was only 6 when Dad died. I know you were close with him, but what if he? If he couldn't let go, it would be because he couldn't let go of his 6-year-old son. That 6-year-old son would be more of a worry than his wife, right? If he were going to summon anyone, it would be me. Hearing this, Wang Guiying finally nodded. That makes sense. But Mom, as a mortal immortal, you couldn't possibly be hallucinating. Exactly. Gu Yuan nodded fiercely. Forgive me for saying this, but when Dad passed, he was just an ordinary farmer. After death, he's just an ordinary ghost. What could he possibly point at? How could he summon you, a mortal immortal? Does he even deserve it? MHM. Huang Guiying nodded again. Though Gu Yuan's words weren't pleasant to hear, they held undeniable truth. Immortals of the mortal realm were true immortals, long since transcending worldly karma. Then what's going on, son? I truly heard your father summon me. Hearing this, Gu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He couldn't make heads or tails of it either. This matter required consulting Xian Yuan Mo after all, he was the one most knowledgeable about the ancient starry path. With that thought, Gu Yuan's voice turned solemn. Mom, wait for me. I'm going to ask Xian Yuan Mo. Don't go anywhere until I return, not even if you see Dad coming for you. Got it? Alright. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yuan arrived at Xian Yuan Mo's location. At that moment, Xian Yuan Mo was discussing the opening arrangements for the ancient star path with the heads of the 6 great sects. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, everyone greeted him in turn. Gu Yuan, showing no formality, simply found a spot and sat down. Gentlemen, my apologies for interrupting your discussion, but I have something I'd like to ask Brother Xian Yuan. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo raised an eyebrow. What? The starry sky ancient path again? You still want to go? Not exactly, but it does involve the ancient star path. Brother Xian Yuan, my mom seems to have lost her mind. You're the one who seems to have lost your mind. No sooner had Gu Yuan finished speaking than Sword Immortal Luochen burst out laughing beside him. Fellow Taoist Gu, Tianqing is full of vitality now. She's not that little old lady from 30 years ago. She changes partners 8 times a day these days. If not peerless beauty, then, well, she's peerless beauty. Honestly, seeing her makes me want to chase after her too. Can a person go mad like that? Sigh. Zhang Lifeng rolled his eyes beside them. You can't judge someone through rose-colored glasses. Let's hear what Brother Gu has to say. Gu Yuan sighed softly, nodding helplessly. This Luochen actually thinks he's my stepfather. Shameless. But that didn't matter now. Gu Yuan immediately recounted how Huang Guiying had heard the summoning. That's exactly it, Brother Xian Yuan. My mom insists my dad summoned her from the starry sky ancient path, but he's been dead for nearly 50 bloody years. Could there be something wrong with the starry sky ancient path? Or perhaps it's simply that my mother's cultivation base rose too rapidly, leaving her foundational cultivation unstable, causing her to lose control? Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo also looked surprised. Old Gu, you're saying the old lady sensed someone summoning her from the starry sky ancient path? Yeah. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Great. Absolutely fantastic. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Mo's face flushed with color. He stood up and exclaimed excellent 3 times in succession. Seeing this, Yuan Hao beside him asked in confusion. Xian Yuan, could this signify something? Or foretell something? Exactly. Xian Yuan Mo's face lit up with delight as he explained. After the ancient star road opens, it will occasionally and randomly resonate with certain cultivators. This phenomenon is entirely random and unpredictable. Those who resonate often feel their deepest obsessions calling to them from within the ancient starry path. Upon hearing this, senior sister Tianxian spoke up. So, does that mean these individuals possess an exceptionally strong desire to enter the ancient star path? Exactly. Xian Yuan Mo nodded in agreement. Not only that, but anyone who resonates with the starry sky ancient path is guaranteed to gain something upon entering it. They might even advance one or two major cultivation realms. Most crucially, throughout history, there has never been a record of any cultivator who resonated with the starry sky ancient path perishing within it. What? Hearing this, the crowd rose to their feet in unison. Advancing one or two major cultivation realms. Tianxing is currently immortal. If he enters and emerges, wouldn't he transcend or even merge with the Tao? Most importantly, those who resonate with the starry sky ancient path will also protect fellow cultivators who enter it. Chapter 108, Fueling Battle with Battle. Protect other cultivators? Hearing this, Yuan Hao's expression flickered with surprise. Shen Yuan, what level of protection are you referring to? I don't know. Shen Yuan Mo shrugged his shoulders as he listened. When I entered the starry sky ancient path, it was the very last time. On that occasion, there were no cultivators who resonated with the starry sky ancient path. Besides, I'm not much older than you, just a few hundred years more. I don't know all that much either. This business about resonant cultivators, I heard it from an elder brother who traveled with me back then. Hearing this, the others sighed in unison. Seeing their reaction, Shen Yuan Mo continued, but the level of protection must be quite high. I've heard that whenever a resonant cultivator enters, their gains are substantial, and very few cultivators perish. I know what you're thinking, but I believe it's worth a try. Alright, let's try it. Yuan Hao immediately sealed the decision. Our 6 major sects and the demonic race will each send 3 cultivators, while the Great Summer sect will dispatch 10. Prepare yourselves, we depart in 3 days. Exactly. Xian Yuan Mo agreed. The ancient star path only reopens at least 2 months after each opening. That gives us ample time to plan all the details. Old Gu, I'm afraid I'll need to trouble you once more. Hearing this, Gu Yuan looked puzzled. What about me? Of course. Though there are no man-made dangers within the starry sky ancient path, it remains highly perilous. Even if Tianqing resonates with the path, we must still ensure the safety of others. After all, this time, everyone will likely send their most gifted disciples. You have 10 shadow generals, right? Assign one to Yu Fu. Let him accompany everyone into the starry sky ancient path for protection. Hearing this, Gu Yuan's face lit up with delight. Is that even possible? But my Yin generals have already reached the Transcendence realm. What? Before Gu Yuan could finish, everyone stood up. Fellow Taoist Gu, you say your Yin general's power has also reached the Transcendence realm? 10 Transcendence realm Yin generals? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Hearing this, Gu Yuan waved his hands repeatedly, saying, what good would that have done? If eternal night being above the union with the Tao realm truly came, even countless Transcendence realm cultivators would be useless. Conversely, below the union with the Tao realm, these Yin generals merely serve to boost my morale. The Tao realm is no longer a realm where quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Also, since I entered the Transcendence realm, the number of Yin generals has increased to 20. 20. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, senior sister Tianxian, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile. Fellow Taoist Gu, this is truly wonderful news. She then shared her recent observations. It turned out that at the spatial passageway, beings at the mortal-immortal realm had begun appearing in large numbers. It could be said that over a dozen red dust immortals appeared daily. This signaled that the emergence of countless eternal night beings at the Transcendence realm was not far off. If Gu Yuan possessed 20 Transcendence realming generals, it would mean humanity could maintain its developmental phase for at least another 3 years. It must be noted that the cultivation progress of Dixxia's practitioners was accelerating at an unprecedented pace. The Immortal Qin Illusion Realm, the Immortal Qin Trial Grounds, the Mount Tai Secret Realm, and now the newly emerged Ancient Star Path. Compared to 5 years ago, the advancement speed of Great Xia cultivators is practically changing by the day. Not to mention, with the Xianqin Illusion Realm, their advancement is practically rocket-like. And now, with the mass emergence of eternal night creatures at the mortal-immortal realm, Xia cultivators at this stage have gained an even more stable and rapid path for advancement. If this pace continues, it's likely that within 3 years, every mortal-immortal and Great Xia will break through to the Transcendence realm. At this moment, whether it was the patriarchs of the 6 great sects or figures like Shen Yuan Mo and Zhu Ke, all sensed a bright future ahead. Should Daxia's elite cultivators massively reach the Transcendence realm, with the occasional union with Tao cultivator among them, even an invasion by union with Tao cultivators would hold no fear. Simply slay the eternal night creatures, cast their corpses into the Immortal Qin illusionary realm, and use them to enhance strength. Through this cycle, by the time the energy of that spatial passage completely dissipates, even if true immortals invade, Great Xia would have nothing to fear. True immortals essentially represented the pinnacle of the immortal path. Beyond that realm, the number of beings that existed was undoubtedly finite. 3 days later, the Starry Sky Ancient Path officially opened. Led by Huang Guiying, the holy sons of the 6 great sects and several prodigious cultivators from the Great Xia's heavenly sect joined the expedition. Among them were the 4 direct disciples, Lin Xian, Yang Chen, Lu Jinyan, and Chen Feng. Gu Yuan believed this opportunity to train on the Starry Sky Ancient Path was exceptionally rare, and naturally, the most gifted disciples should be sent. After seeing off the group bound for the Starry Sky Ancient Path, Gu Yuan devoted his remaining time to cultivation once more. There was no other way. As the strongest cultivator in Great Xia, and indeed on Blue Star, he could afford no slack. Thus, a year swiftly passed. The rate at which Great Xia's cultivators increased their strength during this period was nothing short of astonishing. Within that year, the patriarchs of the 6 great sects Maluo, Shigandang, and Xianyuan Mo all reached the threshold of the Tao realm, secluding themselves to seek breakthroughs. Xuankui and Zhuke had also reached the peak of mortal immortal, standing at the brink of transcendence, though they still fell slightly short compared to others. Thus, in recent months, the guard duty for the demon hunting pavilion had once again fallen to Gu Yuan. The spatial passage now saw an endless stream of eternal night creatures arriving daily. Over 20 mortal immortal level beings attempted to breach it each day, while transcendence level entities made their way through roughly once every month. This pace suited Yuan Hao perfectly, as he had now broken through to the mid-transcendence realm. Gu Yuan, however, faced a grim situation. Though 2 transcendence mid-stage eternal night creatures had appeared, absorbing their energy yielded almost no benefit. The environment of the pre-Qin illusion offered him too little benefit. Or rather, his efficiency in absorbing the energy of eternal night creatures within the illusion seemed to be only 1/5 that of others. He might as well save that energy for others. Sometimes Gu Yuan felt utterly helpless. While others leveled up by cruising in luxury cars or riding rockets, he was stuck as a medicine bottle, slowly breaking through the gates of the black mist and blood mist. Still, his cultivation hadn't stagnated. He'd at least reached the late transcendence realm. Chapter 109, Xingzhao's Intelligence. Seated in his office chair at the Demon Hunter's Pavilion, Gu Yuan gazed thoughtfully at the distant spatial passageway. Since reaching the late transcendence realm, his progress in breaching the black mist and blood mist portals had slowed considerably. After all, resources from the Great Summer Sect, though plentiful, were beginning to feel insufficient. Currently, Gu Yuan had breached 123 million portals of the black mist and blood mist realms. As a late-stage transcendence cultivator, the conventional benchmark placed 10 million breaches at the mid-stage, 20 million at the late stage, and 30 million at the union with the Tao realm. Yet Gu Yuan harbored a different perspective. He had previously reached 100 million portals before breaking through to transcendence. This suggested a pattern in his portal breakthroughs. Transcendence, 30 million portals. Union with the Tao, 30 million portals. Supreme, 30 million portals. Total, 90 million portals. That leaves 10 million. This final 10 million would likely be distributed across the 3 realms. Yet whether this distribution occurred, or if the 90 million gateways alone could unlock the true immortal realm, remained unknown. It seemed he would have to venture into the immortal Qin illusionary realm to slay some eternal night energy entities. However, transcendent level eternal night creatures are exceedingly rare. One might appear only once a month, and most are early to mid-stage. Late-stage ones are even scarcer. Absorbing them would yield little benefit. The gap between mid-transcendence and late transcendence is as vast as that between mortal immortals and transcendence realm beings. It seems cultivation truly isn't something achieved overnight. But Gu Yuan felt no urgency. Having endured so many years already, a little more time made little difference. As he pondered, a light knock sounded at the office door. A female cultivator at the peak of the earth immortal realm entered. Master Gu. Little Wang, what is it? Seeing the female cultivator, Gu Yuan smiled. Xiao Wang had long served as the chief administrator of the Demon Hunter Pavilion, effectively acting as its de facto leader. She oversaw all operations there, essentially functioning as a secretary to Gu Yuan and the others when they were stationed at the pavilion. Fortunately, when Gu Yuan was stationed at the Demon Hunter's Pavilion, there were rarely any major incidents, so Wang Yaya could manage her workload reasonably well. Master Gu, Master Bai requests an audience. Hearing this, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He knew exactly who this sect leader Bai was, the White Fox, now effectively the deputy leader of the Great Summer Sect. However, with Xianyuan Mo in seclusion and Gu Yuan stationed at the Demon Hunting Pavilion, the White Fox essentially held sway over the Great Summer Sect. If she wasn't occupied with sect affairs, what business could she possibly have here? Gu Yuan didn't think twice about it and simply nodded. Let her come in. Yes. Wang Yaya nodded and slowly withdrew. Moments later, the White Fox entered. Master. The White Fox greeted Gu Yuan with evident delight, and seeing her lifted his spirits. Over the years, the White Fox and Lin Xian had long become part of the Gu family. After a year apart, he found himself missing them. You're here. Gu Yuan smiled and inquired, what brings you to the Demon Hunting Pavilion today? Could it be that Xianyuan Mo has emerged from seclusion? Not at all, the white fox chuckled. I just don't come around often because I don't want to see you. Ah, alright. Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly. You're such a stubborn little thing. Deep down, you miss me like crazy, don't you? I know you too well. You're absolutely right, master. After a few perfunctory replies, the white fox adopted a serious tone. Master, I've come this time to report something to you. Zhu Ke has left Great Xia and journeyed overseas. Oh? Hearing this, Gu Yuan's expression turned puzzled as he countered. So she's gone. So what? The demon clan's roots aren't in Great Xia anyway. Besides, that Suzaku never joined our celestial sect. Hasn't she always lived overseas? Hearing this, the white fox clenched her teeth and forced a smile. Master. Do I look like a cute little thing to you? Zhu Ke took Xian Kuei with her. A secret realm has appeared overseas, apparently connected to the demon clan. Zhu Ke said they'll likely be out of contact for at least a month or so. Ha! Hearing this, Gu Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Those two. So you're saying I'm the only one left alive among the leaders of the major factions now? Pretty much. The white fox nodded. Ancestor Yuan Hao has also entered seclusion, pushing toward late transcendence. But he should break through soon, it's just a minor realm. How fast is he? Gu Yuan could only wave his hand dismissively. Good for them all to be in seclusion. While things are still relatively peaceful, focusing on advancing their cultivation is the way to go. Oh, master, there's one more important matter. News from the Azure Dragon. Oh? At this news, Gu Yuan instantly perked up. Back when he battled Kanglan, the Azure Dragon, serving as his mount, had not followed the main retreating force and suffered severe injuries as a result. Gu Yuan only learned of this after recovering from his injuries. He had assumed the Azure Dragon had retreated safely. That time, the Azure Dragon's injuries were so severe it nearly perished completely. Yet by a stroke of luck, at the very seabed where Gu Yuan had sunk his enemies years ago, a dragon pearl lay hidden. The Azure Dragon had fallen into the sea and, by a stroke of luck, swallowed the dragon pearl. It then entered a state of seclusion and remained on the ocean floor ever since. For 30 years, the Azure Dragon showed no sign of life whatsoever, rivaling Jiaosu in its stillness. The only difference was that when Gu Yuan went to the seabed, he could see the Azure Dragon. Now that news of the Azure Dragon had surfaced, it was good news. After all, it was his mount and a member of the Gu family. As for its strength, with Gu Yuan's assistance years ago, the Azure Dragon had successfully broken through to the land immortal realm. This level of power was still formidable by today's standards. Combined with the evolution likely gained from swallowing the dragon pearl, it wasn't too late to start pursuing it now. With that thought, Gu Yuan inquired. Has the Azure Dragon awakened? Not yet, the white fox shook its head and continued, but it has shown signs of life. Zhu Ke went to check on it. I didn't quite understand what she said, but basically, it should awaken within a month or so. Excellent. Hearing this, Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly. Keep a close watch. The moment the Azure Dragon awakens, bring it straight to me. Understood, master. I'll return now. Before the white fox could finish speaking, a colossal surge of energy erupted from the distant spatial portal. Boom! Under the immense energy fluctuation, the entire blue star seemed to tremble. Feeling the tremor, Gu Yuan's brow furrowed. Before Gu Yuan could react, the powerful energy fluctuation surged forth once more. White Fox, assemble the Great Xia cultivators. The spatial passage is in trouble. Chapter 110, The End of Eternal Night, The Dawn of a New Era. Final chapter. The violent tremors of the spatial passage felt as though an invisible giant hand had seized the very core of Blue Star and was shaking it violently. The sturdy metal framework of the Demon Hunter Pavilion groaned under the unbearable strain. Wang Yeye and White Fox instantly turned ashen-faced. Their peak Earth immortal cultivation seemed as insignificant as dust before that terrifying oppressive force. The aura of the Tao merging realm, more than one. Gu Yuan's Corpse King's senses snapped into full alert. His previously languid posture vanished instantly, and the golden patterns on his gray skin flared brightly. He sprang to his feet, stepping out of the Demon Hunter's pavilion and hovering high above. His gaze pierced the sky-tearing black passage like icy lightning. The portal no longer spewed sporadic waves of eternal night creatures. Instead, it violently collapsed inward, twisting and distorting into a churning vortex pulsing with the essence of destruction. At the vortex's core, three indescribably colossal wills like titans slumbering for eons slowly yet resolutely awoke, straining and attempting to pierce the cosmic barriers that bound them. Gu Sect Master. The White Fox followed closely, her voice trembling uncontrollably. This aura. Not transcendence, it's merging with the Tao. Gu Yuan's voice was low and grave, tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Over 120 million portals of black mist and blood mist raced frantically within his body, barely resisting the overwhelming pressure that pierced through space and struck deep into his soul. White Fox, activate the mystic yellow barrier at maximum defense immediately. Broadcast an alert across all of Great Xia highest alert status. All heavenly sect disciples and demon hunters below Transcendence Realm enter underground shelters immediately. All red dust immortal realm late stage and above assemble at the demon hunting pavilion now. Drag old Yuan out of his seclusion. Order Xian Kuei and Zhu Kei to return immediately. And tell those old fools if they keep playing dead, they'll be waiting for Blue Star to collect their corpses. Yes. Bai Hu knew the situation far exceeded expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, his form instantly transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Gu Yuan stood alone at the eye of the storm, his gaze sharp as a falcon's. Each pulsation of the vortex in the passageway felt like a hammer blow to his senses. He could clearly see three terrifying entities radiating early stage, even near mid-stage Dao merging realm auras, tearing at the spatial barriers with incomprehensible might. Their forms were elusive, seemingly composed of pure darkness, devouring energy, and fragments of cosmic laws. Even the fleeting glimmers of their intent radiated an extreme greed for the primordial energy of living beings and a relentless desire for destruction. They were the true vanguard of the Eternal Night Legion. Old Gu. A golden light tore through the gloom. Yuan Hao's hair and beard stood on end, his body radiating surging Dao energy as he emerged from his interrupted seclusion, fury boiling. What the hell is this? Dao merging? Not just one. Gu Yuan didn't even turn his head, the blood prison demon abyss already humming in his grasp, itching for battle. 3. Damn it, they really think highly of us. Yuan Hao roared, unleashing his full mid-transcendence realm power. Golden imperial aura surged, attempting to counter the descending pressure. Where are Xian Yuan and the others? What about Xian Kuei and Zhu Kei? Xian Yuan and the others are rushing out of the secret realm. No contact with Xian Kuei and Zhu Kei, their status unknown. Gu Yuan spoke rapidly. Old Yuan, there's no room for tricks this time. We've got to bite the bullet and get through this. The portal won't hold much longer. We must pin the battle here. We absolutely cannot let them reach Blue Star. You don't have to tell me that. Yuan Hao's eyes flashed with resolve. I'll risk my life to tear off chunks of its flesh. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Buzz. The spatial passageway shattered like cracked glass, emitting a shrill, mournful wail. The final membrane restraining the three great beings was completely torn apart. They descended. No earth-shattering explosion, only a deeper, more profound silence. Three formless shadows, seemingly capable of devouring all light, silently materialized beyond the portal's edge. Their very presence caused the surrounding space to blur and collapse. The Demon Hunters Guild's sturdy alloy structure crumbled like dust, silently eroded by invisible sand. Further away, the earth cracked open as spiritual energy was forcibly ripped away and obliterated amidst wails of agony. Pure Dao law crushing down. The might of Dao merging. Roar! Yuan Hao struck first, his imperial seal swelling in the wind, channeling the mountain-shattering might of an emperor as it slammed toward one of the phantoms. The phantom merely faltered slightly, radiating black ripples imbued with the primordial essence of extinction. The golden light on the seal instantly dimmed. A terrifying backlash of immense force struck Yuan Hao, who grunted and flew backward 100 miles, a trickle of golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. In a single exchange, Yuan Hao at the peak of mid-transcendence was defeated. Sun Luo Dominator. Gu Yuan held nothing back, his left hand grasping at the void. Corpse Chi, Yin Chi, Ghost Chi, and Blood Chi within a 1,000-mile radius were seized and kneaded as if by an invisible hand. The sky was instantly overshadowed by a colossal, pitch-black ghost hand, its knuckles entwined with crimson chains. The ghostly hand, wielding the power to bind souls and shatter space, lunged viciously toward another Dao-merging phantom. Two crimson points flared within the phantom's core, swirling like miniature black holes. Rip! A bone-chilling tearing sound echoed. That ghostly hand, seemingly capable of grasping stars, was pierced, eroded, and shattered by the purer darkness Dao laws extended invisibly from the phantom. Gu Yuan was struck as if by a heavy blow, his body convulsing violently as he forcibly suppressed the churning chi and blood within him and the tremors in his sea of consciousness. The gap. The chasm between realms of the Dao. His attack couldn't even inflict effective damage. The black mist gate within his body trembled violently, transmitting an unprecedented sense of crisis. Boom! The remaining phantom ignored Gu and Yuan entirely. The tip of its tentacle-like appendage casually tapped the ground. A force encompassing the dissociation principle radiated outward. In an instant, the outer defensive energy shield of the city closest to the Demon Hunter Pavilion shattered. Skyscrapers of steel and concrete collapsed like stacked blocks, shattering into fragments that disintegrated mid-air into the most fundamental particles of dust. The terrified cries of countless living beings were instantly extinguished. Despair. At that very moment. Screech. A piercing phoenix cry, shattering metal and stone, resounded across the heavens, filled with indomitable fighting spirit. Who dares destroy my great Xia? Two overwhelming auras, like burning meteors, swept through the chaotic spatial turbulence, carrying surging demonic flames and blazing crimson light as they forcefully entered the fray. It was the vermilion bird in Xian Kuei. Xian Kuei's battle armor was already damaged, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, evidence of a fierce battle overseas. Zhu Kei spread his wings, their feathers ablaze with the world-devouring southern brightness fire. His phoenix eyes locked onto the slaughtering phantom. You arrived just in time. Yuan Hao summoned his last breath and charged forward once more. Together with Gu Yuan, Zhu Ke, and Xian Kuei, they formed a square formation, forcibly trapping the three Dao merging phantoms at their center. Though their strongest fighter, Gu Yuan, was only at the peak of the Transcendence late stage, still a vast chasm away from Dao merging, the unyielding fighting spirit erupting from the four caused the aura of those three phantoms to falter for an instant. A desperate battle erupted. Zhu Ke's flames scorched the heavens and boiled the seas. The southern brightness fire was the world's purest yang flame, inherently countering dark energies. Phoenix wings flapped wildly, unleashing countless fiery feathers like a meteor shower upon one phantom. The barrage temporarily scorched it into a distorted, unstable form, halting its continued destruction of the land. Xian Kuei transformed into a battle-crazed demon, disregarding his injuries as he clashed head-on with another phantom in his true corpse ancestor form. Each collision unleashed an energy storm that reverberated for thousands of miles. Emperor Yuan Hao's imperial might surged once more, channeling the nation's dragon essence to stabilize the space and create an opening for his allies. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan confronted the most formidable aura. Wielding the blood prison demon abyss to its absolute limit, he unleashed countless 10,000 Zhang-long crimson blade auras that tore through space. Borrow the path of the shadow army. His mind raced as black mist churned, revealing 20 shadow generals clad in heavy armor, radiating an aura of transcendence. Devoid of thought, they possessed only absolute obedience and a will to destroy. Fearlessly forming battle formations, they coordinated with Gu Yuan's attacks, surging like a tidal wave to assault and disrupt the core phantom, creating an extremely brief opening for Gu Yuan's physical assault. The battlefield instantly reached a fever pitch. The sky was sliced into shards by energy blasts, while the earth cracked and sank beneath the collision of cosmic laws. Gu Yuan and his allies fought with a life-for-life strategy, each clash teeming with mortal peril. Dark Dao principles repeatedly seared Gu Yuan's gray skin, leaving bone-deep wounds that rapidly healed under the power of his corpse king's primordial essence. Yuan Hao's imperial golden body was riddled with cracks, the vermilion bird's feathers charred and broken, while Xian Kuei was drenched in blood. 20 Yin generals, in this clash of titans, shattered like bubbles, exploding, dissipating, then slowly coalescing anew within the black mist. Disadvantage. Overwhelming disadvantage. The chasm between Dao alignment and transcendence could not be bridged by sheer desperation alone. Were it not for Gu Yuan's Yin generals relentlessly harassing the enemy with death-defying ferocity, the support of Xian Kuei and Yuan Hao, and the unique properties of Zhu Ke's southern brightness fire, the four would have collapsed long ago. Gu Yuan's gaze grew icier. He acutely felt his forces ebbing while the enemy's Dao laws grew terrifying. A flash of insight struck him. This won't do. We're doomed if we continue like this. The gateways, they hold the key to breakthrough. We must shatter the shackles of those last few million gateways amidst battle, under extreme pressure, triggering a qualitative leap. Just as Gu Yuan prepared to ignite his primordial essence and forcefully shatter the bottleneck, a colossal, pure dragon's might, carrying the primordial aura of ancient chaos, erupted thunderously from the distant sea. A massive, azure gold figure, as if leaping across the river of time, sliced through the sky like lightning, radiating an overwhelming, unstoppable power. It was the Azure Dragon. No, at this moment, the solitary horn atop its head had vanished, replaced by a pair of majestic, newly formed dragon horns. Its 100-zhang-long body was covered in azure gold scales that seemed to contain stars. For sharp dragon claws beneath its belly tore through the clouds. It had completely shed its dragon snake form, evolving into a true, peerlessly mighty divine dragon. Roar! Master! Little Chang arrives late. The divine dragon's roar shook the heavens. Where its dragon might passed, the lingering aura of the eternal night creatures vanished. At this critical moment, it had completely refined the dragon pearl, ascending to the heavens in one step, its power surging directly to the peak of the transcendence realm. Without a word, the azure gold divine dragon charged forward. Its colossal form carried the force to crush mountains, slamming violently into the shadowy figure locked in combat with the vermilion bird. The innate power and defensive bonuses of the Dragon Clan, combined with the primordial might bestowed by the Dragon Pearl, made this collision far more devastating than Xian Kuei's. Boom! Caught off guard, the shadowy figure staggered from the impact of the dragon's body, which carried a sacred aura. The dark Dao laws enveloping it became chaotic for a moment. The vermilion bird's spirit soared. Seizing the opportunity, the southern brightness fire surged, instantly engulfing the shadowy figure and scorching it with a sizzling sound. A subtle shift emerged in the battle's momentum. Well done, Shaochang. Gu Yuan's spirit surged. Yet he knew this was insufficient. Even a dragon transcending the peak realm could only briefly restrain one opponent. It couldn't truly harm the Dao merging origin. He needed greater power. At that very moment, a peculiar energy fluctuation, gentle yet incredibly resilient, pierced the chaotic battlefield without warning, enveloping the entire Demon Hunter pavilion area. This energy seemed formless, yet carried a grand force of order, calming the raging spatial turbulence to some extent. High above, at the very core where the violent energies intertwined, a ghostly image of a jade talisman appeared silently, radiating a soft, luminous white glow. The talisman rotated slowly, its gentle light stubbornly countering part of the relentless spatial destruction unleashed by the eternal night's shadow through its destructive Tao laws. Gu Yuan snapped his head up, instantly recognizing it. The celestial star jade pendant? Mom? Boom! With the jade talisman's appearance, a ripple spread through the air above the ruins of the Demon Hunter Pavilion like ripples on water. A disheveled yet fiercely determined group stepped forth, led by none other than Huang Guiying. Lin Xian, Yang Chen, Lu Jinyan, Chen Feng, and the other disciples followed closely behind. Their auras were exponentially stronger than a year ago, with many having already broken through to the mortal-immortal realm. Most conspicuous was Huang Guiying. Her aura wasn't merely powerful, it was perfectly harmonized, resonating faintly with the entire space. She had directly reached the early stage of Transcendence realm. Clutched tightly in her hand was the very jade talisman itself, radiating protective power. The primordial symbol of the Star Sea? Yuan Hao cried out in shock from afar. The ancient artifact Xian Yuan spoke of the one that can stabilize spatial barriers. You found it? Huang Guiying's gaze swept over the brutal battlefield, her eyes flickering with sorrow before hardening into resolve. It is the true intent of protection. Deep within the ancient path, it answered my call. Fellow cultivators, channel your energies together to activate the Star Sea's true intent. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yuan Mo, Zhang Lifeng, Luo Chen, and the other 6 sect masters who had just arrived, their chi still unstable, though only at the later peak stages of mortal-immortal cultivation, now poured every ounce of energy within them into that ethereal jade talisman. A brilliant white light shone forth, and the illusory image of the primordial Star Sea symbol, crystallized from the guardian essence of the ancient star path, instantly solidified. A gentle yet indestructible radiance of the order law flared, like a colossal canopy forcibly stabilizing the crumbling spatial barrier. It drastically weakened the erosion of the 3 Tao merging phantoms on Blue Star's primordial essence and began to repel their dark Tao laws. Opportunity. Gu Yuan's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. In this moment, all wills converged as one. Yuan Hao's Imperial Tao Principle Stabilization, Huang Guiying's Stellar Sea True Intent Guardian, the pooled energy of the Assembly Foundation, Gu Yuan's Corpse King Origin Core, the Azure Dragon's Primordial Dragon Might Evil Dispelling, the Vermilion Bird's Southern Brightness Fire Purification, Xian Kuei's Supreme Battle Will Unyielding. A torrent of will, vast and unprecedented, spontaneously coiled and merged within Gu Yuan, catalyzed by the Blue Star's will and guided by the 123 million portals poised for action within his body. An aura transcending transcendence itself, touching the very core laws of the cosmos, an aura profound beyond comprehension, erupted violently from within Gu Yuan. Break, now! In that instant, Gu Yuan's body seemed to transform into a fusion of a black hole and a blazing sun. 130 million portals of blood mist and black mist simultaneously erupted with blinding light. As if breaking through some invisible barrier, the number of portals continued to surge wildly. 140 million. 150 million. 160 million. Finally, it stabilized at exactly 180 million. The great Tao resonated. The seed of true immortality. Gu Yuan's form instantly blurred, as if merging with the void. He extended a finger, pointing into the distance. No earth-shattering light or energy surge erupted, only an infinitesimally thin gray beam of light, seemingly imbued with the primordial extinction and origin of the universe's birth. Divine pointing finger. Silent and unseen. That finger beam pierced through the scorching phantom of the Vermilion Bird, pierced through the colliding phantom of the Azure Dragon, and finally pointed toward the strongest phantom core that Gu Yuan had been fighting with all his might. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. 3 void shadows, each powerful enough to obliterate stars, froze rigid. At the dark primordial core within them, the embodiment of some cosmic negative law, an imperceptibly faint gray Tao mark, materialized out of thin air. Like a virus invading a perfect genetic chain, like a drop of water plummeting into searing hot oil. Crack, crackle, crackle, crackle. A faint yet soul-chilling crackling sound echoed, as if some indestructible cosmic law had fractured. The 3 targeted phantoms shattered like broken glass sculptures, countless spiderweb-like cracks spreading along the gray Tao mark. The all-consuming dark light on their bodies rapidly dimmed and extinguished. The terrifying Tao laws representing annihilation, devouring, and disintegration crumbled inch by inch under that gray primordial force, returning to nothingness. No explosion. No screams. In a single instant, the 3 great beings at the Tao merging realm who had brought boundless despair to the entire Blue Star were utterly transformed into a sky filled with black dust, flickering with their last faint glimmers of light. They drifted away into the space, beginning to regain its vitality, eventually vanishing without a trace. Dead silence. The raging energy storm subsided. The fractured space slowly mended under the protection of the primordial symbol of the Star Sea. The earth ceased its tremors. The remaining low-tier eternal night creatures on the battlefield, bereft of their leaders, were easily slaughtered by the surviving cultivators and soldiers like headless flies. All survivors Yuan Hao, Xian Yuan Mo, Zhu Ke, Xian Kuei, the divine dragon Shaoqing, Huang Guiying, the ancestral masters of the 6 sects, disciples like Lin Xian and Yang Chen, and the remnant guards of the Demon Hunter Pavilion all stared blankly at the sky. They gazed upon that figure standing upon the void, gray hair flowing, an aura as deep as the ocean surrounding him, gentle yet radiating supreme majesty. His aura seemed to merge with the planet beneath his feet and the starry sky above. This was not transcendence. It was an entirely new dimension of life itself. A hoarse growl erupted from someone, followed by a flood of ecstatic joy like a dam bursting, exploding within the chests of every warrior still standing. We won. We won? Master Gu. Heaven bless great Xia. The eternal night is over? The roar shook the heavens. Gu Yuan slowly reigned in his aura. Within the 180 million portals, an inexhaustible, boundless power flowed, accompanied by a clearer understanding of the cosmic laws. He gazed upon the ravaged yet rejuvenated earth beneath his feet, and upon the distant horizon where the first golden rays of dawn pierced through the gloom of the eternal night, bringing unparalleled warmth. It's over. Gu Yuan's voice was quiet, yet it echoed clearly in everyone's ears, carrying an unquestionable calmness and hope. The true battle has only just ended. But the dawn that belongs to us cultivators. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through layers of clouds stretching for thousands of miles, fixed upon the gradually healing spatial passageway and, beyond it, the dazzling, boundless expanse of the deep, star-filled sky. The new era of rebirth for this planet has only just begun. Sunlight spilled down, illuminating Gu Yuan's gentle smile and the flickering flames of hope in the eyes of every survivor amidst the ruins. In the distance, the radiance of the imperial tomb of Mount Li shone brilliantly under the morning sun. The entrance to the Mount Tai's secret realm stabilized, while beyond the ancient starlit path, stars seemed to whisper in the distance. The eternal night has ended. A new era approaches. The end.